Chapter 1. Master. Master. Madam has given birth. In the Li residence of Chantang Pass, the previously oppressive atmosphere was instantly dispelled by the exclamations of the maidservants. In the courtyard, Li Jing, who had forced himself to sit in a chair to demonstrate the composure befitting the commander of Chantang Pass, suddenly sprang to his feet, overturning the stone table in the process. Like the signal for an assault, chaos erupted throughout the Li household. "Madam, how is she?" Li Jing grasped the maidservant who had stumbled beside him and pulled her up. The maid wiped the sweat from her brow and beamed at Li Jing with a radiant smile. "Congratulations, master. Madam had a smooth delivery, and both mother and son are safe. The Li residence has gained a little young master." The maid hurriedly conveyed this joyous news, which was enough to send ripples of excitement through Chintang Pass. Upon hearing this, the tension on Li Jing's face melted away like snow under the sun. "Young master, my son is here. The Li family has a successor. Quickly, spread the word. We shall host a grand feast for 3 days in celebration. Make sure to invite everyone to partake in the feast starting today. Notify old Wang to make the necessary preparations. I shall go in and see madam first." Wiping his face, Li Jing strode into the room. Inside, the drapes had yet to be drawn back, and Li Jing could hear a flurry of activity and the sound of water splashing, mingling with the busy voices of the maidservants. Upon hearing his beloved wife's slightly weakened voice, the newly minted father felt it prudent to maintain his composure and wait for the maidservants to finish their tasks before entering. Thus, Li Jing stood quietly outside the drapes. Initially, he sensed no issues. However, a sudden scream from a maid caused him to rush inside. "What is it? What has happened? Is madam all right, master?" The maid, startled by Li Jing's sudden entrance, had been attending to the young master's needs moments before. But in just a few breaths, she realized that the unusually smooth delivery might have concealed some underlying problem. "Master, madam is well, but the young master." "Well, my son, when he was born, the young master coughed a couple of times, but now he is silent. Normally, a baby would continue to cry." "Cry?" Li Jing looked bewilderedly at the maid before glancing down at the wrinkled bundle in her arms. "What is unusual about my son not crying? I cannot say for certain, but it seems that other children usually cry vigorously upon birth. Yet the young master only coughed a few times and then fell silent." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing the maid's distress, the older midwife quickly took the child from her arms. "Master Li is a man of great virtue, and madam hails from a noble lineage. Their offspring are inherently extraordinary and cannot be compared to those of common families." The midwife checked the child's breath before continuing. "Yet while typical children cry louder as time passes, this little master has hardly made sound. Though he is indeed remarkable, I fear he may." The midwife hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Li Jing, who furrowed his brow as he regarded the rosy-cheeked Jinzha, unable to discern any evident flaws. However, as a practitioner of the ways, Li Jing understood that he and his wife were not endowed with any extraordinary bloodline typical of celestial beings. Although the midwife's words were delicately phrased, Li Jing was not one to remain oblivious. "Speak plainly, do not hold back." The midwife smiled faintly, then grasped the young master by his ankles and held him upside down. At that moment, the somewhat revived Madame Yin noticed the commotion, her beautiful eyes filled with concern for her child. The little one, now suspended, was about to receive his first rude awakening. Slap! Slap! The sound of hands meeting the young master's bottom echoed through the room. Initially, the child showed no reaction, but as the slaps intensified, the sharp pain roused him from his slumber, and he let out a cry that surpassed the usual volume of newborns. Seeing this, Madame Yin's lips curled into a smile, and Li Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hastily crossed the room and reached his wife's side. "Madam, did you hear how resoundingly our child cries?" "Indeed, master, it is wonderful that he has cried out. Have you thought a name for our child? I shall take a moment to consider." As he spoke, Li Jing raised his hand to form a seal. At this very moment, the auspiciousness flows from the west. I observe a golden image in the heavens, and with my son's extraordinary voice coinciding with the element of gold, let's name him Jinzha, shall we? Jinzha? What a splendid name. Madame Yin was thoroughly pleased with Li Jing's calculation. After all, as a noblewoman of the Yin family, her decision to marry Li Jing was based on his impressive capabilities. As his wife, she held him in high esteem. As for whether their son was content with the name, didn't you hear that the freshly born Jinzha was already cursing up a storm? How could he possibly enjoy being rudely awakened with several slaps while he was peacefully sleeping? Jinzha fussed and cried for a bit, but being merely a newborn, his physical faculties could not keep pace with his thoughts, and soon he fell back into a daze. Questions like who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing here? Were clearly beyond the contemplation of this new arrival. It was akin to transferring vast amounts of data from an old hard drive to a new one. Although all the lights were green, the new drive struggled to assimilate the influx of information, leaving the Li family's eldest son, hailed as remarkable by the midwife and burdened with expectations from Li Lao Han, in a prolonged stupor. It seemed a tad inappropriate to label him as knave, but it wasn't until a year had passed that Jinzha finally emerged from state of slumber, wherein he slept for 20 out of 24 hours each day. During the process of awakening to the world, Jinzha began employing his senses to scan this novel realm, where he encountered a gentle mother practicing swordplay in the courtyard and a father clad in armor who could emerge from a whirlwind of earthy light, performing miraculous feats. Most importantly, he recognized himself as the eldest son of Commander Li Jing of Chantang Pass. Although he was uncertain what expression to wear, the realization that Jinzha was indeed himself brought forth a complex array of emotions. My name is Li Jinzha. By the time you read this passage, I shall have likely ascended to enjoy the blessings of the heavenly realm. Of course, given my teacher's stature, I might also find myself laboring at Lingshan, watching over a gaggle of bald monks, which is hardly my desire, yet one cannot defy the dictates of destiny. As the eldest son of the Li family, the brother of Nezha, my fate appears to hold promise. However, as a once aspiring youth who has let go of his ideals, the future seems bleak. Yet with my abilities, even if I cannot soar, I should at least manage to flounder about. Thus, I have devised a plan. I cannot disclose the specifics of this plan at present, as many matters cannot yet be realized. I can only say that those who understand will comprehend. However, if you are fortunate enough to read this passage, my naive yet hopeful descendants, do not doubt the authenticity of these words. As your ancestor living during the Great Shan Dynasty, do not question the origin of simplified characters. Soon, they shall become the common script here. Consider this a preemptive revelation. In short, believe first and foremost. Should you wish to learn more about my plan, every descendant who reads this text should follow the number V50. Gather your kin, summon your friends, and if possible, bring back a statue from the temple dedicated to my worship. Daily offerings are unnecessary. A few sticks of incense every few days will suffice. Most importantly, sincerity begets efficacy, and after 3 years of heartfelt worship, one may receive divine dreams. Should you doubt, you may even conduct a carbon test. If fortune smiles upon you, future generations shall chant my name. If not, the flames of reverence shall rely entirely upon you. Do not forget the V50 matter. Consider it a contribution to my grand endeavor. If you wish to uncover more about the secrets of ancient times, keep this number in mind, and I shall lead you through the remarkable lives of our ancestors. Number 187. Yes, this should suffice. Upon the fields, the 4-year-old Li Jinzha muttered to himself while holding his stone tablet. He watched as his chubby little fingers danced across the surface of the stone, and the most astonishing part was that wherever his fingers traced, it appeared as if an invisible sculptor was concurrently carving the stone. The precision of the strokes was akin to that of a fine brush, making it hard to believe such intricate work could arise from the hands of a mere 4-year-old. Indeed, the most pivotal aspect lies in the method of carving, employing one's fingers to deftly sketch out various designs, accompanied by a few subtle techniques of earth manipulation. And this must be added as well. With a sudden realization, Jinzha slapped his forehead. As his fingers danced, a peculiar inscription resembling the characters of Alipay, along with a string of Arabic numerals, materialized beneath the WeChat number. Payment can also be made via Alipay, number 178. Only the final step remains. Brushing off the dirt from his posterior, Jinzha rose to examine the geographic nuances of the distant mountains and rivers. Upon confirming that this location would likely evade the scrutiny of others, he took a deep breath, focusing intently. His short, delicate fingers flew gracefully, glowing with an earthy hue at their tips. With a pointed gesture towards the ground, the soil beneath seemed to come alive, rolling and enveloping the freshly inscribed stone tablet. I wonder what the future holds. Will it indeed resemble this? Yet, since I have managed to arrive here, there must be some connection, I presume. With a sigh reminiscent of a small adult, Master Li, after a day of diligent toil, finally found a moment to wipe the perspiration from his brow with his sleeve. As one who has traversed this path, Jinzha himself was unsure how he had come to be here. He vaguely recalled a relatively tranquil night, where everything was impeccably comfortable, the only peculiarity being that he had perhaps slept a tad too long. After enduring an extensive period of darkness, Jinzha felt as though he had been jolted awake, only to find himself suspended in midair, grappling with disorientation and the rough, forceful sensation of a hand. Initially, he believed it to be an unwarranted disturbance to his slumber. However, as the wailing cries and a sense of chaos enveloped his consciousness, the influx of information led him to finally comprehend the essence of what it meant to sleep like an infant. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. For reasons unknown, Jinzha, having created a new account, spent over a year amalgamating the myriad of information swirling in his mind. What was Chun Tang Pass? What are the little heroes? What was the Yin Shang State? And what was the War of the Gods? Especially after inexplicably acquiring a modicum of magical prowess by emulating his father, Li Han's cultivation methods, Jinzha began to perceive this new identity with greater tangibility. It became evident that he had entered the primordial realm governed by sages, and the notion of fortune likely pertained to his future as a disciple of Manjushri, joining the ranks of the Chan school and seemingly navigating through the so-called tribulations of the deification calamity with a stroke of serendipity. To ascend to prominence in the flesh was presumably the aspiration of many revered deities post-deification. Yet the conundrum remained. Jinzha was not the nephew of the Jade Emperor. While Li Han and Nezha secured their places in the heavenly court, Jinzha and Muzha found themselves in an environment where ancient lamps and enlightened beings were ever present. Was his endeavor in creating a new identity merely to serve as a gatekeeper to Ling Mountain? At the tender age of 2, Jinzha, in a fit of anger, expressed his frustration, yet, among the pantheon of renowned deities, his situation could be considered relatively fortunate. After all, regardless of the backdrop, what rises must eventually fall. One need only observe the future of Buddhism to comprehend this. As it is said, disciples of the Buddha abound, yet the Buddha only saves the fated. It is foreseeable that as long as Jinzha exerts effort to ascend Ling Mountain, the blessings he seeks shall undoubtedly come his way. However, without striving for progress, one must still retain their dignity. As Nezha, he is indeed the younger brother of his elder sibling. Nezha's tumultuous experiences and encounters cannot be emulated by Jinzha. The lotus flower appears exquisite, yet transforming from a human into a vegetable spirit is a fate that Jinzha believes he cannot endure. Nevertheless, when contemplating a bright future, the prospect of being a mere gatekeeper at Ling Mountain is trivial compared to the potential for greater achievements. As the eldest son of the Li family, Jinzha aspires to uphold the family as honor and maintain the dignity befitting an elder brother. While he may not be able to avert the tragedies faced by his younger brother, he certainly sees no need for familial strife. One must act within their capabilities. The audacious methods of Western sages seeking loans from the heavenly Tao are not to be imitated, having learned the perils of excessive consumption. Even if one wishes to borrow from the heavens, they must first pass the most basic scrutiny. Thus, Jinzha made a bold decision. As the eldest son of the Li family and the future guardian deity of Ling Mountain, selected by the present Manjushri Bodhisattva as a protector, Jinzha possesses ample fortune and blessings. However, in comparison to his fellow disciples, such as the future emperor of the Nine Heavens or the illustrious Erling Shun, Jinzha's fortune is lacking. Therefore, enhancing his fortune will be his primary focus moving forward. After all, the calamities of the gods have claimed far too many lives. While the casualties during the Fengshan calamity pale in comparison to the ancient battles, such as the Wu and Yao conflict or the Dragon Han catastrophe, the involvement of the four saints in the final battle shattered the primordial realm. What use is great power if it cannot surpass that of the saints? To navigate the calamities successfully, one must possess sufficient fortune. As the eldest son of the Li family, despite their residence by the Eastern Sea, the elder Li had studied under the Kunlun masters in his youth. Though not part of the Chan sect, his lineage is inherently connected to the Kunlun school. While Jinzha appreciates the teachings of he cannot ignore the potential consequences for himself and others. The rise and fall of fortunes are evident. The downfall of the was self-inflicted, attempting to monopolize survival opportunities and allowing the unlearned to act recklessly under the guise of saintly discipleship. Although there may be a few virtuous beings within representing the minority as the majority is a flawed statistic. Regrettably, given the lateness of his arrival, Jinzha must prioritize his own well-being. The principles of self-cultivation, family governance, and state administration must be adhered to. If he cannot secure his own safety, he has little time to consider anything beyond that. In reality, the Chan sect is the only reliable support for Jinzha. While he envies those who traverse worlds with innate gifts or extraordinary talents, he acknowledges that his own abilities are merely adequate. Since his arrival, he has realized that besides his intellectual prowess and a modicum of cultivation talent, he has little else to rely upon. With modern perspective, Jinzha undoubtedly excels in the manipulation of elemental forces. However, should things continue to develop in this manner, aside from his innate talents, what else would distinguish him from his previous self? As someone who has experienced such transitions, Jinzha cannot accept the notion of a new beginning that is less than satisfactory. Therefore, for his own sake and that of the Li family's promising future, he deems it necessary to strive diligently. What if he succeeds? Young master, there you are. The items you requested have been prepared and are now by the riverbank. What do you think? Ah, everything is ready? How could I not heed your instructions? My dear subordinate? Well done, second brother. Once we succeed, I shall remember your contributions. Where are the items? Lead me to them. They are right over there. The man known as second brother gestured towards a direction. By the way, young master, the general has also arrived and wishes to see what we have been working on. Let him see if he wishes. I have done nothing wrong. Everything is in order. I shall head over first. With that, Jinzha brushed off the dust from his clothes and dashed toward the riverbank with youthful exuberance. There, a gathering had formed. As Jinzha had previously announced his intention to provide new farming tools to aid in cultivating more land and increasing grain production. Although the townsfolk regarded his words as mere youthful folly, they observed the diligent preparations undertaken by the family's retainers, who were busy felling trees and sawing wood, a sight that did not go unnoticed by the residents of the Chintang Pass. Look, the young master has arrived. Everyone make way. The crowd parted to reveal a scene of wooden planks scattered about, with the elderly scratching his head in confusion. My son. Upon seeing Jinzha approach, the elderly rushed towards him. What are you doing with these wooden planks? Greetings, father. Jinzha bowed respectfully before addressing the gathered townsfolk. I have observed that the farmers of Chintang Pass toil greatly, expending most of their energy in the fields. Furthermore, to ensure the survival of crops, they must frequently transport water from the river for irrigation, which is indeed arduous. Thus, I pondered whether it would be possible to create a device, akin to the compass crafted by Emperor Xianyuan to dispel the fog, to replace manual labor for irrigation. I have designed a water wheel, which utilizes the flow of water to turn the wheel effortlessly, elevating water from lower levels to higher grounds. With the addition of irrigation channels, this river water can be delivered to the fields with ease. Upon hearing Jinzha's proposal, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Historically, irrigation has always relied on human labor to transport water, and the idea of actively channeling river water to fields was unprecedented. My son, you must not jest in front of everyone. Introducing river water to the fields could lead to disaster if the dam breaks, devastating the downstream crops. The elderly expressed his concern, though his words were filled with fatherly care. Father, while Chintang Pass is indeed an estuary, the farmland is situated above the riverbanks. Even during flood season, the river has never breached the fields. Conversely, though the land is fertile, it remains limited by human capacity. Only the fields adjacent to the river are suitable for cultivation. To expand further westward into the mountains would require significant manpower for land reclamation, and the irrigation pace cannot keep up, preventing us from providing sufficient food for our people. There is little risk in testing this idea, is there? My son, have you considered this carefully? Rest assured, I will handle it. Second brother, third brother, and the others, would you kindly assist in categorizing and organizing these wooden planks? Categorization is simply the act of grouping items of similar size together and then following my directives. Jinzha unceremoniously directed a few soldiers he was acquainted with. And before long, the stacked wooden blocks were spread out across the ground. The subsequent tasks became relatively straightforward. Jinzha first selected a smooth, polished log as the main axis and then divided it into 8 equal parts to create openings, utilizing equally sized wooden beams as the primary framework of the water wheel. They were installed one by one under Jinzha's guidance. The pre-cut water wheel was then fitted into the grooves, and finally, the blades and water buckets were attached, resulting in a somewhat irregular yet functional water wheel. With the collective effort of the people, a water wheel towering over 2 meters was secured in the riverbed. Once the beam that held the wheel's hub was removed, the water wheel began to turn slowly with the flow of the river. As the wheel rotated, the water buckets at the bottom filled with river water, which was then lifted by the revolving hub to a higher elevation, where the buckets naturally tilted and poured out the water. Although the water trough had not yet been installed, the river's water cascaded down effortlessly, rendering further instructions from Li Jinzha unnecessary. At this moment, Old Man Li was left speechless with astonishment, though he wished to believe that his exceptionally gifted son could achieve new heights in his cultivation. The thought of alleviating the people's struggles had never crossed the mind of Li Jing, the esteemed general of Chintang Pass. After all, Old Man Li was a man of martial prowess. While he could protect his people from the threats of monsters, the idea of improving their livelihoods was foreign to him. All that was needed was to construct a channel along the riverbank to divert the water from the water wheel, though it might not fulfill all the irrigation needs. If enough large water wheels were built, the arable land in Chintang Pass could surely expand several-fold. The surrounding populace was left in awe at Jinzha's words. And even Li Jing, who had been intent on guiding his son towards the path of the Tao, could not hide his delight. In this era, who would not wish for their subjects to have enough food to eat? Moreover, as a practitioner of the Tao, Li Jing had little interest in the convolutions of officialdom. "Well done, my son. Truly remarkable," Old Man Li exclaimed, his excitement rendering him almost speechless. The water wheel's construction was indeed simple. Although the current material conditions might prolong the building process, the fact that it could assist in irrigating the fields was a significant breakthrough. Is it possible that the living would be made to suffer such indignities? Furthermore, father, apart from the water wheel, I have also prepared a useful tool for the people as farming. Second brother, have you brought what I asked you to forge? It has been prepared long ago. The vassal referred to as second brother produced a peculiar bronze device from beneath a cart. Initially, Li Jing mistook it for a spearhead that Jinzha had secretly taken from the armory. However, Jinzha swiftly assembled the unusual bronze implement with the remaining components from the water wheel. This implement was named the curved plow. Last year, I observed that the farmers of Chintang Pass had to use bronze hoes to till the soil before the spring plowing, which was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. In just one morning, even the softest fields could scarcely be tilled. With this plow, however, only one person was needed to lead it while another adjusted its direction, enabling 2 individuals to accomplish the work of dozens. If oxen or horses were used to pull the plow, even 40 or 50 men would find it difficult to match its efficiency. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Moreover, the curved plow not only turned the soil with ease, but also automatically pushed the tilled earth to the sides during operation, with adjustable depth for the tilling process. If you do not believe me, why not give it a try? Jinzha declared confidently, showing no signs of hesitation before the gathered crowd, despite his small stature. "I'll do it," shouted a robust young man. "I have great strength. Let me give it a go." Witnessing the marvel of the water wheel, the crowd was inclined to entertain Jinzha's claims. "Very well, strong man, please demonstrate our traditional method of tilling alongside this. As for the plow, you too shall operate it," Jinzha said, casually selecting 2 seemingly frail individuals and personally guiding them on how to use the curved plow. Once both sides were prepared, with a command from Jinzha, the strong man plunged the bronze hoe forcefully into the ground, sending clods of earth flying with each powerful stroke. In contrast, as soon as Jinzha gave the signal, the youth in charge of pulling the plow dashed forward, and perhaps due to the ease of the task, the one stabilizing the plow was momentarily left behind, only to quickly catch up, moving at a pace that was merely a fraction slower than an ordinary walk. "Quick, so fast. Is this really tilling?" exclaimed an elderly onlooker, unable to contain their excitement. For those at the bottom of society, time was not a particularly valuable commodity. Yet if one could reduce the time spent on farming by 80% to less than half, wouldn't that allow everyone to cultivate more land and grow more food? Although the curved plow could not directly clear wilderness, given the inefficiency of uprooting weeds and roots, the efficiency of tilling with this implement was evident to all. With the addition of the water wheel, Jinzha, despite his youth, was willing to contribute to the welfare of the people of Chintang Pass. "Indeed, our young master speaks wisely. It is a blessing to have him among us." The crowd erupted in grateful exclamations, with many falling to their knees in reverence. Jinzha, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the attention, thought to dismiss their gratitude. However, Old Man Li was undeterred, urging everyone to rise. Jinzha found himself lifted high off the ground by his father, reminiscent of Simba being hoisted upon a cliff, fearing that if Old Man Li lost his grip, he might plummet. "My son is exceptionally talented." "Ah ha ha." Amidst the boisterous laughter, Old Man Li became increasingly lost in the moment. The overwhelming gratitude and worship from the crowd made Jinzha yearn for a return to normalcy, but Old Man Li, in this moment of pride, wished to proclaim to everyone that the innovative curved plow and water wheel were inventions of his son, Jinzha. He could not bear to let go, fearing for his beloved son's safety. In a world where love and hate do not arise without reason, from Jinzha's perspective. Witnessing a 4-year-old child experimenting amidst such scarcity only elicited a desire to shield him from blame. While possibly influenced by the advantages of being a firstborn and a gifted practitioner, Old Man Li was undoubtedly more open-minded than the rumors suggested about Li Jing. Of course, the familial disputes between Li Jing and Nezha were likely a product of various factors, which Jinzha might find inconvenient to discuss. However, ultimately, the so-called Nezha wreaking havoc in the sea was merely a tragic tale of a child wielding a weapon in a marketplace. For Jinzha, it was irrelevant whose fault it was in this situation. In this era of sage governance, what could possibly surpass the might of the great sage's teachings? Jinzha's desire is to prevent the tragic tale of paternal kindness and filial piety from befalling the venerable Li family. Should the elderly neglect his duties, Jinzha would ensure that Nezha comprehends the weight of fraternal responsibility. Yet, upon reflection, our little hero, born with innate spiritual prowess, presents a formidable challenge. The crux of the matter lies with the Chan sect. Lacking direct experience with the celestial beings of the Chan sect, Jinzha refrains from hasty judgments, suspecting that the divine ordination is rife with ulterior motives. However, if viewed with a calm disposition, even the sage lord is not omniscient during times of great calamity. Perhaps it is merely an oversight, or perhaps these exalted beings are indifferent to the trivialities of mortal life. After all, the cosmos is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. To the ancient immortals, humans are but one of many insignificant creatures in this vast universe. Even the spirits of the mountains and forests do not regard their less enlightened kin as equals. How much less regard would those beings, born from the unknown, hold for humanity? There exists a fundamental disparity in worldview among them. Moreover, the Chan sect's prerequisites are notoriously stringent. Fortune, blessings, and lineage are all indispensable. In terms of classification, beings that exhibit traits of scales, armor, and oviparity can, with sufficient fortune and blessings, merely serve as pets within the Chan sect. The sole exception is humankind. After all, humanity is a creation of the Tao ancestor, the first sage, Niwa, who poured her essence into this race. Not only does it embody her painstaking efforts, but humans also inherently possess the Tao body, as ordained by the Tao ancestor. However, the sheer number of humans is overwhelming. Since the reign of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, humanity has become the protagonist of the primordial world, occupying vast expanses of territory. Although human productivity lags behind, even a modest city like Chintang Pass boasts a population of tens of thousands. If one considers larger cities, such as the 3 Mountains Pass, the combined population, including surrounding villages, could easily reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions. After all, Chintang Pass, a coastal town far from the emperor's reach, has around 30,000 residents, while the Great Shang dynasty could muster armies of up to 1 million. Even during the anti-Shang rebellion at Fengmingqishan, the Shang alone could field 100,000 armored warriors. Thus, the sheer quantity of humanity is staggering. Initially, the primitive humans were no different from beasts, making them unappealing. Later, although the evolved humans embraced education, their lifespans are fleeting. For immortals who may seclude themselves for hundreds of years, human lives are but a fleeting moment. Tai Yi bestowed a treasure upon Nezha, and coupled with the status of a disciple of the Sage Lord, it is plausible that he indulges the child. One should not hastily judge matters of which they are unaware. However, if Jinzha wishes to avert such adverse events, it would be futile to become a disciple of the great Manjusri. Nezha is simply too powerful. Even if Jinzha were to return to Chintang Pass at Nezha's birth, imparting the significance of fraternal duty would be exceedingly challenging. For the sake of himself and the Li family, Jinzha must ascend within the Chan sect. Only by garnering sufficient attention can he secure greater maneuverability. Particularly in light of the elder Li's descriptions of the ever-open Kunlun ladder, Jinzha is uncertain of its veracity. However, according to the elder Li, any seeker who ascends the Kunlun ladder and reaches the summit can strike the jade bell at the Yusu Palace, thereby opening its gates. Whether he becomes a named disciple of the Yusu Palace or is accepted as a direct disciple by the 12 Golden Immortals, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to be taken under the wing of the Sage Lord himself. Jinzha recalls that during this discussion, the elderly chuckled heartily. When Jinzha inquired about the source of his mirth, the elder merely shook his head, and Jinzha understood. It was likely that the elderly had attempted this himself. Although as the future Grand Marshal of Heaven, Li Jing undoubtedly possesses ample fortune and blessings, his innate potential remains a limiting factor. Currently, the elder Li is at the 3rd stage of cultivation, a far cry from the lowest rank of human immortals, the Earth Immortals. However, the elder Li's talent is certainly superior to that of the Duke of Zhui, who has sought immortality for over 50 years at the Sage's Sanctuary without success. While the specifics of his cultivation stage remain unclear, it is evident that the Duke's path to immortality is fraught with difficulties. Yet, Jinzha is different. The elder Li's lifelong study of the 5 elements is as simple for Jinzha as eating and drinking, although he has refrained from practicing due to physical limitations. Converting essence into spiritual energy is a fundamental practice. If he were to commence cultivation now, not only would achieving immortality be challenging, but even growing taller might prove difficult. Nevertheless, in terms of innate talent, Jinzha stands among the elite of humanity. Rather than waiting for the great Manjusri to come seeking disciples when Jinzha reaches the appropriate age, he would be wiser to boldly test the Kunlun ladder. While the Duke of Zhui and Bao Bao were accepted into the Chan sect due to their fateful destinies, the presence of the Jade Bell and the requirements set by the Sage Lord imply that if he meets the conditions, why must Jinzha settle for being a third-generation disciple rather than striving for a second-generation position? Talent is immutable, and Jinzha is confident in his standing among humanity. Thus, according to the standards of the second generation, what he lacks is merely fortune and blessings. Borrowing a notion from future Buddhism, the concept of accumulating merit for favorable rebirth echoes here. What better way to amass fortune and blessings than by drawing from the wealth of the world's protagonists? With a plan in place, Jinzha must resolutely execute it. With no clear guidelines to follow, the protection of the guardian deities of the spiritual mountain provides a safety net, leading Jinzha to believe that this endeavor is unlikely to yield losses. Consequently, drawing inspiration from the Militia Training Manual and the Barefoot Dr. S. two sacred texts, utilizing the Li Tang plow and the Li style water wheel, Jinzha initiated a grand reclamation project in Chintang Pass. The importance of naming rights cannot be overstated. If the populace cannot associate the endeavor with him, even sincere offerings would lack a path. Li Jing wholeheartedly supports Jinzha's vision for improving the lives of the people of Chintang Pass. After all, when the child achieves success, he can boast about it later, a sentiment that holds true in any era. The elderly is but a mortal, subject to the same emotions and desires that sway even the most revered sages. How much more susceptible is he, a being yet to attain immortality, in Chintang Pass? Thus, at the tender age of 4, Jinzha naturally assumed some internal responsibilities of Chintang Pass. Upholding the principle that practice is the sole criterion for truth, Jinzha frequently ventured into the fields to compile the Chintang Pass agricultural manual. Today he conducted soil assessments. Tomorrow, he explored seed selection, cultivation techniques, and composting methods. By incorporating principles of human movement and energy dynamics, he even devised a method akin to the three-farmer techniques to invigorate his vital energy. This discovery surprised Jinzha, as manipulating vital energy is, in a sense, an instinctive ability. Given the abundant spiritual energy of the primordial world, it seemed reasonable to develop such practices. However, Jinzha has yet to delve deeply into the path of vital energy. After all, this endeavor cannot be practiced by Jinzha at present. Rather than idly watching from the sidelines, it is more prudent to put pen to paper, lest the old man in the fire cloud cave gets ahead. Thus, Jinzha devoted all his energy to the experimental fields, diligently testing various agricultural techniques, such as ridge tillage, which could enhance crop yields. From the busy spring plowing to the autumn harvest, it became evident that the yields from Jinzha's experimental fields surpassed those of others significantly, earning him greater trust from the people of Chintang Pass. After imparting these farming techniques to the residents of Chintang Pass, Jinzha, having distanced himself from agricultural labor, began to inventory the resources of the area. Techniques aside, to achieve the high crop yields reminiscent of his previous life, the quality of the crops themselves remained paramount. This was the primordial era. Although the omnipotent methods of the celestial path could save Jinzha years of hardship, the Shang dynasty of this time was still the Shang dynasty, lacking a comprehensive industrial system. The main crops differed significantly from those of his former life. Even the family heirloom of the Li family, the 5 elements Great Escape, could not transform corn and beans into fine rice and flour. Moreover, Jinzha lacked profound knowledge in agricultural science. Coupled with the fact that cultivation was his primary goal, he deemed it more sensible to focus on tangible actions that would benefit his family in Chintang Pass rather than to ponder how to increase food production under limited conditions. Creating something new is far less convenient than transporting it. Without a doubt, the task of reclaiming land awaited him. The vastness of the primordial world cannot be compared to that of his previous life. Although the presence of the great Shinnong serves as a beacon, Jinzha had perused the ancient texts of the Shinnong Benqiao, and he recognized that the benefits of innate knowledge could not be underestimated. The two were evidently not comparable. Scientific records may create an illusion of simplicity, but Jinzha possessed some mastery of the Tao. Although limited, this was not the ancient era of the 3 sovereigns. Utilizing his would-escape technique to analyze plant toxicity hardly constituted cheating. Thus, Jinzha led the residents of Chintang Pass into the unknown wilderness, clearing mountains, felling trees, and expanding arable land, creating quite a stir. The residents were naturally enthusiastic. The more land they cultivated, the greater the harvest in the coming years. Though the mountainous forests posed considerable risks, they paled in comparison to the threat of starvation. The primordial world is a realm of cohabitation among myriad beings. Although the status of the human race as the dominant species had been largely established after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, in reality, were not the true protagonists of the primordial world the great saints and their disciples. Of course, there is a reason for humanity's position as the dominant species. For instance, humans inherently possess the Tao body. Compared to the previous dominant species, humans have a shorter investment cycle with quicker returns, yet they are constrained by lifespan, making it challenging for those lacking exceptional talents to even tread the path of immortality. In today's increasingly stable world, for the safety of the cosmos, a dominant species with little ambition, capable of maintaining environmental harmony, is evidently more suitable for future development than the previous ambitious and gluttonous demon race, which had clashed with the witch race multiple times. Thus, the status of humanity as the dominant species, in addition to its flourishing fortunes, represents more of an affirmation of the will of heaven and earth, akin to verbal praise from higher authorities. Although this praise is significant, taking it too seriously could be misleading. On the third week of the reclamation efforts, Jinzha roused himself from slumber, stifling yawns. With the pace of their efforts accelerating, Jinzha found it necessary to adjust his schedule. They say the key to a day's success lies in the morning, yet at his age, he was prone to oversleeping. This forced awakening was quite the ordeal. With the assistance of his maidservant, Jinzha washed up, and after completing his morning routine, he sat down to breakfast. Fully awake, he took the prepared pack from the maidservant and set off towards the western mountains with his family guards. Technically, these woods were not easily accessible territories for the human race. However, the soil in the forest was fertile, and both the reclamation and Jinzha's ambitious plans for biodiversity would inevitably involve these areas. Fortunately, the guards from the Li family were exceptionally skilled. As long as they did not encounter demon beasts, ordinary ferocious animals would hardly pose a threat to these elite individuals capable of harnessing vital energy. Moreover, Jinzha was confident in his escape techniques, and the vanguard team had only recently set foot in the outer mountainous regions. In truth, Jinzha did not intend to linger in this area for long. Each region's vegetation shared certain commonalities, and by employing methods such as zonal screening, he could examine the various plants in each area. Essentially, it was a whirlwind tour. He would glance around, observing any unfamiliar plants, comparing them with the data stored in his mind. Within just a week, Jinzha documented numerous species not recorded in the current version of the Shenong Benchao. Additionally, the most exhilarating discovery for Jinzha was the multitude of fruit trees. In his past life, he had little interest in oranges or apples, but now, the fruits that the Shang people dared not sample brought tears of joy to his eyes. Jinzha, oh Jinzha, have you emulated Shenong's quest for 100 herbs merely to satisfy your own palate? Well, to be fair, that assertion holds merit. As the son of old man Li, Jinzha had never worried about food in either life. However, the flavors of the food during the Shang dynasty left much to be desired. Though this new life had yet to experience the myriad tastes of the human world, the data laid bare the tantalizing options that remained out of reach, leading to even greater torment. Suppressing his desires to cultivate was Jinzha's compromise for the future, now that he had finally entered a phase worthy of lifelong pursuit. Traversing the mountains and fields while risking poisoning, not really, to enjoy a couple of fruits was hardly an offense. Perhaps it was due to the nourishment of the heavenly spirit energy that the wild fruits in the mountains grew large and luscious. Each day, Jinzha returned home with an abundant haul, and after accepting the premise that these peculiar-looking fruits were indeed edible, the daily life of the Li family suddenly became much more vibrant. Of course, Jinzha's primary focus remained on the search for herbaceous plants, as this was crucial for his pursuit of fortune and blessings. Although luck played a significant role in this endeavor, as the dominant figure of the human race, could he afford to lack fortune? Emulating Shenong and tasting herbs was a vital step, and he planned to thoroughly search the western mountains. Even if he did not acquire what he sought this autumn, it was of little consequence. After all, if human efforts were insufficient, he still had the Tao at his disposal. After all, he was merely a 4-year-old child. What harm was there in utilizing some Tao techniques? Young master, this plant seems unfamiliar to us. This, dandelion, it clears heat and detoxifies. Well done, young master, look at that peculiar tree over there. Tree? That is merely a crooked elm. It is just misshapen. In the forest, seated on a wooden chair, Jinzha diligently sketched with a charcoal pencil, fully utilizing the advantages of paper as a tool. Given his youth, many tasks transitioned into a command mode after their initial demonstrations. During his leisure, Jinzha managed to devise methods for purifying salt and even paper printing, paving the way for future generations to have no path left to tread. Such beneficial innovations emerging during the Shang dynasty would surely lead descendants to bow before him in reverence. As he sketched, Jinzha picked up a wild fruit, wiping it on his sleeve before taking a bite. By the time the last family guard returned, Jinzha had marked an X on the meticulously drawn map. All right, this hill has been thoroughly searched. Let's proceed northward to the next area ahead. Jinzha spoke casually, and the crowd had no objections. After all, Jinzha had demonstrated his true abilities and established his authority. It was only natural to heed the young master's commands. What harm could there be in letting a few rough men, who barely knew a few characters, run around? Two family guards swiftly lifted Jinzha's small chair, while three soldiers led the way, and the remaining four formed a semicircle around him for protection. The path through the mountains was arduous, but those who followed Jinzha were the elite of the estate. Not only had they never lacked provisions, but Jinzha's 10 guards had also cultivated their vitality over 6 months, enabling them to traverse the forest paths with ease. Descending from the mountain peak, Jinzha was suddenly jolted awake by the sight of a golden expanse on a gentle slope. "Stop! Over there, quickly!" Jinzha urged his guards. Autumn harvest had passed for 3 weeks, marking a time when all things withered. Yet the transition from abundance to scarcity required a process. Moreover, the climate at Chintang Pass was temperate and humid, with over 90% of the vegetation still retaining a vibrant green. Thus, encountering a patch of golden wheat amidst this verdant backdrop was irresistible. Compelled by curiosity, the group hastily made their way to the slope. Though the vegetation lay in disarray, the sight of the golden heads of grain prompted Jinzha to leap from his chair. "I knew my luck could not be poor," he exclaimed joyfully, picking a handful of wheat, rubbing off the husk, and savoring the grain. Although he could not discern its quality, his data analysis from his previous life indicated that this was the wild wheat he had long sought. "But isn't this variety prone to lodging?" Jinzha mused quietly, igniting a small flame with his fingers. After lightly roasting the wheat, an enticing aroma filled the air, captivating everyone present. "Ha ha ha, this is it. Truly, fate is on my side." Jinzha coughed lightly, realizing that such declarations regarding fate could invite unforeseen consequences in this world. "Quick, everyone gather the surrounding wheat. Collect the large, plump ears in one heap and the smaller ones in another, using this wheat as a standard." Jinzha selected a few stalks as examples and distributed them to his companions. Observing Jinzha's excitement, his most trusted aide, affectionately referred to as second brother, inquired about the source of his delight. Raising an eyebrow, Jinzha replied, "This will be one of our main crops at Chintang Pass." He longed to express his desire for a change in diet, yearning for something other than millet and bean porridge. But he opted to explain the wheat's significance to the estate instead. Hearing Jinzha's words, the others were equally elated, recalling the enticing aroma of the roasted wheat. If they could harvest 3 to 5 batches, they would be able to enjoy such delicious food every year, which was indeed a delightful prospect. With renewed vigor, everyone brandished their bronze sickles and began the harvest while Jinzha squatted nearby, kindling a fire. Although he had been carried in a sedan since entering the mountains, surely it was acceptable for a hungry child to indulge in a snack. Thus, he took out the jerky prepared by his mother, and with the coarse millet cakes and roasted wheat, he happily feasted, the fragrant aroma wafting through the forest, prompting the others to hasten their work. After all, Jinzha was not one to indulge alone. Even if he could not share much, those who followed the young master could certainly enjoy a few bites. It was not only Jinzha's companions who were drawn by the enticing scent. A wild boar, with a keen sense of smell, approximately 500 to 600 meters away, lifted its head in search of the source of the delightful aroma. What is that enticing smell? As a critical element for Jinzha to gather fortune and blessings, addressing the food security of the populace was paramount. Beyond improving production techniques and enhancing the external environment, the key lay in diversifying crop varieties. Wild wheat could take several years, if not a decade, to meet the needs of the people. Merely relying on it would not suffice to establish a lasting presence among the masses. Potatoes and sweet potatoes, combined with cotton, were excellent candidates for large-scale cultivation, while the latter served as a fundamental guarantee for survival. The successful integration of these 3 crops would be the cornerstone of Jinzha's agricultural strategy, though he still reveled in the discovery of the wild wheat. While large-scale cultivation was not yet feasible, it would certainly improve his household's diet. If only he could find more spices and vegetables. As Jinzha pondered, a sudden tremor jolted him from his thoughts. Initially, he suspected it might be a wild creature drawn by the aroma, a fortuitous opportunity for a meal. However, just as he stood up, a massive boar, standing about 2 meters tall and covered in coarse brown hair, charged out from the trees, its 2 tusks rivaling ivory. Jinzha was momentarily stunned. Though he knew that wild boars had long been kings of the forest, he had not anticipated encountering one of such size. "Protect the young master." With a swift motion, the guard closest to Jinzha drew his bronze sword and rushed forward. Yet, the speed of the boar was astonishing, no matter how much the guard exerted himself. He could not interpose himself before the boar reached Jinzha. One particularly clever guard gathered all his strength and hurled his bronze sword like a spear. However, the sharp blade merely embedded itself in the boar's fur, losing all momentum. For the massive creature, it was but a minor annoyance. While the guard's shouts quickly roused Jinzha from his stupor. "Damn, I thought I was being selected for another world," Jinzha thought, realizing that with the boar's size and force, it could easily rival a battering ram. Indeed, it is remarkable how I was deceived by a mere pig. Nevertheless, Jinzha would never concede the fact that he was momentarily taken aback. As consciousness returned to his body, feeling the slight stiffness in his fingers, he finally recalled that he possessed skills in Taoism. Just as the pig demon approached, utilizing the fire pit at his feet, Jinzha transformed into a streak of crimson light and instantaneously vanished from his original position. The pig demon, clearly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events, leaned back and skidded to a halt, its forehooves carving deep furrows into the ground. The rich aroma of wheat infiltrated the pig demon's nostrils, compounded by the tantalizing scent of roasted meat and the allure of Jinzha's form. The pig demon, driven by instinct, recognized that devouring the bipedal creature would yield great rewards. It halted not far from the fire pit, while Jinzha had fled approximately 300 meters, not due to a lack of ability in controlling his escape, but rather because he was caught off guard and could not summon his full strength. Furthermore, Jinzha possessed limited magical power, while he could ignite a fire or dig a pit with some skill. Fully harnessing his escape technique would only allow him to flee for a few breaths at most. Initially believing that he was safe within the borders of Chintang Pass under his father's protection, and considering that his father had previously led soldiers to eradicate demons in the western mountains, Jinzha thought his journey would pose no significant danger. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was imparted a lesson by a wild boar. Just as Jinzha caught his breath, he heard a rumbling sound, indicating that the pig demon had discovered his landing spot and was charging toward him. Fortunately, the delay had allowed his guardians to close in. Those chosen by Li Jing to accompany Jinzha were the finest experts of Chintang Pass. Even a pair of ordinary mountain beasts could be subdued by 2 or 3 of them working together, although this pig demon was more formidable than a mountain lord. As long as the sword could penetrate its flesh, defeating it was well within reach. Pig demon, meet your demise. As the pig demon prepared to launch another attack on Jinzha, 2 guardians rushed forward, executing a sliding maneuver and aiming their sharp bronze swords at its legs. The eldest among them, pursuing the pig demon with fierce determination, leaped onto its back, angling his sword downward to evade the demon's tough bones. His blade sank 1/3 of its length into the pig demon's neck. However, these 3 wounds did not hinder the pig demon's movements. Rather, they ignited its ferocity. At this stage, the pig demon could not transform, existing in a state where it had accumulated demonic power yet lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. But in its rage, with bloodshot eyes, Jinzha felt as though the pig demon's size had swelled even further. With a swift motion, the pig demon shook off the creature on its back and lunged at the approaching guardian with its massive head. Pigs are omnivorous. Even domesticated ones can consume humans. What more could be said of a wild boar that had transformed into a demon? With a sickening crunch, the pig demon's jaws clamped down on a guardian's shoulder, the sound of shattering bones echoing as the guardian was lifted, sword and half a shoulder included. Ah! The piercing scream reverberated in Jinzha's ears. And though he had prepared himself to regard human life as trivial, this brutal act struck a chord within him. The guardian, despite being snatched up, did not forget his resolve to fight against the demon. With his remaining hand, he clung desperately to the pig demon's tusks, knowing he was doomed. His sole purpose now was to obstruct the demon's jaws to create an opportunity for his comrades. The remaining 7 bronze swords lunged toward the pig demon from various angles, while the 2 who had lost their swords drew out sickles to strike at the beast. The pig demon howled in pain, shaking its head violently before discarding the guardian it had already injured. The others swiftly formed a siege around the beast, which still sought to charge at Jinzha. Seizing the moment while the pig demon was in a frenzy, the guardian known as Ergo, who had always stood by Jinzha's side, took the opportunity to slice at the demon's joint. Although the bronze sword was sharp, it lacked the power to sever the demon's bones. Yet, as he maneuvered around the demon, he managed to cut through the tendons of one of its hind legs. With one leg incapacitated, the pig demon stumbled forward, caught off guard. The vigilant comrades quickly pulled Jinzha and Ergo to safety, and the rest did not miss the chance. With eyes aflame with determination, they surged forward, their sharp bronze swords inflicting wounds of varying depths upon the pig demon. The air was thick with the scent of blood as the demon struggled to rise. However, with one of their own already lost, none among the group intended to let this creature escape. The pig demon's thick hide rendered ordinary blades ineffective against its life, yet, now hindered in its movements. The group swiftly targeted its limbs. In no time, the tendons in all 4 of the pig demon's legs were severed. The demon writhed in a frenzy. But how could a beast rendered immobile withstand the onslaught of 9 determined warriors? Approximately an hour had passed since the pig demon's appearance, and as the edges of their bronze swords dulled and broke, the once feared creature finally met its end, riddled with countless wounds, its 4 limbs severed, and its eyes blinded. Even its massive head had been cleaved nearly in half at the neck. Yet, despite its colossal size, the pig demon clung to life for over half an hour, until its blood had nearly drained away. Only then did it succumb completely. The 9 surviving guardians, drenched in blood and exhausted, had avenged their fallen comrade, fulfilling their duty and honoring his sacrifice. They had no time for any lingering thoughts. As guardians of the Li household, they were nourished and sheltered by it. Their skills and improved lives came from the Li family, and sacrificing themselves to protect their young master was an honor, although a sense of loss was inevitable. In this era, the death of a few was not considered a grave matter. What was the name of that brave soul? As the battle concluded, Jinzha, suppressing his nausea, approached, finding the body of the fallen guardian already wrapped. Though it was part of their duty, witnessing death firsthand left him at a loss for words. Zhao Jia was a commendable fellow, bringing honor to his brothers. Sensing Jinzha's inner turmoil, the others covered the fallen guardian's face. He still had family to return to. Do not worry, young master. The household will make the necessary arrangements. Furthermore, we will remain here with you. If anything were to happen to you, we would be deemed the sinners of Chintang Pass. Very well, Jinzha acquiesced. With a sigh, Jinzha, having utilized only a single fire technique, returned to his chair. The others took a moment to rest and consumed some food before embarking on their task of division. Given the substantial size of the wild boar, transporting it back was unfeasible. However, crafting a net from vines and harvesting a portion of its limbs was certainly achievable. The 4 legs of the boar were diligently disassembled by the group. In addition, a substantial strip of pure meat was procured from the back after skinning, along with the harvested wheat and the remains of their comrade. They toiled until sunset before finally locating the cart they had arrived in. Once they found the main road, the journey back to Chintang Pass was remarkably smooth. Under Jinzha's suggestion, the road, repaired with rubble and cement, greatly facilitated the passage of the townsfolk. Although there was currently only one main thoroughfare traversing Chintang Pass, with the autumn harvest concluded and winter still some time away, under the organization of the soldiers, paths in other areas had begun to be laid out. After all, since Chintang Pass was not burdened by the issues of heavy trucks, a shallow foundation for pedestrian use sufficed. By the time they returned to Chintang Pass, the gate had already closed. Yet, despite being a city under the Yin and Shang dynasties, it was a distant realm, and General Li Jing, who wielded both military and political power, was, in essence, the local sovereign. While Jinzha had little interest in princely titles, on his own turf, he was free to act as he pleased. As expected, noticing that Jinzha had not yet returned, Li Jing and his wife awaited him at the city gate, clad in armor. Fortunately, they had just missed the closing hour. Otherwise, with 20,000 soldiers mobilized, the couple would have had to search the mountains throughout the night. Nezha, as Jinzha finally returned, his mother, who had been worried for long, eagerly embraced her eldest son, leaving the old man behind. Li Jing contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to assert his paternal authority, but seeing his wife's reaction, he found himself at a loss for words. Held in the warm embrace of his mother, Jinzha, already fatigued, relaxed his tensed nerves, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Being but a child, the moment he let his guard down, he drowsily responded twice before resting his head on his mother's shoulder and falling asleep. My lord, I leave the rest to you. Jia is tired, and I shall take him home. With that, Li cradled Jinzha and turned towards their home without glancing back. Old Li Jing felt somewhat vexed. Ever since his wife had given birth, his authority as the head of the family seemed diminished. What is going on? He inquired, as a subordinate, referred to as second brother by Jinzha, approached and briefly recounted the day's events. Li Jing's expression immediately darkened. He first examined the wheat. Although its purpose eluded him, he trusted that since Jinzha desired it, it must hold significance. He instructed everyone to transport the wheat back to the Li residence, as per Jinzha's instructions. Then, his gaze shifted to Zhao Jia's corpse. Your name is Li Jinzha, correct? You shall handle this matter. Prepare Zhao Jia's body for a proper burial. As for his family, they will be brought to my residence later. Understood, my lord. Li Jinzha bowed and withdrew, intending to find a temporary resting place for Zhao Jia until the morrow when he would gather more men for a proper burial and bring his family to the Li residence. It was evident that the lineage capable of birthing such a divine child as Jinzha was certainly commendable. Li Jing waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Now that the young master had returned, it was late, and there was no need to linger. However, after the others departed, Li Jing remained on the city wall a while longer. According to his master, the Taoist Dewey, his path as a celestial being was fraught with challenges. Yet he was destined for great wealth in the mortal realm. Thus, after spending 7 to 8 years mastering the 5 elements escape, he descended the mountain to marry. Although Li Jing's path was arduous, he could at least claim the title of a Kunlun Qi refiner. While this might disturb the celestial balance, as the lord of Chintang Pass, how could he allow demons to wreak havoc? Consumed by anger, Li Jing evidently required an outlet for his frustrations. He entrusted the matters at hand to his deputy and, the following morning, organized a large contingent of skilled individuals under the guise of protecting the villagers while they cleared the mountains. In lands governed by the Emperor of Humanity, no significant demon could possibly appear. Coupled with Li Jing's formidable martial prowess and the fortune of the human race, any malevolent entity attempting to confront an official of Li Jing's stature would need to possess the strength of the Dragon Kings. Thus, Li Jing embarked on a campaign to purge the western mountains of demons. As for the instigator of this upheaval, Jinzha, he found himself sleeping in until the sun was high in the sky for the first time in nearly a year. The fatigue in his young body was inconsequential. However, the mere thought of the pig demon filled him with embarrassment. Sitting on his bed, Jinzha could not help but feel a surge of frustration upon waking. Although, for someone of his age, managing to awaken and survive the initial ferocious charge of the pig demon was commendable. As a being of celestial lineage and a future powerhouse of the Tao, how could he allow even a trivial pig demon to pose a threat to his life? At 4 years old, his physical limitations hindered his pursuit of cultivation. Yet, did this mean he had to entrust his life to others or to the whims of fate? Contemplating his forthcoming endeavors, Jinzha felt a twinge of anxiety. While the prevailing norms of the wilderness revolved around human relationships, as a fledgling in the path of the Tao, resorting to violence was the true mainstream. Jinzha was resolute in not engaging in actions that would squander his potential, such as hastening his cultivation through reckless means. Rather than becoming a pitiful figure like the earthly monkey, Jinzha believed relying on external resources was viable. After all, Chintang Pass was rich in materials. Techniques like steel forging were already within his plans. The necessary ingredients for gunpowder could be found within Chintang Pass as well. As long as he refrained from documenting the production of firearms, crafting a few weapons for self-defense should pose no issue, right? Oh, and there was also the composite bow, a formidable weapon. However, upon further reflection, the material requirements for such a bow seemed significantly higher than those for conventional firearms. Whether he could succeed was uncertain, but if Old Li were willing to let him experiment with the Xinyuan bow, that would be a different story. Regardless, standing up without any weaponry was not an option. Was he truly to emulate Nezha? Chintang Pass possessed iron mines, yet melting iron was a considerable challenge compared to the more easily cast bronze. Nevertheless, these challenges were trivial for Jinzha. With a furnace and fire technique at his disposal, while controlling the dimensions of subsequent parts might be difficult, it would not be a problem to refine a bit daily using gold techniques. Of course, ordinary black powder was unsuitable for bullet manufacturing. Hence, Jinzha needed to enhance the purity of the gunpowder. However, limitations and conditions posed a challenge. If he resorted to entirely manual methods, wouldn't that be overly cumbersome? After a moment's hesitation, Jinzha resolved to prioritize the creation of self-defense firearms. The constraints of time and circumstance were not obstacles to him. In any event, the formidable power of modern weaponry would effortlessly dispatch any beast that a bronze sword could fell. The key lies in maintaining a firm grip on these instruments of power. Without delay, he leaped from his bed and, forgoing his ablutions, summoned Li. He instructed him to gather men and procure iron ore from the mines. Subsequently, Jinzha commenced the construction of furnaces in the rear courtyard, enlisting the aid of the estate's servants. Even immortals lacking physical bodies are susceptible to demise, and the disembodied spirit is no exception. Should one fail to evade the projectile, their grievances shall be voiced to the netherworld sovereign. While engaged in the creation of modern weaponry, Jinzha remained cognizant of his original purpose. Self-preservation was but one facet. The true objective was to elevate the quality of life for the human race. Assuming the role of a sage and pioneer in the implementation of an integrated agricultural and pastoral system. Despite the menagerie of creatures kept as pets during the Yinshang era, the number of species genuinely domesticated by humans was scant. Chickens, ducks, dogs, and horses constituted the entirety of the livestock industry. Dogs served as sentinels, while horses were employed in warfare and transportation. Although chickens and ducks sufficed to meet the needs of the era, the absence of oxen hampered further advancements in labor liberation. Even after Jinzha's invention of the Litan plow, some draft horses had been incorporated into plowing activities. However, Jinzha observed that horses, save for their speed, were inferior to oxen in terms of ease and efficiency. While the domestication of a species typically spanned 3 to 5 generations, Jinzha reasoned that it would be more prudent to capture and cultivate these creatures rather than allow them to roam freely in the wild. With a broadened perspective, Jinzha contemplated deviating from traditional domestication methods. As the primary obstacle in domestication lay in the lack of verbal communication, Jinzha pondered whether bestowing rudimentary intelligence upon captured beasts, akin to the anthropomorphic creatures encountered on the journey to the west, and tasking them with managing their untamed kin, would expedite the domestication process. While lacking definitive knowledge, Jinzha recognized the escalating perils of the prehistoric world and resolved to abandon his complacency. Setting aside the matter of wheat cultivation, Jinzha devoted the winter to his artisanal endeavors. This caused considerable consternation from Madame Yin, who lamented her son's transformation from a vivacious youth to a recluse. Despite his protestations of well-being following his encounter with the mountain beast, initially, his activities were limited to smelting, ore, and commissioning ironwork. But the escalating explosions emanating from the rear courtyard had become a source of concern. Although Jinzha had thus far avoided injury, the recurring incidents of collapsed courtyard walls led Madame Yin to suspect a possible affliction. Upon hearing another explosion from the rear, she hastened towards the reinforced courtyard. Upon pushing open the heavy cast-iron gate, Madame Yin beheld Jinzha ensconced within a trench, gesticulating wildly and exclaiming phrases such as "this humble immortal has succeeded." Li Jinzha's confidant, who had been entrusted with weapons testing, sat on the ground with a bemused expression. A robust, blackened iron tube, 100 millimeters in diameter, rested upon his shoulder, its muzzle still emanating white smoke. Across from them, the boulder that Jinzha had designated for testing lay shattered into fragments. Although the precise mechanism remained unclear to Madame Yin, she surmised that the device upon Li Er's shoulder was responsible. "My son, what is the meaning of this?" "Fear not, Mother," Jinzha replied. "I was merely overcome with elation. Though unnecessary, I implore you to keep this matter confidential." Jinzha's path to weaponizing the arcane arts proved smoother than anticipated. Metallurgical processes were expedited through the application of metal and fire elemental techniques. Molds were flawlessly crafted using earth elemental techniques, and even when components failed to align, Jinzha could employ metal elemental techniques for precise adjustments. The sole impediment lay in the production of gunpowder. Achieving optimal purity necessitated repeated refinement. But Jinzha was fortunate in that the winter months afforded him ample time for this task. Although the consumption of materials was considerable, the Li estate's vast resources readily accommodated Jinzha's needs. Thus, through Jinzha's unrelenting ingenuity, the first modern weapon in the prehistoric world came into existence. Jinzha had anticipated that the Grandmaster might bestow upon him a merit-laden blessing, elevating his self-defense pistol to the status of the primordial merit-laden weapon. However, the esteemed Grandmaster proved impervious to such machinations. The question of whether this weapon was indeed the first of its kind in the prehistoric world was moot. Its primary function was to expedite the act of killing, and its contribution to the cosmos was negligible. Renowned merit-laden treasures, such as the pagoda of exquisite heaven and earth, were embodiments of merit itself. The Pango axe, divided into 3 components, each bearing the merit of creation, was rightfully entitled to such recognition. Subsequently, there were the sea-calming pillars and the mountain-splitting axe, both legacies of Yu the Great's flood control efforts. Although instruments of destruction, they served purposes beyond mere annihilation. Swords, on the other hand, such as the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, the Qingping sword, and the Yuan Tu and Abi swords wielded by the Stygian ancestor, were purely instruments of carnage. Their paramount attribute was the ability to slay without incurring karmic repercussions. As for merit, the notion of transferring one's own merit to the victim upon inflicting a gunshot wound was preposterous. In the absence of merit or divine retribution, Jinzha, after producing several dozen bullets, turned his attention to other defensive measures. Fragmentation grenades, being the simplest to manufacture, were readily produced in a batch of a dozen. This arsenal sufficed for dealing with common beasts. However, based on Jinzha's understanding of the bestial realm, the porcine creature he had encountered previously was merely a beast and not a true demon. To contend with a demon who had cultivated both magical power and physical prowess, these implements would prove inadequate. Thus, the pinnacle of individual combat power in modern warfare was realized, the 100mm rocket-propelled grenade. Although its accuracy was questionable, its destructive capability was undeniable. Such a weapon could obliterate the aforementioned beast with a single shot. The sole drawback was its excessive recoil. While Jinzha could withstand the force, the act of launching the projectile was beyond his control. Consequently, the RPG was entrusted to his confidant, and once Jinzha reached the age of 6 and commenced his cultivation, he could wield these weapons without reliance on intermediaries. The advent of modern weaponry instilled in Jinzha a newfound sense of security. Emboldened by the Grandmaster's tacit approval, Jinzha began to contemplate the future development of these instruments of destruction. While the creation of intercontinental ballistic missiles was beyond his current capabilities, Jinzha envisioned that upon joining the Chan sect and mastering the art of weapon forging, he could combine this knowledge with the distinctive weaponry of the Li clan, yielding a formidable arsenal. After crafting several dozen more shells, Jinzha turned his attention to the matter of rearming the Chuntang Pass garrison. Steel longswords were indisputably superior to their bronze counterparts. Although the establishment of a formal labor force and a trading system was a distant prospect, providing his own kin with steel armaments was a feasible endeavor. Armor was a matter for later consideration, as Jinzha's production capacity was limited. Moreover, the armor worn by the elder Li and his personal guard was bronze-plated. While ornate armor was aesthetically pleasing, it was impractical. However, the weaponry of the household guard was in dire need of replacement. Had Jinzha been armed with swords forged from exceptional steel capable of slicing through iron like butter, not only would he have easily vanquished the swine demon, but he could have severed limbs with but a single stroke. Of course, when it comes to such tasks, a cleaver or axe would prove far more effective. In addition to the exquisite steel longswords, Jinzha equipped each of his personal guards with 2 flying axes, complemented by a lance and a saddle with stirrups. In his estimation, this was more than sufficient to position his cavalry as the premier force in the grand history of the Shang dynasty. Furthermore, utilizing the remaining materials, Jinzha crafted numerous iron chains, nets, and traps for capturing beasts, while he had no intention of annihilating the myriad of demons in the western mountains. For the development of Chuntang Pass and the integration of various races, Jinzha firmly believed that the demons residing there would soon comprehend who truly held dominion over these lands. As spring sowing commenced, following the planting of the first batch of wheat, Jinzha, armed with a spear, led his loyal soldiers into the mountains. After several days of searching, he encountered his first shape-shifted demon, a white wolf. With a strike of his spear, the wolf fell to its knees, pleading for mercy, stating that the western mountains, near Chintang Pass, were now devoid of chaotic demons. The mountain lord had fled into the depths of the mountains after being bested by the commander of Chintang Pass, Li Jing, and the wolf sought merely to partake in a feast, harboring no intentions of ambushing the human race. Upon hearing the wolf demon's words, Jinzha, seated upon a fur stool, was intrigued. Initially, he had assumed that the demons of the western mountains were akin to the wild boar spirits he had previously encountered. To his surprise, he now had the opportunity to engage with a shape-shifted demon, piquing his curiosity about the local demon forces. Under Jinzha's intense questioning, the wolf demon, being of a lower enlightenment level, dared not withhold any information, casting aside its short sword and divulging all it knew. It spoke of the mountain lord's origins, a fierce tiger that had cultivated for 5 centuries, possessing the ability to consume the moon and serenade the winds, commanding a dozen specters, and establishing a demon stronghold at Silver Moon Cliff. Unfortunately, last year, this tiger king had been targeted by the commander and had been forced to retreat deeper into the mountains, currently residing in Wanhai Bay. Jinzha was unfamiliar with the geographical names the wolf demon mentioned, but upon inquiring about the demons within his own ranks, he was met with a revelation. Returning to your lord, the wolf demon explained, the demons of the western mountains revere the tiger king. Aside from lesser demons like myself, the tiger king commands a mountain boar and a barbaric bull that have also taken on human forms. A barbaric bull? A herd of cattle exists in these mountains? Jinzha inquired, intrigued. They primarily dwell near Wanhai Bay, numbering around 100. How do you know this so well? Jinzha asked, observing the longing expression on the wolf demon's face. The meat of the barbaric bull is firm and flavorful, the wolf demon replied, its desire evident. While the exquisite taste of beef required no further elaboration, the fact that the mountain lord had fled to Wanhai Bay posed a significant dilemma. Although Jinzha had easily subdued the wolf demon with a single shot, it had only a few decades of cultivation, and wolves, by nature, possessed inferior individual qualities. Despite Jinzha's confidence in his crafted RPG, he had never before encountered a 500-year-old tiger demon accompanied by numerous specters. While he could manage the tangible aspects of the material realm, the notion of confronting ghostly entities was daunting. The herd of wild bulls indeed held great promise for enhancing productivity at Chintang Pass, yet facing a 500-year-old tiger demon was a different matter entirely. What of the Tiger King's injuries? Jinzha pressed on, recalling that Li Laohan had shown no signs of injury. Is the Tiger King wounded? He asked. The wolf demon looked up, bewildered. Although it understood that their relocation to Wanhai Bay was due to the Tiger King's inability to confront the humans, it hesitated before replying. I believe the Tiger King may have been struck by a sword. Realizing he had exhausted his inquiries with the wolf demon, Jinzha rolled his eyes and commanded it to kneel. Swearing an oath before the celestial way to never harm humans and to adhere to the commands of the Li family for the rest of its life. Subsequently, he ordered it to reveal its true form, instructing his aides to tend to its spear wound. After all, this was the first speaking demon he had encountered, and while killing it would be inconsequential, raising it as a loyal companion could prove advantageous. Once a demon had transformed and gained power, it would fall under the jurisdiction of the celestial way, and nothing was beyond the reach of a celestial oath. If any issues arose, it would be due to the inadequacy of the oath itself. Though Jinzha lacked experience in this domain, he noted a newfound clarity in the wolf demon's eyes after the oath had been pronounced. Perhaps it was during its moment of contemplation that the celestial way had imposed 2 constraints upon it. After fastening a chain around the wolf demon's neck, Jinzha announced a return to Chintang Pass. After all, there were individuals there who had successfully defeated tiger demons, and it would be foolish to rely solely on confidence in his RPG. After organizing the herbs harvested from the mountains, Jinzha, with the wolf in tow and spear in hand, made his unsteady descent. To those who knew him, he was the eldest son of the Li family in Chintang Pass, while those unfamiliar might mistake him for a bandit from the Republican period. However, Jinzha's exquisitely sculpted visage did not align with the rugged demeanor of a mountain brigand. Upon returning home, he secured the wolf demon beside the target practice range in the backyard, instructing the servants to provide it with some bones and cooked meat before heading directly to Li Jing's study. At that moment, Li Laohan was engrossed in a book, appearing to savor its contents, though the sweat on his brow betrayed his composure. Father, I have some questions I wish to discuss with you, Jinzha began. Of course, I have time. What perplexes my son? Li Jing exclaimed, abruptly slamming the book on the table. Despite his efforts to conceal his excitement, he relished the rare opportunity to illuminate the path for his bewildered child, a joy he had not experienced in over a year since Jinzha had turned 4. Father, How did you manage to injure the mountain lord of the Western Mountains? Jinzha inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Laohan's spirit ignited. Having struggled to maintain his paternal authority in front of his son, he seized the opportunity to explain in detail. Ha ha ha, that mountain lord? Merely an inconsequential tiger demon, nothing to concern ourselves with. With that, Li Jing led Jinzha to the backyard. My son, observe closely. Draw your sword. Li Jing gestured dramatically, and with a resounding clang, a bronze sword surged through the air, ultimately hovering before father and son. Jinzha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had acquired numerous skills in the arts of cultivation, he was eager to learn more. However, when it comes to the matter of cultivating immortality and refining qi, Jinzha has never truly felt its significance. Who among the good people traverses the primordial chaos daily to write books and till the land? Yet, there is no alternative. Jinzha fears that premature refinement of essence into qi may hinder his future prospects, and old man Li possesses no profound methods for qi refinement. Although the real person Du Yi is a scattered immortal from the Western Kunlun, the principle of not easily passing down teachings holds true. Li Old Man's ability to transmit the 5 elements' great escape is already remarkable. While the knowledge Jinzha possesses regarding qi refinement is gleaned from ancient texts of the Yellow Emperor. Nevertheless, now that the sword control technique has emerged, Jinzha feels he has indeed arrived at the right place. He possesses neither the capacity to interfere in the disputes of the saints nor the inclination to ponder matters beyond his capabilities. Rather, he should first take care of his immediate concerns. After all, this is the sword control technique. Jinzha gazed intently at old man Li, his expression almost begging him to inscribe "Teach me" upon his forehead. In contrast, Li Jing's smile appeared somewhat forced. Ordinarily, he would not refuse Jinzha, but sword control technique? What does he know of it? Isn't it merely about acquiring a magical weapon and using one's spiritual energy to manipulate it? Although he yearns to impart this knowledge to Jinzha, he does not possess a second magical sword himself. Nonetheless, Jinzha's eager gaze was quite gratifying for old man Li. After clearing his throat a couple of times and maneuvering the magical sword in the sky for a few circles, Li Jing ultimately decided to speak candidly to Jinzha. My son, do you understand the essence of the sword control technique? The essence? Please enlighten me, father. The path of sword control begins with establishing a connection between one's spiritual energy and the sword. Common swords lack spiritual awareness, although one can wield them through spiritual energy. This method is quite wasteful and not worth the effort. Jinzha nodded. Indeed, a sword must possess a certain spirit to be effectively wielded. If I wish to manipulate the sword as effortlessly as you do, father, I must first find a spiritual sword and nurture it with my own spiritual energy, refining it. I understand. The sword must possess spirit for man and sword to unite. Father, can you perform the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique? Jinzha eagerly nodded. Is this how you injured that tiger demon? 10,000 swords returning to the sect? Li Jing blinked in confusion. No, I was explaining the refinement of magical weapons, and you already grasped this concept? Each interaction with Jinzha left old man Li feeling a disconnection, as if he could not keep pace with the leaps of thought common among youth. Were this the medieval era of Europe, someone like Jinzha would surely have been bound to the stake. However, during the Shang dynasty, tales of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors still circulated widely among humanity. Although divine beings are rare, in this era, the legendary Aji, known for his extraordinary intellect, still lives on. Thus, the capacity for acceptance among people of this time is generally quite robust. Of course, individuals like Nezha are an exception. Being born without a proper form is still too avant-garde. Regardless of his absent third brother, Jinzha gazed expectantly at old man Li. Yet, old man Li was not familiar with the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique. Sword control is one thing, but sword techniques were never taught to him. With a forced chuckle, old man Li decided to temporarily bypass the issue of sword techniques. My son, were you not here to inquire about the Western Mountain Lord? I may not know much, but regarding that tiger demon. Ha! Old man Li laughed heartily, stroking his beard. My son, why go through such trouble to deal with that tiger demon? It is merely a 500-year-old little monster. A single strike would send it fleeing. Unfortunately, the tiger demon is incredibly swift and possesses the ability to control wind direction, which allowed it to escape into the deep mountains. However, rest assured, the peripheral demons of the Western Mountain have been cleared away by me. You may pursue any ideas you have. So, you merely struck it once? Although old man Li's words were laden with embellishments, Jinzha understood the core of his father's thoughts. The tiger demon can be defeated, but it cannot be pursued. Given old man Li's proficiency in the 5 elements great escape, he could certainly catch up to the Western Mountain tiger demon. However, aside from sword control and escape techniques, old man Li had no other means to deal with the tiger demon. A solo pursuit carried risks of failure. In addition to being a cultivator, old man Li held the highest authority in Shintang Pass. Jinzha fully comprehended his father's choice. Were he in the same position, he too would not rashly pursue without absolute certainty. Yet, controlling wind direction? Was it wind escape or the ability to summon winds? Father, how powerful is the sword control technique? Unstoppable, Li Jing replied confidently. Jinzha then summoned someone to bring out an iron mat, indicating for Old Man Li to demonstrate a strike. Old Man Li did not refuse. He wielded the long sword and struck down upon the iron mat. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew as the sword left a deep gash of about a finger's width in the thick iron mat. Jinzha contemplated for a moment and then fired a shot directly at the iron mat. With a loud bang, the bullet created a similarly deep indentation. However, in terms of lethality, the handgun indeed fell short compared to the magically enhanced long sword. The issue lay with the spiritual energy. Jinzha was not particularly surprised, as the handgun was merely a plaything for self-defense. A purely physical weapon would not match the capabilities of spiritual energy without reaching a certain threshold. Ultimately, resolving the issue of firearm lethality would require mastery and weapon refinement. Ordinary steel core bullets were lacking if the firearm itself could enhance speed and power through spiritual energy. Paired with renowned spiritual materials like the copper of Shoyang Mountain or the essence of Tai, even a tiger demon would be no match. Even a being with the strength of a copper-headed iron-armed giant would be illuminated brightly. This line of thought seemed sound, though somewhat beyond current resources. Suppressing his wild thoughts, Jinzha endeavored to redirect his focus back to dealing with the tiger demon. First, ascertain the demon's location, then strike with an RPG. Followed by a coordinated effort from Old Man Li and others, with iron chains and nets prepared in abundance, to eradicate the root of the problem. Jinzha's ultimate goal remained to ensure his own survival, as he certainly intended to leave Chintang Pass. Thus, allowing such formidable entities to remain was not an option. Having confirmed that Old Man Li indeed lacked any techniques akin to the 10,000 swords returning to the sect or the sword chi of the flowing river to vanquish demons, Jinzha departed without a backward glance. Upon reflection, it made sense. The real person he had already indicated that Old Man Li's path to immortality was fraught with challenges. Such a robust and ethereal technique should not burden him. Once the deification concluded, he ought to serve dutifully as the Grand Marshal in the heavens, leaving the intricacies of cultivation to the likes of Li Tianwan. Nevertheless, the ultimate aspiration of every father is to see their son succeed. The subsequent matters became considerably simpler. With the assistance of Airbai, referring to the wolf demon, as a local guide, Jinzha's map of the Western Mountain was nearly complete, with various localized names such as Wind Cliff and Bay of Waves meticulously marked. Jinzha had also gained thorough knowledge of the species in the Western Mountain region, among which the most valuable was undoubtedly the barbaric cattle tribe. Though this creature may be lacking in its ability to produce milk, it is undoubtedly a skilled cultivator of the land. Next in line is the wild boar. However, Jinzha has yet to gather the necessary spices to prepare it, so the wild boar shall be set aside for now. The remaining snakes, insects, rats, and ants hold little value, while the game birds and beasts provide some culinary enjoyment. When it comes to domestication, Jinzha places greater faith in the methods chosen by his ancestors. He has prepared traps and other tools. And considering the specters under the command of the tiger demon, Jinzha has dedicated a day to inscribing a couple of talismans based on the data he has acquired. Although uncertain of their efficacy, he believes that his own magical energy infused within the talismans should yield some results. Thus, 2 days later, the young Master Li, armed with a wolf in one hand and a spear in the other, once more embarked on the journey to conquer the Western Mountains. Not only had the entourage of guards expanded to 20, but the highest officer of Chintang Pass also rode alongside them. According to Li Laohan's perspective, the demon in the Western Mountains would serve as a valuable trial for Jinzha, and his role was merely to protect his son from the shadows. However, under the sharper guidance of Madame Li, Li Laohan came to a profound realization of his error. In her words, "Li Jing, have you lost your senses? Jinzha is merely 5 years old. What sort of training do you think he will gain from facing a 500-year-old demon? If anything were to happen to him, you need not return. I shall pack my things and return to Chaoga, disregarding my own reputation, and I will petition the emperor to eradicate the Western Mountains." On that day, Madame Li's voice rang loud and clear, imparting a lesson to Jinzha. The Yin surname, indeed, is linked to nobility. Initially, Jinzha was puzzled as to how Li Laohan managed to rise to the position of general of Chintang Pass without drawing suspicion. It turned out that with a royal lady like Madame Li at the helm, Li Jing naturally garnered more trust than other lords. However, from Madame Li's remarks, it appeared that the family had some connection with the current human emperor. Despite their shared bloodline, the significance of such ties remained dubious. After all, what could the emperor possibly concern himself with? Once deceased, and following the conclusion of the divine era, even the mightiest would ultimately serve as mere laborers in the heavenly realm. The grand design of the heavens is not something a minor figure like Jinzha could hope to defy. Even if one were to attempt to go against the natural order, without a system or power, it would be futile to offer oneself as a servant to others. In his past life, he was coerced into servitude, and now, having been given a new identity, he would not willingly submit to such a fate once more. Jinzha believed that his current situation was quite satisfactory. He served the people of Chintang Pass, improving his own quality of life while also reaping benefits of fortune and luck. When dealing with those weaker than him, Jinzha favored swift retribution. Should he encounter formidable foes, he could always cry for his master's assistance. Setting aside unnecessary heroic ideals, why not rely on a sage teacher or mentor? Thus, although Jinzha could contend with the 500-year-old tiger demon himself, inviting Li Han to join him was only natural. Master, beyond this mountain pass lies Wanghai Bay. The large dog, adorned in silver and white, spoke with human-like eloquence. Jinzha had to admit that his decision to keep the creature was influenced by its impressive appearance. Were its true form a scruffy gray wolf, he would not have hesitated to eliminate it, for a pet should indeed be a source of aesthetic pleasure. If one took a glance and felt no fondness, then what was the point of forcing oneself? Finally arriving at their destination, Jinzha was surprised to learn how far the tiger demon had concealed itself. Do you know the precise location of the tiger demon's lair? It lies within a cave directly opposite Wanghai Bay. Are there any other creatures guarding the cave? In response to the master, aside from 2 sentinels, there should be no other demons. This demon has indeed adopted human practices. Li Jing laughed heartily. However, upon noticing Jinzha's lack of amusement, he ceased his laughter. My son, is there something amiss? Jinzha wished to inform Li Jing that the demons had long mastered such techniques before their current era. After all, the protagonists of the primordial age were the rulers of the land, and compared to the demons who established the heavenly court, humanity represented the epitome of primal ignorance. Nonetheless, this tiger demon likely possessed no significant bloodline inheritance. The demons of the post-Weiyao era could not be equated with their predecessors. I fear that this creature, so human-like, may prove challenging to handle, Jinzha expressed with concern. Yet Li Han remained unconcerned, believing that the demon had once feared his sword's edge and was unlikely to pose a real threat. Jinzha, while clever, was still young and inexperienced. Fear not. With your father present, you may proceed with confidence. Jinzha acquiesced, reasoning that it was merely a tiger demon, and Li Han's words held merit. However, he understood that gathering accurate intelligence about the demon's cave was crucial. While not all demons deserved extermination, those who claimed dominion over the mountains and gathered a horde of lesser demons were best dealt with by elimination. Jinzha sketched a rough layout of the cave's interior and, upon learning that only a handful of minor demons resided within, revealed a peaceful smile. Hearing Jinzha's words, Li Jing hesitated. Typically, exterminating demons was conducted in battalion formations. Though the current group comprised elite members, they would also need to divert attention to protect Jinzha in a one-on-one confrontation. Father, rest assured, you need only dispatch the sentinels with your sword technique, and I shall handle the rest. Trusting in Jinzha, Li Jing ultimately nodded in agreement. The group hastened out of the mountain pass, turning a corner to find themselves at the juncture of mountains and sea, surrounded by towering peaks, with sparkling waves ahead, lush vegetation meeting the sandy shores. This breathtaking scene left Jinzha momentarily awestruck. Could it be that the tiger demon possessed an understanding of feng shui? In Jinzha's eyes, Wanghai Bay was indeed a rare haven for relaxation, with both mountains and waters harmoniously present. Should barriers be erected here, it would not be surprising to find a grand tomb constructed beneath this auspicious location. The tiger demon had truly chosen a prime spot for itself. Did it perhaps foresee its demise in this very place? Above loomed the bull demon cave of Wanghai Bay. Airby wagged its tail and remarked, "It lies approximately 700 meters from our position, with the cave entrance visible upon the dark green cliff." What of the guards? They're likely hungry, Airby replied uncertainly. The Tiger King does not provide meals, typically. One must hunt for their own food. And yet you still serve him? What is wrong with working for the Tiger King? Airby questioned, confusion filling its eyes. Jinzha felt a bit exasperated, momentarily disregarding the grace bestowed upon him. In comparison to human society, the predator-prey dynamic among demons appeared to be far more direct. Where are the cattle? Over there. Airby's keen eyes spotted a cow's tail peeking out from behind a hill. Very well. I shall remember this favor and reward you with a tiger bone upon our return. Jinzha leapt from his seat and climbed onto Airby's back. Though Airby may have been somewhat weaker, as a demon, its true form still stood at an impressive height of 1.30 meters. Had it not been for the gunshot wound on Airby's leg, Jinzha would have mounted this creature without hesitation. Everyone, keep the noise to a minimum. 2 of you stay outside to set up the demon-catching net at the entrance, while the rest of us venture into the demon cave. These enlightened little demons are quite feeble. With our combined strength, taking down a few should pose no challenge. Ergo, prepare yourself. If you encounter a tiger demon, do not hesitate. Take aim and fire immediately. Fire immediately? Li Erniu was somewhat bewildered. Although he understood that the young master held great faith in this contraption known as an RPG, weren't they here to confront the tiger demon? What about the tiger demon's mother? If 2 tiger demons emerged simultaneously, whom should he target first? How would he discern which was the tiger demon and which was its mother? Observing Ge's perplexed expression, Jinzha cleared his throat awkwardly. Regardless, go. Just be ready to unleash your weapon. There's no issue concerning the tiger demon's mother. There is only one tiger demon within. When you see it, simply aim and fire. Leave the rest to me. Indeed, the simplicity of the people from the Yinshang era was refreshing. In this time, the term mother was not an insult. If one truly wished to offend, one would resort to more direct familial slurs. Jinzha often fell out of place due to his lack of formal education, prompting him to consider discarding the incomprehensible symbols created by Cangjia. Instead, he would introduce simplified characters, beginning with the teachings of the 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames to foster literacy among the populace. Perhaps one day, he could even rival Cangjia for the title of literary ancestor, and once he achieved mastery in the path of immortality, he could pen his own tomes. With the status of a human sovereign, he could hardly be bothered to compete with the younger generation for accolades, allowing his thoughts to wander for a moment of respite. He grasped the neck strap of her bai and, accompanied by a wolf cavalry and 21 armored soldiers, stealthily approached the demon cave, roughly 700 meters away. As they neared the cave, a faint scent of blood wafted into Jinzha's nostrils. Initially, he paid it little mind, but the odor grew increasingly pungent as they advanced, eventually causing even the perpetually composed Li Jing to hesitate. My child, do not speak yet. The demon's senses are acute, Bai. Do you understand what is happening? With a firm tug from Jinzha, Bai regained his focus. The oath of the heavenly Tao did not concern itself with such trifles. Since he had already acknowledged his master, the distinctions between wolves and dogs seemed irrelevant. It appears that the Tiger King has captured many prey. Prey? Jinzha did not doubt Bai's words, yet the overwhelming scent of blood was undeniable. Had the tiger demon truly slaughtered the entire western mountain? Let us proceed. There are no guards at the entrance. We shall investigate. As they approached the cave entrance, swords drawn and shields raised to combat the noxious odor, they discovered no sentinels. Cautiously, they entered. The walls of the cave bore the remnants of dried blood, and as they turned a corner, they pressed against the rocky surface, peering into the heart of the demon lair. This mountain was hollow. The bull demon had recognized the presence of flying birds escaping from within and deemed it an ideal location for a demon cave. For over a century, this place had been known as the Bull Demon Cave of Wanhai Bay, but upon closer inspection, it would likely require a name change. Inside, the cave was littered with the corpses of various animals, including large demon beasts and untamed forest creatures. Among them lay more than 60 bull carcasses, the largest of which measured nearly 10 feet long. The blood of these slain creatures pooled in the center of the cave, forming a blood vat. Directly across from this pool, the infamous Tiger King of the Western Mountain lay, greedily lapping at the blood. Unlike ordinary beasts, the transformed Tiger King did not possess an overly massive form. However, the sheer aura of dominance emanating from his muscular physique was palpable. Young master? Upon sighting the Tiger King, Li Erniyu's voice quivered with trepidation. Jinzha was also taken aback, though primarily due to the predicament of Bai beneath him. Confronted by his former master, the air was heavy with a menacing energy, rendering Bai unable to steady himself. As Jinzha's heart raced, he steeled himself upon noticing a skull bobbing in the blood pool, prompting him to regain his composure. Li, what are you waiting for? Fire! Jinzha's voice echoed, seemingly disturbing the Tiger King's feast. Li Ernyu, shouldering the RPG, let out a furious shout and leapt forward. With a thunderous roar, the ultimate weapon collided with the Tiger King, the explosion resonating through the cave as if attempting to shatter the very mountain itself. The tremendous recoil sent Li Ernyu crashing against the rock wall, and this served as a signal. Though the others were uncertain of what had transpired, they instinctively surged forward. Armed with finely forged swords, they charged into the fray, their spirits ignited. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, the dust settled, and they collectively inhaled sharply. The RPG had proven its worth. Though it did not obliterate the Tiger King's head, it had certainly mangled his right shoulder, living up to the RPG's formidable reputation. Shock transformed into elation as they recognized their duty to eliminate the demon threatening Chintang Pass. To weaken such a ferocious beast was a far more favorable outcome than relying on sheer numbers. As beneficiaries of the farmer's 3 techniques, they possessed strength and speed far beyond the ordinary. The Tiger King, still reeling from the unexpected assault, had yet to comprehend the sudden attack on his meal. Shaking his head, he let out a roar that reverberated through the forest, sending a gust of blood-laden wind that obscured the vision of the advancing warriors. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the Tiger King raised a massive paw, aiming to strike the nearest individual. Vile creature, do not be so brazen. As Jinzha urged Li to prepare the second RPG, he too lifted his pistol, the distance between them exceeding 30 meters. Yet, the Tiger King's size made it improbable to miss, even with eyes closed. Demonstrating his mastery of American Aikido, Jinzha was determined to showcase his skills to his father for the very first time. Though at this moment Jinzha had yet to reach the pinnacle of his physical prowess, His achievement of firing 14 bullets in a mere 2 seconds was a testament to his exceptional skill with a pistol. The cacophony of gunfire compelled the bewildered Tiger King to instinctively shield his head with his left hand. Following the gunfire, a relentless series of 17 strikes from a steel sword ensued. Jinzha could not discern whose blood stained the battlefield, yet in the brief moment he took to reload. The initially anxious Li Jinzha managed to insert a new RPG into his launcher. Everyone, take cover. I intend to let this fellow truly experience the essence of an RPG, having suffered the initial assault. The Tiger King understood that he could not afford to be struck again. However, the speed of the RPG was not to be trifled with. Much like facing a sniper, whether one dashed sideways or ran in a straight line would determine only the location of their demise. The confined space of the cave, coupled with the Tiger King's singular focus on eliminating Jinzha to satiate his hunger, compelled him to leap into the air with a roar. The RPG, symbolizing the destructive prowess of modern weaponry, collided with the Tiger King mid-air, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The refined gunpowder transformed the Tiger King into a fiery spectacle. Yet it was regrettable that Jinzha had yet to procure the materials necessary for crafting sugar. Otherwise, this singular event would have sufficed to send the Tiger King to reunite with his long-departed mother. What on earth has my son conjured? A magical artifact? Li Jing mused internally, his gaze flitting between the firearm in Jinzha's grasp and the RPG on Li Er's shoulder. Is there truly someone foolish enough to become a target in such a manner? Initially, Jinzha had contemplated calling upon the elder for assistance. Yet he soon realized that Li Er's shooting talent was commendable. He successfully struck a moving target on his first attempt, proving himself worthy of the trust Jinzha had placed in him. After enduring 2 RPG hits, the battered Tiger King plummeted to the ground. Jinzha anticipated that this would mark the end of the confrontation, only to be astonished when the charred figure on the ground stirred once more. This resilience of a 500-year-old tiger demon prompted Jinzha to reflect on the enduring vitality of those who had ascended to immortality, even if they did not primarily cultivate their physical forms. Vile beast, do you still dare to resist? While Jinzha was lost in thought, Li Jing discerned the Tiger King's peculiar behavior. He was consuming the blood of living beings to mend his wounds, an act that evidently transcended the realm of qi refining. After all, those who had achieved enlightenment often spoke of subduing demons and banishing evil. The nature of these demons was evidently different from that of their own cultivators. Oh, the advantage of home ground, Jinzha suddenly realized. The first RPG had shattered bones, and it was unreasonable for the second to only inflict superficial wounds. On one hand, there was the advantage of familiarity with the terrain, and on the other, an element of surprise. 500 years of cultivation was neither excessive nor insufficient. Yet for a demon lacking qi refining capabilities, merely absorbing the essence of the sun and moon would yield limited magical power. Typically, they relied on their physical strength for combat, and using magical energy for protection was clearly not a skill commonly employed by a tiger demon. Thus, in future upgrades of weaponry, enhancing armor-piercing capabilities would be essential. From the perspective of mere explosions, insufficient yield would likely fail to deliver effective harm. Jinzha's scientific acumen was not particularly profound. Compared to the simplicity of crafting a large explosive device, achieving immortality seemed far more straightforward. In a moment of distraction, Jinzha felt a sudden chill sweep over him, only to realize that his chest was ablaze with heat. Upon touching it, he found that the 2 talismans he had inscribed with magical energy had turned to ashes. A vengeful spirit? Jinzha raised his head in confusion, while Li Jing, now furious, declared, "You vile creature, how dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? It seems today shall be your last." With that, Li Jing pointed his sword, drawing it resolutely to strike at the Tiger King's head. At this juncture, the Tiger King recognized his assailant. He had initially planned to distance himself and enhance his powers before seeking vengeance, but after merely sipping from the blood pool, he found himself cornered at his own doorstep. What enmity existed between him and the Chintang Pass? The Tiger King felt a deep sense of injustice, yet no one present was inclined to offer him an explanation. The only one feeling regret was Jinzha. Having initially unleashed the full force of the RPG for experimental purposes, he now realized that capturing the Tiger King meant sacrificing the valuable tiger hide. However, slaying a 500-year-old tiger demon was not without merit, as its flesh could replenish vitality, and other components could enrich Jinzha's knowledge. As the sword flashed, the Tiger King's throat was severed, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, merging with the blood pool below. This left Li Jing somewhat embarrassed, as he had intended to behead the creature in one swift stroke. However, this demon was purely flesh and blood, differing greatly from those who cultivated magical energy. You shall regret this," the Tiger King bitterly declared, preparing to issue a farewell curse to the father and son of the Li family. Yet Jinzha dismissed his threats. "Our levels are worlds apart. Once one meets their end, the consequences vanish entirely, a tradition as ancient as time itself. As for curses, I only heed my future master, a simple fellow cultivator. Please stay is akin to the most potent death omen. While many immortals might find solace in receiving blessings for their past indulgences, one must acknowledge the contributions of a Bao in such matters. After all, once initiated, one would either be a junior disciple or a nephew. Even if not addressed as fellow cultivator, it would be wise to keep a safe distance from a Bao. Jinzha had initially intended to draft a guide for survival amid the divine beings, yet fearing the revelation of secrets, he ultimately refrained from penning such notes. The future remained uncertain. Rather than dwelling on inconsequential matters, it was prudent to focus on attaining immortality first. The beheading of the Tiger King from the West Mountain illuminated Jinzha's own shortcomings, yet he found himself at a loss for how to address them. At the root of the issue lay the constraint of time. Had he the opportunity to undertake his endeavors at the age of 17 or 18, he would undoubtedly possess the confidence to traverse the vast wilderness. He would at least be capable of wielding weapons such as an RPG. Alas, what Jinzha lacked most was time. With the Tiger King's demise, the West Mountain region was now fully accessible to him. However, he had already thoroughly explored much of what the mountain had to offer. To seek out beneficial resources such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cotton, he would inevitably need to venture into the outside world. If the external demons were of the same caliber as the Tiger King, Jinzha recognized that he could not face them alone. Thus, for the sake of his grand ambitions, he required a powerful ally for protection and must also expedite his own cultivation. While premature cultivation could deplete one's essence, this notion was relative. The rigorous training of bones and muscles might be ill-timed, yet refining essence into qi, provided proper nourishment was available, should be feasible. If the talismans he crafted proved effective, did that not imply that the ancient texts from his previous life might also hold merit? There was no time to explain firearms and RPGs to Li Jing. The advent of modern weaponry undeniably enhanced humanity's capacity to confront external threats. However, the external demons are finite, while the internal demons are boundless. Thus, engaging in martial arts and swordplay seems quite agreeable to Jinzha. Agriculture, medicine, and industrial development are vital for the sustenance of countless lives. Yet, should one consider the father of modern firearms, Jinzha believes he might not be able to bear the consequences of such causality. Li concurs. His curiosity about firearms stems from their low entry barrier. After all, the issue of demon beasts is one that cultivators and celestial beings continuously confront. Even in the era of the Shang dynasty, human weapons were primarily aimed at fellow humans. The guards who had witnessed the power of firearms would likely assume that either the young master or the elder had developed some magical artifact, and thus the matter of firearms quietly passed by. The death of the mountain lord of the Western Hills, along with the myriad demons that had gathered there, could be seen as an unexpected boon. However, what troubled Jinzha was that the entire clan of the Western Hills barbarian bulls had been nearly exterminated by King Hu. The guards roamed the mountains in search of cattle, ultimately finding only 21. Although Jinzha had no intention of providing all the farmers in Chintang Pass with plowing bulls, the number 21 was inadequate. Transforming the barbarian bulls into plowing bulls would certainly require taming. Thus, on a pasture outside Chintang Pass, the soldiers, armed with methods, collaborated with Airbai, a local demon, to develop a pastoral industry for Chintang Pass. With Airbai's presence, these unawakened bulls dared not resist. Jinzha was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that the guide he had spared would prove to be so useful. Given the heavenly oath, Airbai's inherent demonic power would compel him to become a good demon. With this thought, Jinzha accompanied the dog. Upon returning to Chintang Pass, Jinzha immersed himself in a triad of activities: farming, herb gathering, and self-exploration. Of course, farming essentially involved glancing at the fields along the mountain path. The methods had already been imparted to the people. As long as they followed the instructions, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. After spending the morning settling trivial matters in Chintang Pass, Jinzha began an in-depth exploration of self in the afternoon. Memories from his past life surged like tidal waves, and with the aid of his formidable mental strength, Jinzha swiftly organized the portions concerning the Tao scriptures from a third-person perspective. The most classic among them was the Li Jing, which advocates for a pragmatic approach. Jinzha had no intention of promoting this knowledge externally. Utilizing it for personal benefit posed no issue. By synthesizing basic theories on qi refinement from other texts, Jinzha succeeded in formulating a method to replenish himself through refining the essence of food. This method proved effective for both enhancing magical power and invigorating physical vitality. Akin to the internal martial arts found in wuxia novels, its only drawback was its inefficiency. From precious materials, Jinzha could absorb only about 30 to 40%. Nevertheless, the ability to cultivate without hindering his own development alleviated Jinzha's immediate concerns. Henceforth, he named it the Gu-E-Heart method. After some contemplation, Jinzha assigned a name to his rudimentary practice, beginning with the concept that the heavenly way reduces excess and replenishes the insufficient. Could elucidating celestial principles truly be incorrect? Thus, amidst Jinzha's whimsical endeavors, Chintang Pass welcomed a bountiful year. although the agricultural products themselves remained unchanged. The implementation of Jinzha's new farming methods, such as selective breeding and ridge cultivation, yielded harvests several times greater than before when crops were sown haphazardly. Additionally, last year's expansion of arable land further contributed to this year's abundant grain yield, ensuring that the populace of Chintang Pass need not worry about food. This brought great joy to old Li. Although he still harbored thoughts of transcending to immortality, Li Jing was now the highest official of Chintang Pass, and a bountiful harvest was an impressive achievement in any era, particularly since this prosperity was largely attributed to Jinzha's efforts. Tales began circulating among the people that the young master of the Li family was the reincarnation of the ancient human emperor, Shinno. Initially, when Li Jing first heard these rumors, he was somewhat flustered. After all, he had sought the Tao in Kunlun and had seen the world. He understood the principle that saints must not be insulted, though Shinno was not a saint in the traditional sense. Bestowing such a venerable title upon one son caused Li Jing considerable concern for several days. However, witnessing his son cheerfully engrossed in his endeavors, Li Jing gradually eased his worries. After all, rumors are merely rumors. Jinzha had committed no wrongdoing. What harm was there in likening his son's achievements to those of the human emperor? As long as the Li family did not acknowledge it, all would be well. With this realization, a smile returned to Li Jing's face. In contrast to Li Jing's anxiety, Jinzha, as the subject of the rumors, maintained a steady demeanor. After all, rumors are often exaggerated. If Jinzha were to proclaim himself a reincarnation of a saint, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, when such claims emerged from others, grounded in tangible achievements, there was no issue. Moreover, Jinzha's endeavors bore a striking resemblance to Shinno's quest for herbal knowledge. Regardless of Jinzha's motivations, as long as he could capture the proverbial rat, all was well. Compared to the risks of being overly lauded, Jinzha felt that mere local recognition in Chintang Pass was insufficient. If the entire world were to sing his praises, he would not hesitate to ascend Kunlun Mountain and strike the divine bell. Thus, ensuring that his contributions reached a broader audience became Jinzha's ambition. Currently, he had completed half of the agricultural treatise and made substantial progress on the heavenly craft and material manuscript by balancing agricultural and industrial advancements. Once Jinzha gathered all the necessary materials and returned, his status as a foundational figure in humanity's advancement would be firmly established. Although the perils of traversing the wilderness were significant, the pursuit of success inevitably entailed risks. To this end, Jinzha devised a plan. Given the rumors of his reincarnation as Shinno, for the betterment of humanity's development, it was reasonable to assume that Shinno, as their ancient ancestor, would not permit such an exceptional progeny to perish in obscurity. To elevate his reputation beyond the confines of Chintang Pass, Jinzha needed to create a significant stir. When the water wheel and Li Tang plow were first introduced, Li Jing had considered sending these inventions to Chaoga. However, Jinzha understood that words alone were insufficient. While the water wheel and plow greatly facilitated the labor of the people, in the absence of calamity, the difference without these tools was not substantial as long as the populace remained industrious. Thus, Jinzha advised old Li to temper his desire to showcase his son for the time being. After 2 consecutive years of bountiful harvests, combined with the new farming techniques, even if the human emperor were ignorant, frivolous, or utterly incompetent, it would still be difficult to dismiss the progress made. Indeed, the Sima family truly embodied the essence of Sima. Setting aside the unfortunate matter of the Luoshui's tarnished reputation, agriculture remains the foundation of the nation. Even amidst the chaos instigated by Daji in the palace, figures like Yabian and Taisher Wenzhong continue to thrive. Therefore, the achievements of Jinzha's agricultural reforms are undoubtedly secure. However, despite the Yinshang being the sovereign of all under heaven, the incessant conflicts among the vassal states persist. In the case of Chaogo alone, Jinzha surmised that it might not suffice. Thus, he instructed Li Jing to officially report all matters concerning the agricultural reforms to Chaoga while discreetly reaching out to the 4 great lords, particularly Shi Bo Hoji Chang. As the king of Zhou, though the cyclical rise and fall of earthly dynasties may seem trivial to the immortals, it remains prudent to establish contact preemptively in case of unforeseen events. Naturally, once the new agricultural practices become widespread, even if the Chintang Pass refuses to acknowledge them, the clandestine dealings among the vassal states would be impossible to explain. After all, with the might of the Yinshang, while the agricultural methods cannot be entirely concealed, leveraging these advantages to suppress the vassal states for a few years is quite feasible. However, as Chaoga has just begun to adopt these agricultural practices, it is evident that the other vassal states have likely implemented similar reforms almost simultaneously, pointing to significant underlying issues. In order to avoid premature rebellion, the Chintang Pass must uphold righteousness. During the Yinshang era, the prevalence of sacrificial rites was notable, whether in times of war or festivals. The slaughter of hundreds of barbaric peoples was commonplace for celebration. Unlike the previous world's restrained rituals, during the Yinshang period, The emperor's sacrifices to the ancestors were always met with a response, as the ancestors resided in the ancestral halls. There were rumors that, when necessary, the ancestors could exert some power to protect the Yinshang. Additionally, the emperor held the authority to confer pardons and dismiss deities. Although the divine presence may not be overt today, there are documented instances of the emperor easily managing the deities of the heavenly court. Sacrifice serves as a means of communication with the ancestors and the heavens, and through repeated sacrificial activities, the practitioners would receive feedback from the ancestors or the divine. However, Jinzha found it impossible to acquire hundreds of foreign slaves in Chintang Pass, and even if he could, he had no intention of doing so. A bloody sacrifice was not acceptable. Furthermore, Jinzha did not wish to commune with the ancestors of the Yinshang. What benefit would it yield to seek counsel from the ancestors of Dexine? After the ritual, would he merely await the emperor's pronouncement on the matter? Therefore, Jinzha resolved to bypass the ancestors of the Yinshang entirely, focusing instead on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who stand as universally acknowledged forebears. Seeking wisdom from these esteemed ancestors during critical times is certainly commendable, especially since there are rumors that Li Jinzha is the reincarnation of the ancient Emperor Shenno. Considering the boy's sincere dedication to the advancement of humanity, it would be reasonable for the revered sovereigns residing in Huiyun Cave to take an interest in his endeavors. Consequently, after the autumn harvest, Jinzha began organizing the citizens of Chintang Pass to construct an altar. The essence of sacrificial rites inherently encompasses the sharing of joy, and the citizens held no objections whether the offerings were to the heavens or the ancestors. It was merely a display of pride after the harvest. Everyone found themselves with idle time, perhaps to gather firewood or hunt before the heavy snows sealed the mountains. Since Master Li required assistance, everyone eagerly participated. In less than a week, a 3x3 altar was erected. Jinzha initially intended to sculpt golden images of the 3 sovereigns, yet their true forms remained a mystery. The ancestral shrine resided in Chaoga, and although there were clay effigies, no one could ascertain their actual likenesses. After much contemplation, Jinzha decided to create 3 indistinct clay figures, believing that if the 3 sovereigns possessed true spirits, they would reveal themselves to the effigies. His task would be to establish their tablets, ensuring that the identity of each figure was clear. After all, it would be a grave error to perform the ritual improperly, risking the ire of the 3 sovereigns if an unworthy spirit were to occupy a place meant for them. Of course, the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. While it was conceivable for common mountain gods, earth deities, or river spirits to be usurped by wandering souls, the veneration of the 3 sovereigns was unlikely to be so easily disrupted. Selecting a propitious day based on the divination, Jinzha relied on a complete set of calendars, using the year of his birth as a reference point to deduce the auspicious timing through the 8 trigrams. Having access to the entirety of the Zhou-Yi, he recognized that the principles of divination were well established, and the moral struggles of the era were encapsulated in the concept of contention. What could Zhou Wenwang truly claim as his own? As for the Tao Te Ching, Li Jinzha felt confident in his ability to weave a few lines. The postnatal 8 trigrams were merely a matter of registration. After all, the name Zhou-Yi would surely need to be changed, with the 8 trigrams bearing the Li surname henceforth. Following the sacrificial rites, along with the agricultural methods, Jinzha planned to send copies to Shiboho. Once the date for the sacrificial rites was set, the next challenge was procuring offerings. Old Li initially intended to lead troops northward to capture some barbarians. Given the current turmoil in the North Sea instigated by Yuan Futong, and with Master Wen leading forces in that region, the chaos had created an abundance of potential slaves, particularly those of mixed bloodlines with the demon race, making them even easier for Li Jing to capture. However, Jinzha intervened, dissuading Old Li from adopting such a brutal approach. After all, we are civilized people. What would a sanguinary ritual signify? After much reflection, Jinzha decided to adhere to traditional methods. With the tablets established, he fashioned a gilded incense burner from bronze. Acquiring sandalwood proved challenging, yet Chintang Pass still possessed ordinary incense. He prepared 3 offerings of fragrant incense along with a variety of fruits. Additionally, he placed Li Yi on the altar alongside a dish of wheat ears, thus completing the offerings. Old Li harbored reservations about Jinzha's seemingly simplistic offerings. Yet Jinzha's demeanor and the rumors circulating outside inspired some confidence. Typically, one should not casually speak of reincarnated sages. Yet the passing of time without incident had led even Li Jing to feel a twinge of doubt. Observing the endeavors Jinzha had undertaken, be it agricultural reforms or identifying flora, these actions bore a striking resemblance to those of the legendary sage emperors. Furthermore, his achievements in metallurgy, salt production, tool invention, and the simplification of writing, along with the emergence of a book of divination detailing the merits of the ancient 3 sovereigns, could not be disregarded. Jinzha's endeavors mirrored those of the sage emperors who once enlightened humanity. Had he existed in ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been revered as a great sovereign. Particularly remarkable was Jinzha's comprehensive approach. Although his accomplishments had yet to fully unfold, Li Jing was no fool to underestimate him. Even if Jinzha were to cease his efforts now, the magnitude of his current endeavors already surpassed that of contemporary individuals. My son Jinzha is endowed with great fortune and blessings. As the saying goes, enlightenment brings forth enlightenment. My son Jinzha must be destined to enlighten the myriad folk. While Li Jing did not fully comprehend the nuances of enlightenment, he understood that as a sage, his role was merely to lend support. When descending the mountain, Li Jing had received guidance from his mentor, the Taoist Du Yi, who spoke of the immense fortune found within the mundane world. Initially reluctant, Li Jing pondered that perhaps, despite his lack of aptitude, diligent effort might still lead him toward immortality. Compared to rolling through the mundane world for over a century, Li Jing would rather make a bold attempt on the path of immortality. However, now that the sacrificial rites were at hand, he thought, why not? It was not a monumental issue. Not long ago, the current Emperor Xin even contemplated abolishing slavery. After all, not using slaves as offerings could, from a certain perspective, be seen as a response to the emperor's call. After a brief contemplation, Li Jing resolved to allow Jinzha to proceed as he wished. Ultimately, Chuntang Pass was under his command. As long as he did not oppose it, could they expect the illiterate common folk below to find fault with Jinzha's offerings? Suppressing all his emotions, Li Jing felt assured that he could shoulder any issues arising from the sacrifice. Jinzha possessed exceptional aptitude for refining qi, and with Li Jing's years spent on Kunlun Mountain, he was not without skill. If necessary, he could take Jinzha to seek guidance from his revered mentor, severing ties with worldly affairs, which was, after all, the very pursuit of his youth. The next day, the ceremony commenced. Since it was a tribute to the three sovereigns, nearly everyone from the Chuntang Pass gathered. With nothing better to do at home, they came to honor their ancestors, seeking peace in return. Under Jinzha's meticulous organization, the offerings were arranged on the altar, while Li Jing, clad in armor, followed closely behind Jinzha, sword in hand. Although Jinzha was somewhat diminutive for a chief officiant, it was understood by the crowd that the high priest who previously opposed such sacrifices was recuperating at home due to mobility issues. Once the ceremonial attire was arranged, Jinzha inserted 3 tall incense sticks into the censer and then bowed before the clay effigy on the altar. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the pre-written sacrificial text from his sleeve and unfurled it. Revered three sovereigns, with illustrious achievements shining brightly, you initiated civilization, casting light upon the farthest reaches. Today, the descendants of Kuan from Chuntang gather as one to pay homage to the three sovereigns, praying for prosperity across the 9 provinces. Our ancestors, illustrious and mighty, benevolent and virtuous, blessed the people in agriculture and weaving. They crafted plows and sowed grains, discovered herbs for healing, and created musical instruments. They delineated the great way, departing from the ordinary, yet their accomplishments remain timeless. Recalling yesterday's journey through Zhuolu, I heard the military strategies that vanquished Qiyu. Reflecting on the past and present, my thoughts are vast. We must not forget our original intentions, nor our mission, as we pursue the grand enterprises of our forebears, realizing the magnificent dream of humanity. Teaching the people to fish and hunt, initiating the drawing of the 8 trigrams, and developing written language, markets flourished in daylight. Agriculture thrived, grains were sown seasonally, wildlife was tamed, and the use of 5 elements was judicious. Clothing and housing advanced, civilization progressed. Oh, our first ancestor, revered through millennia. Your name resounds across heaven and earth, proclaiming the vast universe. What more is there to say beyond this? Leading us forward, all is guided by ancient sages. Today, the descendants of the Li clan, inheritors of our ancestors' aspirations, adhere to the principles of education, supporting agriculture and weaving in governance, exploring herbs for the common people, constructing roads, and enlightening culture. Thus, we present our offerings to the wise of old, praying for the wisdom and blessings of our ancestors upon the people. The sacrificial rites will be held on the 9th day, with reverence toward the 3 tombs, abandoning the city but preserving the rites. The imperial spirit resides not in the text. The dawn reveals white mist, autumn hills are shrouded in dark clouds. The earthen steps of humble cottages are clean, as the rising sun shines brightly. With the ceremony concluded, we humbly beseech your favor. Once the sacrificial text was read, Jinzha placed it into the fire basin, symbolizing the conveyance of their offerings to the 3 sovereigns. The smoke from the 3 incense sticks spiraled skyward. Engaging in such a sacrificial activity for the first time made Jinzha somewhat anxious. However, this was the primordial realm, where seeking divine favor in the past had proven futile. Yet here, in the sacred site of humanity, within the fire cloud cave, since the establishment of the 3 sovereigns' reign, they had solidified humanity's position in the cosmos. As a consequence, the 3 sovereigns resided in the fire cloud cave, suppressing the fate of humanity. Logically, the voices of ordinary people offering sacrifices should not reach the fire cloud cave. After all, the 3 sovereigns were the ancestors of humanity, and as long as the flame of humanity persisted, their legacy would endure. If every sacrificial rite could penetrate the fire cloud cave, then what purpose would it serve? However, today, as Emperor Xianyuan engaged in a game of strategy with Huangdi, he furrowed his brow slightly. He was on the verge of victory when the sacrificial sounds reached his ears, seemingly an intentional disruption. Fear not, brother. You've pondered this move for 2 hours. Why not complete it first? Emperor Xianyuan, dressed in a green robe, smiled silently at the heavenly sovereign Fuxi. He too had heard the sacrificial sounds, but it did not seem to interfere with their game. What are you talking about, brother? We both know that ordinary sacrificial rites cannot penetrate the fire cloud cave. Besides, the words of the sacrificial text are indistinct. We reside in the fire cloud cave, and this game can be played at any time. However, if we neglect significant matters of humanity, it would be unfortunate. With a flick of his sleeve, Xianyuan stored the game into his robe, sharing a subtle smile with Fuxi without further dispute. As a master of the innate 8 trigrams, how could he let Xianyuan dominate the game? It was peaceful here, and outside, the imminent calamity loomed. The ability to transmit the sacrificial text through the calamity and stir the three of us piqued my curiosity about the reason behind it. As they spoke, fingers danced, and the ethereal image of the 8 trigrams flickered and vanished. The sacrificial sounds, once muffled like a poor signal, became clear. Our ancestors, illustrious and mighty, the great ceremony is concluded. May we humbly beseech your favor. Ah, this lad possesses quite the eloquence, Xianyuan remarked, his brow relaxing as he momentarily forgot the game, his yellow sleeves waving as he turned to his 2 elder counterparts. What do you think, my esteemed brothers? Although the rites may be simple, they are comprehensive, crafted by humanity, newly composed numerology, and quite fascinating. However, this support for agriculture and sampling herbs, were it not for the presence of the Earth Sovereign, I might truly suspect this lad is a reincarnation of the Earth Sovereign. My brother jests. If the Earth Sovereign were to be reincarnated, would we not be aware? This young descendant of humanity acts solely for the benefit of the people. Might my brother discern his origins? With great calamities approaching, I find solace in this lad's actions and hope for your assistance. To their side, an elder clad in a red robe and crowned with a grass wreath spoke. Brother, what are you saying? This lad is indeed a descendant of humanity. Since his sacrificial text can reach the fire cloud cave, there must be some connection between us. If so, as he spoke, Fuxi produced a jade disc from his sleeve, and the ethereal image of the 8 trigrams materialized above it. As Fuxi performed divination, threads of Taoist essence radiated from his being. Seeing Fuxi's divination, Xianyuan and Xinnong, the retired human emperors, patiently awaited. Fortunately, the fire cloud cave was outside the 3 realms, unaffected by the calamity. Though it might take some time, to the outside world, it could be but a fleeting thought. My brother, is something amiss? Although great calamity approaches, the fire cloud cave remains unaffected by the calamity. I used the innate 8 trigrams for divination. Yet the heavenly secrets elude me. Is it possible that this lad is the one destined to face this great calamity? The Earth Sovereign's expression turned grim. As the most concerned for humanity's welfare among the 3 sovereigns, he felt a sense of relief at the emergence of a successor like Jinzha. However, for those destined to face great calamities, even beings of high stature may find it challenging to preserve their own existence amidst such turmoil. Do not be anxious, my royal brother. This impending catastrophe involves celestial beings, and such tribulations can also present opportunities. As long as we remain steadfast in the fire cloud cave and act in accordance with the will of heaven, the human race shall not encounter significant issues. Yet, this young man, possessing the essence of the great Tao, faces a slender chance of survival amidst this great tribulation, which is not easily grasped. What is there to worry about? I have great faith in this lad. The rise of the human race often stems from humble beginnings. Without some effort, how can our kind secure its place? If only this young man had been born in ancient times, with such a plethora of ideas. I believe he would be well suited to represent me in the fire cloud cave. Before he could finish, sensing the subtle gaze of Fuxi, Emperor Xianyuan coughed lightly, swallowing the words that had nearly escaped his lips. The art of divination ultimately remains a mere imitation of heavenly secrets, yet it is what this youth seeks. Since he has managed to deliver the sacrificial text to the fire cloud cave, would my 2 royal brothers be inclined to respond? After all, idleness is but a waste, and this divine calamity ought not concern the human race. Royal brother, cough cough, I believe it is feasible. Having spoken, the slightly troubled Xinnong also nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Chintang Pass, having concluded the recitation of the sacrificial text and performed the necessary rites, Jinzha intended to gather his belongings and return home. After all, the purpose of honoring the 3 sovereigns was merely to lend weight to his efforts in promoting new culture. As long as the weather did not present ominous signs like fierce winds or dark clouds, Jinzha could accept anything. Whether the 3 sovereigns manifested or not held little significance for him. In fact, given his education, it would be quite peculiar if they did indeed present themselves. Yet, Jinzha underestimated the power of the traditional craftsmanship of the Yin and Shang dynasties. In this era, devoid of the Sima clan and Emperor Huizong. The spirits of ancestors were no trifling matter. As the sacrificial text ignited, within moments, as Jinzha straightened his back, he beheld golden light erupting in the sky. And upon the altar, the deliberately obscured clay effigies gradually took on three distinct forms. Although Jinzha had prepared himself for the possibility of the three sovereigns manifesting, encountering such a rare occurrence was unexpected. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly bowed in reverence, announcing, "The Li clan of Qintang Pass welcomes the sovereigns." At that moment, Li Jing found himself at a loss for words. "What do you mean by the sovereigns? You summoned the three sovereigns of the human race here. The pressure is truly immense." The citizens who had come to attend the sacrificial rites all knelt in awe. Though somewhat incredulous, they gazed at the heavens, witnessing something descending. The three sovereigns did not communicate any information to Jinzha. In a daze, he heard a single utterance of approval, followed by two items descending amidst the golden light of the sovereigns. A holy green wooden whip and a palm-sized jade plate appeared before him. At the first sight of these two items, a spark of understanding ignited within Jinzha. The green wooden whip could discern the properties of herbs and plants, which he found comprehensible. However, the jade compass. Could it be that the art of dragon-seeking and fortune-telling stemmed from his own teachings? With the presence of the 8 trigrams, Li, and the exploration of the primordial wilderness, one could casually practice divination. Had it not been for the fact that during the Yin and Shang period, grand tombs were not yet constructed, Jinzha would have certainly delved into the profound secrets of Yin and Yang feng shui. Then arose the question, why were there only 2 items presented in his sacrifice to the 3 sovereigns? Truthfully, Jinzha's actions were also a tribute to Emperor Xianyuan. Now that the celestial sovereign Fuxi and the earth sovereign Shinnong had both responded, it was unreasonable for the human sovereign Xianyuan to remain silent. While Jinzha pondered these thoughts, atop the city gate of Qintang Pass, a Qiankuan bow and 3 thunderous arrows soared through the air, landing before him. Though Jinzha had long known these items resided in Qintang Pass, his mischievous younger brother would eventually use them to shoot the Cloud Boy, triggering the first conflict of the divine calamity. Lady Shurji had also met a tragic fate, being slain by the true man of Tai with the 9-dragon divine fire cover. After years of diligent practice, her efforts had come to naught, and in death, she was destined to enjoy the rewards of the 007 legacy, a classic tale of misfortune befalling those who simply sat at home. To prevent his formidable younger brother from causing chaos, Jinzha had always intended to retrieve these 2 lethal weapons beforehand. However, before he could act, the owners of the Qiankuan bow and thunderous arrows proactively delivered them to him. A divine weapon capable of piercing the body of a great shaman. If he could thoroughly study the techniques related to the Qiankuan bow and thunderous arrows, he would enhance his own arsenal. The ramifications of such power were inconsequential as long as they did not harm him. The generosity of the 3 sovereigns left Jinzha in awe, and as he grasped the bow, which even he could not wield, Li Jing, despite his extensive experience, found it hard to comprehend. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Unconsciously tugging at his beard, the pain jolted Li Jing back to clarity. What of exceptional talent? What does the favor of the 3 sovereigns matter? Ultimately, he was still the son of the Li clan. Shifting his perspective, he realized that fixating on transient gains and losses was not the mark of a true gentleman. After all, the Qiankuan bow and thunderous arrows were of no use to him. Now that they had been willingly bestowed upon Jinzha by Emperor Xianyuan, they would rightfully belong to the Li clan in the future. With the descent of the Qiankuan bow and thunderous arrows, the blessings from the 3 sovereigns drew to a close. Amidst the thunderous applause of worship, the sacrificial ceremony for the 3 sovereigns concluded successfully. Henceforth, the title of Li Jing as son would no longer be solely defined by Jinzha. Rather, he would be recognized as a great sage of the human race, favored by the 3 sovereigns. While it is uncertain whether he would have successors, it was clear that he had no predecessors. With the endorsement of the 3 sovereigns, Jinzha's reputation would naturally extend beyond the confines of Qintang Pass. In light of this, the Grand Master of Qintang Pass expressed his willingness to send the events of the day, along with Jinzha's sacrificial text and new agricultural methods, to Chaoga. Furthermore, since Jinzha's sacrifice received the recognition of the ancestral 3 sovereigns, his simplified sacrificial approach would also be officially endorsed and sent to the priests of the various vassal states for their thorough study. In response, Jinzha readily offered his full support for the Grand Master's endeavors. After all, such a fortuitous ally was hard to come by. With someone willing to step forward and shoulder the responsibility of privately disseminating agricultural methods, even if the human Emperor Dixin were to express dissatisfaction, Old Li could easily deflect any blame, attributing it all to the decisions of their ancestors. The Shang dynasty would not persist for long, and Jinzha did not expect Old Li to achieve further titles in the bureaucratic ranks of the Yin and Shang. He merely wished to maintain Qintang Pass and await the rise of Feng Ming and the restoration against the Shang. The entire Li family would participate in the grand conflict that would shake the 3 realms, providing supplies and support. Besides, The identity of the Chan sect alone would afford the Li clan a respectable position within the system. The rankings on the investiture of the gods were not determined solely by one's contributions during the conquest of the Shang. If that were the case, the distribution of fortune, the attitude of the primordial heavenly sovereign, and the identity of the victors were the crucial factors influencing one's standing. The celestial path remains unbroken, and the rise and fall of mortal dynasties are but mere trifles. After a moment of reflection, Jinzha chose to divert his attention from the dissemination of agricultural methods. Since it's merely a task of running errands, it would be inappropriate for someone of his esteemed lineage to undertake it personally, would it not? After sending off the grand priest, the old man Li could hardly contain his curiosity about what it felt like to be favored by the three sovereigns. Receiving blessings from the three sovereigns during a ritual was indeed an unprecedented rarity, and without a doubt, such an event would be immortalized in history. However, Jinzha had little to say on the matter. It was akin to an NPC, named the Three Sovereigns, distributing mission items to a player for a grand quest. Thus, Jinzha recounted the task of identifying various herbs to the old man Li. Upon hearing Jinzha's words, Li Jing found himself struggling to maintain his composure. The so-called favor of the Three Sovereigns had already been marked with a price in the shadows. Had Jinzha been in his 20s, equipped with magical abilities and martial prowess, Li Jing would not have opposed his travels. Yet, Jinzha was merely 5 years old. Even with the protection of 3 divine artifacts bestowed by the Three Sovereigns, was it not excessive to send a child of such tender age into the vast wilderness? Given the choice, Jinzha would naturally prefer a less arduous path. However, contemplating the bleakness of his future life compelled him to muster the resolve to press on. Therefore, regarding the matter of sampling herbs, Jinzha embarked on a lengthy persuasion campaign with his parents. From detailing the significance of herb sampling for humanity to extolling the protection and trust of the Three Sovereigns, Jinzha wore down his parents with relentless arguments. Fortunately, the influence of the Three Sovereigns' favor was quite compelling, combined with Jinzha's unwavering determination. Despite Li Jing and his wife's protests, they ultimately acquiesced to Jinzha's wish to embark on an epic journey in the following spring, executing the path to prosperity for humanity as personally ordained by the 3 human emperors. Jinzha was acutely aware that he was being unfair to his parents. Yet, the time for revealing the secrets of the divine position had not yet come, leaving him with no choice but to silently apologize. In the following days, Jinzha diligently prepared for his upcoming journey. According to the divination from the Emperor Fuxi, the omens indicated great fortune in the west, instilling Jinzha with considerable confidence due to his trust in the emperor. Nevertheless, omens are but omens, preparations must still be made. Consequently, alongside his cultivation, Jinzha crafted 28 RPGs and a substantial quantity of other ammunition. With such firepower, as long as he did not encounter formidable beasts with physical prowess, even a millennium of experience would falter against his armament. Initially, Jinzha had not intended to go to such lengths. However, the Qiankuan Bao and Zhentian arrow proved to be less than effective, despite being bestowed upon him by Emperor Xianyuan. Lacking the innate talent of his younger brother, who was capable of subduing dragons and tigers from birth, Jinzha found the powerful weapons to be merely ornamental in his hands. To genuinely ensure his own safety, he would need to rely on the exquisite technique of American Iaido. Thus, the question of how to transport his ammunition became a vexing dilemma. Typically, Jinzha entrusted such tasks to the family retainer, Li Erniu. However, during this expedition into the wilderness, it was evident that he could not bring along a retinue of a dozen or so individuals. After all, the household guards were mere mortals. Should they encounter any malevolent creatures, Jinzha could escape using his family's 5 elements escape technique, but his retinue would not be so fortunate. Therefore, for this journey west, Jinzha decided to take only air by his steed. Although the hidden armament technique taught by the old man, Li could contain divine artifacts like the Qiankuan Bao and Zhentian arrow, it clearly did not extend to Jinzha's crafted firearms and ammunition, which bore no signs of magical energy. Consequently, Jinzha had no feasible solution. Spending years nurturing the firearms could meet the basic requirements of the hidden armament technique, but how long would it take to store all that ammunition? Fortunately, Jinzha was not alone in his endeavors. To ensure that his son, endowed with great fortune and destiny, could successfully complete the task assigned by the Three Sovereigns, Li Jing, conscious of not hindering his son, intuitively grasped skills such as seeking the wisdom of ancestors. As a disciple of the Western Kunlun hermit, Du Yi, Li Jing was not a nameless figure. Although the pursuit of worldly wealth had long left him with a sense of indebtedness to his master, the bond between teacher and disciple remained intact. For an ordinary person, swallowing their pride and seeking an audience with their mentor would be a rare opportunity. Though such encounters would likely yield the bitter realization that their fates had diverged, Li Jing believed he would not fall into that majority. Risking the potential severance of their bond, the old man Li resolutely set forth on the path to Western Kunlun. Departing from Chintang Pass, He traversed the earth with great speed for nearly 2 months before finally returning to the land of his youthful aspirations. As a practitioner of qi refinement, this journey unleashed all of Li Jing's latent potential. Upon seeing the cave where he had once resided as a youth, the now fatherly old man found himself unable to hold back tears. The wilderness was indeed vast, enduring hardships and braving the elements. Why did most disciples who ventured down the mountain seldom return to their masters? Even a master of escape techniques like him required 2 months for the journey. In comparison, individuals like Zhang Guifang would take years merely to return to their sect. Hence, those who felt that immortality was beyond their reach typically chose not to speak of their lineage upon descending. But Li Jing was different. He had been instructed by his master to descend. Wiping away his tears, he tidied his attire by a familiar mountain spring, trimming his disheveled beard with the edge of his sword. Once prepared, Li Jing knocked on the cave door. In truth, returning to seek assistance from his master was a gamble fraught with uncertainty. However, upon seeing the door swing open, Li Jing could not help but feel a surge of joy. Disciple Li Jing pays respects to master. As he entered the cave, Li Jing promptly knelt upon the mat he had once knelt upon. The Du-yi, who was meditating on the mat, looked somewhat puzzled. According to his previous calculations, Li Jing should be enjoying wealth and prosperity in the mortal realm at this moment. Why return to the mountain now? Had his disciple truly seen through the superficialities of worldly life, believing that cultivating on the mountain was 1,000 times better than wallowing in the mundane? Yet, with your aptitude, Jinger, it seems unlikely. You had merely reached the stage of qi refinement before descending, and now, over a decade later, not only has your realm seen no growth, but your magical energy has waned significantly. Jinger, why are you not enjoying your wealth and waiting for your chance in the mortal realm? What brings you to seek your master's counsel? Master, disciple. Reflecting on the hardships faced along the way, coupled with the daunting task assigned to his eldest son by the 3 sovereigns, Li Jing's emotions overwhelmed him, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Seeing this, Dewey could not help but sigh. The splendor of the mortal world is but a fleeting moment. Silly child. Very well, considering our bond as master and disciple, if you face any difficulties, feel free to speak. Master. Grateful for Du-yi's heartfelt words, Li Jing wiped his tears and recounted the events that had transpired. He omitted the rumors surrounding his son's rise, such as the reincarnation of Shinnon. Even so, the news of Li Jinzha receiving blessings from the 3 sovereigns and undertaking the primary mission from them took the ancient sage, who had settled in western Kunlun eons ago, by surprise. How could your son attract the attention of the human saint emperor in the Fire Cloud Cave? Why would you seek an old Taoist help when your son is already under the protection of the human saint emperor? Are you not aware that all 3 sovereigns of humanity are quasi-saints? With the blessings of the 3 sovereigns, what is there to worry about? Do you wish for a saint to personally vouch for your son? However, upon hearing that Jinzha is only 5 years old, the Taoist master Dewey began to comprehend Li Jing's concerns. Given the current chaotic state of heavenly secrets and the catastrophic circumstances, even a great Luo golden immortal, lacking in fortune and blessings, might struggle to escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. At the heart of the matter lies Jinzha's tender age. While the mission of the 3 sovereigns is merely to seek the necessities for the human race, even with the celestial sovereign's appointed guidance, the journey is bound to encounter obstacles. Please, master, enlighten me. Li Jing, kneeling on the mat, recounted Jinzha's situation in full detail, without hesitation, as he bowed deeply to his venerable teacher. Observing this, Dewey did not intervene. He simply sat, one hand supporting his whisk while the other stroked his beard, his mind racing. After a moment of contemplation, he began to clarify his thoughts. Could it be that his disciple's son is the one destined to face this calamity? Utilizing his esteemed position within the Kunlun sect, Dewey had gathered some information regarding the impending catastrophe, such as the sudden surge in the number of practitioners at the Jade Void Palace over the past few centuries, or how renowned immortals had begun to take on disciples. The earlier Li Jing and the recently descended Zheng Luan were but attempts made by Dewey to follow the trend. As a seasoned Tai, Dewey had come to understand the deeper intentions behind these masters taking on disciples. Moreover, during conversations with the likes of the golden, immortal Zhu Lusan, Dewey learned of the existence of individuals destined to face this great calamity. Although the nature of these destined beings remained a mystery, the fact that even the 3 sovereigns of humanity were personally investing in his disciple's son raised a sense of foreboding within Dewey. He hastily calculated, attempting to pinpoint the source of this ominous feeling. Yet, no matter how he reasoned, he found himself fixated on the term disciple, which only heightened his sense of caution. Thus, what could this inexplicable warning signify? Could it be that his disciple's son holds a significant role in this destiny? Having attained enlightenment during the war of witches and demons, and living to this day, Dewey possessed exceptional skills. Tracing back the threads of causation from Li Jing, he could easily delve 10 years into the past, yet upon reaching Jinzha, the heavenly secrets appeared shrouded in chaos. Realizing this, though reason dictated that he could not delve further, curiosity is a perilous companion for an immortal. With a muffled grunt, Akin to the sound of air escaping from a constricted chest, the previously pallid old sage's complexion abruptly flushed with vibrant color, only to turn ashen once more following a swallow. This startled Li Jing, who, unaware of the preceding events, feared that his master had faltered in his cultivation. Master, stop. Do not call me master. The old sage's affection was fierce yet fleeting. Though Li Jing had prepared himself for a moment of disgrace, contemplating the end of their mentor-disciple bond, he found Dui's reaction rather excessive. His expression grew strange as he contemplated uttering a word, but recalling his master's earlier admonition, he refrained. Dui also felt a tinge of awkwardness, yet words once spoken could not be retracted. Surely, he could not confess to his foolish disciple that he was unworthy of his son's ancestral title? An immortal must not act solely on impulse, especially not in front of a former disciple. However, revealing heavenly secrets was out of the question. The longevity of the old sage since the war of witches and demons was built upon the ability to attract fortune and avert misfortune. He would never court trouble for himself. As for taking on disciples, individuals like Li Jing and Zheng Luan were fortunate. With only one exception, the monkey who had come to Kunlun Mountain for apprenticeship centuries ago. That monkey was extraordinary, even without attaining immortality. His physical prowess surpassed many who had. Unfortunately, this monkey's fortune was lacking, a traditional being born of egg and scale. Although Kunlun was not solely a domain of the Chan sect, the opportunity had not yet arrived. Reflecting on this, Dui felt a wave of sorrow wash over him as he gazed at his former disciple kneeling before him, an indescribable feeling swelling within him. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Was he not calculating the fate of the one favored by the three sovereigns? The monkey had been away from the mountain for centuries. Why was he reminded of it now? Dui's brow furrowed deeply, yet no matter how he attempted to unravel the tangled threads of fate, the chaotic heavenly secrets clung to him like a stubborn veil, resisting all efforts to be cast aside. As he observed the swift changes in his master's expression, Li Jing sensed the growing unease. Though his master seemed intent on expelling him from the sect, Li Jing remained immensely grateful to Dui. He had never intended to embark on this journey. If his actions inadvertently caused his venerable teacher to falter, resulting in irreparable harm, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. With a sudden expulsion of blood, the ancient sage, who had achieved enlightenment during the war of witches and demons, collapsed onto the ground. Master. Seeing this, Li Jing could no longer remain kneeling. He sprang to his feet, disregarding the tingling in his legs, and rushed to his master's side. Gently, he supported the old sage's neck, cradling him as he lay on the ground. Do not call me master. The old sage merely made a misstep while cultivating the dual energies of yin and yang. It is certainly not a result of backlash from heavenly secrets. Master, what has happened? I am Jinger. Tell me how I can save you. Why are you speaking such nonsense? Foolish disciple, I merely miscalculated my powers. Release me. You impudent disciple. Master, silence. Hearing Li Jing's anguished cries, Dui hastily covered his mouth. Since the moment you descended from the mountain, our bond as teacher and disciple has concluded. If you truly possess filial piety, do not mention my name while you traverse the world. Li Jing stared blankly at Dui, grappling with the thought that he had brought shame upon his master. The natural order of the universe dictates that fate unfolds as it should. Jinger, as I once urged you to descend the mountain, your path does not lie with me. Since our bond has concluded, do not force it. But master, I truly have no way out. Li Jing's eyes burned red, his voice trembling. Seeing this, Dui could not help but let out a long sigh. Though one may empathize with the hearts of parents everywhere, it remains true that you, as a son, are endowed with great fortune and celestial favor, backed by the protection of the three sovereigns. What, then, is there to worry about? However, the secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. Even the adept Dui, despite his utmost efforts, could not glimpse even a fraction of these celestial mysteries. Yet, upon reflection, it appears that there exists a tenuous connection between myself and this disciple. Jinzha, the fluctuations of fate are indeed peculiar. As a great calamity approaches, one cannot fully decipher the omens, regardless of Li Jing's status. Even the mightiest of the three sovereigns have placed their bets. Hence, Dui shall not refuse the providence presented before him, considering it an opportunity to resolve the entanglement between master and disciple. Foolish child, worry not, for I am already aware of your concerns. Now that you have entered this cave, Jinger, allow me to offer you some guidance. As he spoke, Dui adjusted his feather duster, striving to restore his celestial demeanor. This child, born amidst tribulations and endowed with innate divinity, is surely not destined for early demise. Moreover, with the three sovereigns watching over him, he is destined to transform misfortune into fortune without the need for my further words. However, since you have come today, it seems there is some lingering bond between this child and me. Thus, step forward. Li Jing complied, kneeling before Dui. Following this, Dui waved his feather duster, and a small jade box fell before Li Jing. This item, known as the river and lake bowl, holds the essence of heavenly law, capable of containing the waters of an entire river or lake. Its use is remarkably simple. Merely lift the lid and pour gently, and ordinary demons cannot withstand its power. While it may not compare to the divine artifacts bestowed by the three sovereigns, it should suffice to protect your son for a time. Master, how can this, foolish child? Do not speak of it again. As the words left his lips, Li Jing felt a blur before his eyes. When his vision cleared, he found himself outside Kunlun. Jinger, your son Jinzha is not an ordinary being. If you allow fleeting thoughts to obstruct his path, calamity may ensue. Today, our fates as master and disciple have concluded. Remember, when you venture forth, do not speak of your master's name again. You may go now. Faced with his master's admonition, Li Jing felt a myriad of reluctances. Yet what could he do? The divination had been made, the item obtained. Although he could no longer claim a lineage, for the sake of Jinzha's path, what did it matter if he became a wandering practitioner? Kneeling on the ground, he performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows as a final act of filial piety. Then dared not linger, aware that mundane affairs awaited him. After all, the sudden disappearance of a magistrate for 4 months would not go unnoticed. Bidding farewell to his master and discerning the direction, Li Jing took to the earth, hastening toward Chintang Pass. Once Li Jing departed, Dui, initially intending to resume his meditation, found his mind restless. Such a state was abnormal for an adept of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Unable to enter a state of tranquility, Dui revisited the events that had transpired, pondering the conclusion of his bond with Li Jing while contemplating the connection with Jinzha. Indeed, the river and lake bowl was the item he sought, yet perhaps its potency was insufficient. However, he had nothing superior to offer. While there existed a treasure known as the Four Seas bottle, it was a congenital spiritual treasure. Having achieved enlightenment during the age of the witch and demon, he had lived for so long without acquiring one. To ask an immortal to use a congenital treasure to resolve karmic ties was surely too much to ask. Furthermore, Jinzha was merely a 5-year-old child. Even if given a congenital treasure, he would not know how to utilize it. The Great Way is vast, and within its essence lies that which I may have overlooked. Taking a deep breath, Dui, risking exposure to heavenly secrets, engaged in another round of calculations. Learning from past mistakes, he did not focus solely on Jinzha, but instead explored the tangled strands of fate surrounding him. This time, the process was far more successful. The 3 sovereigns, the human race, the journey westward. Could it be that this sudden inspiration was not solely about Jinzha? As he organized his thoughts, a figure of a monkey who had once sought wisdom at Kunlun resurfaced in D's mind. Could this connection pertain to that monkey? After a moment's contemplation, with a flick of his feather duster, Dui ascended on a cloud. The next day, in Maishan was not a paradise or realm of immortals. Compared to other celestial mountains and caves within the Yinshang territory, its environment was far from remarkable. One would expect such an inconspicuous peak to hold little renown. However, 3 centuries prior, a white ape spirit arrived, possessing immense strength and the ability to pluck stars from the sky. Within a few years, this white ape subdued all the wild spirits within the surrounding mountains. Additionally, this white ape had 6 sworn brothers: the serpent spirit Chang Hao, the centipede spirit Wu Long, the pig spirit Zhu Zizhan, the goat spirit Yang Xian, the dog spirit Dai Li, and the ox spirit Jin Desheng. Together, they acknowledged the white ape, Yuan Hong, as their elder brother, and thus established themselves as the 7 wonders of Maishan. These 7 wonders were quite exceptional. Unlike other demon kings who ruled their domains through fear, leading numerous lesser demons in malevolence, the 7 wonders of Maishan were enlightened beings. While ordinary demons sought to capture humans for sustenance, the 7 wonders imposed a strict rule against causing chaos or undue suffering. Moreover, the 7 wonders maintained a relatively amicable stance towards nearby human settlements. For those who ventured into the mountains to gather firewood or hunt, as long as they did not harm sentient spirits, they were generally left undisturbed. Even if they inadvertently wandered into the depths of Maishan and encountered the 7 wonders, they would be swiftly sent away by the winds of the mountain. In the early days, many human practitioners attempted to subdue the demons of Maishan. Yet, these practitioners were no match for the 7 wonders. In the Yinshang territory, there were few who had achieved any significant mastery in the way of immortality. And given that the 7 wonders were not like ordinary demon kings who feasted on humans, there was no fundamental conflict of interest. Thus, Maishan remained under the dominion of the 7 wonders. Unbeknownst to all, 3 centuries passed in this manner, and the residents around Maishan accepted the rules established by the 7 wonders. Compared to the mixed regions of humans and demons in the northern territories, the situation in Maishan was considerably better. No one knew why the demons of Maishan had established such regulations. After all, the tradition of demons consuming humans dated back to the era of witches and demons. Yet, as a former seeker of wisdom from Kunlun, Yuan Hong, with his keen intellect and insights far surpassing those of ordinary demons, understood that to roam freely in the world, the creation of needless bloodshed was indeed to be avoided. After all, he was a monkey. Humans were not part of Yuan Hong's diet. Now that humanity was once again the protagonist of the world, the path of cultivation was already fraught with difficulty. To oppose the main characters of the world would yield no benefit. Yuan Hong was unsure where this understanding originated. Yet he followed his heart and chose not to associate with the other demons. His journey to Kunlun had been but an attempt. Although it granted him the knowledge of qi refinement and some transformative abilities, based on the teachings of his nameless master, his path was not within Kunlun. And to seek breakthroughs, he must venture elsewhere. With the teachings of his benefactor firmly in mind, Yuan Hong, having attained enlightenment, began to wander through the wilds. Having acquired the iron staff, Yuan Hong journeyed to the foot of Mount Mei, feeling a kinship with the place. The wandering monkey made his home there. 3 centuries swiftly passed, and Yuan Hong had already attained the Xianxian realm when he bid farewell to his esteemed master. Yet, in these 3 centuries, not only had he failed to advance, but he had not even glimpsed the threshold of the golden immortal realm. Initially, Yuan Hong had dismissed his master's words about his shallow fortune and arduous path as mere platitudes, but now, it seemed otherwise. Elder brother, my dear elder brother, are you still immersed in cultivation? No offense, but while your brothers have all become immortals and attained enlightenment, enjoying carefree lives here on Mount Mei, what exactly are you striving for? Come with me. I've devised a culinary delight that I assure will leave you utterly impressed. Outside the peach grove of Mount Mei, a robust man of 8 feet in height, with a face as dark as lacquer, long ears, thick lips, a bare chest, and abundant body hair, strode forth with haste. His voice, like the muffled thud of drums, shattered the tranquility of the peach grove. Deep within the peach grove, hearing this summons, Yuan Hong, with his head of white fur, reluctantly opened his eyes. Although disturbing one's cultivation was a grave offense among cultivators, he could not bring himself to be angry at this simpleton who called out to him. They were brothers he had sworn to stand by, and besides, with his cultivation stagnant for 3 centuries, what could Yuan Hong do? Zhu Zijin, you blockhead, you've come to disturb my peace in the peach grove again. Are you perhaps itching for a beating? Itching? Where's itching? Oh, Dai Li's hide is quite itchy. How about you? Brother, give him a couple of whacks. Dai Li, you always bully the old dog. Take a blow from my staff first. With these words, Yuan Hong produced his iron staff and swung it at Zhu Zijin. Brother, have mercy, have mercy. Zhu Zijin, though seemingly flustered, skillfully unsheathed his sword and parried Yuan Hong's iron staff. The clash of sword and staff caused the surrounding peach trees to sway incessantly, but the two seemed accustomed to this. You simpleton, your strength has increased considerably in the past 3 months, Yuan Hong remarked, pressing down with his staff as if to bury Zhu Zijin in the ground. However, Zhu Zijin merely flashed his sword, aiming for Yuan Hong's monkey head. To compete in strength with the Tongbei ape, known for shrinking mountains and seizing the sun and moon. Do you think I'm a fool? My dear brother, if you want to test your strength, go find Gene Dashing. That old water buffalo's strength can shake mountains and move peaks. He's a perfect match for you. You're full of tricks. During my months of cultivation, the brothers on the mountain must have suffered your antics. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the brothers. Yuan Hong chuckled, dodging the sword light that threatened to trim his hair. With a single hand, he swept his staff horizontally. Zhu Zijin, familiar with Yuan Hong's tactics, conjured a gust of Yin wind beneath his feet, soaring into the air to trim Yuan Hong's fur from above. Unknowingly, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Perhaps having thoroughly warmed up their muscles, Yuan Hong felt the gloom that had plagued him for 3 months of fruitless meditation diminish with the continuation of the battle. Accompanied by an ape's roar, Yuan Hong's strength unknowingly increased. Sensing the change in force, Zhu Zijin mustered all his strength and delivered a final, ordinary strike at Yuan Hong. Stop, stop. I'm not playing anymore. With a sword strike that pushed Yuan Hong away, Zhu Zijin sheathed his sword. You're not honorable. Getting carried away in the heat of battle. Do you think I'm a fool like Gene Dashing? If you want to fight, go find that fool. Or wait until the brothers finish eating, and we'll gang up on you. 6 against 1. You simpleton, it's always like this. We just warmed up, and you're already clamoring for food. You're too indecisive. Yuan Hong couldn't help but laugh at Zhu Zijin. Although Lao Zhu was quite capable among the brothers, he always resorted to cunning and never gave his all, always relying on Gene Dashing and Dai Li, those two fools, to charge ahead. Having such a brother was a misfortune for Lao Jin and Lao Dai. However, he couldn't force his own brother to fight if he didn't want to. Seeing Zhu Zijin sheath his sword, Yuan Hong also stowed away his iron staff. Indecisive am I? If you want to fight, we can fight after we've eaten. Just to help the brothers stretch their muscles. I can't let only Lao Zhu enjoy this privilege, can I? I bet you've tricked Lao Jin and Lao Dai again. Haven't you? Do I even need to trick those two? Zhu Zijin stroked the hair on his chest dismissively. Those two fools, like you, only know how to train blindly. It's been almost 300 years, and they haven't achieved anything. Of course, it's good to work hard. After all, when we were just little demons, we were always on edge, just to transform into immortals. But now, all 7 of us brothers have become immortals and attained enlightenment. If we don't enjoy ourselves here on Mount Mei, how can we live up to our moonlit vows from back then? Hooking his arm around Yuan Hong's shoulder, Zhu Zijin patted him. Brother, don't you think our hard work is justified? Justified? What's justified? Yuan Hong brushed off Zhu Zixin's arm, annoyed. You're just making excuses for your laziness. Lao Yang, Lao Chong, and Lao Wu have all been corrupted by you. After we finish eating, I'm going to drill you all. Don't, brother, my dear brother. It's enough that we brothers have you to fight. Speaking of which, I haven't asked about your gains from this seclusion. How about this? Today, I'll prepare more food and wine, and you and I can have a good chat? Chat? What's there to chat about? The path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. I've only increased my magical power slightly, Yuan Hong said casually, but by the end of his words, his good mood had waned. And he couldn't help but sigh. Congratulations, brother, on your great increase in magical power. However, those human chi refiners say that the most important thing in cultivation is to avoid greed and impetuosity. Brother, you've already entered the Xianxian realm, and your accumulated magical power is profound. You only need a flash of inspiration, and you'll surely break through to the golden, immortal realm. When that time comes, brother, when you live as long as heaven and earth, don't forget about us 6 brothers. Bah, you simpleton's mouth deserves a beating. When I break through to the golden, immortal realm, I'll find a prescription to cure your nonsense. Then, I'll have Lao Dai force-feed it to you, to fix your nonsense. Lao Dai? Brother, are you overestimating the dog? You simpleton, you deserve a beating. The two bickered their way out of the peach grove. However, before they could leave, a faint, ethereal transmission echoed in Yuan Hong's mind. Monkey, come here. Yuan Hong froze in place, seemingly recognizing the voice. Although he hadn't heard it in over 300 years, he still remembered his master's face and smile. Master, is that you, master? Yuan Hong looked around, shouting. Thousands of miles away, real person Dewey felt his old eyes blur and nearly fell from the clouds. Why don't these people ever learn? You're either blessed with great fortune or burdened with great karma. I'm just a wandering immortal from West Kunlun. I can't bear the unknown consequences. The old immortal felt a pang of angina, while Zhu Zixin beside Yuan Hong looked around in confusion. Master? What master? You, Yuan. You said we were all just mountain spirits, but you secretly found a master. Old Zhu, I have no time to amuse you now. Yuan Hong anxiously ran a few steps, calling, Master, where are you? This place stretches 1,000 miles to the east, and besides, do not call me master. The old Taoist imparted teachings to you solely to settle the karmic bond between us. Let us not mention the master-disciple relationship again. Master, I'm coming right away. Yuan Hong brushed aside what his chief master had to say. Old Zhu, since the master calls me, there's no rush for the drinking. I shall go first. After speaking, Yuan Hong raised a hand as if grasping something, and with a gentle flick, he vanished from the spot. Is it possible that my elder brother still has a master? Li Jinzha is indeed a good immortal, no doubt. Regarding the chief master of Old Li, Jinzha had no words to offer. Originally, Jinzha was troubled about how to carry his belongings on this journey. Although a year of cultivation had granted him some strength, the arduous journey of wind, frost, rain, and snow weighed heavily on him. If the logistical support fell short, Jinzha feared that no matter how resolute his determination, he would not last long. In his previous life, those who cycled to Tibet carried living essentials, including sleeping bags. Furthermore, in the past, the domestic environment was vastly different. With transportation networks thriving and supported by modern industrialization, anything could be procured if one had the means. While cycling, people would not forget to capture the scenery with their phones. After the establishment of the nation, the prohibition against becoming a spirit left only the test of physical strength and willpower for travelers. But what about Jinzha? Exploring the wilderness was not merely a trial of strength and will. Along the way, he had to complete the epic task sanctioned by the 3 sovereigns and confront the challenges of a world where humans and demons coexisted. Although Jinzha had a couple of comrades, their combat prowess was rather limited. Jinzha was confident in his American-style draw, sufficient for dealing with ordinary creatures. However, when facing seasoned forest bullies, he would have to resort to heavier artillery. Jinzha was acutely aware of the grim realities of traversing the wilderness. Without adequate logistical support, his journey would be doomed. It was no wonder that Li Jinzha had achieved immortality. With such insight, he deserved to endure calamities and share longevity with heaven and earth. From the connections with Old Li, Li Jinzha could be considered his mentor. When Old Li descended the mountain, he had nothing but a talisman sword. Yet Jinzha received a treasure. Although this incurred a karmic debt, having multiple debts does not weigh one down. Incorporating this bowl-like treasure into his collection, Jinzha felt he had completed the final piece of his journey through the wilderness. In truth, during this era of the human emperor's rule, the risks within the human territories were not as great as one might imagine. Although there were demons causing disturbances in the wilds, figures like the Western Mountain Tiger King were already amongst the elite of demons. Most formidable demons resided in the northern cold regions. Otherwise, the north was embroiled in conflict. Could the mere human populace of the northern seas, 72 lords, withstand the disciples of the? Regardless of the situation, Jinzha comforted himself and his family. Although living day to day was a way of life, freedom was a different matter altogether. Thus, the Li family remained busy until March of the following year.
When Jinzha celebrated his 6th birthday, despite his reluctance, Jinzha understood it was time to depart. Mountains of dried meat, tents crafted from animal hides, and various garments hastily sewn by the women of the Li family were all packed into his treasures alongside ammunition. Is my invincible second brother late to the scene? He touched his mother's rounded belly and said earnestly, Mother, regarding childbirth and other significant matters, I lament that I have pressing duties and cannot remain by your side. However, I have prepared various nourishing tonics for you, entrusted to the women of the household. Your health is paramount. Do not worry yourself. My dear child, I am fine. It is you who must promise to return safely despite the perils of the journey. You must come back. Madam, my son Jinzha is divinely blessed and protected by heaven. Do not speak such disheartening words, for they may harm your health. Li Laohan felt a shiver at the piercing gaze of Yin Shi. Perhaps this was the drawback of marrying a princess, especially considering his wife's martial prowess rivaled that of seasoned warriors. Naturally, this placed her in a significant position within the family. Mother, do not be angry. We shall wait until my brother is born to spar with father. Jinzha, ever the spectator, felt it was best to keep the peace. However, delaying could lead to changes. Before Li Laohan could speak, Jinzha called out, and a white-haired wolf, adorned with a full set of saddlery, bounded to his side. Jinzha deftly mounted the wolf. Though at 6 years old he could not yet gallop on horseback, he could certainly embody a wilderness wolf cavalry, and the appearance was quite fitting. Father, mother, as I venture forth, I shall adhere to your teachings. The journey is long and arduous, and with mother in her condition, it would be best for you both to return. Whether short or long, I shall return to Chintang Pass within a year or 3. During this time, I ask that father not forget the farming duties and spread the teachings of the 3 sovereigns among the populace. This matter is of great significance, and I hope for your diligence. Do not worry, my son. With your father here, nothing will go awry. You are destined for greatness, and I shall await your return at Chintang Pass. My son, be careful on the road. Yin Shi could not hide her sorrow, and even though Jinzha was mentally prepared, the moment was still overwhelming. My child is off. Unable to bear the scene, he yanked the chain around Erbai's neck, and the wolf, unaware of sorrow, dashed westward, eager to stretch its legs. Winter had constrained Erbai, and with the corpses of the western mountain demons having filled its belly, it had grown from over a meter to about 1.5. Erbai longed to frolic. Feeling the undulating motion beneath him, Jinzha, riding on Erbai's back, could only scold the wolf in frustration. However, Erbai's exuberance lightened the atmosphere of departure. He would return. It was merely a matter of 3 years. The Li family would have plenty of time together. Not far into the run, Jinzha, who initially felt little sadness, joined in the jubilant sprint, discarding any notions of a dragon soaring to the heavens. Yet, the sight of his son frolicking, as observed by Li Laohan, evoked a complex mix of emotions. What, after all, was the purpose of using the earth escape technique to catch up? To witness his son in a state of frenzy? Every male, in his youth, harbors a heart that yearns for freedom. In his early years, Li Jing defied societal expectations and left his native village at the tender age of 12 to seek mentorship on Kunlun Mountain. Now his son, at merely 6 years of age, has begun to traverse the mortal realm. Though it seems premature, Li Jing believes he can somewhat comprehend his son's aspirations. After following his son for an entire day and observing him, after a morning of wild running, begin to take notes with a divine artifact bestowed by the Earth Emperor. The elder realized he might have little left to assist his son. While his strict paternal authority may not be fully realized, surely he could still guide his younger child. Poor Muzha remains oblivious to the formidable challenges that await him after his matching, but the sky is vast for birds to fly, and the sea is broad for fish to leap. If one were to wander the world unarmed, fear would be a constant companion. However, with the Celestial Emperor's protection and auspicious omens, who would still choose to take the stairs? Of course, discretion remains paramount. After departing from Chintang Pass, Jinzha did not deliberately venture into the deep mountains and forests. His purpose was to seek sweet potatoes, and cotton. While it is possible he might encounter precious herbs in the woods, they are merely trifles of the mundane. If he stumbles upon treasures, he would gladly collect them. If not, he would harbor no regrets. The vast wilderness stretches endlessly, and the human race occupies but a fraction of it. A comprehensive search is simply impractical. Thus, after 3 days of travel, the initial excitement of departure waned, and Jinzha began to center his heart on the pursuit of freedom. Utilizing the compass granted by the Earth Emperor for divination, he wandered, paused, sketched, and noted down observations. Whenever he encountered unfamiliar plants, he would strike them with the divine Shinong whip. As he gathered more plant characteristics, he gradually uncovered the extraordinary nature of the whip. Any plant that the Shinong whip touched could have its medicinal properties activated through his magical prowess. This ability proved intriguing, while the Shinong whip might currently hold little value. As he collected more plants, it seemed he could easily save or harm with a mere flick of his wrist. If he expanded upon this, whether through the path of poison or that of healing, it appeared he could achieve both simultaneously with the Shinong whip, though he remained uncertain of its limits. Should he gather the essence of all flora in the wilderness, perhaps this would lead him to the path of the Earth Emperor. However, the matters concerning the great sages were beyond the comprehension of a mere youth like Li Jinzha. While he remained somewhat concerned about the collection of plant properties, he maintained a relaxed disposition as he meandered through the mountains and forests. After all, the whip was securely in his possession, and their goals were aligned. Could the whip he had refined truly sprout legs and run away? Thus, Li Jinzha set forth westward at a leisurely pace, guided by the omens. 3 days later, he arrived in Jizhou. Under the Shang dynasty, the realm was led by the ruling house, comprising 800 vassals, among whom the 4 great dukes of the east, west, south, and north held significant power. The Duke of the West, Ji Chong, belonged to this esteemed circle. Beyond these 4, there were other influential figures within the Shang's actual control, such as Duke Su Hu of Jizhou, who commanded the largest territory within the Shang, with hundreds of thousands of armored warriors. Owing to proximity to the northern sea, his troops were experienced in battle, justifiably earning the title of elite warriors of the Shang. However, these facts were not particularly worthy of remembrance. Ultimately, the War of Investiture was merely a celestial conflict disguised as a struggle for the fortunes of earthly dynasties. It was fundamentally a calamity among deities. What did it matter if there were 1,000,000 armored warriors when a sudden snowstorm could wipe them all out? While ordinary deities would refrain from acting against mortals, in a fit of rage, what weight would their transgressions carry? The significance of Duke Su Hu was trivial, yet he had a remarkably beautiful daughter, which was of considerable importance. The famed seductress Daji, a historical figure recorded as a harbinger of disaster. Although it was unfortunate for Daji to be chosen by a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox, Li Jinzha was indeed curious about the enchanting beauty that must have captured such attention. Pure curiosity, indeed. Had Li Jinzha achieved success in his celestial path, he would not hesitate to visit Su Hu's residence and satisfy his curiosity. Alas, at this time, Emperor Yi had yet to pass away, and it would be at least 7 or 8 years before the spring of King Zhou's reign. Coupled with the age at which women married during the Shang dynasty, no matter how stunning Daji might be, she would only be of a similar age to him at this juncture. With this thought, Daji's allure for Li Jinzha diminished significantly. He could not engage in misconduct. And even if Daji were to become an unmatched beauty in the future, she was presently just a young girl. Therefore, he decided to suppress his curiosity, observing the agricultural practices of Jizhou as he roamed the mountains and fields. As the region closest to Chintang Pass, the prosperous harvests of the past 2 years had certainly captured the attention of the Jizhou populace, especially following the autumn sacrifices of the previous year. Despite the difficulties of information dissemination during the Shang era, Jizhou farmers had already begun employing Li Jinzha's improved agricultural methods. Furthermore, he discovered a few Litang plows and water wheels in the fields. This discovery brought Li Jinzha great satisfaction. After all, the fortune and blessings of the human race could only be harvested a limited number of times. The more individuals that utilized his innovations, the larger his share of the market would become. Consequently, the richer his fortune and blessings, the greater the probability of becoming the successor of the Chan. Contemplating this, Li Jinzha couldn't help but chuckle. To the audience watching the live broadcast, his demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. Why do I always feel this kid is so unreliable? In the Fire Cloud Cave, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, currently watching the live broadcast with Fushi, expressed his excitement. Brother, this young friend is clearly delighted by the flourishing state of our human race. Just look at that smile, so innocent. Beside him, the Flame Emperor, Li Shan, held a contrasting opinion. As the leader of the 3 sovereigns, Fushi smiled silently, choosing not to engage in their dispute. High above, amidst the clouds, the monkey, aided by his mentor, was scratching his head in confusion as he observed below. Is this little brat? Yuan Hong, puzzled, watched from the cloud top. Due to Li Jinzha's recent covert observations of the spring plowing activities, although he had approached the fields when no one was around, the multitude of eyes made it inevitable for the Jizhou inhabitants to take note of his presence. As soldiers of the Shang era, their responsibilities extended beyond engaging in conflicts with various feudal states to defend their territories. They also bore the duty of protecting their homes from beasts and demons. Setting aside the unusually tall and striking heir by, Li Jinzha, being merely 6 or 7 years old, presented a fresh face. Unlike the rough features of ordinary peasants, Li Jinzha's delicate skin and bright smile immediately marked him as extraordinary. Placing such a figure in the wilderness would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Jizhou populace. The villagers' reports swiftly reached the city of Jizhou. As the foremost warrior of Jizhou, although Su Hu's eldest son, Su Chuanzhong, was only 16 this year, the impending calamity loomed large. As a person born of calamity, Su Chuanzhong's attributes are nothing short of extraordinary. Even at a tender age, Emperor Xin was capable of effecting remarkable changes in the world, and Su Chuanzhong is no exception, endowed with innate strength. He could lift a cauldron at merely 15 years old. Furthermore, as the son of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, he entered the military at the age of 12. Swiftly mastering archery and horsemanship, with a long spear in hand, he became a formidable force, and within less than 2 years, he found himself unmatched in the army. Naturally, although he had yet to inherit his father's position, Su Qianzhong had already taken over military affairs from Su Hu. Bored by the mundane drills outside Jizhou City, he even contemplated following the esteemed master one to exterminate the monstrous entities. Alas, Su Qianzhong's ambitions were curtailed by the expectations of his lineage. As the son of the Marquis of Jizhou, he was destined to inherit that title, making it inappropriate for him to serve under another. Thus, he was left to toil within the confines of the military camp. Situated in the heart of the Yin and Shang territories, Jizhou lies not far from Chaoga, the core of human dominion. Aside from some exceptionally discreet monsters, those who dared to stir trouble in this realm seldom survived. With no rivals in the camp, Su Qianzhong found today particularly tedious, as he was supposed to escort his sister on an outing. However, upon hearing of a recent sighting of monsters in Jizhou, his youthful vigor surged, compelling him to take action. "Return home now, sister, and tomorrow I shall certainly take you out for a delightful excursion," he instructed, entrusting his sister to a maid. Displeased with her brother's unreliability, Su Daji huffed in annoyance but ultimately acquiesced, determined to seek retribution from their father upon their return home. Once his sister had departed, Su Qianzhong's expression shifted from jovial to anxious. "Bring me my horse, quickly," he commanded, striding toward his gear. Clad in a phoenix-winged helmet, golden armor, and a crimson robe, grasping a long spear in his right hand, he mounted his steed after confirming the location of the disturbance, galloping off without a moment's delay or a single guard in tow. While Su Qianzhong prepared for the confrontation with the demons, on another front, Li Jinzha remained blissfully unaware. Leisurely foraging for medicinal herbs atop a mountain, he uncovered 300-year-old Ganoderma and 700-year-old Rehmannia, a testament to the treasures abundant in the primordial wilderness. To an immortal, such herbs are hardly distinguishable from mere weeds, and Jinzha initially had no intention of gathering them. However, allowing these herbs to grow unchecked could lead to their consumption by common beasts, resulting in a waste of nature's bounty. Thus, he selectively harvested some precious herbs for preservation. With the assistance of the Shinnon whip to analyze the properties of these herbs, Jinzha aspired to learn the art of alchemy. These herbs would serve as his foundation for future endeavors. Although the primordial realm was rife with legendary treasures, Jinzha understood that his current path would not lead him to them without effort. He was aware of the most accessible innate treasures, the falling treasure money from Wui Mountain and the exquisite Da Hong Pao mother tree, yet the family map did not indicate the mountain's location. Moreover, as he had yet to attain immortality, acquiring these treasures would be futile. Despite his ambitions to join the Chan sect, Jinzha recognized that personal cultivation must remain his primary focus. Although the Xiexing Chao Bao was a manifestation of a mountain spirit, it had attained the status of an earth immortal, living for countless years. He doubted a stealthy approach would yield any success. With a sigh, Jinzha lamented that he had arrived in the primordial realm too late, as the opportunities for innate treasures were limited. Apart from the possibility of transforming postnatal items into innate treasures through the Qian Kuan Ding, his options were few. He did not yearn for the era of creation, as it was sparsely populated and would have offered little excitement. Presently, he found himself devoid of even the most basic connections to the innate human race, pondering the significance of the three sovereigns. Suppressing his grievances, Jinzha diligently resumed his foraging, identifying various herbs. "Ah, this must be cassia seed, and this one is Cotinopsis. While that appears to be croton." He held up a root resembling ginseng, yet akin to a white radish, contemplating how he might have been deceived had he not possessed the Shinnon whip. After a day of labor, he retreated to the shade of a tree, setting aside several mountain yams. While these could not serve as a staple, a simple stir-fry with salt and chicken essence would suffice. Jinzha, a man of action, understood that his eclectic approach to cultivation relied on the essence of food, making every meal a step toward a brighter future. "Perhaps I shall just stew some beef and add a piece of Ganoderma," he mused, recognizing that these ingredients would be rendered useless once he achieved immortality. With that, he retrieved a clay pot, combining his gathered ingredients and adding water from a nearby stream. After igniting a fire with dry twigs, he completed his culinary endeavor, relishing the simplicity of survival in the wilderness. In the wild, an immortal's survival often employs the most rudimentary methods. With treasures, guardians, and resources at his disposal, Jinzha mused that if he were to broadcast his survival efforts, he might be categorized as one who discovers a wild Jinhua ham. However, he knew his experience was far more refined, as he dined on the freshest mountain delicacies, with a transparent ingredient list devoid of any contaminants. As he shared a portion of roasted wild boar with Airbai, the pair feasted amidst nature's bounty. The aroma of stewed meat mingled with the scent of roasted fat, drawing the attention of nearby creatures. Yet, none dared approach, deterred by Airbai's formidable presence. Animals possess an innate ability to discern danger, and despite Jinzha's enticing sense, their instincts prevailed. Upon catching the scent of the formidable presence and ominous aura emanating from the creature, The struggle between hunger and survival instinct caused immense suffering among the beings inhabiting the mountains. Of course, amidst these earthly creatures, there surely existed those fearless of death. Take, for instance, the valiant Su Chuanzhong, who, after receiving the report early in the morning, donned his gear and hurried to the scene of the incident, guided by the villagers' directions. Without hesitation, he plunged into the forest. A mere 5-foot-tall white wolf, though somewhat larger, posed no real threat to Su Chuanzhong, who possessed the strength to lift a cauldron since the age of 15. With a single thrust of his spear, he could easily shatter blue stones. What danger could a mere wolf demon present? Thus, the most formidable warrior of Jizhou roamed the mountains for half the morning. It must be admitted that riding through the woods was not the wisest choice. Although numerous animal paths crisscrossed the forest and the trees were sparsely scattered, Su Chuanzhong, standing 6 feet tall, along with his steed, found traversing the terrain quite challenging. Nevertheless, to ensure he could launch an attack at a moment's notice when encountering the wolf demon, he stubbornly remained mounted. Yet, despite his armored form weaving through the forest, having not eaten since breakfast, and after a fruitless morning, Su Chuanzhong's stomach was now empty. Initially, the scent of roasted meat had him questioning his senses, suspecting he might be hallucinating due to hunger. However, as he and his horse ascended a gentle slope, he beheld the very wolf demon he had been seeking, indulging in a half-roasted pig with great delight. "Oh, you wretched creature, daring to cause chaos in Jizhou. Surrender the roasted pig, and I might spare your life," he declared. Perhaps it was the nature of a warrior. Historical records depicting those worthy of the title often describe them as possessing immense strength and thunderous voices. In summary, they were characterized by their great power, fierce battle cries, and an unyielding presence on the battlefield. While many celebrated warriors were well-rounded individuals, Su Chuanzhong's booming voice clearly marked him as a paragon of the former. From the pot, Jinzha peeked out from atop her by. He was somewhat speechless. Not only did someone dare to snatch his pet's food, but they also left the promise of a complete corpse. A certain death awaited. Jinzha was keen to discover who had the audacity to provoke himself and his companion. Although he was unaware of the intruder's origins, the strength of the voice suggested a vigorous individual. As Jinzha leaned out further, he spotted a man and horse charging down the slope with an intensity akin to a raging inferno. Even without having witnessed cavalry in battle, it was evident that this pair was no ordinary foe. Though they had yet to engage in combat, Jinzha, observing Erbai's limited capabilities, concluded that Erbai would undoubtedly be no match for the knight. With no time to wipe his mouth, Jinzha swiftly slapped Erbai on the head. The enemy was almost upon them, and yet Erbai was still preoccupied with eating. With a flick of his wrist, Jinzha reduced the roasted pig to a single leg and pulled Erbai back onto the wolf, positioning himself prominently. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. This is my pet, not an ordinary demon, Jinzha shouted, but the approaching warrior, Su Chuanzhong, clearly did not believe his words. Reports indicated that 2 demons were wreaking havoc outside Jizhou City. One was the wolf demon before him, and the other, a delicately crafted child riding the wolf. What else could it be but a transformed beast? "You wretched creature, dare you attempt to deceive me? In Jizhou, I, Su Chuanzhong, shall ensure your return is not forthcoming." With his legs tightening around the horse's belly, Su Chuanzhong raised his spear. Jinzha couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. After all, during the Shang dynasty, saddles were non-existent. Although horses had long been tamed, not everyone could master the art of cavalry. Upon hearing the name Su Chuanzhong, Jinzha recognized him as the foremost warrior of Jizhou. Aside from his own uncle, who was busy transporting supplies, Su Chuanzhong represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in Jizhou. Jinzha understood the might of Su Chuanzhong. Aside from Wenyua, he was among the elite of the entire Shang dynasty. Yet, was it not a slight against him to label him as a demon? Observing Su Chuanzhong's relentless advance, Jinzha chose not to waste any more words. While Su Chuanzhong was indeed formidable, did he not realize the cavalry had become obsolete? With a flash of dark light, Jinzha summoned his concealed pistol, adhering to the principle of targeting the horse before the rider. He fired 3 rounds, and though only one struck due to the distance, the bullet that penetrated the horse's skull caused instant death. The noble steed collapsed, hurling its rider, Su Chuanzhong, into the air. Yet, Su Chuanzhong was no ordinary knight. In a split second, he kicked off the horse's back, skillfully adjusting his position midair. This was why he was hailed as the greatest warrior of Jizhou. His adeptness at falling demonstrated his extensive experience as a knight. Observing his remarkable timing and ability to regain balance upon landing left Jinzha in awe. In another era, Su Chuanzhong would surely be an Olympic champion. However, Su Chuanzhong remained oblivious to Jinzha's admiration. Upon landing, Su Chuanzhong glanced back at his beloved steed, which had been his companion for over a year. Though he had plunged from a height, they had reached a gentle slope where such accidents should not occur. Yet, upon seeing his horse with broken front legs, bleeding profusely and motionless, along with the sound of 3 gunshots, Su Chuanzhong realized that the creature before him was responsible for his horse's demise. "Ah, my horse. How dare you kill my steed, demon? Today, I, Su Chuanzhong, shall avenge you. With a cry of anguish, he charged toward the two creatures, spear in hand, ready to unleash his wrath. However, Jinzha was not about to allow Su Chuanzhong the opportunity to inflict harm. The formidable warrior was truly terrifying, even in the face of a fallen horse. He managed to land safely. Should he close the distance, Jinzha and her bai would undoubtedly fall victim to Su Chuanzhong's spear. Yet, having just arrived in this primitive world, Jinzha was not prepared to kill. Furthermore, Su Chuanzhong was the son of Su Hu, a prominent figure in Jizhou. Though this wilderness might seem an ideal place to dispose of a body, the very fact that Su Chuanzhong had pursued them revealed that their identities had been exposed. While Jinzha could slip away unscathed, once Su Hu initiated an investigation and discovered his identity, it would only be a matter of time before he was found out. Without much contemplation, as Su Chuanzhong charged within approximately 15 meters of him, Jinzha fired once more. The first bullet struck his arm, the second his thigh. And after the two gunshots rang out, the valiant warrior of Jizhou collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. Oh, the pain! His long spear fell from his grasp. Compared to the injury inflicted by arrows, Jinzha's 7.62mm bullets evidently exceeded Su Chuanzhong's threshold of endurance. Having just fallen, the warrior was already drenched in cold sweat. Yet he refrained from howling in despair. Even as he trembled from the excruciating agony, the pride of Jizhou's foremost warrior could not be forsaken. Between moans and pleas for mercy, he opted instead to unleash a torrent of invective. What devilish sorcery do you employ to ambush me? I, Su Chuanzhong, am the son of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou. You treacherous fiend, even if I perish here today, enough with the cries of fiend. If you truly wished for death, you wouldn't have invoked your father, Jinzha retorted in a clear, youthful voice. Upon hearing this, Su Chuanzhong began to writhe on the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? You fiend. Another gunshot echoed. Perched atop her bai, Jinzha unhesitatingly aimed for Su Chuanzhong's other thigh. Cease your incessant cries of fiend. You stormed in here without a second thought, attempting to seize my dog's rations, and now you demand to be left with a whole corpse? Su Chuanzhong, is this truly your prowess? You've embarrassed the Marquis of Jizhou. What of you? Practice more if you're lacking skill. If you can't handle the heat, don't enter the kitchen. The principle of killers are always killed is rather straightforward. Must I teach you? And you charged in without even knowing who your enemy was or their methods or background. If I were truly a fiend, my sorcery would have targeted your head directly. Jinzha calmly leapt down from the wolf's back. Your horse is dead, and you still fail to learn from this lesson. After falling into my hands, you dare speak so haughtily? How do you expect the Marquis of Jizhou to come to your rescue in this desolate wilderness? You clearly launched a sneak attack on me. Despite the overwhelming pain threatening to render him unconscious, the proud Su Chuanzhong could not accept the reality of being bested by this mere child. Sneak attack? What constitutes a sneak attack? You charged at me. Should I have waited until you were closer to eliminate you? Lying on the ground. You still have so much to say? Do you truly intend to die here? Do you wish to save me? Of course. Jinzha flipped his hand, revealing the azure Shinon whip. The bullets did not remain inside. They were all through and through wounds, which simplifies matters. As he spoke, Jinzha channeled his spiritual energy into the whip, and in an instant, it radiated a verdant glow, akin to wielding a colossal lightsaber. Su Chuanzhong was bewildered by Jinzha's display. As a serious mortal warrior, he had evidently never witnessed the techniques of a cultivator. Although he had encountered demons employing sorcery while exterminating them in Jizhou, those demonic techniques were limited to conjuring gusts of dark wind or stirring up sand and stones. He had never seen such prowess as Jinzha's. What are you planning to do? Naturally, I intend to save you. Rest assured, I am quite gentle. These are merely superficial wounds. With my presence, you shall not perish. As he spoke, Jinzha jabbed the wooden whip into Su Chuanzhong's wound. Su Chuanzhong screamed in agony. However, after a few breaths, accompanied by a cooling sensation circulating around the injury, the pain began to subside. This brought him a measure of relief, at least. From the effects, it appeared that this child, roughly the same age as his sister, truly did not intend to take his life. Yet this child, clearly no older than his sister, possessed extraordinary abilities that were unheard of to Su Chuanzhong. Coupled with the wolf demon that had been by his side from the outset, it led him to wonder whether this child was indeed the offspring of a deity. Lost in such thoughts, Jinzha had already tended to all of Su Chuanzhong's injuries. Finally, Jinzha summoned his strength and struck Su Chuanzhong's chest with the whip. Su Chuanzhong felt a sudden compression in his chest, and as he attempted to rise, he found his body entirely devoid of sensation. Rest easy. Lack of sensation is quite normal. The medication I administered will temporarily impair your mobility, but it will only last for about 2 hours. Recovery will require some nourishment. Once we return to Jizhou City, consume ample meat to replenish your strength. And with the spiritual energy I have left within you, after a month of recuperation, you should be able to regain your former self. As for your horse, I cannot assist you. Its fate is unfortunate. Unless you have connections with the underworld, though judging by your demeanor, It seems unlikely that you would venture to the underworld for the sake of a fallen horse. However, leaving Su Chuanzhong behind would mean that the beasts of the forest might catch wind of the scent and devour him. After a moment's hesitation, Jinzha resolved to escort Su Chuanzhong to Jizhou City. He had her bai carry Su Chuanzhong on its back, while Jinzha rode her bai towards the city. The speed of her bai surpassed that of ordinary horses, allowing them to reach the outskirts of Jizhou City in less than half an hour. A journey that had taken Su Chuanzhong nearly half a day. This made Su Chuanzhong envious. Although her bai was a wolf demon, he secretly yearned for such a creature as a mount. Setting aside other considerations, the speed of travel alone was incomparable to that of regular horses, especially after Su Chuanzhong learned of Jinzha's identity. As the son of Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass, Jinzha held a rank just below that of Marquis. Although General Li was a cultivator, Jizhou was home to many capable individuals, even if they lacked Li Jing's prowess. It should not be too difficult for one to tame a demon beast as a steed. However, Su Chuanzhong was genuinely astonished to discover that Jinzha was merely 6 years old. It was said that the techniques of cultivators were varied and unfathomable, and to be appointed as a general just below the nobility, General Li was indeed among the elite. Yet, how could Li Jing permit his 6-year-old son to venture out alone? In contrast to his own father, who forbade him from serving under the esteemed Taisher, Su Chuanzhong felt a pang of envy. Faced with Su Chuanzhong's aspirations, Jinzha felt somewhat speechless. The valiant warrior was indeed a warrior. While ordinary folk would shy away from the matters of war, Su Chuanzhong eagerly anticipated showcasing his skills amidst the burgeoning conflict in the North Sea. As the son of the Marquis of Jizhou, he seemed eager to offer himself up to the royal court. Could he truly not avoid becoming a hostage of the Yinshang? However, Jinzha could understand the simplicity of a warrior's thoughts. Ultimately, it was Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, who needed to be concerned. After all, Su Hu was in the prime of his life. Should Su Chuanzhong prove disobedient, it would not pose a significant issue to create a new identity. Fortuitously, Jinzha had made considerable gains today, having also devised a formula for the breeding of cattle utilizing the properties of medicinal herbs. If the esteemed Lord Su has such needs, then Jinzha would not mind allowing him to be a pioneer in contributing to the propagation of life. The two engaged in conversation as they approached Jizhou City, where Jinzha instructed her bai to transform into a half-demon form and carry Su Chuanzhong on his back. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 demon, strolled confidently toward the city. As they neared the city gates, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a brocade robe emerged from within. Given that he could father a daughter like Daji, one could surmise that he was no ordinary man. Jinzha instantly recognized Su Hu's identity and adjusted his attire, maintaining an appearance of respect. I am Jinzha, son of Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Su. You are the son of Li Jing? Jinzha, the one who proposed the new agricultural methods? Su Hu was taken aback. His intention in leaving the city was merely to check on his troublesome son in the camp outside. He was not overly concerned about Su Chuanzhong's martial prowess. Yet he felt it necessary to temper his son's spirits, especially after the trouble he had caused Daji. Little did he expect to encounter the duo of Jinzha and her bai so soon after stepping out of the city gates, and before he could speak, Jinzha had already introduced himself, disrupting Su Hu's train of thought. It was undeniable that Jinzha's fame had grown substantially. The agricultural reforms at Chintang Pass had garnered significant attention over the past 2 years, especially as the innovator of these new methods. Under normal circumstances, Su Hu might dismiss the notion that Li Jing was promoting his son for mere spectacle, considering the absurdity of a 6-year-old child wielding agricultural techniques. However, the reports sent to Yegua included mention of Jinzha's participation in the rites honoring the 3 sovereigns, which held considerable weight in their society. The recognition from the priesthood meant that the divine manifestation of the 3 sovereigns was not a trivial matter. Curiosity piqued as to why his son was being carried by a half-demon. Su Hu found himself compelled to focus on Jinzha. Forget the titles. My father and yours serve the Yin and Shang. We are not in the realm of politics. You may call me uncle. Pray tell, when did you arrive in Jizhou? Did you come alone? Is there any matter for which you seek my assistance? The thought of impersonation did not cross Su Hu's mind. After all, Jinzha was a favored child of the sages, and a 6-year-old was not someone just anyone could impersonate. Reporting to uncle, I arrived in Jizhou just a few days ago. I happened to observe the upcoming agricultural activities in the fields. Unfortunately, my steed was mistaken for a demon. And when Brother Su came to my aid, misunderstandings ensued. I hope for your understanding. Jinzha bowed respectfully towards Su Hu, who then turned his gaze to his eldest son. Though there were no visible injuries, the sight of Su Chuanzhong sprawled over the back of a half-demon was indeed disheartening. In that moment, Su Chuanzhong, who prided himself as Jizhou's mightiest warrior, found it difficult to hold his head high. Observing this, Su Hu was at a loss for words. Did he feel pity for his son? Perhaps witnessing his son experience a setback was beneficial, a reminder that there were always greater powers at play. Yet, he remained unaware of Su Chuanzhong's current predicament, coupled with Jinzha's esteemed status. Do not worry, uncle. Brother Chuanzhong's injuries have been healed by me. He merely requires some time to recuperate at home. Within a month, he shall be even stronger than before. Your concern is appreciated. Chuanzhong has always been headstrong. And with a bit of strength, he believes himself invincible. Today's events may have been a much-needed lesson for him. He should remember that there are always greater forces in the world. I must thank you, dear nephew. Uncle, you flatter me. My father often speaks highly of you as a truly capable individual. It is indeed a privilege to meet you today. Oh, I did not expect General Li's son to be so personable. Truly blessed you are. You are indeed a remarkable young man, unlike my son, who, despite his strength, lacks adaptability. Please, as you are new to Jizhou, allow me to host you at my residence for a proper discussion, as it is getting late. As Su Hu and Jinzha conversed amicably, Su Chuanzhong found himself at a loss for words. Why was this happening? His father, a man of integrity, typically maintained a stern demeanor. Although Jinzha was indeed charming, had his father not always detested sycophants? And what of his recent defeat? Though he had fallen, it was Jinzha's deceit that had led to his downfall. He had not even approached the fight before being struck by a hidden weapon. He wished to defend himself and salvage his reputation as Jizhou's mightiest warrior, but Su Hu was clearly too preoccupied to listen to his misfortunes. Regardless of Jinzha's methods, he was but a 6-year-old, while Su Chuanzhong was 16. The fact that he was being carried back like this left little room for argument. Moreover, who in this world does not enjoy a bit of flattery? Yes, Su Hu was generally serious and principled, but who among the flatterers in Jizhou could possibly compare to Jinzha's eloquence? The child spoke with wisdom beyond his years. And who could resist the charm of a sweet-tongued youth? Su Hu found himself quite taken with Jinzha, a child of destiny, possessing not only looks, but also the gift of eloquence. At that moment, he wished he could trade his rebellious son for Jinzha. How delightful it would be if Jinzha were named Su Jinzha instead. Li Jing, though seemingly inconspicuous, had married a princess of the Yin clan and risen to the position of general of Chintang Pass, far removed from the political center, facing constant turmoil in the north and the threat of sea incursions. Yet, it seemed all of Li Jing's fortune had concentrated on the birth of his son. One day, when Jinzha was introduced, it would be as my eldest son, Jinzha. Meanwhile, Su Chuanzhong, at 16, had been bested by a mere 6-year-old. How humiliating. With great enthusiasm, Su Hu ushered the esteemed nephew of the Li family into his home, instructing the steward to prepare an exquisite feast for their distinguished guest. As for his eldest son, still incapacitated, Su Hu ordered the servants to carry him back to his chambers. Rest for a moment, dear nephew. Once the feast is prepared, we shall continue our conversation. Your humble nephew obeys. Jinzha had no reason to decline the invitation, for he had been away from home for over a week. Though the wilderness offers a sense of freedom, one must acknowledge that humans are inherently social beings. Thus, it would be beneficial to visit Su Hu's residence for a brief stay, to soak in the atmosphere and refine my manuscript. While the two white creatures sprawled in the courtyard, Jinzha took out his writing materials and commenced his literary endeavor. In my previous life, writing was merely a pursuit of passion and sustenance, yet here I find myself tethered to the fate of an author once more. However, these endeavors prove to be genuinely advantageous as the methods of agriculture unfold. Following the ritual of the 3 sovereigns, Jinzha distinctly sensed enigmatic changes within himself, particularly in the realm of cultivation. Take, for instance, the patched-together essence of the Valley Garment Heart method. Many aspects that had previously eluded my understanding suddenly revealed their true significance. Moreover, the originally fragmented content has been refined through repeated revisions, achieving a more harmonious form. And with each cycle of practice, I glean new insights. Since the 3 sovereigns ritual, Jinzha has revised the Valley Garment Heart method over a dozen times, with its core principles revolving around the age-old philosophy of diminishing excess to replenish deficiency. In terms of assimilating vital energy, the latest iteration of the method can now convert nearly 60% of it. Additionally, Jinzha has made considerable progress in comprehending talismanic scriptures, mastering the exorcism talisman, the protective talisman, and the dust-repelling talisman. This is the benefit bestowed by fortune and providence. Jinzha himself is no stranger to luck, and with the favor of the 3 sovereigns and the promotion of agricultural practices, his contributions to humanity naturally yield positive feedback. The way of heaven is impartial, and the ancestral Taoist is not one of petty grievances. Whether others believe in Jinzha's abilities is inconsequential. Regardless, he feels invigorated by the changes within him, and as he diligently writes, he finds himself increasingly inspired. Inside the room, Jinzha wrote fervently, while on the other side, Daji, eager to revel in the fruits of victory, entered Su Chuanzhong's chamber with an air of youthful confidence. Brother, you've returned so soon. Seeing you in this state, I presume the troublesome demon has been dealt with? Upon hearing his sister's voice, Su Chuanzhong, still recovering, rolled his eyes in response, unwilling to engage. Oh, so you are awake, brother. Daji climbed onto the bed, her sparkling eyes meeting her brother's gaze. Why this demeanor, brother? Did I say something amiss? Daji, Su Chuanzhong replied with a hint of exasperation. I have no time to play with you right now. Oh dear, I heard from the servants that you were injured. Initially, I didn't believe it, but seeing you like this truly pains me. For reasons he could not fathom. Despite Daji's undeniable cuteness, her words struck a nerve, and Su Chuanzhong found himself gritting his teeth. Sister, you should return for now. I am fatigued and wish to rest. Once I awaken, I shall take you out to play, if that pleases you. Very well, since you are tired, I shall not disturb your rest. However, I heard the servants say that you were defeated by a mere 6-year-old child. Brother, surely that cannot be true? What? Su Chuanzhong's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare the servants spread such rumors? His frustration mounted, and he longed to confront the gossiping wretches. Yet, the effects of the divine farmer's whip were not easily resisted. Especially since it was the first time he had been administered such a potent remedy, his body had no tolerance for it. Jinzha's strike had ensured its efficacy. I cannot say for certain, it is merely hearsay. I have not listened closely, but I am feeling somewhat weary now. So it would be best to wait for you to awaken to inquire further. Daji dashed off, leaving behind a trail of innocent laughter. At the age of 6, she was full of playful energy, showered with affection from her family, and thus fearless. In contrast, Su Chuanzhong bore the weight of his concerns. He still could not comprehend how Jinzha's resounding voice had led to his defeat. They had not even engaged in a contest of strength or weaponry. How had he lost? Outside, Daji's maid, Green Lotus, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Su Chuanzhong was handsome and renowned as the mightiest warrior in Jizhou. Being 6 years her senior, Green Lotus had long since matured beyond naivety, and she felt a twinge of guilt watching her mistress provoke the young master. My lady, such provocation may anger the young master. If he wishes to be angry, so be it. Who told him to go back on his word and not take me out to play? As for the one who defeated my brother, Green Lotus, do you know where he is? I heard he is in the courtyard to the west. The western courtyard it is. Let us hurry. For I have heard that he too is 6 years old. If I can learn the secret behind his victory over my brother, next time he tries to go back on his word, I shall make him pay. Hand in hand, Daji excitedly dashed toward the western courtyard. The two girls ran with enthusiasm, yet when they opened the door, their eyes met the sight of the two white creatures stretching languidly. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the lips of the two girls, causing a ruckus outside the western courtyard, while Jinzha, deeply engrossed in his writing, furrowed his brow in annoyance. What is that commotion outside? Preoccupied with his thoughts and transcribing his manuscripts, Jinzha found it difficult to divert his attention elsewhere. After all, he was currently in the residence of the Jizhou Marquis. What trouble could arise here? Surely it could not be when Shu come to pay a visit? Nearly an hour had passed in his writing endeavors when the dawn broke, accompanied by a rhythmic knocking at the door. The steward of the Su residence called out with a tremor in his voice from outside. Young Master Jinzha, the food and wine are prepared. I wonder how you have rested. The Marquis has sent an old servant to inform you that if you wish to dine, the banquet can commence at any time. The steward's efficiency was commendable. Jinzha, not one to be dismissive, waved his hand to put away his tools and stepped out into the courtyard. Young Master Jinzha. The steward stood 5 paces from the entrance, waiting. What shall we do with this creature? Do not be alarmed. It is bound by my magical restraints and cannot harm anyone. Simply prepare some cooked meat for it, season with a pinch of salt. Understood. The steward readily complied, reassured that the wolf demon was not as fearsome as it seemed. He instructed the kitchen staff to roast a deer for the white wolf before guiding Jinzha into the main hall of the Marquis' residence. In truth, the banquet offered little in terms of culinary delights. Resources during the Yin and Shang eras were scarce, and even feasts among nobility consisted primarily of various meats, steamed, boiled, braised, or roasted, with little more than salt and rudimentary spices. It could be said that the fare at the Su residence was less appealing than Jinzha's usual meals. However, out of respect for his hosts, Jinzha would not express any dissatisfaction, and given the abundant spiritual energy of the era, the ingredients were of superior quality. Even boiled, they were not unpleasant. Moreover, Jinzha discovered within the cauldron several plants resembling fennel, although he had never been particularly fond of such things in his previous life. Encountering them at the Su residence rendered his visit worthwhile. Jinzha was uncertain about Su Hu's general demeanor, yet this perpetual merchant of the Ji state was notably cordial towards him. In truth, Jinzha found it difficult to ascertain the true nature of Su Hu, as, from his perspective, all officials of the Yinshang dynasty were far from virtuous. Thus, he refrained from dwelling on trivial matters, employing the conversational techniques from his past life as a formidable tool at the banquet of the Yinshang. It was evident that Su Hu's spirits were rising, while the emotions of his children grew increasingly complicated. Having endured 3 shots, Su Chuanzhong was in a weakened state. However, as his father entertained Jinzha, he could not abstain from joining them, listening to his father extolling the virtues of his esteemed nephew and the blessings of humanity. Su Chuanzhong longed to bring up Jinzha's use of concealed weaponry against him. As for Daji, the embodiment of calamity and misfortune, despite being merely 6 years old, Her exquisitely crafted visage hinted at an extraordinary allure, yet perhaps lacking the beguiling charm of a nine-tailed fox. Daji's beauty was overshadowed by a lack of the captivating essence that would later ensnare the hearts of many. Jinzha sighed, recognizing that his sympathy for the young girl might be unwarranted. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Daji's plight was tragic. Her mere appearance had drawn endless calamities upon her. Not only was her body usurped by a fox spirit, but her soul had also failed to achieve divine recognition. Observing the war between Shang and Zhou, it was disheartening that, in the end, not even two insignificant beings were sacrificed to grant this young girl a glimmer of hope, an injustice indeed. Jinzha lamented Daji's fate, but contemplated whether he should intervene to save her. After all, even without Daji, there would still be others, and she was but a vessel. The true folly lay with Emperor Xian, whose disrespect towards sacred beings had instigated this turmoil. While he was intent on becoming a disciple of the primordial heavenly master, should he encounter Daji, it would merely be a matter of convenience to assist her. Jinzha could not claim the mantle of a hero who saves the masses, but he could save one. Uncle, the heavenly emperor has imparted divination techniques and a compass to me. I have learned some methods of divination. Today, I am grateful for your hospitality, and in the spirit of courtesy, I shall perform a divination for you. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to share. As he spoke, Jinzha revealed the compass bestowed upon him by Fushi. The onlookers were captivated, especially Su Chuanzhong, who nearly exclaimed, "This is how he secretly attacked me." However, upon noticing Su Hu's gaze, he swallowed his words. Su Hu emitted a slight grunt, serving as a warning to Su Chuanzhong, before turning his face back to a more amiable expression. "Dear nephew, what are you saying? You are like my own child. Visiting your uncle's home is akin to returning home. How could there be any matter of rudeness?" It was clear that no one capable of maintaining a position of power was foolish. Jinzha, for his part, did not believe in the whimsical notions of instant affinity or love at first sight. Humans are inherently visual creatures, regardless of acknowledgement. An outstanding appearance tends to attract greater attention. Jinzha himself was such a person. Had Daji been grotesque in appearance, he would not have concocted a plan to save her. Hence, some flattery was merely perfunctory. Expressions like his closest family were hollow. Were it not for Jinzha's renown in the Shang dynasty, familial ties would not equate to intimacy. His father often taught him that etiquette must not be neglected. And moreover, the primordial divination was a gift from the heavenly emperor. Even celestial beings would find it challenging to encounter such an opportunity. Indeed, dear nephew, what you have learned is truly the primordial divination created by His Majesty the heavenly emperor. Jinzha replied modestly, "I am grateful for His Majesty's favor, and I have glimpsed some aspects of the primordial divination. However, the profundity of this art is vast. My knowledge is but a fraction. You are too humble, dear nephew. In that case, what can you divine today?" While I generally rely on divination for opportunities, the wonders of primordial divination extend beyond the mundane. Fortunes, calamities, and relationships can all be foretold. Then how many divinations can you perform? Divination is an exploration of celestial mysteries. Thus, only one can be drawn. Of course. Hearing Jinzha's words, Su Hu nodded appreciatively. However, knowing that only one divination could be performed, he pondered deeply. As the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu had reached the pinnacle of his position. The title was hereditary. Although Chuanzhong was somewhat impetuous, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly inherit the title of Marquis. His wife would also remain secure as long as no issues arose between himself and Chuanzhong. While the opportunity for divination was precious, it was rather inconsequential for someone in their position. Naturally, Su Hu's gaze shifted to his daughter, who was stealing glances in their direction. The Ji faction was predictable. As long as Su Hu harbored no treasonous intentions, their long-standing connections in the court would ensure their safety. However, his daughter was a different matter. Unlike Chuanzhong, who was destined for a predetermined future, Daji, beloved by the family, would eventually marry. If Su Chuanzhong's future had already been mapped out by Su Hu, the same could not be said for Daji. Uncle, should decisive action be taken, do so without hesitation. Holding the divination plate, Jinzha smiled as he interrupted Su Hu's contemplation. Worrying over gains and losses was never wise. After Jinzha's reminder, Su Hu finally resolved to act. Very well. Since there is but one divination, I request that you divine my daughter's future. Although Chuanzhong was reckless, as long as I live, he shall not encounter any major troubles. Only my daughter poses a concern. Uncle, your wisdom will illuminate her future opportunities. As for young Lady Daji, please grant me a moment to perform a divination. With that, Jinzha tossed the divination plate into the air, channeling his power, causing the jade plate to radiate phosphorescent flames. Su Hu marveled at the spectacle. Typically, divination involved tossing coins or burning turtle shells. Yet, Jinzha was no ordinary individual. As the author of Li Yi, burning a turtle shell for divination seemed trivial. The divination plate was a gift from the heavenly Emperor Fushi. Without some dramatic flair, one might mistake this divination for something trivial. Rise. Another surge of power emanated from him, and the luminescence that had initially been confined to the plate expanded into the air, twisting into a diagram of the 8 trigrams. The spectators were entranced, and while they were captivated by the flickering plate in the void, Jinzha closed his eyes and concentrated on his calculations. Nothing came to him. Jinzha was not surprised by this. After all, Daji had no significant connection to him. As for the divination disc bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor, the installation of the compass is merely a guiding tool. Moreover, with the celestial path of Jinzha yet to be realized and a great calamity approaching, even a sage would require considerable effort for divination. Jinzha, being no favored child of the heavenly order, would naturally yield no results from probing into the secrets of fate. The use of such rudimentary effects merely serves to enhance his divination's credibility. After all, Daji's life is already clearly delineated. There is no need for Jinzha to calculate her fate. If one is to act, one must do so comprehensively. With a soft exclamation, Jinzha furrowed his brow slightly, and Su Hu, noticing this, felt a sense of foreboding but dared not interrupt Jinzha's ritual. As the magical energy of the divination disc waned and returned to Jinzha, Su Hu remained silent, holding his tongue until Jinzha opened his eyes. "Dear nephew, is there something amiss?" Hearing this, Jinzha clicked his tongue, and Su Hu visibly grew anxious. "Speak freely, dear nephew." "Very well," Jinzha sighed. Observing Daji's bone structure, it is evident that she will become one of the most exquisite beauties in the realm as she matures. Alas, beauty often invites misfortune. Though her appearance may be favored by heaven, one must recognize that fortune and calamity are intertwined. Without the right opportunities, possessing beauty alone will only bring endless troubles upon her. "How can this be?" Su Hu gasped at Jinzha's description, alarmed. "But my niece is still young. How can her beauty bring about her downfall?" Uncle. Jinzha felt a weariness within, pondering whether this was truly a matter of guilt. Shouldn't the question be about how to resolve it? He cast a glance at the silent Daji. It is said that the great Tao encompasses 50 aspects, with the world's myriad beings holding a thread of hope. Thus, how fate unfolds is of little importance. Seizing that thread of hope is the key to transcending the bonds of destiny. Oh, does my dear nephew have a plan to save Daji? To be honest, I cannot claim certainty in this regard. However, now that we are aware of the key to the calamity awaiting Daji, why not approach it from that angle? Jinzha calmly suggested, believing that as long as Daji does not become renowned in the Yinshang, she can marry a suitable partner at the right age, significantly alleviating the misfortune of the fox spirit. The remaining troubles would involve the chaotic affairs between the tyrant Zhou and the righteous lords. Without Daji, the Su family might invite disaster. Yet, with the impending divine calamity, should the father and son of the Su family perish as opponents of the Shang, their merits might even secure them a favorable position on the divine list. Jinzha would certainly refrain from disclosing that Daji might ascend to the throne. Instead, his comments about the potential perils of exceptional beauty would merely serve as a hopeful blessing for her future. Jinzha cared not for how Su Hu planned to act. If he could not discern the path with such clear guidance, then it was indeed Daji's fate to face this calamity. After concluding the divination, Jinzha excused himself under the pretext of having had enough to eat and drink. Daji was merely a minor incident along the way. He needed to complete his writing before embarking to Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace to strike the accursed golden bell. Upon returning to his room, Jinzha resumed his writing of agricultural treatises that could alter his destiny. As the sun dipped below the horizon, after a refreshing wash assisted by his maidservants, he shed his outer garments and fell into a deep slumber. While Jinzha had fared well in the wild, his rest was often insufficient. However, within the confines of the Jojo Marquis's residence, the atmosphere was different. The guards patrolled diligently, and outside lay the 2 white beasts. If one could not rest well under such circumstances, the only remedy would be to relocate to the Yushu Palace of the Primordial Supreme. In fact, the Doshui Palace would suffice as well. Jinzha was not particular about his lodgings, though he would rather avoid the company of creatures like the little lion, white elephant, or the small rock. Although the teachings of the were widely accepted, the pursuit of freedom was the true aspiration worth chasing. Yet, does freedom truly exist in this world? Jinzha was uncertain, suspecting even the Tao ancestor, in harmony with the heavenly order, might struggle to answer this question. Perhaps Pangu, who opened the heavens, attained the freedom he sought. However, such elevated enlightenment remained beyond Jinzha's reach as a mere mortal. Under the moonlit sky, Jinzha enjoyed a remarkably restful sleep. While conversely, Su Quanzhong and the couple of the Jojo Marquis, alongside the slightly more perceptive Su Quanzhong, found themselves restless. Initially, Su Quanzhong had little faith in Jinzha's divination. After all, the formidable warrior was merely an ordinary man, completely ignorant of the emperor's favor or the nuances of the innate 8 trigrams. Yet, Jinzha's embellished divination had indeed produced the intended effect. Like his parents, Su Quanzhong, who cherished his sister, felt profound concern for her fate. As for Daji, the protagonist of this destiny, she harbored no particular thoughts. She grasped little of the conversation at the dining table, although startled by Jinzha's steed. The little girl thought the young man from the Li family seemed rather agreeable. Of course, she wished he would share with her the means to conquer her elder brother. That night, the Su residence was destined for sleeplessness. The next morning, after breakfast, Jinzha expressed his desire to take leave. Su insisted vehemently, urging his ailing son, who bore dark circles under his eyes, to accompany Jinzha on a leisurely exploration of Jiuzhou. Observing Su Quanzhong's drowsy demeanor, fearing he might collapse on horseback, Jinzha politely declined Su's invitation. After all, his journey was to accumulate fortune and merit for himself, and with the two white beasts. It was merely a matter of insufficient stamina. Su Quanzhong, in his current state, could hardly assist. Would he be feeding the Generaline? Calling upon the two white beasts to revert to their original forms, Jinzha mounted the wolf and bid farewell to the gathering. Su wore a face of regret, while Daji, hiding behind her mother, sparkled with excitement. The young man from the Li family was able to ride a magnificent dog for an outing. This left the little girl envious. She too wished to ride such a creature. Yet, it was clear Jinzha was not the type to indulge children. Just a little girl, and she expected to tether him here for days? Amidst envious gazes, Jinzha, transformed into a primordial wolf rider, departed. In mere moments, the two white beasts, sprinting at full speed, vanished without a trace. Father, what do you think of Jinzha's steed? If I could find a demon beast as a mount, I would never lose again. Hearing Su Quanzhong's words, Su turned away with a look of disdain. You think you can tame a demon beast as a mount? Before you can even tame it, you might end up as its meal. It's just a cricket demon beast. Why speak so pessimistically, father? Just a cricket demon beast? Quanzhong, those who can ride demon beasts do so with some means of controlling them. Tell me, do you possess any magical power? Without magical ability, how will you control it? Do not speak nonsense here. Prepare some gifts to send to Chintang Pass. It is essential to foster a relationship with General Li's family. Do you understand? Upon returning to Jizhou City, Su's face was twisted with anger, while Su Quanzhong felt a deep sense of grievance. Before Jinzha's arrival, he was still the pride of his father, yet in just a day, his father's demeanor seemed to have transformed entirely. In the absence of comparison, there is no pain, but now Jinzha has become the epitome of the ideal child that everyone admires. After all, Jinzha is now a great sage recognized by the three sovereigns. Even when he encounters the Emperor of Humanity in Chaoga, Jinzha stands tall and confronts him with poise. Su Quanzhong had yet to fully grasp the implications of Jinzha's actions. In fact, living obliviously could be quite pleasant. Having enjoyed wealth and prestige during his earlier years, when the time comes for the Shangzhou War, as long as one has sufficient standing, it would not be too bad to receive blessings later on, right? Upon exiting Jizhou, Jinzha journeyed westward for approximately half a month, collecting various herbs such as aconitum, 8 immortals grass, and artemisia, before traversing a mountainous region guided by his divination, officially leaving the control of the Shang dynasty and entering the territory of Binzhou. This land was originally under the governance of the northern Marquis, Chonghehu, yet the Shang still faced the turmoil of rebellious feudal lords. The northern Marquis, although somewhat weakened, was no exception. Due to the chaos instigated by Yuan Fudong of Beihai, the once vast territory of the northern Marquis was suddenly severed from Binzhou. Logically, it should have been the northern Marquis to quell Yuan Fudong's rebellion, but due to insufficient strength, he had no choice but to personally travel to Chaoga to seek reinforcements. In a sense, by inviting Shang troops into his territory, the title of northern Marquis had become largely nominal. Yet, Yuan Fudong indeed possessed considerable prowess. He managed to lead the 72 feudal lords of Beihai in a stalemate against the fierce assaults of the Shang's Grandmaster, Wenzhong. Although everyone believed that the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Grandmaster Wenzhong. Who could have imagined that this motley crew could hold him at bay for a full 15 years in Beihai? Upon entering Binzhou, Jinzha immediately sensed the cold. The northern region, rife with demons and savages, coupled with the harsh weather, made the temperature noticeably drop after crossing a mountain range that spanned countless miles. It was the season of blooming flowers in Chintang Pass, and even in Jizhou, the landscape was lush and green. In stark contrast, Binzhou presented a sight of stark desolation. Should it rain lightly, Jinzha, clad in a single garment, would surely suffer greatly. Patting the head of his dog, Erbai, Jinzha continued westward. After traveling about 100 miles, he had yet to glimpse even a single animal, leading him to doubt the accuracy of his compass. He pulled it out and tapped it, only to see the pointer suddenly spin wildly. What a disaster. This shouldn't be happening. Jinzha was perplexed, prompting Erbai to move a few steps ahead. Observing the compass again, he noticed the needle oscillating between south and north, and finally understood the situation. There must be a magnetic mountain within this range. Glancing at the sun to estimate his direction, Jinzha infused his magic into the compass and began divining. The compass should not be faulty, as it was bestowed by His Majesty. Even if Jinzha lacked faith in himself, he ought not to doubt the power of the innate 8 trigrams. As for the compass's needle, it was something Jinzha had installed himself, and after divination, it would serve no purpose. It was reasonable to use the compass for navigation, right? Divination consumes magical energy, and as he traversed, Jinzha needed to ensure he remained in optimal condition. In the current situation, he grasped the compass firmly and followed the directional guidance of the 8 trigrams. Before long, Jinzha arrived before a mountain of pure red stone. This struck him as quite peculiar. He had set out to find crops and herbs. Yet here stood a rocky mountain. What purpose did this serve? However, the divination indicated this location, so there must be a compelling reason for his arrival. Directing her by onward toward the Crimson Mountain, Jinzha felt the temperature rising as they approached. Initially, he speculated that this might be a site of red copper or perhaps he could extract some essence of it here, but as the heat intensified, he began to question whether red copper could even exist in a volcanic area without a crater. Jinzha felt his geographical knowledge being upended by the wilds. Unbeknownst to him, Fushi, watching the live stream, was equally taken aback. Where on earth is this lad headed? Instinctively, Fushi began to calculate, but as he did, a surge of golden-red flames erupted, causing him to chuckle and shake his head. Why do you laugh, Your Majesty? Can you ascertain the identity of this place? Below the 8 trigrams mirror, the Yellow Emperor, lounging in a recliner and snacking, posed his question like a seasoned comic. The recliner he occupied was identical to those in Chintang Pass, revealing the tedium of the retired human emperor's life. As he and his companions eagerly awaited the next broadcast from the survival streamer, Li Jinzha. Look here, this child's fortune and blessings are profoundly deep. A place that most would encounter only once in a million years, and he has stumbled upon it so unknowingly. It is said that fire tempers true gold. I initially thought this child's path lay in the Western realm, embodying the essence of metal, yet I did not anticipate his connection to the path of fire. With his potent metal and fire energies, along with your wood element, the completion of water and earth paths seems challenging. Brother, are you not overthinking? The 5 energies converging into the number of Tai. Even in our time, each millennium of arduous cultivation would likely fall short of achieving enlightenment. This lad is merely at the stage of refining energy into spirit. Attaining immortality is a significant hurdle, not to mention reaching the number of Tai. Even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school are not of such caliber. What are you saying, Yellow Emperor? We have known each other for some time. If not for that arrogant golden immortal, would humanity be in such a predicament? The Yellow Emperor shrugged and reclined once more. However, could it be that this lad has stumbled into that particular place? Indeed. Well then, as he would say, let the children find their own fortunes. By the way, brother, what do you think of that girl from Jizhou? This lad, with his mysterious demeanor, has been offering protection and divination. Could it be a means to intimidate Suhu? How do you know he hasn't been divining for real? The 2 retired human emperors continued to observe the unfolding events through the 8 trigrams mirror. Meanwhile, the elder with a grass wreath was analyzing the herbs Jinzha had gathered. Unbeknownst to him, Jinzha, who was drawing the attention of the human emperors, had draped his upper garment over Erbai's back. Erbai, panting and turning his head, elicited a hint of embarrassment from Jinzha, who nonetheless playfully smacked him. What are you staring at? This requires a step-by-step approach. Taking out a river bowl, Jinzha treated himself to a refreshing drink. Feeling grateful for the thoughtfulness of his benefactor, the real person of Dewey. After expressing his appreciation for his unofficial master, he scaled a small hill. Continuing his ascent with Erbai, the higher they climbed, the more intense the heat became. If the foot of the mountain still basked in the summer sun, then at the halfway point, Jinzha felt as if he were standing on the equator, every pore of his body laboring to release heat. This sensation left him somewhat dizzy, but after sitting down and channeling the Gu-E-Heart method, he discovered, after about half an hour of circulating his energy, that he had acclimatized to the heat of this mountainside. Not only that, but he also felt his body had become remarkably lighter. Aside from a slight dryness in his mouth and a touch of hunger, the discomfort he had experienced while climbing was considerably alleviated. At this moment, Erbai lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, prompting Jinzha to angrily pat its head. This was no mere rocky mountain. It was clearly a place of opportunity. With such a chance laid out before him, how could Erbai fail to seize it? Was it not an embarrassment to the Li family? After giving Erbai a kick, Jinzha, through the flow of his energy, realized why Erbai had collapsed. Logically, Erbai's physical constitution surpassed his own, so it was strange that while he managed to climb, Erbai had succumbed to exhaustion. The reason lay in the fact that Erbai lacked any cultivation techniques. The essence of the sun and moon that a creature might absorb through reverence was limited. Most of the time, creatures with insufficient bloodline density, devoid of cultivation methods, could only strengthen themselves through consumption. The path of a creature's cultivation was thus, without the guidance of an immortal, those with inadequate bloodline density might struggle throughout their lives to make any progress. Although devouring was inherently a path to the source, much like Jinzha's developed Gu-E-Heart method, which initially could only utilize less than 30% of the essence from food, Jinzha's cultivation method had undergone numerous revisions, now allowing him to harness nearly 60%. The notion of achieving 100% efficiency was beyond his consideration. If he could devise such a technique, he would no longer need to cultivate, as he would already embody the essence of devouring itself. Furthermore, the efficacy of techniques varied by individual. While Jinzha could approach 60%, for others it may only reach 30 or 40%. Creatures relying solely on consumption might not even attain the effectiveness of Jinzha's initial version of the Gu-E-Heart method. After all, apart from the energy necessary for sustaining life, any excess from ordinary consumption would transform into fat or be expelled as waste. Bai's current predicament was a clear indication of an inability to digest the surplus essence within, although Jinzha was unsure where all this life essence on the Rocky Mountain came from. Resolving Bai's crisis was straightforward. He would transform into human form to recite the heavenly oath, then impart his cultivation method to Bai. At Jinzha's urging, Bai struggled to rise and recite the heavenly oath once more. The heavens responded, for the demonic power that Bai cultivated represented his first constraint. Should he ever act against this oath, the consequences would befall him according to his cultivation level. After imparting the technique to Bai, who reverted to his original form and entered a state of semi-sleep, Jinzha, realizing that his companion had encountered an opportunity, decided not to wait any longer. At that moment, having ascended halfway up the Crimson Mountain and acclimatized to the environment, Jinzha pressed on. Continuing his ascent, he climbed approximately 800 more meters. Although the rocks beneath his feet grew increasingly heated, his energy flow alleviated any significant discomfort, apart from his skin becoming somewhat flushed. Jinzha found himself at a loss. While he could not ascertain if this was his original opportunity, it was evident that this place was not the Five-Dragon Mountain Xianshao Cave. As for the potential consequences of seizing an opportunity, what right did someone yet to attain the immortal path have to be so discerning? Without further hesitation, Jinzha continued his climb, and before long, he reached the summit, only to discover a large, inwardly concave pit resembling that of a volcano, within which lay a spiritual spring, its pale golden liquid shimmering silently, devoid of any sulfuric scent. This perplexed Jinzha, for the primordial world was said to be formed from the body of Pangu, suggesting that it resembled a cosmic continent akin to Asgard. If this were indeed a cosmic realm, one would expect no volcanic formations. However, in this primordial expanse, Jinzha's geographical knowledge evidently did not apply. Descending from the peak, Jinzha approached the spring, noting that the temperature increased the closer he got. This compelled him to channel his energy to withstand the heat. By the time he reached the edge of the spring, the temperature had exceeded the limits of what any ordinary being could endure. Without cultivation, one might succumb to dehydration in a mere moment. Even Jinzha, with his magical abilities, found it challenging. Although uncertain why he was able to withstand the surrounding heat, he knew that if he recklessly attempted to burrow into the ground, he too might face dire consequences. Yet, gazing at the golden spring before him, an inexplicable desire to plunge into its depths surged within him. Perhaps it was some sort of fire element spiritual spring. Yet water and fire were known to counteract one another. Though he had not yet entered the spring, the residual warmth alone could heat the entire Rocky Mountain, suggesting that the internal temperature of the golden spring would far exceed his capacity to endure. But the longing within him could not be ignored. And guided by the innate hexagram, he realized that if he were to abandon this opportunity and leave empty-handed after reaching such a treasure, he would likely chastise himself in the dark of night. Regretting that he had not brought Bai along, Jinzha pondered whether he should return to fetch his companion. However, he was not a ruthless individual. With the opportunity laid before him, he faced a decision, to take a leap of faith or retreat. Allowing his companion to test the waters first, he decided to consult the hexagram. Taking out the divination tool, Jinzha sat down to engage in an activity that was perhaps not worthy of boasting about. This left the Yellow Emperor, peering through the Bagua mirror at Jinzha's live broadcast, somewhat bemused. What is this boy hesitating about? What is there to ponder when an opportunity presents itself? Your Highness, do not rush. In the face of the unknown, even when opportunity lies before you, exercising caution is never a mistake, the Yellow Emperor advised. The path of the great is one of seizing the moment, my brother. This child is not you or me. Brother, you are too anxious. As the two retired emperors debated the merits of decisiveness versus caution, Jinzha's divination yielded results. A most auspicious sign, Jinzha mused, glancing at the hexagram before turning his gaze to the golden spring. Despite its high temperature, he felt empowered by the accumulated blessings, even if he doubted his instincts. Surely Fushi would not deceive a child. Resolute, Jinzha prepared himself, forming the hand seals for the elemental escape technique, ready to flee should circumstances turn unfavorable. Today was auspicious, all matters favorable. Taking a deep breath, Jinzha leaped towards the spring. Upon entering the golden spring, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Although it was liquid, immersing himself felt akin to being plunged into a hellfire. The pale golden flames seeped through every pore, invading his very being as he attempted to utilize his escape technique. However, under the searing intensity of this golden spring, Jinzha felt as though his own magical powers were being completely consumed. From flesh to bone, He likened his state to that of a pig undergoing a process of shedding its fur. Fortunately, this agony akin to being engulfed in flames lasted only a few breaths. As his old strength faded, a new vigor arose within him. Amidst the haze, he sensed an inexplicable force entering him, and it was as if he beheld a great sun slowly rising before his eyes, with Fusang hanging low and the golden crows calling out. When the first flicker of heart fire ignited within him, a recovering Jinzha suddenly realized the origins of this golden spring. In the primordial chaos, time was immeasurable. To comprehend the evolution of this vast expanse, one must reference the great calamities, setting aside the calamity of the creation of heaven and earth. The first major calamity after the formation of the world was instigated by the ancient three clans vying for supremacy, Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin. The leaders of these clans were determined to gather the fortunes of the primordial realm to transcend into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, they waged a cataclysmic war, ultimately reaching a stalemate until the leaders experienced a moment of clarity. Zulong, having pressed down on the CI, sought to atone for the Dragon Clan by shattering the primordial heavens and earth, while Yuanfeng remained eternally stationed at the southern immortal volcano, preserving the last vestige of hope for the Phoenix Clan. The most unfortunate was the king of the Beast Clan, the Qilin. The Shikolin maintained a position beneath the Qilin cliff, employing the innate Wutu formation to calm the tumultuous veins of the primordial earth. Furthermore, the Qilin clan embodied auspiciousness. Yet they were subsequently captured by many primordial immortals to serve as steeds. Jinzha harbored a desire to acquire a Qilin as a mount, for it was recognized as an auspicious creature by the heavenly way. Compared to the entity acknowledged by the human emperor, the Qilin represented the pinnacle of the heavenly order. Following the Dragonhan calamity, the Wu Yao calamity ensued. After the conflict between Dao and Demon, Daozu Hongjun preached throughout the primordial realm, opening a pathway for its inhabitants to ascend. Led by the Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, these brothers who emerged from the Sun Star established the first governing authority over heaven and earth. Numerous clans flocked to join, and from that point onward, apart from the Wu clan, the dominion over the world belonged to the demon race. The demon race sought resources, territory, and governance over heaven and earth. As a descendant of Pangu, the Wu clan, having evolved from Panga's essence, lived upon the earth and fed upon the demon race, naturally resisted the notion of their sustenance riding atop them. Amidst the racial conflict, the Wu and Yao clans engaged in an enduring war lasting countless eras. However, constrained by the deterrent influence of Daozu, violent clashes did not erupt immediately. It was not until Daozu completed his preaching thrice and merged with the Dao, followed by the demise of the Six Saints, that the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans reached a boiling point. The heavenly emperor Di Jun and Empress Shi birthed 10 golden crows. By then, the Wu and Yao clans had already clashed several times. To protect his offspring from the ensuing chaos, Di Jun stationed his 10 sons upon the Fusang tree in Tang Valley to patrol the heavens. Originally, he had instructed them well, stating that the sun nourishes all. Each time they took their turn, only one golden crow could venture forth. Yet, unbeknownst to the 10 brothers, they defied their father's warning and staged a display across the land of the Wu clan. Countless Wu and human lives were lost, and the oblivious Golden Crow brothers even employed the Golden Crow Great Formation to scorch the great Wu Kuafu. As Kuafu's friend, the first archer of the primordial realm, Ho Yi, retrieved his bow and began his personal MVP performance. It was proven that golden crows, being birds, could be felled. With 9 arrows, 9 golden crows fell from the skies, and ultimately, with Di Jun's support, only the 6th of the 10 golden crows escaped calamity. From that point, the intensity of the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans reached its zenith. Di Jun set forth the great array of the constellations, vowing to grind the Wu clan to dust, while the Wu clan was equally unyielding. Although during the Second Great War between the Wu and Yao clans, due to the sorrow of the primordial world, the lack of Ho-Tu led to the absence of a crucial element in the battle. The great Wu Qiyu utilized the essence of Ho-Tu to bolster their ranks. Ultimately, these 11.5 ancestral witches summoned the true form of Pangu to confront the enemy. That battle drained the last vestiges of breath from both clans. As the catalyst for the Third Great War between the Wu and Yao clans, the 9 golden crows shot down by Ho-Yi did not find respite either. Apart from those hidden away, the fall of the golden crows gave rise to the supreme spiritual spring of the world, the Zhuagua spring. It is said that those who are cleansed by the Zhuagua spring can enhance their cultivation from within. However, the benefits one could derive from the spring depended on compatibility, and it remained a mystery what one might gain. After all, this spring was transformed from the Prince of the Golden Crows. For those at the Great Luo level, the average Prince of the Golden Crows was not a coveted entity. Furthermore, the demon race, though fallen, was not extinct. Thus it hardly seemed worthwhile to incur the wrath of Di Jun's loyalists and the concealed Prince of the Golden Crows over something trivial. As for those beneath the Tai level, the matters of fate and law were not for outsiders to discern. The site of the Golden Crow Prince's demise had been thoroughly scavenged in ancient times. As for those hidden away, without the right fate, they would likely remain undiscovered throughout their lives. Jinzha was evidently the fortunate one blessed with such fate, although the nature of fortune and blessings was not readily apparent. As Jinzha's deeds unfolded, his fortune and blessings were in a constant state of ascension. Moreover, with the rare support of Fushi, a quasi-saint of the two corpses, using the innate 8 trigrams to dismantle the obfuscations set around the Prince of the Golden Crows was undoubtedly a precise and expert maneuver. Entering this Zhuagua spring was Jinzha's destined fate. What he would acquire within it remained uncertain, as the golden fire fully permeated Jinzha's being. He was unaware that a transformation had completed, and he did not perceive the heat emanating from the Zhuagua spring. Approximately 2 hours later, accompanied by a sound of breaking water, a golden stream of light leapt forth from the spring. This is truly life-threatening, Jinzha expressed, still shaken. He had initially believed that the auspicious signs indicated that he would emerge unscathed. However, recalling the vague memories from the Zhuagua spring, the sensation of being scorched from flesh to bone far exceeded his expectations. After all, the essence of the Zhuagua spring was understood. Its purpose was to refine one's sinews and marrow. Yet, the intensity of the flames was indeed formidable. Pinching his arm, Jinzha was uncertain if the experience of being ignited was merely an illusion. However, as he urged his magical power, a flicker of golden flame surged forth, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could this be the golden flame of the great sun? Although Jinzha had never encountered the famed true fires of the primordial realm, the origin of the Zhuagua spring made it easy for him to deduce the name of this flame. Aside from the innate divine powers of the Samadhi true fire, ordinary mortals could not wield such true flames without extraordinary fortune, for they were innate gifts of the race. Yet now, Jinzha found himself at ease under the scorching of the great sun's golden flame. Thus, a question arose. If his flesh and bones were utterly consumed, what would remain of his identity as the son of old Li? Nezha's act of severing ties with his parents was meant to teach his unborn but valiant younger brother. Yet, before Nezha could undertake such an irrevocable act, his elder brother found himself inadvertently committing a similar betrayal. Perhaps this treachery was a familial tradition of the Li clan. The third brother, celebrated as the most rebellious of the heavenly court, needed no further introduction. Even the honest Mu Jia had switched allegiances from Puxian to the teachings of the benevolent Sihong, not to mention the father of the 3 brothers, Li Jing. A delicate pagoda has transitioned from the tutelage of the Taoist Master Dui to that of the Radiant Lamp. For the old man Li, this change signifies a manifestation of his fortune. However, from the perspective of respecting one's teacher and the path, it appears that old Li's propensity for switching allegiances is deeply ingrained in his nature. The Jinzha of the original timeline evidently failed to keep pace with the Li family's rhythm. From the moment he pledged himself to the venerable Manjushri, he remained steadfastly devoted. Although Jinzha ultimately could not escape the fate of shifting allegiances, his master's transition to the Western teachings was not a fault of his own, yet he has always lagged slightly behind in the traditional crafts of the Li family. Nevertheless, all is well now. Before his younger brothers Mu Jia and Nezha are even born, Jinzha has already set an example for them, mastering the innate talents of the Golden Crow lineage. This is not a matter of overstepping boundaries. Slapping his own face in reprimand, Jinzha swiftly quelled that audacious thought. What is the matter of fortune if not destiny? What is meant by innate talent and Taoist method? This is clearly the essence of the Tao. Rising and donning fresh garments, Jinzha gazed at the now diminished Zhuangguo spring, realizing the remaining water should not go to waste. With a flick of his hand, he transformed into a golden streak, racing towards the mountainside. At this moment, Airbai was still silently absorbing spiritual energy within. Observing this, Jinzha did not hesitate. He seized his canine companion by the scruff of its neck and, moments later, returned to the spring, unceremoniously tossing the dog into the water. Enjoy your bath. By the time Jinzha and his canine companion departed from the confines of the Zhuangguo spring, a full day had elapsed. From the instant Jinzha inexplicably vanished, Yuan Hong was in a state of anxiety. After all, safeguarding Jinzha's safety was a task assigned by his master. Although the Taoist Master Dui did not acknowledge him as a disciple, Yuan Hong was not one to forget the kindness he had received. A monkey must not be too unreasonable. If every monkey were as unyielding as the ones from a May mountain, the monkey clan would find it increasingly difficult to coexist with the demon race. According to Yuan Hong's perspective, the monkey demons of a May mountain ought to be expelled from the clan. If any type of monkey demon could be associated with his lineage of the Tongbei ape, then what would become of Yuan Hong's reputation? Of course, the Amei Mountain Monkey Group was a trivial matter. His primary concern was whether he could successfully complete the task assigned by his master. To be frank, from the behavior of this child, Yuan Hong had not observed any signs of the opportunities his master had spoken of. Yet, if Jinzha continued to vanish without reason, it would be challenging for Yuan Hong, with his modest cultivation as a celestial immortal, to ensure the successful completion of the task. As he watched the return of the duo, a man and his dog, after a day's absence, Yuan Hong fell into contemplation. The northern borders of the human realm have always been a mixed habitation of humans and demons, distinct from the regions under the emperor's strict control. While this Binzhou does boast several human cities, the wilderness of the northern borders is teeming with demon kings, as plentiful as the stars in the sky. Although this child is not a mere weakling, possessing some degree of cultivation and wielding peculiar weapons that render common demon beasts ineffective against him. Encountering a demon king would pose a different challenge altogether. Even the weakest demon king is a formidable opponent. And should they encounter a demon king of noble blood with other means at their disposal, this man and his dog might merely serve as an appetizer for the demon kings. Now, having been missing for a day, it seemed they had stumbled upon some opportunity. After all, just 2 days prior, the dog demon had stood at a height of 1.5 meters. Upon reemergence, it appeared to have shrunk to 1.2 meters. Yet, this was inconsequential. Today, as fortune might be fleeting, next time, should they vanish again, it could very well be that a demon king covets their flesh and blood. Yuan Hong's concern for Jinzha's survival was minimal. However, he was apprehensive about jeopardizing his master's significant endeavors. Clearly, he needed to devise a plan. As he rode the clouds, trailing behind Jinzha and his canine companion, Yuan Hong sought an opportune moment to join their ranks. Simply descending from the clouds to escort them would be ill-advised. They had not met prior. And without the most basic trust, the child's temperament might lead him to react defensively, utilizing his unknown methods against Yuan Hong. Such an encounter would not only result in a mishap, but would also tarnish Yuan Hong's reputation. As the leader of the 7 sages of Meishan, he would not wish to be reduced to begging. However, an opportunity soon presented itself. On the 7th day of their journey through Binzhou, around 6 o'clock, the sky began to lighten, and a thin mist enveloped the forest. Jinzha emerged from a beast skin pouch, pointing a finger as a spark ignited the dry wood. Kindling a fire, preparing some porridge, he paid little mind to the lingering fog. After breakfast, Jinzha mounted Airby and commenced a new day of foraging. Had Jinzha ventured alone, traversing these rugged mountain paths would have required considerable effort. Yet, for a demon beast like Airby, navigating the treacherous terrain was no challenge. Within roughly an hour, as the mist dissipated, Jinzha had already covered several miles, walking and gathering as he went. Why did he find himself incessantly wandering these mountains? Gazing at the trident-like peaks in the distance, Jinzha sighed. Logically, crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes should not grow in such mountainous regions. Nonetheless, the omens had inexplicably drawn him deeper into the woods, though he had discovered numerous medicinal herbs. Their value paled in comparison to addressing the fundamental issue of sustenance for the people. Yet, Jinzha remained undeterred. He had only departed from Chintang Pass less than a month ago. He was not a celestial being, and as long as he could resolve this epic task within 3 years, it would not be too late. As he surveyed the area, it seemed devoid of noteworthy features. After all, Jinzha was not here to compile a botanical compendium. Having grasped the general types of flora in this area, he resolved to continue westward. Patting air by S head, the original Huodong wolf cavalry hastened their pace, eager to leave the mountainous region they had meandered through for nearly a week. However, just as the duo intended to depart, a fierce wind howled through the air. Jinzha turned to see a gust of black wind approaching from behind, a claw extending from within, aiming directly at his head. Instinctively, Jinzha sidestepped, his right hand forming a seal. In the nick of time, the fire escape technique passed down from Old Man Li whisked him away from the jaws of the malevolent beast. The speed of the fire escape was remarkable. For Jinzha possessed the essence of the Golden Crow Prince's blood. Although he had yet to master the transcendent abilities of the Golden Crow, his fire escape, fueled by the sun's golden flames, surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In a mere 2 breaths, as the escape technique concluded, Jinzha found himself nearly 3 miles away. The moment he dispelled the technique, a wave of apprehension washed over him. He had assumed the area he had traversed for nearly a week was safe, yet he had not anticipated the lurking beasts in the forest would resort to underhanded ambushes. What manner of creature had just attempted to assail him? Had I known this earlier, I should have consulted an oracle upon rising. Jinzha made an effort to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yet, before he could begin reprimanding the foolish-looking canine beside him, a swirling gust of foul air descended from the eastern sky, heralding the arrival of a towering bear spirit, clad in tattered robes and wielding a massive, curved blade. Have you come to steal my cassock? Jinzha pondered, perplexed. Although the mountains were notoriously home to troublesome creatures such as tigers, leopards, black bears, and wild boars, he had yet to encounter any lair despite traversing the peaks. How had this bear's spirit managed to find him? Nevertheless, he knew he must not show weakness in the face of such a formidable foe. This bear spirit, capable of commanding the black winds, may not match his fire escape and speed, but its abilities suggested it had attained a certain level of enlightenment. While it was true that mundane creatures were inefficient in their cultivation, once they survived the thunder tribulation and ascended to the realm of demon immortals, Their physical prowess and magical abilities far surpassed that of Jinzha, a mere mortal freshly empowered. After all, how long had Jinzha been training? He had even concocted his own techniques, making it difficult to ensure a successful evasion from the bear spirit before his energy was depleted. Currently, the means by which Jinzha could harm the bear spirit were exceedingly limited. Aside from attempting an RPG, he was left with the recently acquired Great Sun Golden Flame. Thus, he understood the urgency of timing his escape. If all else failed, he would have to sacrifice the canine to test the bear spirit's limits. Though the master and servant were once companions on a shared path, in times of peril, one often fled. After all, the scent of the wolf was strong. Perhaps the bear spirit had been drawn by it. You audacious creature, daring to ambush me. Which path do you tread? Jinzha attempted to buy himself some time with idle chatter. However, the bear spirit was evidently not some petty thief hiding in the shadows, but a formidable opponent. Its gaping maw revealing yellowed fangs. You little brat possess some skill, and you smell delightful. Today, your bear grandfather is fortunate. Find yourself, and I shall grant you a dignified end. Otherwise, before the bear spirit could finish, its curved blade came whirling towards Jinzha, who dared claim that the intelligence of demons was lacking. Jinzha cursed inwardly, but fortunately, in this critical moment, the agile wolf demon, having shrunk to a height of merely 1 meter, leaped aside just as the bear spirit lunged. Jinzha swiftly produced the RPG he had assembled and positioned it atop the wolf's head. With a thunderous roar, the projectile soared only a few meters before colliding with the bear spirit, engulfing it in flames and smoke. Having prepared himself mentally, Jinzha executed a fire escape technique, darting westward amidst the blaze. What chance did he have against a bear spirit that had transcended mortality? Although the Great Sun Golden Flame was a primeval power of the Jinwu clan, even a mere wisp could inflict damage upon demon immortals. Jinzha's limited magical energy could scarcely invoke it. If he failed to subdue the bear spirit, he would find himself with no retreat. Jinzha felt no shame in fleeing. However, his dramatic departure left his companion, Yuan Hong, exasperated. Why don't you fight it? If you don't engage, how can I come to your aid? The bear spirit, foolishly allowing its prey to escape despite being a demigod, was a disgrace to its kind. Yuan Hong silently pursued the flickering flames, while the bear spirit, momentarily dazed from the blast, began to regain its composure, noticing the singed fur on its face. Having endured the thunder tribulation, its resilience far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. Even the once mighty Tiger King could withstand a cannonball. Moreover, this bear spirit, having ascended through rigorous cultivation, was not easily deterred by a mere RPG. With a furious roar, the bear spirit bellowed, "Yesterday, I woke up in my lair, only to find myself inexplicably in this forest. Now my quarry, a delightful human child, is escaping. Why can't you just be devoured by your bear grandfather?" As its rage peaked, the bear spirit unleashed a swirling black vortex, hurtling towards Jinzha's vanishing figure. Initially, the bear spirit had dismissed Jinzha, but now, fueled by anger and its newfound strength, it was no longer a simple adversary to be trifled with. The black whirlwind surged through the forest, closing in on Jinzha from 10 miles away. Sensing the threat, Jinzha tossed aside the wolf, accelerating his escape. Yet, the bear spirit paid no heed to the fallen wolf. After all, wolf meat was tough and unpleasant, lacking the enticing aroma of human flesh. As they traversed the skies of this land, the chase intensified, Jinzha's speed surging as he burned through his magical energy. The golden light of his escape seemingly resonating with a distant cry. However, he had no time to appreciate the artistry of his escape. Though he had gained considerable speed, with the first cry echoing in his mind, he realized his magical energy was waning. If only he possessed a millennium of cultivation, he could have easily outpaced the bear spirit. Amidst the urgency of his flight, Jinzha contemplated his dwindling magical energy. To survive, he saw only one recourse. He retrieved the refined Qian Kuan Bao and Zhen Tian arrow, placing his life and fate upon them. By all rights, a person of such fortuitous destiny as Jinzha should not perish at the hands of a passing demon. Unless such fortune was a mere illusion or the bear spirit was a manifestation of calamity, due to significantly disrupting the progress of humanity. The heavenly Tao does not permit it, hence a mission to eliminate Jinzha, who exploits loopholes, is underway. With the Zhentian arrow positioned upon the Qingquan Bao, Jinzha found himself in a state of utter confusion. As the ominous black wind approached, he inhaled deeply, prepared to show this dark entity a glimpse of his might. Channeling his mystical power and vitality, he gradually drew back the bowstring of the Qingquan Bao, which had previously remained immobile. A flicker of joy crossed Jinzha's face, as he surmised that it was indeed the influence of the Zhuogwa spring that enabled him to wield such a formidable artifact. However, this elation was short-lived. As the bowstring was drawn to a finger's breadth, his magical energy was entirely depleted. After a few breaths, as he exhaled, the bowstring swiftly returned to its original state. Watching the approaching black wind, a surge of anger welled within Jinzha. It is said that divine weapons possess spirits. Even the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan had entrusted the highest authority of the Qianquan Bao and Zhentian arrow to him. Yet, the master of this divine weapon was rendered powerless? Under normal circumstances, Jinzha would have felt elated, for the higher the requirements for wielding the Qianquan Bao and Zhentian arrow, the mightier the weapon. But now, he was being hunted. Although his current adversary was not of the Wu clan, which might lead to a mismatch in expertise, should he perish. He would fall into the hands of the demon clan. As a mature divine weapon born from the Battle of the Stags, could it not move of its own accord? Jinzha wished fervently to snap the Qianquan Bao in frustration. Nevertheless, with the black wind descending, he had no time to ponder. Swiftly stowing away the Qianquan Bao and taking hold of the river bowl, a treasure gifted by the Taoist master Dui. What absurdity is this, the suffering of living beings? In this life and death moment, Jinzha merely wished to unleash a torrent of water upon this dark entity to send it far away. As he tilted the treasure, a deluge of river water surged forth. Yuan Hong, observing from above, bared his teeth in a grin. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, he was uncertain. Yet, he could not deny the abundance of treasures in the hands of this young human. Though the child had only drawn the bowstring a finger's breadth, the sharp aura emanating from the Zhentian arrow was unmistakable. If he could draw it to 3 fingers, even he might not withstand its shot. Yet, this child lacked the strength. No matter how excellent the divine weapon, it was futile in his small hands. And then there was the continuously flowing water from the treasure. Despite Yuan Hong's many years of residing on Meishan, he had never possessed such a remarkable item. Alas, no matter how splendid the item, it would be in vain to hope that this mortal water could wash away the black bear spirit. Reality proved as such. The black wind, transformed by the black bear spirit, landed, its towering figure akin to a black iron tower, impervious to the torrent of water. Run, little cub. The black bear spirit grinned menacingly at Jinzha. Initially, when the Qianquan Bao and Zhentian arrow were aimed at it, a strong sense of crisis surged within. Fortunately, the child's strength was insufficient to draw that divine weapon. Though the young human had many tricks up his sleeve, without magical power, he was merely prey for the Black King. However, the inexplicable presence in the forest stirred unease within the black bear spirit. Furthermore, as a creature that relished toying with its prey, the current situation was precarious. Fearing complications, the black wind swirled, and the bear spirit lunged at Jinzha with its gaping maw. Regardless of any oddities, devouring this cub would mean claiming all the treasures upon him. The river bowl held no sway over the black bear spirit. Retracting the magical power within the artifact, Jinzha steeled himself for the impending doom. Nonetheless, even in death, he would not grant the black entity an easy victory. Grasping a Zhentian arrow with both hands, he summoned all his strength and thrust it toward the bear spirit's open mouth. Yet, the black bear spirit was no fool. With a swift flick of its paw, it easily deflected the arrow, which Jinzha had regarded as his last resort. Jinzha attempted to ignite the great sun golden flame with a magical power retrieved from the artifact, but the bear's mouth was now mere inches from his head. With his eyes tightly shut, fleeting memories began to flicker through his mind. Just as Jinzha faced imminent demise within the jaws of the bear, a resounding thud echoed, and the foul breath of the bear lord brushed past his cheek before dissipating. Hey, what demon are you, daring to cause trouble before me? Hong Yuan. With a casual swing of his iron staff, the black bear spirit, previously menacing Jinzha, was effortlessly sent flying. In its retreat, it appeared to lose a few teeth. This bear, capable of withstanding RPGs, found itself utterly defenseless against the iron staff. Upon hearing Hong Yuan's words, Jinzha, trembling with trepidation, slumped backward. In the face of life and death, terror loomed large. Although he wished to maintain the dignity of the Li family's eldest son, the adrenaline waned, leaving him weak-kneed. He gazed, dazed, at Hong Yuan, who had suddenly appeared to chastise the black bear spirit. With just a few deft motions of the iron staff, the once mighty bear was reduced to a state of panic, its pride shattered. However, the black bear spirit was still resilient. After enduring a few blows and realizing it was no match for Hong Yuan, it transformed into a gust of black wind and fled skyward, leaving Hong Yuan with the iron staff resting on his shoulder, unpursued. After all, the black bear spirit had already rendered significant assistance. Annihilation was unnecessary, as even demons ought to adhere to some semblance of reason. With the threat of the black bear's spirit abated, Jinzha felt a wave of relief wash over him, leading him to lose consciousness. When he awakened, it was 5 hours later, the dim light of dawn casting shadows as a fire crackled nearby. He sensed an itch at the nape of his neck. Turning slightly, a damp tongue licked his face. This fellow found you 3 hours ago. I thought you shared a close bond, so I did not chase it away. From a branch above, leaning against the trunk, Hong Yuan leapt down before Jinzha. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I am at a loss for how to repay you, and I hope you will kindly share your name, so I may repay your kindness in the future. Jinzha scrambled to his feet and bowed respectfully to Hong Yuan, who graciously accepted the gesture. After all, the gratitude for saving a life could not be overlooked. I am Hong Yuan. You may call me Elder Hong or Yuan Elder, whichever you prefer. Whichever? Jinzha hesitated momentarily before replying. In that case, I shall address you as Elder Hong. I, Li Jinzha, son of Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass. Sincerely thank you for your life-saving grace. You're welcome, you're welcome. Just a little bear spirit, easily dealt with. But you, young child, are quite audacious to roam these mountains with a wolf demon. Are you not aware of the dangers lurking here? Who knows where that black bear spirit originated? Jinzha thought to himself, resolute in his decision to consult an oracle before venturing forth each day, his expression revealing a hint of wry amusement. It is not that I am unaware of the perils within these mountains. Under the favor of the three sovereigns, some things must be undertaken. Oh, the three sovereigns. Are you referring to the ancient three sovereigns of humanity? What business do the three sovereigns have that necessitates your personal involvement, young one? Surely, you would not dare to deceive me, would you? As a junior, I would not presume to mislead Senior Hong. Jinzha forced a wry smile as he conveyed the purpose of his journey to Hong Yuan. At the same time, having regained his composure, Jinzha began to ponder the true identity of Hong Yuan, the ability to easily subdue the black bear spirit, endowed with innate magical prowess. Alongside that remarkable glance at the mixed iron staff, raised suspicions in Jinzha's mind. Particularly, throughout their conversation, he had not sensed any affinity Hong Yuan had towards humanity, which compounded his feelings of unreality. Could this individual be the legendary Yuan Hong of Meishan? What brings him here? Do the three sovereigns extend their reach so far? Although the omens suggested a journey westward was indeed in his future, he was not the brother of the Shang dynasty. At this time, the great Thunder Sound Temple in the west had yet to be established. Jinzha wondered if his westward journey had been somehow manipulated. However, since Yuan Hong had assumed a mortal guise, and he had not been asked to become a disciple, it was likely just a chance encounter, right? Jinzha calculated in silence. After hearing Jinzha's account, Yuan Hong, though uncertain of the benefits that Jinzha's herb-gathering endeavor might bring, instinctively felt that accompanying him on his journey westward would undoubtedly yield some advantage. Child, your courage to venture forth at such a young age is commendable, Yuan Hong remarked. While you possess some skill for one so young, should you stray beyond the realm of the human emperor, countless spirits and monsters lurk in the wilds. Since my enlightenment, I have yet to traverse these lands. How about this? Let us journey together from this day forth. You may seek your herbs while I explore the wilderness, and we shall forge a bond of goodwill. Should danger arise, I will be there to assist you. What do you say? Upon hearing Yuan Hong's proposition, Jinzha felt a twinge of anxiety. No, I truly do not intend to go to the great Thunder Sound Temple. Furthermore, you, Yuan Hong, are not some clever stone monkey. As a renowned figure on the investiture of gods and a future Star Lord of the Heavenly Court, what brings you to accompany me on my westward journey? Could it be that this journey is inscribed in the bloodline legacy of the four mischievous monkeys? Though, according to the original timeline, Jinzha, as a guardian deity of the Lingshan, could be considered a fated individual of the Buddha. However, at present, the great teachings of the sages dominate, and the Western teachings have yet to betray the mystical gate. Even if we were to reach Lingshan, it is uncertain whether the two holy beings of the West would welcome us into their fold. If one were to think from a different perspective, how could a team led by Jinzha be deemed unworthy of seeking the scriptures? The genuine scriptures representing the great vehicle of Buddhism are indeed scriptures, and Jinzha's compilation of agricultural texts could also be considered scripture. Regardless, both are valid, and changing the name of the herb-gathering team to the scripture-seeking team would pose no issue. After resting for 2 days, Jinzha familiarized himself with the surrounding flora and suddenly recalled the formidable Shinnon whip he possessed. Alas, the corporeal form of the black bear was not something Jinzha could confront casually at this moment, and with Yuan Hong's protection, the urgency of collecting poisonous herbs seemed diminished. Thus, the scripture-seeking team, regaining their pace under the guidance of the omens, proceeded westward leisurely. Meanwhile, in the western Lingshan, one must not directly utter the names of the saints in the wilds, for the saints are the most exalted beings in the celestial order. To do so would be a sign of disrespect and would invite divine retribution. Beyond the celestial order, the saints themselves possess the ability to create and manipulate the elements. In this primordial wilderness created by Pangu, aside from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who is one with the heavenly path, the saints observe the universe and comprehend all things, rendering them seemingly omnipotent. Brother, I have recently sensed a potential opportunity arising from the east that may benefit our west, the Taoist seated upon the 12-petal lotus exclaimed. Holding a golden branch adorned with 7 treasures, gold, silver, crystal, agate, coral, and red pearls, not unlike the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 7 treasures Miao Tree. As the master of the 7 treasures Miao Tree, one of the saints of the West, the Xuandi saint, opened his eyes to gaze upon the Taoist across from him, who displayed a pained expression. Do you share my sentiment, brother? In response to Xuanti's inquiry, the Taoist, who had been preoccupied with hardship, slowly opened his eyes. Junior brother, all phenomena are but illusions. Only a genuine heart can transcend. You speak truthfully. Yet you are aware of the harshness of the West. As brothers, we have established the great teachings here. If we can harness the myriad laws to strengthen the West, it would not be in vain for us to have cultivated this path together. Very well. The Taoist nodded slightly, as the lotus seat beneath him began to rotate, seemingly to pierce through the fog of heavenly mysteries and clarify the chaotic celestial mechanisms. The 12-petal golden lotus blossomed, and it is unknown how much time passed before the Taoist opened his eyes once more. The time is not yet ripe. The Tao ancestor has foretold a future flourishing of the West. Currently, the atmosphere is rife with ominous energies as the calamity of the investiture of gods approaches. It may not be amiss for you to travel east again to convey my teachings of the West. Have you truly failed to discern this? The approach of the calamity has muddled the celestial mechanisms. Have you forgotten the calamity of the Wu and Yao? Of course, I have not forgotten. The 7 treasures Miao tree swayed, but Juanti halted his divination. However, brother, I too worry about when the West will truly flourish. Remember the vows we made to enlighten the myriad beings of the West. The 48 great aspirations still echo in my ears. What do you believe is the cause of the anticipated flourishing of the West as foretold by our master? Do not speak hastily, junior brother. Know that beneath the heavenly order, all things have their ordained destiny. Given the teacher's pronouncement of the West's ascendance, let us patiently await the opportune moment. Your sentiment resonates deeply, esteemed brother. However, I posit that such Western prosperity must be underpinned by substantial foundations. Observe the intercepting sect of the Eastern Sea. Though it boasts a gathering of myriad immortals, the way of heaven dictates that excessive flourishing leads to decline. I surmise that among those myriad immortals, no small number share an affinity with our West. Indeed, if that is the case, then I shall rely upon your efforts. Facing Juani's plea for support, Jane naturally acceded. After all, the Western religion was jointly established by the two brothers. However, as the grand leader of the Western religion, the Taoist Jane, having attained sagehood and discovered the path, devoted nearly all his energy to enduring hardship. The affairs of the Western religion were consistently managed by Juanti. Possessing the title of leader, yet bearing none of the associated responsibilities, Jane felt a profound sense of indebtedness to Juanti over countless eons. Why do you speak such words? My brother, our hearts are as one. With me overseeing the matters of the sect, you may cultivate in peace. Should your strength increase, the two of us, united, would have no need to fear even the combined might of the 3 purities. Are you even hearing the words you utter? Jane was filled with bewilderment. Even the expression of sorrow on his face softened somewhat. What manner of place is the prehistoric world? It is a realm brought forth by the great god Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth, within the domain of the great god Pangu. You speak of contending against the manifested spirit of Pangu? Though all are sages, there exist distinctions among them. Excellent. Having responded to Juani's words, and fearing that his dear brother might conjure some further disturbance, Jane closed his eyes and, invoking the grand dream law, immersed himself once more in the infinite cycle of suffering. Juanti, too, closed his eyes in cultivation, but in his spare moments, one of sage Juanti's 3 corpses began to cultivate fate within this prehistoric world. Meanwhile, Jinzha, having paraded before the sages, was leading the scripture-seeking team through the mountains, transcribing the true scriptures by hand. Though their progress was not swift, Jinzha was not the Dharma master Xuanzang, who sought to bury heaven, earth, and all living beings. Jinzha was already treading the path of practicing the true scriptures, seeking the wondrous combinations among various herbs. Though Jinzha had no intention of delving into the arts of medicine and poison, having collected a multitude of specimens, he found a certain amusement in them, especially with the aid of the divine farmer's whip. Regardless of the divine farmer's current cultivation level, the old man suffered greatly when tasting hundreds of herbs. Now that a descendant of the human race was willing to inherit the old man's aspirations, the 3 emperors of the human race had already reached the level of quasi-sages. Heaven had not decreed that one must ingest every herb. Now that there were better options, why endure such unnecessary suffering? A small advantage is still an advantage. Thus, the scripture-seeking team lingered in Binzhou for 2 months. Guided by the indications of divination, the team journeyed southwest, entering the Jiaming Pass from Binzhou. Following the path of the Shangzhou War, Jinzha traveled for more than half a year. After passing through the Sishui Pass, the scripture-seeking team officially entered the territory of Shiqi. Throughout their journey, Jinzha did not remain solely in the wilderness. After all, agricultural matters were of great importance, and Jinzha had to proceed with caution. Fortunately, Li Laohan was a man of action. Xuntang Pass bordered the eastern sea, marking the eastern frontier of the Yinshang dynasty, while Shiqi lay west of Chaoga. Passing the territory of Qinzhou marked the entrance into the domain of Mount Kunlun. Now that even Shiqi had adopted the new methods of agriculture, Jinzha's initial plan could be considered a success. Next, he needed only to focus on completing the main task of enriching and strengthening the human race. Then, even if the path through the Jade Void Palace proved impassable, his position during the investiture of the gods would not be low, thanks to his connections with the 3 sovereigns. Of course, it would be even better if he could affiliate himself with the Fire Cloud Cave. After all, as long as the human race endures, the Fire Cloud Cave would persist. Jinzha did not aspire to transcend the sages or anything of the sort. The path in the prehistoric world was locked at the quasi-sage level. Moreover, given the Tao ancestors' initial intention of seeking stability for the heavens and the earth, what was the point of cultivating to a higher level? Could one surpass the Tao ancestor himself? Cultivation should be sufficient for one's needs. Jinzha had no such grand ambitions. As a favored one of the human race's fortune and a future disciple of the interpretation sect's second generation, it would not be excessive to cultivate to the golden immortal realm before that monkey emerged. What is a golden immortal? In the words of the celestial worthy of the primordial beginning, one who has undergone thousands of calamities and whose morality is complete is a golden immortal. And what is required to overcome thousands of calamities? Naturally, fortune and blessings. After all, everyone exists within the framework of the prehistoric heavenly way. In the face of calamities, those with abundant fortune and blessings easily turn misfortune into good fortune, while those with insufficient fortune and blessings, to put it bluntly, even if they die in the investiture of the gods, they would not even receive the meager reward of being on the list. And how should one interpret complete morality? Take the ancestral dragon, the ancestral phoenix, and the initial qilin as examples. These three were all one step away from entering the sage realm. Leaving aside their supernatural powers and magic, their physical bodies alone could easily suppress the most treacherous places in the prehistoric world. In the understanding of the immortal path, these three were undoubtedly the most outstanding golden immortals. As the protagonists of the heavens and the earth at the time, the dragon, phoenix, and qilin clans amassed nearly all the fortune of the prehistoric world. As for the blessings, such as the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity and the qilin heralding good fortune, there is no need to elaborate. But consider the fate of the dragon, phoenix, and qilin clans. Even though there were many schemes involved, fortune alone was not enough. Offending the heavens and the earth, even if one were Pangu's own child, they would still die and vanish, submerged in the river of time. However, considering that there were only a few direct disciples of the Jade Void Palace, Jinzha agreed with the celestial worthy of the primordial beginnings assessment of the golden immortal. But in layman's terms, cultivating the 5 elements to return to their origin, causing the 3 flowers to bloom atop one's head, and infinitely pushing one's essence, energy, and spirit to perfection, without the worry of the 3 disasters and 5 calamities, one could be considered to have entered the gate of the golden immortal realm. Regardless of the era, the golden immortal represented the pinnacle of the immortal path. As for the term quasi-sage, it only became popular after the Tao ancestor Hongjun transmitted the method of severing the 3 corpses. After all, beyond the golden immortal realm lies the realm of the sage. Before the creation of the heavens and the earth, the so-called sage was actually the evolution of the 3,000 great Taos, which were the original rules themselves. Why did Pangu slay the 3,000 chaos demon gods when creating the heavens and the earth? The number 3,000 is merely a figurative one, because constructing a complete world requires the support of countless rules, and these rules were held by different chaos demon gods. Pangu slew the 3,000 demon gods in the chaos to create the prehistoric world, to transcend the framework of the prehistoric world, which is the pursuit of transcendence after the golden immortal realm. One must trace back to the origin, like the chaos demon gods of old, and completely grasp at least one rule. This is the cleverness of the method of severing the 3 corpses. As everyone knows, only innate spiritual treasures record the original laws from the beginning of the creation of the heavens and the earth. The evolution of the world gradually tends towards stability. The so-called Tao disappearing and the heavenly way emerging is merely the different manifestation of the prehistoric rules. Heaven and earth will not allow others to seize control of the laws from their hands. Therefore, after the creation of the heavens, no one can directly comprehend the fundamental laws that construct the world. Without Tao ancestor Hongjun transmitting the law, it is difficult to say for certain. But the Pangu 3 purities and the great goddess Nuwa would certainly be able to attain sagehood. After all, these 4 have great tasks and great fortune in the prehistoric world. After these 4, other great powers holding innate spiritual treasures can also glimpse the scenery beyond the golden immortal realm. Imagining a scene where the golden immortal is outshone by a mere dog is indeed a formidable challenge. Jinzha possesses a profound self-awareness. A quasi-saint is fundamentally a great Luo. Even the so-called heavenly Tao saints, having liberated themselves from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, remain great Luo. As a later comer, despite the current environment being less conducive to the emergence of immensely powerful cultivators, with the imminent advent of the investiture of the gods, Jinzha nonetheless finds himself catching the last train of the great tide of the primordial era. The multitude of narratives during the journey to the west stems from a deteriorating environment, where ordinary demons lack the opportunity to confront wild monkeys. In the era of the witch and demon, only those who attained the golden immortal rank were eligible to participate in the Great War, whereas during the investiture of the gods, although the disciples of the great saints inflated the battle prowess, apart from the direct students of those saints. The likes of the 10 heavenly lords barely reached the level of profound immortals. Coupled with the resplendent performance of mortal generals, aside from the ultimate battle among the saints, the overall average level of the investiture calamity has evidently dropped from golden immortal to roughly heavenly immortal. Given this context, it is prudent to set a modest goal. Achieving the golden immortal status during the investiture period would exempt one from the tribulations of the 3 calamities and 5 disasters, subsequently progressing steadily to play at the level of Great Luo before the monkey's emergence. Otherwise, whether it be the monkey's tribulations or the rescue brought by the monkey, both identities would likely have no bearing on Jinzha. Among the 4 monkeys of chaos, this fellow appears to have the best prospects. Observing Yuan Hong, who brandishes a staff yet pretends to be human, Jinzha feels a surge of emotions. Compared to the befuddled son Wukong, at least Yuan Hong's ascension to the gods is devoid of ulterior motives. Even if burdened by calamities, it remains Yuan Hong's own choice. As for the other 2 monkeys of chaos, it is perhaps best not to mention them. Strolling through the lands of Shiqi, Jinzha had no intention of visiting the Duke of Shibua. After all, King Wen's 100 sons did not require his minor presence to manifest their divinity. Instead, certain rumors regarding King Wen piqued Jinzha's interest. By the time Jiang Taigong fished by the stream, Duke Jichong of Shibua was already over 90 years old. As the eldest son of Jichong, Bo Yikao was merely in his 20s before being turned into a meat pie. Similarly, the founder of the Zhou dynasty, King Wu Jifa, was also a young man in his 20s. In other words, Duke Shibua fathered Bo Yikao and Jifa when he was 70. One must consider the original consort of Duke Shibua. Although he might possess extraordinary talents and vigor in his later years, his original consort deserves acknowledgement. Regardless of the era, a figure like Duke Shibua is indeed enviable. If Jinzha were to truly arrive in such an age devoid of profound principles, becoming a figure akin to Duke Shibua would be commendable. Yet, with the investiture imminent and having lived a lifetime of coarse grains, it would be reasonable for Jinzha to seek a change in palate. However, the Zhou rituals proved to be of little utility. Avoiding the city of Shiqi, the group of pilgrims journeyed towards Qinzhou. Shintang Pass primarily cultivated corn and bean pods, while Shiqi focused on corn and wheat. Although this shattered Jinzha's dreams of discovering wheat, he did stumble upon the familiar crop of pumpkin along the border of Qinzhou and Shiqi. However, plants undergo constant evolution before being tamed by humanity. The pumpkins at this time were not the plump specimens Jinzha recalled. Rather than pumpkins, they resembled the wild varieties harvested in autumn, retaining a color akin to that of green cucumbers. Even the taste was unpleasant. "Hey kid, is this what you were looking for? Why does it taste bitter in my mouth?" Jinzha exclaimed, feeling a touch of bitterness on his tongue. Noting Jinzha's invigorated spirit, Yuan Hong, without a second thought, plucked a wild cucumber and took a bite. Although resilient, the wild pumpkin could not withstand the bite of a profound immortal. However, the absence of these pumpkins in the fields certainly indicated a circumstance of its own. Not only was the wild pumpkin exceedingly bitter, but these abandoned cucumbers also possessed a degree of toxicity. Even Yuan Hong found his mouth numb after tasting it. For an ordinary mortal, a single bite might lead to dire consequences. Yuan Hong's reaction slightly dampened Jinzha's excitement. While the discovery of the wild pumpkin plant was fortuitous, transporting it to the fields would likely take generations. Yet, finding this specimen made the journey worthwhile. As waiting for generations was not feasible, Jinzha sought the wisdom of immortals to accelerate the cultivation of the pumpkin. While the Tao could not induce the emergence of spiritual roots, ordinary plants were not bound by such restrictions. The only issue remained that Jinzha lacked the techniques to stimulate plant growth. After extracting some specimens to preserve them within his treasure, Jinzha wielded the Shinnong whip and struck Yuan Hong. By neutralizing the toxicity of the cucumber and enhancing its flavor, it could indeed transform into a staple food. "Kid, do you understand such matters? Why do you think the 3 sovereigns hold me in esteem? Put away that ignorant expression of yours. If I'm in a good mood, I might take you south to tame wild bananas. You know nothing of true peaches." True peaches? Yuan Hong's mouth watered at the mention of the 10 innate spiritual roots, particularly the innate Rin water peaches, which were treasures in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. The very thought of such treasures in the heavenly court sent Yuan Hong's mouth watering. This illustrates just how nefarious the Jade Emperor's intentions were in assigning the stone monkey to guard the peach orchard. Breaking into the underworld, devouring peaches, smashing gatherings, stealing elixirs. Indeed, the Jade Emperor has thrown caution to the wind. Engaging in banter with Yuan Hong, the group of pilgrims continued their journey westward. It had been nearly a year since they set forth. While far away on Mount Mei, Zhu Zhun, anxiously awaiting Yuan Hong's return, felt increasingly restless. The 7 brothers had been together on Mount Mei for over 200 years. Regardless of internal strife within the demon clans or other circumstances, the brothers had never separated. Yet now, Yuan Hong had become the exception, leaving behind a statement that his master summoned him, neglecting even the brotherly wine gatherings. initially expecting him to return within 10 days or half a month. Nearly a year had passed without a word, leaving Zhu Zhen and the others in a state of concern. What do you think our elder brother is up to? As Yuan Hong's loyal dog, Li Li was particularly worried about Yuan Hong's safety. Although the 7 brothers ruled Mount Mei, without Yuan Hong as their leader, they would have no foothold against the likes of small centipedes or giant white snakes. Fully aware of the dangers outside, Li Li could not help but speculate. Despite Yuan Hong's formidable abilities, the monkey's impulsive nature posed risks. If he were to offend a powerful being, he could face dire consequences or be captured as a pet. How would the brothers on Mount Mei cope with such a situation? If not me, then who will go search for him? The little pig, forgotten by Yuan Hong, also appeared quite displeased. After all, Yuan Hong was a source of trouble in Zhu Zhen's eyes, and with no news from him, the little pig worried about the potential disasters that could arise, leaving him unable to provide support. Perhaps I should go out and search. My brother never leaves without saying a word. Moreover, the elder brother has never claimed to have a master. The sudden emergence of one raises suspicions. What if this master is one of those who capture demons and refine elixirs? Bah, old Yang, if you can't articulate your thoughts, it's best to remain silent. Besides, what good would it do for you to descend the mountain with your trifling skills? You and old Niu, old Wu, old Chong, and old Dai should stay put on the mountain. Among us brothers, aside from that monkey, my cultivation is the highest. I shall investigate what that monkey is scheming outside. Regardless of the circumstances, I will convey news back to my brothers. That troublesome monkey is utterly unreliable. With that, Zhu Zhen stood up, ready to take flight on his cloud. Wait, old Zhu, do you even know where the elder brother has gone before you set out to search? Perhaps I should go instead. My nose is keen, and I run swiftly. Old Dai, you should return to gnawing on bones. I, Zhu Zhen, can track just as well as you. Your magical prowess does not match mine. If you truly wish to assist, then guarding Mount Mei would suffice in honoring that monkey. That is settled. After speaking, Zhu Zhen revealed his pig-like head and took to the clouds. As brothers, the monkey is naturally left to frolic with the pig. The pig is a robust and formidable creature. Otherwise, this wild boar would not stand alongside tigers, black bears, and monkeys as a tyrant of the forest. As for old Dai's tracking skills, Zhu Zhen is indeed capable of using them. However, does he need to learn from Li Li to sniff around aimlessly for the monkey? Though he does not employ spells, an intuitive sense compels Zhu Zhen to fly westward. Zhu Zhen embarked on his quest to locate the pilgrims, racing for several days until he crossed the borders of Qinzhou. As he aimed to continue westward, he beheld distant mountains, shrouded in mist and cloaked in verdant hues, captivating him unexpectedly. What a splendid celestial haven. Could it be that this place holds an opportunity for me, old Zhu? Yet, the thought of that reckless monkey brought a frown to his brow. Perhaps I should seek out that monkey first, then return. Zhu Zhen almost took off again, but his unwillingness compelled him to turn back. Alas, that monkey possesses vast powers and countless transformations. It is uncertain where to find him at this moment. It would be wiser to explore this mountain first. It is not vast, and I doubt it will take much time. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhen decided to retrace his steps and delve into the mountain. However, before Zhu Zhen could venture far, a brilliant golden light erupted from the distant peaks, dazzling his eyes. Almost immediately, a net of vines ensnared him before he could even draw his sword, binding him tightly. The surrounding forest echoed with incomprehensible roars. Zhu Zhen attempted to resist, but something bit him, and with his body growing numb, even an immortal must lie quietly on the ground. The monkey evidently has no interest in farming, a fact clearly demonstrated during Jinzha's quest for the true scriptures. If it were for food, Yuan Hong would happily gather wild fruits to sample. However, to distinguish between grass stems? After Yuan Hong mistakenly brought back tree leaves as grass leaves, Jinzha no longer expected him to provide assistance beyond security tasks. Consequently, Jinzha could only silently curse Yuan Hong's lack of fortune. Although Jinzha's journey to the West does not involve the teachings of the saintly religion, it is undoubtedly significant in terms of moral influence, even if it pales in comparison to the spread of Buddhist teachings. Nevertheless, Jinzha's endeavor is still a noble endeavor benefiting humanity, even if it is lesser. The narratives surrounding the dissemination of Buddhist teachings are too numerous, with many stakeholders involved. Furthermore, the 4 individuals attempting this journey will not gain the lion's share, yet. In terms of personal rewards, Jinzha's team undoubtedly enjoys superior treatment compared to the Buddhist seekers. At least within Jinzha's team, he holds a considerable degree of autonomy. As the initiator of the pilgrimage, although he had to yield somewhat to the 3 sovereigns, Jinzha's status as a major stakeholder remains unassailable. Furthermore, the completion of these true scriptures must be under Jinzha's supervision. In terms of profit sharing, it seems only the 3 sovereigns of humanity, the loyal canine steed, and the protective monkey will be involved. To acquire greater dividends, one must exert more effort during the mission. Why is it that only Tang Sung and the monkey have been conferred the title of Buddha? Apart from the upright Jinshanzi serving as the principal speaker, it is primarily due to Wukong's unwavering dedication and effort. Of course, The story behind this journey to the West is undoubtedly intertwined with historical context. However, having endured countless tribulations, the merits obtained are undeniable. Once a disciple of the heavenly teaching, Marshal Tianpeng has been reduced to scavenging leftovers. As for the so-called bodyguard of the Jade Emperor, the rolling curtain general has merely managed to attain a golden body of an arhat in 80% of temples, hardly even able to ascend a table. Lastly, there is the third prince of the West Sea, Lao Li. The 8-part heavenly dragons are, in essence, the dragon clan's investment in Buddhism. From a certain perspective, this little white dragon, Lao Li, returning to the family business is certainly preferable to the second and third princes. Jinzha's inclusion of Yuan Hong in the plant collection endeavor also serves as a subtle reminder regarding that monkey. After all, who wouldn't want a monkey skilled in wielding a staff as a bodyguard? Unfortunately, Yuan Hong has yet to grasp the true opportunity of Jinzha's expedition. While he currently assumes the role of a bodyguard, it must be said that Jinzha's journey does not involve the trials of 99 tribulations. Nevertheless, Yuan Hong remains earnest in his cultivation. As an anonymous disciple of the Dui real person, although he has not received the recognition of the Kunlun lineage, Yuan Hong possesses the cultivation of a Xianxian and is well-versed in the arts of transformation. Though he may not be as profound as the monkey born from the 5-colored divine stone, mastering the arts of summoning wind and rain is certainly within Yuan Hong's capabilities. Observing Jinzha contemplating how to accelerate plant growth, Yuan Hong, as if showing off, engaged Jinzha in conversation. Although their discourse bore little substantial value, once the topic was broached, their exchange on cultivation matters flourished. Despite having received teachings from the Dui real person, Yuan Hong has never formally entered his sect. The monkey, in essence, has always been in a state of solitary practice without the guidance of a distinguished master. Those who understand the Tao know that the principles of Scripture reveal themselves through diligent study. Without even a punctuation mark, the Scriptures are devoid of clarity. Yuan Hong's aptitude is far inferior to that of the stone monkey emerging from the 5-colored divine stone, thus being stuck at the Xianxian level is quite normal. As for Jinzha, although he lacks practical cultivation experience, his fortuitous destiny elevates his comprehension, compounded by his nature as an eclectic scholar. While he may not yet comprehend the state of a golden immortal, based on the foundational theory of the 5 energies converging towards the origin, combined with Yuan Hong's situation, Jinzha constructively proposed that Yuan Hong continue his progression. Firstly, a breakthrough in physical form is essential, as this monkey also possesses the 8-9 profound art. Pursuing the path of physical sanctification should pose no challenge. However, while the 8-9 profound art is commendable, when compared to Yang Jian's 9 transformations of the original art, the 8-9 profound art is essentially a diluted version of the protective profound art. Currently, Yuan Hong finds himself at the 5th level of the mysterious arts, having nearly depleted the foundational essence of the backtracking monkey. Drawing upon the practices of the Wu clan, it becomes evident that a breakthrough in these arts necessitates the supplementation of rare celestial and terrestrial treasures. Were Yuan Hong to seize the opportunity to become a great sage, the consumption associated with his cultivation would be of little concern. However, should a ruckus arise in the heavenly palace, it is likely that Jinzha would be the first to expel Yuan Hong from the pilgrimage team. Thus, the prospect of refining his physical form within the 8 trigrams furnace is rendered futile, as such treasures are scarce. The remaining path lies in emulating the great shamans, pursuing breakthroughs in physicality through the hunting of formidable demons. Yuan Hong, however, exhibits little interest in this path, for monkeys inherently favor fruits, and his greatest desire is to meander through the peach garden. After all, the current heavenly court is no longer under the dominion of the demon clan, allowing him the chance to indulge in a couple of peaches. Of course, aside from slaying demons, Jinzha possesses a secondary strategy regarding physical breakthroughs. The primordial act of creation emphasizes the ascent of pure qi and the descent of turbid qi, with the former evolving into the ethereal essence that adorns the celestial beings, while the latter remains unverified, rendering Jinzha hesitant to boast about it. Jinzha holds considerable gratitude towards Yuan Hong, his savior, and recognizes that Yuan Hong's strength is formidable. Although Yuan Hong's ability to manipulate celestial bodies is constrained by his own magical prowess, compared to the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, he undoubtedly possesses the most potent bloodline. While the great sage was an idol of Jinzha's youth, given the choice, he would prefer to be the Buddha who tamed the monkey. It is clear that allowing Yuan Hong to train aimlessly is not a viable option. After much deliberation, Jinzha refrains from sharing his speculations about the Earth's malefic energies with Yuan Hong. With physical breakthroughs presently unattainable, they must revert to traditional celestial methods. To this end, Jinzha elaborates on the fundamental theories of the 5 energies converging at the apex of the 3 flowers. Though his explanations are rather simplistic and devoid of any extraordinary manifestations, for Yuan Hong, who tends to engage in mindless practice, Jinzha's insights into the Tao are evidently superior. While Jinzha does not insist that Yuan Hong refer to him as master, The loosening of Yuan Hong's bottleneck in the celestial realm solidifies their mentor-disciple relationship to some extent. Meanwhile, the perplexed Erbai, who carries Jinzha, wonders what exactly is being discussed. As a mere sycophant favored by the Tiger King, even after being forcefully cleansed by Jinzha, Erbai's comprehension of the rapidly evolving physical talents remains inadequate. For Erbai, carrying his master around and indulging in copious feasting constitutes the entirety of his demon life. Rather than engage in moonlit worship, he finds greater value in seizing the opportunity for a nap. Evidently, Erbai's demon life is enviable. Merely patrolling the mountains has allowed him to latch onto the esteemed Li family, adhering to the principle that one ascends when their master achieves enlightenment. Even if Erbai does nothing, he shall ascend to the heavens alongside the Li family once the divine sealing concludes. Shedding his demon identity is merely a part of it. Should he also secure a celestial dog as a spouse, one could say his demon life is indeed fulfilled. Unaware of the future fortune and merit that awaits him, Erbai leisurely carries Jinzha through the vast wilderness. After spending a month gathering crops in Qinzhou, they venture southwest, officially stepping beyond the dominion of the human emperor. Although they claim to have escaped the human emperor's grasp, compared to the united rulers of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, since the establishment of a hereditary dynasty by Emperor Yu, the title of sovereign of all under heaven has become little more than a moniker. In the early days of the Xia dynasty, some still acknowledged its ruling position. However, the current human nations are predominantly governed by descendants of the human emperor, and over generations, the sovereignty has been passed down from the Xia to several other rulers who must still obey the Xia's leadership. What merit do you possess from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Naturally, those who oppose the Xia dynasty's rule have distanced themselves from its control. Furthermore, the Jiuli tribes, which have long since drifted on the fringes of humanity, and the northern hybrid demons contribute to the absence of communication between the Xia and the Shang. In light of these circumstances, even if Jinzha wishes to familiarize himself with the Xia, he finds no documents to reference. Fortunately, the pilgrimage team Jinzha assembled is no weakling. Though their arrangement may not match that of the journey to the Thunder Sound Temple in the west, they should easily manage the small Xia kingdom. Riding the White Wolf, Jinzha converses merrily with Yuan Hong as they enter the land of Shu, where the verdant pines and cypress trees thrive, and the distant peaks rise majestically. With valleys flowing and cliffs standing in grandeur, the serene mountains echo with the songs of birds and the distant calls of monkeys. Observing the scenery, Jinzha feels a surge of anticipation. With a newfound understanding, Jinzha observes Yuan Hong, for such an environment feels akin to home for him. He marvels at the beauty of Shu, where cranes drink from springs and the green mist dances in the light, rivaling even his beloved main mountain. This is only natural, as this area borders Kunlun and is close to the ancestral mountains, a sight not to be taken lightly. With the mountains rarely trodden by human feet, this journey promises to yield substantial rewards. Indeed, Yuan Hong echoes in agreement, aligning himself humbly in the presence of Jinzha, understanding that their companionship is for the sake of cultivation. Together, the man, the monkey, and the wolf venture into the mountains. Within a day's time, Jinzha discovers a unique sacred object, the chili pepper, growing on the mountainside. Initially, Yuan Hong scoffs at the notion of consuming such a painfully spicy food, deeming it unsuitable for ordinary folk. However, as Jinzha ignites the fire, combining the pepper with Sichuan peppercorns, fine salt, simple monosodium glutamate, and beef tallow in a sizzling stir-fry, Yuan Hong's skepticism begins to wane. Even though the monkey's diet is rather bland, he cannot help but acknowledge that he has indeed misjudged this time. Jinzha, too preoccupied to argue with Yuan Hong, found himself overwhelmed by the resurgence of memories long buried as he consumed the rich, meaty dishes that had been absent from his palate for so long. After a meal, his lips swelled, yet the simple joy it brought him made Jinzha feel that all his arduous endeavors had finally borne fruit. Although he paid a price for this indulgence, having absorbed the essence of the Golden Crow Prince, his stomach still protested under the strain. Nevertheless, Jinzha insisted on transforming Erbai into human form to assist Yuan Hong in gathering the wild mountain peppers from the hillside. The 2 demons complied, leaving Jinzha to recuperate as he grappled with his discomfort. Half an hour later, just as Jinzha began to drift into slumber, he noticed shadows flitting about in the mountains, initially believing that Yuan Hong and the dog had returned. However, to his shock, he was approached by several tribal warriors clad in animal skins and wielding wooden spears. People from Shu. Jinzha, experiencing abdominal pain, was disinclined to engage with these individuals and merely wished to create a disturbance to send them away. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, an incomprehensible chant reached his ears, and suddenly, a cold, slippery tail descended from a tree behind him, wrapping around him without a moment's hesitation. As the world spun around him, Jinzha looked up to find himself ensnared by a lengthy, black-scaled serpent. The tribal warriors who had stealthily approached now rushed forward, their familiarity with their task evident in their swift movements. Was this truly the manner in which the people of Shu expressed their goodwill? Although Jinzha lacked understanding of their primitive customs, the immediate entanglement by a serpent suggested these individuals had no intent of friendship. Realizing this, Jinzha steeled himself despite his discomfort, channeling his magical energy as the blazing sun fire emerged from within him, swiftly enveloping his form. The constricting serpent disintegrated into a cloud of black ash under the searing flames, an outcome that clearly surpassed the expectations of the Shu people. Particularly, the one who had been controlling the serpent understood the creature's formidable nature better than anyone else. Yet, Jinzha had no intention of engaging in discourse with these Shu tribesmen. With a few gunshots echoing through the air, the three warriors who had approached him lay lifeless on the ground. The serpent's controller was also felled by Jinzha's bullets, his legs shattered. What audacity possessed them to provoke him with such rudimentary, serpent-manipulating techniques? Did they not comprehend his prowess? Moments later, Yuan Hong, laden with a large beast hide bag, hurried back upon hearing the gunfire. Upon seeing the fallen warriors, he quickly deduced the events that had transpired. Earlier, he had encountered a similar group in the mountains, initially believing them to be formidable, only to discover that a single strike from his staff had rendered them lifeless. As he spoke, Yuan Hong produced a peculiar bronze mask from his bag, with swollen eyelids, prominent ears, and a sinister grin. It bore an uncanny resemblance to something Jinzha was all too familiar with. This was taken from one of those who had attacked? Yes, it belonged to the individual who had been accompanied by a black-scaled serpent. Yuan Hong carelessly discarded the bronze mask, prompting Jinzha to signal him to bring over the one with broken legs. Indeed, upon examining the serpent handler, Jinzha discovered a similar bronze mask adorning him. It was evident that these individuals hailed from Shu. Jinzha, feeling somewhat weakened, remarked that while the peppers had certainly enriched the culinary experience, the initial, fiery potency of the spice was rather overwhelming. People of Shu, state your purpose. Why did you assault us? Jinzha inquired, furrowing his brow. However, the injured Shu warrior, seemingly oblivious to Jinzha's questions, howled in agony, his cries interspersed with strange, high-pitched phrases. If one were to listen closely, Jinzha could discern a few recognizable words. But the serpent handler was far from calm. Faced with this scene, Jinzha felt a growing irritation at the warrior's dialect, yet still yearned to uncover the truth. Therefore, he retrieved the Shinnon whip and struck the Shu warrior with a resounding crack. As the drug's effects took hold, the warrior's cries gradually subsided, and he gazed at Jinzha with a look of sheer terror, still grappling with the mystery of how his seemingly invincible companion had met his demise. I know you can understand my words. Articulate your responses clearly, or else, Jinzha warned, casting a flicker of golden flame upon the corpses of the three warriors, which erupted into ash under the fierce glow. Yuan Hong involuntarily shivered. Though it was not his first encounter with Jinzha's extraordinary powers, the sight of such ethereal flames always instilled in him a sense of reverence and doubt regarding Jinzha's human heritage. After all, what true human could wield such extraordinary fire at the tender age of 6? Even Yuan Hong, a practitioner of profound cultivation, felt an impulse to worship. However, Jinzha had no intention of explaining the ties between the Golden Crows and the demon race. For the celestial reign of the Golden Crow Emperor over the primordial realm was an ancient tale. Should this monkey divulge such knowledge, Jinzha could only foresee trouble without any benefit for himself. Witnessing the transformation of his ally into ash, the Shu serpent handler's expression turned increasingly frantic. Ignoring his injuries, he rolled over and offered a series of exaggerated bows to Jinzha. Great deity, spare my life. I did not recognize your divine presence and have offended your dignity. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Great deity? This was certainly a barbaric style of address. Speak. Why did you and your fellow Shu people ambush us? Jinzha demanded. Great deity, forgive me. Great deity, forgive me. In response to Jinzha's inquiries, the Shu serpent handler prostrated himself repeatedly, seemingly intent on bashing his head against the ground until blood flowed freely, staining the earth a deep crimson. I am asking you a question. If you wish to survive, rise and answer. This charade serves no purpose. Yuan Hong interjected, pushing the man aside with his iron staff. However, the serpent handler merely shifted position to continue his fervent bowing. Observing this reaction, Jinzha found himself puzzled. Could this barbaric reverence for the great deity hold some significant meaning? Enough. I absolve you of your transgressions. Raise your head. I have a few questions to pose. Indeed, upon hearing Jinzha's words, the serpent warriors of Shu immediately responded, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Divine Lord, for your forgiveness. Jinzha felt somewhat perplexed. He had not anticipated that a mere inquiry would necessitate engaging in a sort of role-playing with these uncivilized folk. However, upon embracing the identity of a divine being, the conversation flowed more smoothly. The serpent warrior, named Gu Duo, hailed from Jinling City and was a beast spirit warrior. Their purpose was straightforward. Jinling City was to hold a sacrificial ceremony to honor the divine and the serpent god. As a beast spirit warrior, Gu Duo's duty was to lead the warriors of Jinling City in capturing offerings for the divine and the serpent god. Jinzha understood the concept of serpent gods and beast spirit warriors. After all, sacrificial rites were not uncommon in regions controlled by the Yin and Shang dynasties. The belief that ancestral spirits would grant power in response to offerings was hardly a rarity. Yet, the notion of a divine being was intriguing. Although humanity has always revered multiple deities, typically, different gods were honored separately. While Jinzha could comprehend Gu Duo's control over the black-scaled giant python in the context of honoring the serpent god, it seemed that the so-called divine being was not merely an object of reverence for the powerful, but rather a deity with a specific focus. What was there about him that warranted such veneration from Gu Duo? As a beast spirit warrior of his tribe, Gu Duo had acquired a ceremonial mask, granting him a certain status amidst the common folk, akin to a warrior standing before a sacrificial altar. Such individuals must at least possess the virtue of fearlessness. To offer everything for the ancestral spirits was the fundamental principle for those chosen as sacrificial guardians. Even if the people of Shu were considered barbarians, they still shared a common ancestry from millennia past. Thus, Jinzha did not believe that his act of slaying Gu Duo's 3 subordinates with a gun had led Gu Duo to regard him as a divine being. Consequently, Jinzha extended his hand. An array of golden sun fire blossomed in his palm. Upon witnessing this, Gu Duo's eyes lit up with excitement, and he began to chant in the local dialect of Shu, as though he were possessed, bowing deeply before the golden sun fire in Jinzha's palm. Jinzha was further perplexed, questioning whether Gu Duo had mistaken him for someone else. However, Gu Duo's subsequent actions startled Jinzha. He muttered some unintelligible phrases, and after bowing to the flame, his tone shifted to one of fervor. He recited incantations in a secretive language that Jinzha could not comprehend, then swiftly drew a bronze dagger from his waist, and, with a swift motion, severed his own throat. A dark red stream of blood erupted from Gu Duo's neck, splattering onto Jinzha's hand. For a moment, Jinzha's consciousness wavered. Even the golden sunfire in his palm dimmed slightly under the blood's influence. Yuan Hong swiftly dispatched the now silent Gu Duo, and as Jinzha stood there, bloodied, he merely sensed a slight disturbance in his magical energy. Gu Duo's sacrificial blood arrow seemed capable of impeding others' will and obstructing their magical flow. Fortunately, there was only Gu Duo present, were the numbers to swell 1,000-fold. It could potentially seal Jinzha's magical power instantly. More golden flames erupted from him, evaporating the bloodstains and enveloping him in the warmth of the sun. Jinzha exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling disdain for the barbaric nature of these people. Even in death, they insisted on splattering blood upon him, a clear display of rudeness. Jinzha rubbed his hands together in distaste, pondering whether Gu Duo's strange incantation had indeed invoked the blood arrow that could corrupt one's magical essence, without a magical pulse or a surge of vitality. It was astonishing that mere secret words could intertwine one's will with blood. Jinzha found it difficult to evaluate this sacrificial method of Jinling City. Although humanity had established a foundation during the reign of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, these barbarians had long departed from Central Plains culture. And even the Yin and Shang dynasties were not exempt from engaging in bloody sacrifices. In the current circumstances, it was Jinzha who felt peculiar. He mused, is that incantation akin to demonic script? Although Yuan Hong's mastery of Tao was lacking, he had lived hundreds of years longer than Jinzha and possessed some knowledge. Demonic script? Jinzha was momentarily bewildered. Are you serious? Demonic script? Is it the same as I know? How could the people of Jinling City possibly understand demonic script? As remnants of the previous calamity, many events could no longer be substantiated, yet some significant occurrences in the realm were undeniable. The Eastern Emperor Li Jing had established the heavenly court on Mount Buzhou and summoned talents from all corners, including the Kunpeng, who became a master of the demonic arts. The subsequent fate of Kunpeng is another story, but his contributions, particularly in establishing the demonic script and disseminating cultivation methods among the demon race, were well known. Yet, that was ancient history, long before the calamity of the Witch and Demon War. After losing their status as the principal beings of the heavens, the demon race no longer utilized the demonic script as a common tongue. Furthermore, with the support of sages, humanity emerged as the new protagonists of the primordial world. Since Songjia created characters, human language had supplanted the draconic, phoenix, Qilin, and demonic scripts as the universal language of the primordial realm. Now, countless epochs later, aside from the ancient demons who survived the calamities, the new generation of demons primarily used human language. As the divine decrees approached, Jinzha was astonished to encounter a human in Shu who understood demonic script. Could it be that the barbarians of Shu were the inheritors of some intangible cultural heritage of the demon race? Did they truly comprehend demonic script? Previously, while mingling in the north, Jinzha had heard a smattering of it, but just that. He was trained in the authentic teachings of the Xian men. It was perplexing. How could the people of Jinling City possess knowledge of demonic script? Jinzha's first reaction was to consider whether there were unseen forces at play in Shu. However, Since the calamity of the Witch and Demon War, the once feared Kunpeng had largely vanished from the primordial realm, having offended too many in his quest for sanctity. Now, with the sage's great teachings suppressing the current era, should he stir the waters of the East Sea, a single wave might topple a few disciples of the sages. The repercussions would be dire. Thus, the demon master Kunpeng would not easily reveal himself in the primordial realm. The last known news of Kunpeng dated back to the time of the Heavenly Emperor, when, to assist the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi in attaining enlightenment, Nuwa sought the demon master Kunpeng to borrow the river map and Luo book, treasures of the demon emperor Li Jing. When would they be returned? Unknown. Regardless, it was widely acknowledged that these treasures belonged to the demon emperor Li Jing. Although Kunpeng had borrowed them, could stolen treasures be claimed as one's own? If the machinations of Kunpeng lay behind Shu, it raised questions. Yet, what in Shu could possibly attract the attention of such a fearful demon master? The barbarians of Shu, though human, had long diverged from the central plains. Expecting them to muster forces to contend for human fortune seemed implausible. Jinzha pondered that. Given the basic qualities of these beast spirit warriors, any military force from the Yin and Shang territories could easily extinguish these fur-clad beings. Moreover, the northern sea demons were already embroiled in endless conflict with the Shang dynasty, where the demon folk were hybrids. If there were to be a struggle for human fortune, it would logically occur in the north. Hence, aside from vying for fortune, what else in Shu could possibly warrant the attention of a demon master of such stature? Upon careful consideration, the likelihood of Kunpeng's influence behind Shu seemed quite low. However, the ritual performed by that bud before its demise deeply concerned Jinzha. Not only did this individual worship his own great son Golden Flame, but he also appeared fervently intent on his own blood sacrifice. Was this individual merely seeking to splatter himself with his own blood? Jinzha was uncertain whether he should project his past life speculations onto the people of this region. Yet, once the demonic script emerged, it was evident that even if it wasn't a powerful demon master orchestrating schemes here, remnants from the calamity era of demons and sorcerers were likely stirring trouble in this land. Thus, should he venture to Jinling City to assess the situation? Personally, Jinzha was reluctant to intervene, whether it was the machinations of the demon master Kunpeng or the formidable demons that survived the calamity era. Both surpassed the current capabilities of the sutra receiving team. He could discern that Yuan Hong was on a mission, and through his interpretation of the Tao scriptures, he had managed to tenuously secure his position as a master. Yet, even if Yuan Hong was willing to fight fiercely, what tempest could a mere Xuanxian-level monkey conjure? Although it was highly probable that within Jinling City lay remnants of the blood of the Golden Crow, which would undeniably benefit Jinzha's future cultivation, opportunities always coexisted with risks. Jinzha believed that having absorbed the essence of the Golden Crow Prince, he had likely already entangled himself in some unforeseen karma. Setting aside other considerations, if he could not suppress the Golden Crow aura emanating from him, he would never be able to enter the primal underworld. However, if he chose to abandon this pursuit and limit his interactions with the locals, collecting the surrounding flora before departing, he resolved to adopt this course of action. Yuan Hong raised an eyebrow. Jiazi, if I am not mistaken, the flames worshipped by the people of Jinling City should be from your hands. Are you certain you do not wish to investigate further? Currently, my path to immortality remains unaccomplished, and I must adhere to the tasks assigned by the three sovereigns. After all, Jinling City will still be there, once I fulfill the three sovereigns' directives and seek out a renowned master to attain the immortal arts. It will not be too late to claim it then. Not too late. Jiazi, you must understand that the swift hand captures the opportunity while the slow hand misses it. Though I am unaware of the connection between you and the treasures within Jinling City, rest assured, with me, old Yuan, present, I can handle any barbarian with ease. There is no need for such complications. But what if the deity behind Jinling City is beyond your capabilities? Are you jesting? Do you think I, old Yuan, am just anyone? With a single iron rod, I can shake the mountains and rivers. I am also proficient in transformations. Even if I momentarily falter, I will surely protect you. Yuan Hong expressed disdain for Jinzha's lack of confidence in his combat prowess, while Jinzha criticized Yuan Hong's reckless approach of charging in blindly without understanding the situation. The two engaged in a heated debate, and it was unclear how much time passed. Just as Jinzha was preparing to impart a lesson to Yuan Hong, he attempted to turn over and mount his wolf, only to realize that his loyal canine had yet to return. Had that foolish dog been captured by the inhabitants of Jinling City? 5 miles away lay the territory controlled by Jinling City. As locals of this region, they had migrated into these mountains a millennium ago, initially living in tribes, cultivating the land and hunting. It was not until a formidable figure, Yu Fu, descended from the heavens, leading his tribe to conquer over 20 surrounding tribes, that the first sovereign state was established in these mountains, named Shu, with Jinling City as its capital, encompassing an area of 120,000 square kilometers. From that point onward, Shu entered a prolonged era of slavery. The original tribe of King Yu Fu became the nobility within Jinling City, exempt from labor and production. Apart from being supported by the common folk, the nobility held dominion over all sacrificial rites in the city. Furthermore, Yu Fu categorized his subjects. Aside from the 8 tribes that fiercely resisted and were enslaved, the remaining tribes were considered commoners. At the time of the regime change in Shu, the people of Jinling City did not lack in resistance. However, the power wielded by the sacrificial rites was beyond that of ordinary beings. King Yu Fu unified Shu with the blessings of both the celestial and serpent deities, and those who resisted most fervently were gradually subdued over time. Even if a formidable individual were to emerge among the commoners, they could not escape the control of the sacrificial rites. Unless some cataclysm befell the land, referring to the separation of immortals and mortals, the isolated Shu region would likely endure for another millennium before embracing the teachings of Qin. The origin of all this began with King Yu Fu receiving the so-called favor of the celestial deities. Damn it, you beasts, barbarians. How dare you launch a covert attack against me? If you have the guts, summon your wretched serpent deity, and let me, old Zhu, cleave its serpent head for a drink. Within the confines of Jinling City's prison, Zhu Jun, bound by vines and pierced through by bronze chains at his peepa bone, raged against those below from within a bronze birdcage. As a celestial being of the heavenly realm, Zhu Jun should not have been reduced to such a pitiable state by mere mortals. However, the witchcraft of Shu indeed possessed some arcane methods. Initially, Zhu Jun had been dazzled by a beam of golden light before being poisoned and captured by a giant black-scaled python. It seemed the city's inhabitants had discerned his identity as a demon immortal, and a pair of bronze hooks had ensnared his peepa bone, rendering him powerless even if he revealed his true form. Moreover, for several days, the prison guards had forced foul substances down his throat, leaving Zhu Jun's magical powers in utter disarray, rendering him unable to utilize any of his usual techniques. This left Zhu Jun feeling quite indignant. All these individuals were demons. Why could they not engage in a proper discussion? Zhu Jun lamented, nearly in tears, but the prison was situated within a natural cave. And apart from the narrow sliver of daylight above, the only responses to his calls came from the echoes off the cave walls. Zhu Jun felt increasingly restless. He yearned for a swift resolution. After all, he had been imprisoned for 7 days. The sooner he perished, the sooner he could be reborn, perhaps even into a favorable reincarnation. If all else failed, he could at least wish for a conversable companion. Fortunately, Zhu Jun's pleas seemed to have reached the heavens. Just when he thought his outcries would yield no results, a group of soldiers entered the prison, escorting a creature tightly bound like a zongzi. Ignoring Zhu Jun's shouts, they opened the cage and unceremoniously tossed the unknown being inside. I did not expect to have company today. However, Zhu Jun immediately regretted his words. After all, he was a celestial being, the second of the 7 monsters of Meishan. If a true fight were to break out, even the Monkey King would find it challenging to gain any advantage. Now reduced to a mere prisoner, this formidable demon of Meishan finds himself oddly fortunate to have another demon accompanying him in this prison. It is truly unexpected. After a brief moment of self-reflection, Zhu Jun realized the snake venom's effects had yet to wear off, so he settled into a quiet wait. Approximately 3 hours later, a cocoon woven of vines began to tremble slightly in the adjacent cage. Zhu Jun paused his cultivation to gaze in that direction, witnessing a bronze birdcage shake as the green cocoon turned to reveal a canine head. Old Dai. In a fleeting moment, Zhu Jun seemed to glimpse a memory of his brother before he ascended to immortality. Unfortunately, Dai Li was a black dog, and the creature before him was different. Erbai glanced at this perplexing figure beside him, first struggling a bit before finding it futile to escape the vines, then transforming back to his original form. The 1-meter-tall white-furred wolf easily extricated himself from the vines. However, facing the bronze birdcage, Erbai found himself at a loss. Why must I be bound like this? Zhu Jun exclaimed in dissatisfaction, his eyes betraying a longing for better treatment for Erbai. That little dog, do not even attempt it. This bronze birdcage is beyond comprehension. It not only suppresses our powers, but is also exceedingly sturdy. At merely 1 meter tall, you will find no success. I implore you not to try. Is there any demon who behaves in such a manner? Observing Erbai suddenly close his eyes to meditate, Zhu Jun felt a twinge of impatience. He had intended to enjoy the misfortune of another, but unexpectedly, the little dog had turned the tables and found amusement in his predicament. Master has said, heed the wise and prosper. You've been confined here for quite some time. Haven to you? Why waste your efforts on an escape that has proven fruitless? The reasoning was sound and persuasive. Zhu Jun fell silent. While the argument had merit, did not all canine demons require a master to cultivate? What if your master commanded you to perish? Would you comply? Little dog, since you can speak and transform, you must possess some degree of skill. Seek out a master to serve. Is it true that you must adhere to such conventions to cultivate properly? Are you envious? Erbai flicked his ears, not lifting his gaze. Following a master ensures sustenance and access to techniques, not to mention the opportunity to explore beautiful landscapes. Is that not preferable to living as a wild demon? Unlike you, who is forsaken and unknown, should I be captured, my master would undoubtedly come to rescue me. Zhu Jun's defenses crumbled. He had hoped to take amusement from the situation. But instead, he found himself the source of Erbai's joy. Cursing the little dog for lacking the spirit of a demon, he felt a twinge of sorrow. He had become a prisoner, ensnared by his own greed for opportunity. His demise mattered little. As the second of the 7 monsters of Meishan, he should have borne the banner of their legacy. His death was inconsequential, yet the monkey, lost in this quest, had failed to meet the expectations of his brethren. Now, he faced a little dog who had forsaken demon principles in favor of human servitude. Did Erbai not understand that he was captured by humans? Amid Zhu Zhan's vigorous reprimands, Erbai felt a flicker of anxiety. However, having been educated by Jinzha, he maintained a calm facade despite the turmoil within. After all, he was merely captured by humans. Had he been a demon, he might have feared becoming a mere plaything for others. Yet, with a master of notable standing among humans, he believed his return would pose no significant challenge. While the 2 demons harbored their thoughts in this prison, a small team tracking a captured offering, Jinzha and Yuan Hong, seamlessly infiltrated the city of Jinling using Yuan Hong's size-altering technique. The city, nestled against the mountains, presented a stark contrast in class. The outermost circle consisted of slaves, condemned to perform the most arduous and menial tasks, residing in makeshift huts pieced together from wood. Venturing further north, the conditions for commoners were scarcely better. Most lived in tents crafted from leather, while a fortunate few resided in mud brick homes. Identifying them as commoners felt misleading. They were not much better off than the enslaved, differing only by the absence of branding on their faces. To Jinzha, such disparities were unfathomable. Passing through the throngs of slaves and commoners, a grand bronze door separated them from the core of Jinling. Although the architecture remained inferior to that of the Central Plains, the spacious courtyards and bronze embellishments distinctly divided the city's interior from its exterior. The buildings closer to the northern cliffs grew increasingly opulent. Halfway through, Jinzha encountered a bronze figure encircled by a massive black-scaled serpent, reminiscent of the beast spirit warriors. Countless warriors armed with bronze spears patrolled the streets, occasionally returning from hunts, each bearing trophies of their successful endeavors. The mountain beasts proved no match for the prowess of the beast spirit warriors. Jinzha even spotted a pair of black and white bears among a returning party. However, these bears, reminiscent of national treasures from later periods, found themselves imprisoned in cages, indistinguishable from other beasts ensnared by the black-scaled serpent. What were they doing, treating the mountains as mere hunting grounds? A cursory examination revealed that the beast spirit warrior teams had captured at least 60 to 70 large creatures. Jinzha could not ascertain much beyond that, but it was clear that the forest would remain devoid of large beasts for quite some time. What constituted a hunting ground? Such matters were trivial. Perched upon a rooftop, Jinzha observed the industrious beast spirit warriors in the distance. We must first locate Erbai. The creatures brought back by the warriors are likely common beasts, intended for sacrificial preparations. As night falls, if any unusual occurrences arise, they should occur soon. It was not for naught that the barbarians were deemed barbaric. They seemed well aware of Jinzha's thoughts. Following the established sacrificial protocols, they prepared offerings in advance and selected an auspicious time for the ceremony. Ideally a clear day with abundant sunshine, gathering the populace for collective prayers to the heavens. In the Yin and Shang dynasties, a well-defined sacrificial process had already been established. However, the inhabitants of Jinling City at present clearly do not intend to adhere to the rituals of the Yin and Shang dynasties. As dusk approaches and the sun descends beyond the mountains, the diligent beast spirit warriors, who have toiled throughout the day, do not cease their labors. They carefully place their captured prey into the hollow beneath the altar, and with the ongoing slaughter, the crimson blood swiftly stains the surrounding pit a dark red. Yet this is insufficient. Although the blood of these large beasts is abundant, it falls short of filling the hollow. Soon, a multitude of warriors from Jinling City leads a significant number of slaves from the outer city to stand by. For the blood of these great beasts possesses a certain spirit. However, when it comes to the essence of blood, what could surpass that of human beings? Jazi, is this how your kind always behaves? From a rooftop in the distance, 2 individuals, reduced to the size of ants by Yuan Hong's magic, observe the bustling activities of the people in Jinling City. Jinzha wishes to remark that such barbaric actions are unbecoming of the people of the Central Plains. Yet when it comes to the sacrificial tendencies of the Yin and Shang, honesty compels him to acknowledge that upon learning of Jinzha's intention to sacrifice to the 3 sovereigns, Old Li had already planned to lead troops northward to capture several hundred barbarian slaves. If someone of Old Li's cultivation level behaves thus, how much more so would the true royal family of the Yin and Shang be during such a grand event as the sacrifice to the 3 sovereigns? Surely, they would not shy away from claiming 1,000 lives for the occasion. Would it still be called a sacrifice? Jinzha finds himself at a loss for words. Although the demon race has no particular stance on human sacrifices, the sheer primitiveness and brutality of such acts seem far more terrifying than demons consuming humans. Bai Air is not among these offerings. Perhaps we should search for him first. Have you detected any signs of the great demon lurking behind Jinling City? Jinzha is uncertain how to respond and can only redirect the conversation, to which Yuan Hong pays little mind. After all, it is merely a matter concerning your kind. Whether they live or die bears no relevance to him. A monkey demon who feasts on peaches. Yet, regarding the great demon behind Jinling City, if my instincts are correct, I can vaguely sense a hint of danger emanating from that mountain ravine. Are you certain your little dog hasn't fallen prey to that great demon? Do not spread such nonsense. Wolf meat is tough and foul-smelling. Bai Er is not large in stature. Even if he were to supplement his diet, a little demon yet to attain the immortal path would hardly qualify as a dish worthy of the table. Only those in Jinling City would find any merit in the mere 2 tails of demon power he possesses, Jinzha asserts with confidence, though he cannot guarantee Bai Er's current condition. After all, demons are notoriously indiscriminate in their appetites. Moreover, consuming those of higher cultivation is instinctual to demons. This is a fact not to be overlooked. Even those who have attained immortality, such as the Qiushou Immortal, Lingyo Immortal, and Jingguang Immortal, do they not still indulge in food and drink? One swift strike could fell 100,000 heavenly soldiers, a feat attributed to Qiushou Immortal. Let us search for now. If circumstances prove unfavorable, we shall not force the issue. Jinzha instructs Yuan Hong, reassured by the monkey's transformative abilities. Ordinary demons and evils would stand no chance against him, and though Jinzha has not yet attained immortality, he possesses the capability to traverse the skies. However, doing so would disrupt the spell Yuan Hong has cast upon him. Thus, Jinzha remains in place to observe, should the situation require it. He could easily escape Jinling City with his fire escape technique. Following Jinzha's directive, Yuan Hong vanishes, transforming into a fly that darts into the mountains. Jinzha waits patiently, and soon a throng of Shu people gathers before the altar. A nighttime sacrifice? Jinzha glances upwards at the sky, where the golden crow has descended, and the jade rabbit hangs high. Torches are lit throughout Jinling City. Yet the dim light of the mountain winds fails to illuminate the surrounding landscape, casting the mountainside behind Jinling City into an ancient shadow that devours all surrounding brilliance. Jinzha grows anxious, pondering why Yuan Hong has not yet returned, when he notices a resplendently adorned Shu individual approaching from the distant shadows. Clad in a colorful silk robe and wearing a golden mask that demands attention, a multicolored feather crown adorns his head, and his attire is embellished with jewels. While in his right hand, he wields a golden scepter symbolizing divine authority. Undoubtedly, this individual must be the leader of the Shu people. Shu King? Grand High Priest? Jinzha speculates inwardly about his identity as he watches the Grand High Priest of Jinling City approach the altar. Upon reaching it, the Grand High Priest strikes the ground with his golden scepter, and with a resounding boom, a bronze divine tree slowly rises from the altar. Indeed, it is this artifact. Observing the bronze divine tree, adorned with the figures of the golden crow and coiling dragon, an inexplicable sense of absurdity wells within Jinzha. However, his attention is swiftly drawn to the object at the pinnacle of the bronze divine tree. Logically, this divine tree should have been modeled after the ancient tree Fusang, with a golden crow perched atop. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the top of the bronze divine tree is not crowned by a golden crow, but rather a continuously spinning golden disc. While the golden crow can transform into the blazing sun, this disc seems to narrate the fate of the golden crow to those around it. As the blazing golden flames rise within Jinling City, creating a second sun, under its radiant light, all malevolence is dispelled. This object, gazing at the disc radiating the flames of the great sun, though Jinzha is uncertain of what it truly is, he feels an inexplicable kinship. As if with a mere gesture, he could summon it from the bronze divine tree into his grasp. The people of Shu revere the golden crow. Jinzha had initially thought that the objects within Jinling City were merely vessels imbued with the essence of the golden crow's blood. However, it now appears that he must restrain his impulse, for Yuan Hong has yet to return. Meanwhile, the Grand High Priest is evidently taken aback by the disc. In previous sacrifices, the disc atop the divine tree had not reacted in such a manner. What could have prompted such a response today? Could it be that the heavenly deities sensed the extraordinary nature of today's offerings? As the golden flames ignite, the surrounding Shu people kneel and worship, including the Grand High Priest himself, who after 3 bows commands that the offerings be brought forth. 2 beast spirit warriors, each cradling a massive black-scaled python, comply without hesitation. Within minutes, 2 groups emerge from the shadow of the mountains, 2 bronze bird cages shaking uncontrollably, and Jinzha can even hear the sounds of robust curses. You feathered fiends dare to use me as a sacrifice, plotting ambushes in the shadows. Once I escape, I shall make you pay. Initially, Jinzha found it astonishing that a demon beast capable of transformation like Bai Er was captured by the beast spirit warriors. He had not anticipated the presence of another skilled individual. Jinzha gazes intently and sees that within one of the bronze bird cages is a rugged man with a dark face, whom he does not recognize. While in the other cage, The transformed by air lies calmly within. This fellow, Jinzha, is somewhat speechless when, at that moment, Yuan Hong relays a message back to him. The bronze birdcage imprisoning the two is rather peculiar. When these Shu people open it, I will seize the opportunity to rescue them. Jia, prepare yourself. I have no objections, but why are there two? This. Yuan Hong seems taken aback. Should he reveal to Jinzha that one of these individuals is his brother? Even a celestial-level demon immortal can find himself outmaneuvered by mere mortals. And being shackled by the Pai Pa bone would indeed bring shame to the May Mountain brothers. The dark-faced man is my brother. I had forgotten to inform the brothers on the mountain in my haste to leave. I never anticipated he would find me here, Yuan Hong explains awkwardly, deepening Jinzha's bemusement. Yuan Hong's brother? That can only mean one thing. The 7 monsters of May Mountain. In principle, the 7 peculiar beings of Maishan are all enlightened demon immortals, each having experienced fierce battles with the celestial beings of the Chan sect during the time of the investiture of the gods. How could they be ambushed by the people of Shu? Did these Shu people poison your food? If that is the case, do as you see fit. By the way, when you save those people, could you strike that bronze tree for me? It seems I can manipulate the object atop the bronze tree. However, this tree appears to restrict the movement of the disc. That can be easily managed. Just watch old Yuan. Filled with confidence, Yuan Hong readily agreed. As for the 2 great demons behind Jinling City, neither mentioned them. Yuan Hong is certainly determined to rescue his brother, while Jinzha's mind is consumed with the disc above the bronze divine tree. As the saying goes, if heaven grants you a chance and you do not seize it, you will incur misfortune. The disc, gleaming like gold, can release the golden flames of the sun. It is practically presented to him on a silver platter. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Cultivation, at its core, revolves around the concept of striving. The primordial purple energy bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun must be contended for, just as the position of the Tao ancestor was attained through the aid of old friends and a battle against the demon ancestor. Moreover, with such a grand target as Yuan Hong before him, is it too much to merely steal a sacrificial vessel from the Shu kingdom? The pilgrimage team decided to initiate a team-building exercise, and as part of this endeavor, the great priest of Shu, upon witnessing the arrival of the significant sacrifices, Zhu Zhun and Erbai, officially entered his ceremonial state. The ritual dance and incantations flowed seamlessly, accompanied by the chanting of demonic texts, causing the disc atop the bronze divine tree to grow increasingly luminous. Amidst the golden flames of the sun, a faint golden crow's silhouette began to materialize. As the high priest struck the ground with his golden staff, a surge of blood erupted from the surrounding blood pool, crashing onto the disc. The radiant golden flames encircling the disc visibly dimmed, causing Jinzha's heart to lurch, as if he heard a mournful cry from a loved one. This disquiet compelled Jinzha to act. Yuan Hong took action. They could not allow the ritual to continue. Jinzha projected his voice using his magical power. And before Yuan Hong could react, he transformed, revealing his true form, a dark RPG rocket launcher resting on his shoulder. Although this weapon could not harm the immortal Black Bear spirit, a mere mortal could hardly withstand it with physical strength alone. With the sound of the missile piercing the air, a flash of fire erupted, collapsing a section of the altar painstakingly constructed by the Shu people. The great priest of Shu, who proclaimed equality among all beings, could not be saved by his golden mask and staff in the face of such overwhelming force. As Jinzha erupted into action, Yuan Hong simultaneously revealed his true form. Under Zhu Zhun's astonished gaze, Yuan Hong leaped high, his iron rod smashing down towards the copper lock of the birdcage. You dead monkey, do you wish to take my life? Zhu Zhun, shaken and bewildered, was fortunate that Yuan Hong's strike did not go to waste. Even though the bronze exerted a strong suppression on magical power, it was still no match for the brute strength of the Tongbei monkey. Yuan Hong had no intention of responding to Zhu Zhun's words. He redirected his iron rod towards the birdcage imprisoning Erbai, leaving Zhu Zhun with an expression that begged for understanding. Zhu Zhun was dumbfounded. He had come out to rescue him, and now faced with this attitude, he wondered if Yuan Hong was embarrassed by him. The onlooking Shu people, still kneeling, could hardly believe the unfolding chaos. The sound of a tremendous crash marked the demise of their leader, the high priest, amidst flames. And the sudden appearance of someone seizing the sacrifices was unprecedented in Shu. Clearly, the Shu region lacked an effective emergency response plan. However, after Yuan Hong rescued both sacrifices, the nobles in attendance began to react. Although the Shu region had not yet embraced the teachings that divine artifacts should be bestowed upon the virtuous. Witnessing the explosion of the high priest in front of them prompted some to consider seizing control. Beast spirits, capture the villain disrupting the ritual. May the serpent god bless us. A noble, adorned with a golden mask, stepped forward to shout. Upon hearing this, the beast spirits surged forward to apprehend the rogue who had attacked the high priest. Many others quickly regretted not having spoken first as they observed the one who took charge. Yet Yuan Hong was not one to shy away from confrontation. In the Central Plains, under the rule of the human emperor, he might have hesitated, but here, where demonic texts were employed in rituals by those who did not even know their own ancestors. Killing them was justifiable. Nevertheless, Yuan Hong did not forget Jinzha's instructions. Kicking Zhu Zhun and Airbai out of the crowd, then swinging his iron rod towards the bronze divine tree. With a resounding crash, a golden ripple exploded at the point of contact. The intense magical force caused Yuan Hong's transformation to dissipate, revealing his monkey visage. Simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed from the abyss behind the mountain, reverberating through the air, causing the faces of all present to change dramatically. Damn it! I knew these barbarians were not simple. No wonder they worshipped the serpent god. It turns out they are backed by a great demon. Zhu Zhun shouted. Meanwhile, the transformed Airbai showed no inclination to heed Zhu Zhun's words, sniffing the air before sprinting towards the altar. Concurrently, Jinzha descended, harnessing golden light. Just as the bronze divine tree began to withdraw into the ground, Jinzha unleashed all his magical power, surrounded by a circle of golden flames, and charged straight into the disc. Jinzha, Yuan Hong's first reaction to the shockwave from the bronze divine tree was disbelief. Throughout their journey, Jinzha had always prioritized his safety. Although they had not encountered any risks beyond his capabilities, Yuan Hong knew that recklessly charging ahead was not Jinzha's style. Yet, the magical fluctuations from the divine tree had thrown Yuan Hong into disarray. If even he, a great demon of the Xinxian realm, was affected, how could Jinzha, a mere child, dare to confront it? Fortunately, Jinzha did not let Yuan Hong's worries linger for long. The golden flames erupted, and the disc, which had resisted Yuan Hong's attempts, was deftly plucked by Jinzha in an instant. This unexpected turn of events caught Jinzha off guard, but with the item secured, he was not one to delve into unnecessary details. Let us go. In a flash, Jinzha called out to Yuan Hong and dashed towards the outskirts of Jinling City. However, having roused the great demon of the rear mountain, the pilgrimage team was not so easily allowed to escape. With a deafening roar, a massive black-scaled serpent burst forth from the mountain, causing the earth to quake. Jinzha paid no heed to the chaos, resolutely flying in one direction. Yet, with the serpent god's roar, an invisible ripple spread out, swiftly engulfing everything around it, subduing the very fabric of reality. Such divine powers exceeded Jinzha's comprehension by immeasurable degrees. Was it possible that behind these Shu barbarians lay the Zhulong? As I observed the surroundings transition from night to dusk, the air thick with an inescapable stench of blood, my first instinct was one of foreboding. Though risk and opportunity often coexist, my esteemed ancestor, are you jesting with your untrained disciple to such an extent? With a mere roar capable of altering the very fabric of existence, what business does such a formidable demon have mingling with the uncultured in the land of Shu? I continued my flight, and within mere moments, I collided with an invisible barrier. In an attempt to exploit a flaw at the edge of this realm, I rummaged through my possessions, only to realize that the optimization work of the serpent deity in Shu was impressively executed. As I landed, I cast a glance back at Jinling City and beheld the serpent deity, almost entirely liberated from the constraints of the mountain beneath it. Its colossal form towering as if to pierce the heavens. Its body bore numerous scars from countless battles, the most grievous of which extended from its back to the midsection, a testament to its survival since the era of the Lich War. In the realm of immortals, it is said that both spirit and form must be extinguished. Only the barbaric witch clan would resort to such crude physical assaults. However, even an ancient demon who survived the Lich War starts at the golden immortal level, and even the mightiest among them, Yuan Hong, would find himself at a significant disadvantage. Did you truly expect me to confront it head-on? Upon noticing my pause at the edge of space, the black-scaled giant serpent spoke. You are neither a golden crow, yet your blood reeks of its essence. Pray tell, where did you acquire such vitality? I suppose I should indulge your curiosity, should I? I replied, positioning my golden wool protectively before my chest. Although I was unaware of its true nature, the demon's fixation on it suggested its paramount importance. Foolish child, you are courting death. Surrender your possession, and perhaps I may allow you to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, it sneered, the treasures of this world belong to the virtuous. A forcibly taken fruit is never sweet. If you possess any sense, release me, or the consequences shall be beyond your meager comprehension. I threatened, though I knew this serpent, having clawed its way from a heap of dead demons, had witnessed countless spectacles of life and death. To dare threaten an ancient being like it was sheer folly. With a howl that echoed through the skies, even from a distance of several miles, I felt the force of the serpent's roar send me reeling. Such bravado. I retorted defiantly, with justice and truth on my shoulders, unleashing 2 cannon shots without hesitation. The shells detonated against the serpent's scales, and as the smoke cleared, it revealed the serpent's resilient, hardened exterior. A flicker of amusement danced in the serpent's yellow vertical pupils. Initially believing that a human steeped in golden crow blood would possess substantial power, yet now realizing my attacks barely grazed its scales, it found itself unnecessarily anxious. Child, if that is all you can muster, you might as well come willingly to my maw, the serpent declared, inhaling deeply towards my direction. The force of its breath drew in countless stones and even the terrified Shu people, leaving them helpless against its might. Help! I'm doomed. In the face of such overwhelming power, Zhu Zhan could only cry out as he too was swept towards the serpent's gaping maw. The ground bound by air was not spared either, believing that once I arrived, salvation would be at hand. Now it seemed, they would have preferred to perish at the hands of the Shu people. Monkey, come save me. Zhu Zhan cried out in desperation. However, Yuan Hong had already employed his evasion technique and reached my side, driving his iron staff into the ground to anchor me in place. He then seized the Qinquan bow and the Jindian arrow from my hands. With my magical essence still attached, he circumvented the restrictions against non-demons wielding it, opting not to use any of his own magic. As a transcendent monkey, Yuan Hong possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of harnessing the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, and manipulating the cosmos, all of which were concentrated in his hands. With his arms swelling with vitality, he unleashed a mighty roar, drawing the Qinquan bow to its full moon state. Fire, as the divine weapon of Emperor Xinyuan. The combination of the Qinquan bow and the Jindian arrow had previously achieved the remarkable feat of piercing through Qiyo's corporeal form. While this was largely due to Xuan Yuan's magical prowess, the arrow's lethal edge was not something a decrepit demon could withstand. With the bowstring drawn, the Jindian arrow flew forth, guided by an intrinsic targeting capability. In an instant, the dark projectile penetrated the serpent, emerging from its crown, delivering a grievous wound to the ancient demon. Seizing the opportunity, I was not one to let a formidable foe escape. Though being anchored to the ground by Yuan Hong was somewhat humiliating, I set aside my embarrassment and swiftly handed him the Jindian arrow, urging him to take aim once more. After 3 arrows had greeted the serpent's fading form, I breathed a sigh of relief. Surely it must be dead now? Release me. I cannot say for certain, Yuan Hong replied, struggling to extract his iron staff. Despite his immense strength, the task proved somewhat taxing. Typically, any demon below the golden immortal level would perish after receiving 3 Jindian arrows. However, at the golden immortal level, having begun to tread the path of immortality, the Jindian arrow, while fearsome, lacked the necessary magical support to extinguish the indomitable spirit of a golden immortal. Both of us remained fixated on the fallen serpent's form. Sure enough, within moments, a shadow laced with dark energy erupted from the serpent's corpse, racing towards us with blinding speed. Watch out! Yuan Hong, unperturbed by its state, seized the iron staff and swung it towards the serpent's essence. Yet, he was not the only one wielding a magical artifact. His iron staff, though powerful, paled in comparison to the legendary sea-calming needle that embodied the merits of Emperor Yu's water control. As Yuan Hong's strike passed through the serpent's essence, I found myself in a state of alarm. Wait, after being shot dead by Yuan Hong, what does it mean for you to come after me? Do you think I would remain calm? In a fit of rage, I summoned the golden flames of the sun, propelling myself away. Simultaneously, I unleashed a torrent of talismans from my vessel, casting them behind me, one of which served to hinder the serpent's essence. However, as a golden immortal surviving from the era of the Lich War, the trinkets in Jinzha's hands were evidently of little use. The malevolent aura of blood surged around the approaching spirit, and in an instant, Jinzha contemplated the consequences of his spirit being seized. As the serpent demon's spirit drew near, left with no recourse, Jinzha could only raise the disc in his hand to confront it. With the operation of his magical powers, the disc erupted with an unprecedented radiance. A dazzling golden light emanated from the disc, illuminating the dawn's arrival. Under the golden glow, the serpent demon's spirit emitted a piercing scream of anguish. Impossible! How can a mere human wield such a divine treasure? The serpent demon's spirit coiled in midair, yet its trembling, ethereal form conveyed its immense suffering. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jinzha infused all his magical energy into the disc. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a blinding brilliance, the golden light continued to emanate steadily from the disc. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jinzha thought, as long as he could eradicate the serpent demon's spirit, what did it matter? He pressed forward, smashing the disc towards the spirit. A spark of golden flame ignited the serpent demon's essence entirely, with the blood aura surrounding it serving as the finest fuel for the blazing inferno. With a cry akin to the golden crow's call, the serpent demon's spirit was reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace in the sky. With the demon's demise, the illusory realm enveloping Jinling City dissipated like a fleeting dream, and darkness reclaimed the city. Only in the space where Jinzha stood did the disc emit a gentle glow. Yuan Hong was momentarily stunned, although he had shot 3 arrows at the serpent demon. It was a golden immortal, one he had spent hundreds of years attempting to approach the threshold of. How could it simply vanish? Don't look at me like that. Bai is still in its belly. Jinzha, feeling slightly awkward, tucked the disc into his robe, though he yearned to examine it further. The current situation was not one for relaxation. Oh no, Lao Li. Upon hearing Jinzha's reminder, Yuan Hong wasted no time in traversing space towards the serpent demon's corpse. Jinzha let out a quiet sigh of relief. Despite Yuan Hong being on a mission, one must remain vigilant against potential threats. If that monkey were to ask him for the disc, "Where have you been? I thought I would never see you again." Zhu Zhan, having shed his copper hook to reveal his demon form, sat on the ground without any semblance of dignity, while Erbai lay listlessly beside him, clearly traumatized by the experience of being swallowed by a great demon. Yuan Hong chuckled sheepishly. The chaos of earlier, combined with his mission, had caused him to overlook his brother's feelings. However, he was also surprised at how inept Zhu Zhan had been. Being locked in a cage was one thing, but having his people bone shackled? Aren't you a celestial being? Why didn't you just stay in Maishan? Do you think I wanted this? Zhu Zhan felt quite aggrieved. It's because of you, you dead monkey. You said you'd return after the banquet, yet you disappeared for so many days. If I hadn't intervened, Li would have summoned everyone to scour the mountains for you. What on earth have you been doing? Hey, didn't I tell you? Yuan Hong glanced at Jinzha in the distance, who was washing her by with a river bowl. It's a divine command that cannot be defied. This child is engaged in significant matters and has encountered many demons on his journey westward. So you left your brothers behind to act as a bodyguard for this child? Not even a word to us. You must have completely forgotten about your brothers in Maishan. Zhu Zhan's voice grew louder, fueled by his rising anger. Erbai glanced at the two brothers, only to receive a sharp kick from Jinzha. We're bathing here, don't look. Jinzha's actions soaked Erbai thoroughly, while Yuan Hong swiftly covered Zhu Zhan's mouth. Brother, keep your voice down. It was my fault. To be honest, if they were in Maishan and had a dispute, a physical confrontation would usually resolve everything. However, given that Yuan Hong was indeed in the wrong this time, and with Zhu Zhan injured, a brawl was not feasible. Yuan Hong had to swallow his pride as the Demon King. Moreover, Yuan Hong was concerned about the potential repercussions of Jinzha's divination abilities, which he had witnessed. The innate 8 trigrams, passed down from the celestial sovereign Fuxi, combined with the water and fire-resistant teachings of Li Yi, could lead to unforeseen complications. If this child were to whimsically divine their fates, where would that leave his dignity as the Demon King? Regardless of the mission, Yuan Hong had to uphold his fortune and blessings. Not to mention that Jinzha had provided him with guidance. Although their relationship could have been openly discussed now, it was a delicate matter. Yuan Hong led Zhu Zhan away, while Jinzha tended to Erbai's injuries with the divine Shenong whip. The serpent demon's downfall did not bestow tranquility upon Jinling City. Rather, it marked the onset of a series of repercussions. As the serpent demon's spirit dissipated in the blazing golden flames, the illusory realm it had constructed shattered like bubbles, unleashing a torrent of power that swept through the city. The once vibrant scene of Jinling City was now a landscape of devastation and ruin. Observing the Shu people rising from the darkness, Jinzha sighed imperceptibly. Although these Shu people were not under the rule of the human emperor, they were nonetheless part of humanity. Jinzha could certainly turn away, but abandoning half the city's innocence to their fate was unconscionable. With the demon eradicated, where are the celestial beings to pay their respects? Standing amidst the crumbled altar, Jinzha raised the resplendent golden disc high, which erupted in a blinding light, illuminating the entire ruin. The crowd gathered at the altar, their faith in shambles after witnessing the demise of their serpent deity. Fear filled their eyes. Yet before the figure holding the golden disc, especially the flames dancing upon it, their long-held fears of the celestial being controlling the golden flames were deeply ingrained in their minds. Forgive us, great celestial being. A Jinling citizen, speaking with a peculiar accent, collapsed before Jinzha, trembling as he implored for mercy. Seeing this, others followed suit, kneeling and beseeching the celestial's compassion. Jinzha felt a twinge of helplessness. He could not bear to witness these people living like beasts. Thus he had to establish his absolute authority. With a gentle wave of the Shenong whip, a soothing green light cascaded over the crowd, healing their injured spirits, ravaged by fear and chaos. Arise, Jinzha's voice was both gentle and resolute. I do not come to punish you, but to assist you in rebuilding your homes. The departure of the serpent demon marks the beginning of your liberation. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be under the dominion of malevolent forces. Instead, you will rely on your own hands to reconstruct this land. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly bewildered, for the educational standards in Jinling City were insufficient for them to comprehend the intentions of the celestial being who had vanquished the serpent deity. However, for Jinzha, demonstrating a modicum of divine prowess would suffice to command their obedience. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze piercing as though he could discern the doubts and fears harbored within each heart. He understood well that to empower these commoners, who had been subjugated by the nobility, it would require not only strength but also wisdom and patience. Fear not, Jinzha continued, I shall impart knowledge unto you, teaching you how to cultivate the land, how to construct, and how to breathe life anew into this territory. You shall no longer be mere pawns manipulated by malevolent beings, but the true masters of this land. At these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the survivors. Since the founding of Jinling City by the king of Shu, Yu Fu, countless ages had passed, and throughout that time, They had always been the servants of the city's aristocracy. In their eyes, the sudden appearance of this celestial figure seemed rather eccentric, the notion of becoming their own masters appearing to them as sheer folly. For those of the Yin and Shang dynasties, concepts like freedom and equality were nothing more than fabrications meant to deceive the masses. Should such ideas be revealed, the consequences would surely be dire. Yet, the people of Jinling City were different. After Jinzha seized divine authority, the subsequent actions of the Shuren became markedly clear. Whatever the celestial being commanded, they would obey. If he declared the abolition of slavery, then slavery would be abolished. If he proclaimed equality for all, then all would be equal. The rulers of Jinling City had already succumbed to the serpent demon's influence due to their proximity to the altar. As for the remaining common folk, their primary concern was merely to survive. The sole complication was the scarcity of educated individuals in Jinling City. The following day, Jinzha conducted an inventory of the populace. Originally numbering over 100,000, only a little over 50,000 remained. With very few capable of conversing in the official language of the Yin and Shang, and not a single person possessing literacy. Consequently, Jinzha could only select a few who appeared relatively astute and begin teaching them from the ground up. However, Jinzha could not afford to linger in Jinling City for too long. His aim was merely to ensure that a handful of the clever ones could comprehend the meanings inscribed on the pages he left behind. The future development of Jinling City would depend on the fortunes of its inhabitants. While Jinzha busied himself with rectifying the chaos within Jinling City, he seized the opportunity to delve into the nature of the mysterious disc that had captured the attention of the serpent demon, who was at the early stages of ascension to the golden immortal realm. This golden disc was evidently no ordinary artifact, especially considering the lengths to which the demon had gone to enchant the people of Shu through blood sacrifices in its honor. Indeed, as Jinzha began to refine the golden disc using his own magical essence, he soon received a response from it after 3 nights of effort. "The sun's essence wheel?" he exclaimed, nearly leaping from his bed in astonishment. It was not that Jinzha lacked composure. Rather, the revelation was somewhat unexpected. As a primordial treasure born from the sun star, the sun's essence wheel was originally the companion artifact of the ancient demon emperor Li Jing. Although it paled in comparison to the chaos bell of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi in this era, even postnatal treasures were fiercely contested among the denizens of the primordial world. What constitutes a primordial treasure? Such divine artifacts are birthed from the natural order of the cosmos and embody the principles of the great Tao. The sun's essence wheel is one such treasure, possessing 48 innate prohibitions. If a practitioner can refine all these prohibitions, even if they previously understood nothing of the profound truths contained within, they would, upon completion, gain entry into the realm of the laws. Each primordial treasure is unique within the primordial world, and their classification corresponds to the complexity of the principles they represent. The flame principle within the sun's essence wheel stands apart from other similar treasures that govern fire. After all, it is a treasure nurtured by the sun star itself. Beyond the fundamental fire principle, the wheel also embodies the brilliance of destruction, rebirth, and the blessings bestowed upon all living things. Due to the sun star's esteemed position and the intricacy of its encapsulated principles, the sun's essence wheel is classified among the finest of treasures, and likewise, the moon's essence wheel, birthed from the moon star, holds the same distinction. Having long believed that the sun's essence wheel had perished alongside its former master during the War of Witches and Demons, Jinzha was astonished to discover it had found its way to Shu and been unearthed by a surviving serpent demon from that conflict. He could not help but marvel at the whimsical nature of fate. Yet now it was his. Although Jinzha was not a reincarnation of the Golden Crow, the treasure possessed its own spirit, and compared to the serpent demon of Shu, who sought to extinguish the remnants of Li Jing's influence through blood sacrifices, Jinzha, endowed with the blood of the Golden Crow Prince, had a distinct advantage in claiming this treasure. Without having fully refined the prohibitions, he could wield the primordial artifact with his magical essence. Aside from Luya, the Golden Crow Prince, there was likely no other in existence more suited to the sun's essence wheel than he. However, the process of refining this primordial treasure proved to be fraught with challenges, and Jinzha wondered whether the spirit of the wheel posed further trials for its new master. After refining 3 prohibitions, no matter how he channeled his magical essence, the wheel remained unyielding. Thus, Jinzha had somewhat reluctantly marked the treasure with his own imprint. As for utilizing the primordial treasure, it could be said that a mere flash of golden light would deplete his magical essence entirely, for the sun's essence wheel was a voracious consumer of energy. Nevertheless, as their connection deepened, Jinzha gleaned more information about the wheel. Besides the magical imprint left by Li Jing, it was evident that during the War of Witches and Demons, when confronted by the ancestral witch's assault, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi had resorted to self-detonating the Chaos Bell, and the sun's essence wheel had similarly suffered damage. When Jinzha probed into the wheel's interior, he could distinctly sense the injuries to its essence. He was uncertain how to mend these wounds, but now that the treasure had fallen into his possession, he could always consult his teacher later. As he absorbed the sun's essence wheel into his being, Jinzha felt his consciousness growing exceedingly heavy. There was no doubt that this was the price of forcibly wielding a primordial treasure. In the primordial era, the dense essence of chaos allowed beings to ascend to the golden immortal realm from the outset. Even when attending lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace, the teachings imparted by the Tao ancestor commenced from the level of the profound immortal. Immortals of that tier possessed the capacity to bear the principles contained within primordial treasures, while those below the profound immortal tier, let's just say, the process of refining essence into qi and qi into spirit evolved over a long period with the advent of Taoism. The profound immortal was the lowest tier observable by the Tao ancestor, akin to a towering giant stooping to gaze upon ants. As for existence smaller than the ants, would the Tao ancestor truly need a magnifying glass? If it were not for the essence of the golden crow coursing through his veins, Jinzha would never have been able to inscribe his mark upon the sun essence wheel. The current scenario resembles Jinzha borrowing the identity of the Golden Crow Prince to acquire less than 7% of the equity in the Sun Essence Wheel. Logically, the primary control rights of the Sun Essence will still reside with the major shareholder, yet this major shareholder is well understood by those in the know. Jinzha must express gratitude to the snake demon who has labored for many years. This demon has exerted considerable effort to erase the mark of the quasi-saint in the Sun Essence Wheel. Had Jinzha not appeared, the demon might have indeed succeeded. Jinzha can only sigh at the capriciousness of fate. Although he has obtained the Sun Essence Wheel, he is acutely aware of the chasm that separates him from this innate spiritual treasure. To truly master this artifact requires not only the assistance of Golden Crow Essence, but also a profound understanding of the great principles contained within the Sun Essence Wheel and relentless cultivation. However, Jinzha currently lacks the time for cultivation. The benefits of consolidating fortune and blessings have already begun to manifest, and the journey to seek the scriptures must continue. Before that, it is imperative to first eliminate the causality surrounding Jinling City. Jinzha focuses his efforts on the deep civilizational transformation of the Shu people in Jinling City. While concurrently, in the 33 heavens, the current ruler of heaven, Hao Yan, is not strictly the successor of Dijuan. Following the war of the witches and demons, despite the heavy casualties on both sides, the demon race retained control over heaven for a considerable time. The consequences of the demon race forging the slaughtering witch sword must still be repaid by them. During the long interlude before the Tao ancestor appointed Hao Yan as the sovereign of the three realms, the human race launched counterattacks against the demon race's heaven more than once. Among them, Emperor Zhuangxu represented the counteroffensive against heaven. After the reign of the three sovereigns, as a descendant of the human Emperor Xianyuan, Emperor Zhuangxu led the human race in a counterattack on the 33 heavens, during which it was indeed reasonable to refer to him as the Heavenly Emperor. After all, the human race was recognized as the rightful sovereign of heaven and earth by the Tao, making their dominion over the heavens and the earth quite reasonable. The current celestial race is a product of the union between the human race and the beings of the heavenly realm. However, compared to the accomplished demon race, the human race's lifespan poses a fatal flaw. While a few fortunate humans can achieve longevity equal to that of the heavens, those with the talent for governance and substantial cultivation are exceedingly rare. The Tao ancestor believed that it would be detrimental for a short-lived human race to govern heaven and earth, which ultimately led to the later appointment of Hao Yan as the sovereign of the three realms during a council at the Zixiao Palace. This issue fundamentally echoes old debates. If the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity were all under the jurisdiction of the human race, would it not render the human race lawless? The Xianmen was established by the Tao ancestor, and if even heaven were to detach from this greatest primordial correctness, would it not imply a lack of regard for the Tao ancestor himself? Thus, in Huoyan Cave, one could only maintain a facade of cordiality with Hao Yan regarding the teachings of the saints. What is the true origin of the calamity of the canonization? According to the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's initial assertion, the 12 golden immortals were destined to undergo the tribulations of mortal life, and thus the heavenly Tao descended calamities, manifesting these tribulations within the cycles of mortal dynasties to replenish the vacancies in the celestial ranks. In this entire series of so-called causal relationships, the mortal tribulations of the 12 golden immortals were merely a pretext. Ultimately, the existence of the teachings of the saints severely disrupted the authority of the heavenly Tao. As the appointed heavenly emperor by the Tao ancestor, Hao Yan, regardless of his prior identity or actions, became the legitimate ruler of heaven after the Tao ancestor personally intervened to reclaim the heavenly emperor's position from the human race. This heaven, originating from the demon race, was formally incorporated into the system of the heavenly Tao and came under its control. However, due to the presence of the six saints, Hao Yan's role as a mere gatekeeper could not command respect across the three realms. Originally, Dijuan and Dongwang, as part of the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace, were contemporaries of the six saints. Moreover, heaven had already been established in the Zixiao Palace before the saints' emergence, when the demon race had already gathered myriad demons, with 4 demon emperors and numerous demon gods holding the fort at the higher echelons. Even during the early establishment of the teachings of the saints, their disciples were still relatively weak and dedicated to solitary cultivation in the mountains. Even without the Tao ancestors' endorsement, the demon court remained one of the most formidable powers in the primordial cosmos. However, with Hao Yan's ascension, the situation shifted entirely. After the demon court's collapse, the human race had the opportunity to inherit its legacy. Yet, due to various factors, including Hao Yan's arrival, heaven, to some extent, lost the support of the rightful sovereign. Furthermore, Hao Yan's strength has been subject to considerable criticism. Countless epochs have passed since the cataclysm between the witches and demons. Although Hao Yan is technically a junior to the six saints, in terms of strength, the second-generation disciples of the Xianmen no longer resemble those who once depended on their master's protection to evade calamities. On the path of severing the three corpses, apart from Xuandu, the southern polar immortal of the Chan teaching and the dual treasures Taoist of the interception teaching have successfully severed one corpse, placing them on par with Hao Yan, who stands as a quasi-saint with two corpses. Besides these three direct disciples, the teachings of the saints encompass many de Luo golden immortals, all sharing the same rank and backed by their saintly masters. Thus, why would these disciples of the saints seek an audience with a junior who holds little superiority over them? Consequently, although Hao Yan nominally presides over heaven, his prestige and power within the actual three realms pale in comparison to those of the six saints. This disparity stems not only from the rapid ascension of the saints' disciples, but also from the very presence of the saints, which has posed unprecedented challenges to the authority of the heavenly Tao. Against this backdrop, the calamity of canonization emerged as an attempt by the heavenly Tao to re-establish its authority and order. Through the mortal tribulations, the heavenly Tao sought to diminish the influence of the saints' teachings while simultaneously replenishing the celestial ranks to enhance Hao Yan's governing power, thereby restoring the authority of the heavenly Tao within the three realms. However, the disciples of the saints remained indifferent to these matters, as the Luo beings. They shared the same lifespan as heaven and earth, and their saintly masters possessed formidable powers over the elements. With calamities proliferating and the cosmic machinations obscured, at least until the completion of the canonization calamity, the celestial court's status as a minor power within the three realms would likely endure for some time. This situation incited considerable ire in Hao Yan, who found it absurd that the celestial court, which governs the primordial world, was attended by such unsavory characters at its annual gatherings. The scattered immortals from the western Kunlun and unknown origins, with the highest among them being a barefooted figure, were merely maintaining a friendly relationship with the celestial court, akin to an extraneous member of the assembly. Although this arrangement spared some peaches, one must wonder if Hao Yan truly lacked a few peaches. In the 33 heavens and the jade pool, Hao Yan sat in the main seat, nursing his displeasure. Beside him, the golden mother of the jade pool displayed an unperturbed demeanor. She was well acquainted with her elder brother's temperament. Things had been tolerable when he first joined the celestial court. However, ever since the first peach banquet, the blatant disregard shown by the Chan and interception teachings in inviting Hao Yan had deeply wounded his aspiration to command the three realms and restore the majesty of heaven. The attitude of the disciples of the three teachings was also comprehensible to the Golden Mother. If given a choice, she personally would prefer to return to the Zixiao Palace and serve as the Lord's maiden rather than laboring in the celestial court, which offered no benefits to her solitary cultivation. Only those lacking in discernment would choose to do so. The stubbornness of my senior brother is quite exasperating. If the Pantao banquet proves ineffective, it should simply be abandoned. Yet, he insists on upholding the majesty of the heavenly emperor, as if it were of no consequence. However, each Pantao banquet is a source of irritation, particularly with the Taoists from the Western teachings, who appear emaciated as if they have not eaten in ages. They shamelessly partake in the banquet, taking food as if they were beggars fleeing from some calamity. I have often harbored grievances against the Taoists of the Western teachings regarding the Yao pool. Nevertheless, considering my brother's reputation, it is merely a handful of peaches after all. The heavenly court possesses a plethora of peach trees. Will we truly run short? After bringing it up a couple of times, I decided to let the matter of the Pantao banquet go. After all, my brother manages all affairs of the heavenly court, while I shall remain in the Yao pool, tending to my own small domain. If my brother wishes to hold the banquet, so be it. Can I truly impede him? Despite the clouds of discontent on Hao Yan's face, even as a mother, the joys of being a celestial maiden persist. Brother, let us drink. The exquisite nectar was down in one gulp, and once the banquet concluded, I resolved to return home for a month or so. Upon hearing my sister's words, Hao Yan let out a sigh, draining his cup as he surveyed the empty seats below, contrasting with the lively scene of the Western Taoists. Even though the Lord has already decreed the impending calamity of canonization, the attitudes of my brother and sister weigh heavily on Hao Yan's mind. While it is true that after the canonization calamity, the 365 righteous deities will reclaim their positions, the quality of the saints and their disciples varies greatly. If the disciples of the saints are merely going through the motions, What purpose does it serve to fill the ranks of the righteous deities in the heavenly court? The sanctity of the saints remains unchanged, and so does the heavenly court. Frankly, Hao Yin regretted his earlier lamentations in the purple cloud's palace. Despite the Lord shielding the secrets of heaven, the 6 saints were present at that moment. Even if the canonization is a grand design of the heavenly order, as the heavenly emperor, the consequences of his actions have already been set in motion. The Tao ancestor, embodying the heavenly principles, is bound by the great calamities. And Hao Yin's initial weeping had been an attempt to return to the purple cloud's palace. Little did he expect that the Lord would summon the 6 saints to discuss the canonization. Although his position as the heavenly emperor was ordained by the Tao ancestor, the affairs of the heavenly court are not the Lord's concern. This incident risks offending 2 saints, and should any future turmoil arise, his senior brother and sister would certainly not spare his life. Yet, once entangled in the web of the saint's karma, how could he possibly extricate himself? Thus, Hao Yin's worries were not solely rooted in the disrespect shown by the saint's disciples, though that played a part, but rather stemmed from his position as the sovereign of the vast realms. As the heavenly emperor, how could he be a petty man? Reflecting on the joyous time spent in the purple cloud's palace, where the Tao ancestor remained aloof, he and his sister could simply marvel at the Lord's profoundness, wandering the palace or exploring the scenic wonders of the Chaos Sea. Life was simple and filled with joy. Yet, the present is different. Although his bond with his sister has deepened, as the heavenly emperor, he must set an example for all beings. And this heavenly marriage is an essential aspect of that duty. However, as time passes, everything around him seems to change. His sister is no longer the same sister. Or perhaps he himself is not who he once was. Had he not experienced all that has transpired, Hao Yin might have been able to leave without a second thought. But once immersed in this vast and chaotic existence, how could one simply let go? Sister, why is Yao Ji not here? Yao Ji, did you not send her to assist you, brother? I, too, have not seen Sister Yao Ji for many days. Remind me, where is Yao Ji? It is the day of the Pan Tao Grand Banquet. As the eldest princess of the heavenly court, does she not wish to join me for a drink? Hao Yin's voice, filled with authority, resonated through the hall. Just as he finished speaking, an elderly man in azure robes, with white hair and a whisk in hand, hastily approached and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, please remain calm. During the preparations for the Pan Tao banquet, the 3-headed celestial dragon from the golden pillar of the Pan Long took advantage of the guard's momentary lapse and slipped down to the mortal realm. Princess Yao Ji, being the foremost female warrior of the celestial realm, pursued the dragon as soon as it escaped. Given the vastness of the chaos, capturing the 3-headed dragon will require considerable effort. The 3-headed dragon? Hao Yin momentarily lost focus. Although the heavenly court faced a shortage of personnel, he was a Xuanxing of the second corpse. He had little regard for ordinary celestial beings. Your Majesty, the 3-headed dragon is born of the essence of Tai Yi, emerging from the golden pillar. It is a natural spirit tasked with guarding the pillar. However, it seems that upon witnessing the changes in the world, the 3-headed dragon was tempted. The guards, unaware of its transformation, inadvertently allowed it to escape. Tai Bai Jingxing spoke at a measured pace. Although the 3-headed dragon could be considered an anomaly, it was not particularly troublesome. Just a mere spirit, Hao Yin mused, unsure of what to say. As a Xuanxing, he naturally did not regard the 3-headed dragon as a significant threat. However, Yao Ji had transformed from a stubborn stone upon arriving in the heavenly court. While she shared the same roots as him, Yao Ji had not spent time in the Purple Cloud's palace, and her strength was barely at the golden immortal level. Capturing the 3-headed dragon in this vast expanse could indeed be quite challenging. Send a decree to have all departments of the heavenly court assist the princess in her efforts to capture the 3-headed dragon. By your command, Your Majesty. Tai Bai Jingxing quietly withdrew, leaving Hao Yin feeling even more vexed. The fact that a mere fleeing spirit required the personal intervention of Princess Yao Ji, the eldest princess of the heavenly court, spoke volumes about the court's lamentable state of affairs. Taking a sip of wine, Hao Yin felt that his position as the heavenly emperor was truly dull and unexciting. At that moment, a group of celestial maidens entered, bearing trays laden with delicacies for the assembled immortals. However, as they passed by the elder Su Yuan, the leading maiden suddenly cried out and stumbled, falling to the ground. The assembled immortals turned their attention to the scene, witnessing the elder Su Yuan, a venerable figure in the heavenly court, now in a rather disheveled state. The exquisite nectar had spilled over him, and sumptuous dishes were strewn about, painting a comical picture. The elder, having experienced such a spectacle before, felt a surge of indignation, his face turning pale with embarrassment. My sincerest apologies, Elder Su Yuan. The fallen maiden scrambled to her feet, eager to assist. But calling him by his name was a blatant breach of court etiquette. Long Ji, a voice filled with authority and displeasure echoed throughout the Yao pool. Upon hearing this, Long Ji paid little heed to the elder's predicament. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. Long Ji knelt pitifully on the ground. Hao Yin's eyes blazed with fury. The blatant disrespect shown by the saint's disciples had already irked him. His own daughter had failed to uphold her dignity during this grand banquet. further compounding the embarrassment of the situation. A tray of delicacies had been entirely upended upon Elder Su Yuan. Was there some grievance she held against him? As Hao Yan's voice rang out, the murmurs around them ceased abruptly. Everyone was aware of Long Ji's identity, yet despite being the daughter of the great heavenly sovereign, she held no official position in the heavenly court. Her presence at the Pan Tao banquet, marred by such a farcical incident, reflected poorly on the family. Long Ji, as a princess of the heavenly court, you have disregarded the established courtesies. What punishment do you think is fitting for such misconduct? Hao Tian coldly remarked. Upon hearing the reproach from his imperial father, Long Ji, who knelt on the ground, pouted and cast a glance at her mother. I acknowledge my wrongdoing, father. I merely wish to assist you. Silence, Long Ji. As a princess of the heavenly court, you ought to adhere to heavenly decorum. Have you not embarrassed yourself enough at the Yaoqi banquet? In the face of Hao Tian's admonishment, Long Ji was on the verge of tears. Witnessing this, Yaoqi, who only wished to send the guests away, let out a sigh. Your Majesty, how could it come to this? Long Ji is only trying to alleviate your burdens. Indeed, Your Majesty, the celestial minister Tai Bai chimed in. Princess Long Ji is still young and inexperienced. Moreover, the spilled tray was an unintentional act. As a father, you should hold yourself to a higher standard. Hao Tian dismissed Tai Bai's incantation with a flick of his sleeve. There is no need for further discussion. Long Ji's breach of decorum in the court warrants strict punishment. Where are the heavenly soldiers? Calling out, 2 golden-armored heavenly soldiers stepped into Yaoqi. Cast Long Ji down to the mortal realm for contemplation. She shall not return to the heavenly court without orders. With that, Hao Tian waved his hand, and a palace descended from the heavenly realm to the mortal world. The celestial beings present could hardly comprehend why Hao Tian would treat his daughter in such a manner. Save for Yaoqi, who cast a deep glance at him. Although Long Ji was their daughter, she possessed neither merit nor talent. Forcing her into the heavenly court's hierarchy would inevitably invite gossip and accusations of nepotism. Yaoqi understood Hao Tian's concerns. He was the supreme lord of the heavenly realm, revered above all. However, while she understood, it pained her that as the emperor of the 3 realms, he would so circuitously seek a position for their daughter. Yaoqi remained silent, shaking her cloud scarf, sending forth rays of light into the Chilwan Do Palace. Noticing his disciple's anger, Hao Tian chose to ignore his previous oversight. However, as the principal party affected by the incident, the venerable Su Yuan could not accept such an outcome. Being cast down to the mortal realm was one thing, but it seemed more like a playful excursion with palaces and treasures involved. The venerable Su Yuan was irate. As an ancient official of the heavenly court, he felt disrespected by Hao Tian. While he was not a sage, he was an entity of longevity, akin to the heavens. If you disregard my dignity, prepare for the consequences. Seeing that no one paid him heed, the old sage angrily departed. Had Hao Tian been a shrewd and capable leader adept at winning over his subordinates, he might have noticed Su Yuan's discontent. Yet, Hao Tian was not a corporate director. He had already cast Long Ji down to the mortal realm. What more could be expected? Thus, the farcical incident at the peach banquet was brushed aside by Hao Tian, and the gathering continued as if nothing had occurred. Unbeknownst to the mortals, the heavenly court had undergone a transformation. Even if they learned of Long Ji's demotion, it mattered little to Jinzha. Due to the reconstruction of Shudi as the new deity of the region, Jinzha renamed Jinling City to Jinsha City to signify a fresh start. During the reconstruction, Jinzha devoted himself to educating the inhabitants of Jinsha City in literacy. Though the progress was modest, the business language of the Chuntang Pass began to take root in this wild land. With the divine aura of a deity, the people of Shudi were keen learners. Additionally, Jinzha imparted agricultural techniques from Chuntang Pass to the townsfolk. With the assistance of Yuan Hong and Zhu Zhan, using Yuan Hong's transformative skills, Jinzha quickly established the new Jinsha City using local materials. Due to climatic factors, after nearly 2 months of industrious effort, Jinzha decided to complete the spring plowing guidance for the coming year before departing. After all, he had given himself a 3-year time frame. Although he had lingered longer than expected in Jinsha City, abandoning the people did not align with his identity as a benefactor of the 3 sovereigns. Thus, he entrusted Yuan Hong with a letter and some remaining provisions from Chuntang Pass to help the people of Jinsha City through the winter. Naturally, the seeds he had gathered along the way were also passed to Yuan Hong, ensuring a bright future come autumn harvest. In his spare time, Jinzha sketched a blueprint for the future development of Jinsha City. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, due to his assumption of the role of deity in Shudi, the fortunes that had long been adrift began to converge towards him. In a chaotic era devoid of profound Tao, the accumulation of fortunes from Chuntang Pass and Shudi might have allowed Jinzha to aspire to the throne of humanity, but he showed no interest in such pursuits. Having weathered the harsh winter in Shudi, when the vernal equinox arrived and he had completed the spring plowing guidance, Jinzha entrusted all matters of Jinsha City to the most literate individual among its inhabitants. This was perhaps the most fundamental realization that knowledge could alter destiny. It mattered not one's origin or past deeds, for anyone who could comprehend the text left by Jinzha would ascend to become the lord of Jinsha City. While such an impartial selection process might pose some risks, Jinzha had neither the time nor inclination to engage in political games with the uncultured. Mounting his steed and calling upon Yuan Hong and his newly allied brother, the team, having delayed for half a year, set forth once more towards the west. Upon traversing Shudi, they formally entered the domain of Kunlun. As the ancestral mountains of the primordial chaos, the grandeur of Kunlun required no embellishment from Jinzha. Should he return from his journey, Kunlun would be a paradise for the celestial beings. However, considering the scene of myriad immortals lounging within Kunlun, Jinzha marked the mountain as his promised land and pressed onward with his team. Yuan Hong was perplexed. Typically, Jinzha would linger 1 or 2 days in unfamiliar territories to deepen his understanding of scriptures. Yet upon entering Kunlun, it seemed as if he were being pursued. Jinzha's explanation was reasonable. Kunlun, the progenitor of all mountains, was the apex of celestial abodes, its spiritual essence unmatched by any ordinary paradise. He had ventured forth to seek crops suitable for cultivation in the mortal realm. Nothing else mattered. Look at this jus fruit. It takes 800 years to grow. Can this be considered food? With a decisive bite into the ripe fruit, Jinzha proclaimed with unabashed confidence, while the elder Zhu beside him swallowed nervously. Such scenes had unfolded countless times since the pilgrimage team embarked on their journey. Those aware of Jinzha's human lineage might find it understandable, but those unaware could easily mistake him for a reincarnated treasure-seeking rodent. Yuan Hong found merit in Jinzha's words. After all, it had been 800 years. And even in just 8 years, a human's frail constitution would struggle to endure. Although the expedition was temporarily halted due to the abundance of celestial treasures encountered in Kunlun Mountain, Jinzha, contemplating his future, restrained his desire to scour the earth for riches. Unfortunately, given his current state, wandering through Kunlun Mountain posed considerable danger. Should he encounter an ordinary celestial being, he could offer excuses based on the 3 sovereigns' tasks. However, if he were to cross paths with a celestial from the Jade Void Palace, particularly the revered Wanshu Guangfa Tianzuan, who might wish to take him as a disciple, rejecting such an offer would be tantamount to slapping the faces of those ruthless beings from the Jade Void Palace. Despite Jinzha hastening his pace, traversing the Kunlun region consumed a month and a half for the pilgrimage team. During this time, Jinzha encountered countless celestial treasures, though he was uncertain if he had ventured into a territory designated by the immortal in the cave. Regardless, no one appeared to claim the land as he harvested flowers and dug for herbs. Approximately 4 or 5 mountain peaks away from Kunlun's main summit, Jinzha stumbled upon a bare cliffside, its surface revealing an unusual landscape where the rock had seemingly eroded. From a distance, what should have been a gray-black cliff displayed a shimmering vista reminiscent of a serene lake. This was likely the renowned Kunshan Jade. Jinzha felt a flicker of desire. However, he recognized that he lacked any claim over Kunlun Mountain and thus curbed his earthly cravings, urging the pilgrimage team to hasten towards the western lands. After traversing less than 100 miles beyond Kunlun, they reached another great being's abode, a majestic mountain standing tall and imposing. It connected to the Kunlun range and reached up to the heavens. Although it did not rival Kunlun's towering peak, as a sacred site of the earth immortals, Wansho Mountain was undoubtedly a blessed land in the primordial world. Jinzha felt a sense of yearning, not so much to become a disciple of the reclusive Jinyuan Daxian, but because such rare innate spiritual treasures were few and far between. A single ginseng fruit could justify his arduous journey across mountains to visit Wansho Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Once every 3,000 years, a flower blooms. Once every 3,000 years, it bears fruit, and after another 3,000 years, it ripens, taking 10,000 years to be consumed. Just a whiff could extend one's life by 360 years, while consuming one could grant a lifespan of 48,000 years. Hearing Jinzha's enlightening discourse, both Yuan Hong and Zhu Zizhen could not help but swallow in anticipation. However, emulating the Sun Wukong's midnight theft of fruit was out of the question. Regardless of whether Jinyuan Daxian was present, the temple's gatekeeper, a young acolyte, could easily summon help. If they ventured beyond Wuzhuang Temple, even the least of the inhabitants would be formidable figures. For beings as extraordinary as the ginseng fruit, Jinzha's pilgrimage team could only gaze in admiration, lacking the substantial backing enjoyed by authentic characters. Jinzha's hastily assembled group could not even meet the basic requirements, let alone partake in such divine sustenance. Having encountered a stroke of fortune within Wansho Mountain, the pilgrimage team resumed their journey towards the western lands. Upon leaving the confines of Wansho Mountain, Jinzha distinctly sensed a decline in the surrounding spiritual energy. The harshness of the western lands diverged from his preconceived notions. At the conclusion of the Longhan calamity, during the epoch when the demon ancestor Rahu vied for supreme power with the Tao ancestor, he extracted the western earth veins to forge the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array. In a desperate bid to drag the Tao ancestor down with him during his imminent defeat, Rahu detonated the Western Earth veins using the extermination array. Just as Lu Bowen severed the dragon veins of the world, the demon ancestor's reckless actions nearly led to the extinction of life in the Western continent. Had the primordial foundations not endured, the West would have long since descended into desolation. Since then, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Western lands had consistently lagged behind that of the East. In contrast to the numerous blessed lands in the primordial East, aside from Mount Shumi, the Western expanse offered no such sanctuaries. Consequently, the Tao ancestor accrued countless karmic debts to the Western lands. While the two saints of the West became his external disciples, the flourishing of the West represented the Tao ancestor as compensation, as well as the self-restoration of the primordial continent, with the two saints bearing the brunt of the Tao ancestor's karmic ties. Upon stepping onto the Western soil, Jinzha experienced a moment of clarity. The decree of the heavenly Tao is immutable. If one were to liken the primordial world to the body of Pangu, the eastern half thrived, while the western half seemed paralyzed. Given that the primordial realm could not be partitioned, aiding the West from the East to balance their powers appeared an inevitable choice. However, what relevance did this have to him, Jinzha? Even if the heavens were to crumble, others would bear the burden. Though he, as a favored disciple of the Tao ancestor, ought to strive to alleviate the ancestor's concerns, he had yet to attain immortality. Thus, the monumental task of rehabilitating the West was naturally left to the two saints. After traversing hundreds of miles of desolation, the pilgrimage team finally arrived at a river basin, where signs of civilization began to emerge. They had arrived at the realm of the Shindu people. Although records of the Shindu did not exist during the Yin and Shang dynasties, by the pre-Qin era, following the abolition of slavery, the lords of the Central Plains began to extend their reach and adeptly employ Shindu slaves. Jinzha found himself perplexed about whether the historical Kunlun slaves and Shindu slaves were indeed the same, but as they journeyed westward, he decided to regard them as akin since he had yet to discover the whereabouts of any black uncles. The presence of the Shindu people illuminated Jinzha's path. As the famed Ganges River lay ahead as an obstacle, he rested for 2 days by the Ganges, awaiting Yuan Hong to collect agricultural seeds from within the Shindu territory. Once completed, the pilgrimage team swiftly traversed the Shindu's mother river using their swift light. There was no need for timber or shipbuilding. Jinzha was no mere golden cicada devoid of magical power after consuming the ginseng fruit. The arduous trials of the pilgrimage team did not require meticulous step-by-step execution. Yet, Jinzha's makeshift ensemble could dissolve once their purpose was fulfilled. Uncertain of the future location of the spiritual mountain, Jinzha felt it prudent to depart the Shindu region. Considering the compatibility of Buddhism and the Shindu, leaving the Ganges River basin, the surrounding environment visibly deteriorated, with rolling hills and gravel strewn about. Despite his unwavering faith in divination, the barren landscape lacking greenery caused Jinzha to question the direction of their journey. After traveling for 4 or 5 days, he noticed a distant green mountain, with wisps of smoke rising from its base, adding a touch of humanity to the desolate terrain. However, upon arrival, he found the inhabitants emaciated and struggling to survive, starkly contrasting the abundance of the Ganges region. How could such a desolate place sustain life? Yuan Hong expressed his confusion, and Jinzha found himself at a loss for words. They possessed the Tao, enabling them to traverse 1,000 miles with ease. Yet, for ordinary people, being confined to a single location was the norm. After several days of relentless sandstorms, Jinzha decided to rest in this town for a couple of days. Before the pilgrimage team could approach, a sinister wind swept through, enveloping the sky in a haze of yellow sand. Does the primordial world experience sandstorms as well? From Jinzha's perspective, it seemed that this realm was unlike any celestial body he was familiar with. After all, as he journeyed westward, he often harnessed the light of escape to hasten his travels, yet he remained oblivious to the traces of the spherical Earth theory. The horizon was dictated solely by the limitations of his vision. Moreover, could it be that Pangu, in his act of creation, had cleaved a planet from the void? However, without verifiable evidence, Jinzha refrained from making hasty judgments. Such monumental acts of creation were beyond the concerns of a mere minor figure like him. Yet, as the winds stirred violently, was it mere coincidence that he was about to rest when faced with such tumultuous conditions? Jinzha contemplated divination, but as a demon king of the Shenxian realm, Yuan Hong's formidable spirit allowed him to perceive far more than Jinzha could. The sudden gusts must indicate the presence of some malevolent force at play. Zhazi, he began, but before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted beside him, revealing a dark figure hurtling into the storm of sand. No need for words, let us engage directly. Despite having spent considerable time with Jinzha, Yuan Hong understood that preparedness was paramount in the face of danger. Striking first was a fundamental approach. It was uncertain whether their opponent could withstand Jinzha's might. Yet, amidst this tempest, it was improbable that their adversary was simply inviting them for tea in their lair. Truth and justice erupted within the swirling sands. And amidst the howling winds, curses seemed to echo. Jinzha paid little heed to these distractions. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he handed Yuan Hong the Qian Kuan Bao and Zhen Tian arrow, signaling him to confront their foe amidst the storm. The spectacle left Zhu Zhen, the newly joined member, utterly astounded. He glanced at the monkey and then at the formidable weapons Jinzha had produced. Is this what you refer to as great fortune? This fellow harbors such a murderous intent. Are you certain he is here to seek wisdom? Zhu Zhen suspected that Yuan Hong had been misled by this human. However, with no option to retreat, Zhu Zhen, possessing some awareness, drew forth his massive sword upon witnessing Jinzha's decisive action. Yuan Hong, reluctant to wield Jinzha's Qian Kuan Bao, recognized its prowess but felt he lacked the authority to use it. Though he had achieved victories against severely wounded celestial demons under Jinzha's guidance, he found it difficult to maintain his grip after drawing the bow. It was merely a swarm of crickets amidst the sands. Why mobilize such forces against it? Yuan Hong brandished his mixed iron staff, signaling to Jinzha that he would manage with this weapon, deeming the sands inconsequential. Though not particularly adept in sorcery, he was, after all, a demon king, having forged his reputation long before Jinzha's advent into the world. In that brief moment of delay, the pilgrimage team was entirely engulfed by the yellow sands. Yuan Hong twirled his staff, intending to shield his companions, but before he could steady himself, 3 arrows shot forth from the sands, aimed directly at his head. Stunned by the force of the arrows, Yuan Hong's bewilderment quickly transformed into fury. How dare they attack him? The mighty monkey, with such mundane weaponry? You fiends, taste my wrath. He roared, leaping into the air, staff raised, striking down into the tempest. With a surge of magical energy, combined with the prowess of the Tongbei monkey, the wind pressure generated by Yuan Hong's strike was enough to part the sands. Yet, the winds were capricious, and his dignified blow ultimately fell short. Jinzha heard an eerie howl emanating from within the sands, a piercing sound that threatened to rupture the eardrums of the pilgrimage team. Especially affected was Airbai, their mount, whose acute senses rendered him incapacitated by the noise. Jinzha fell from his steed, and Yuan Hong, caught off guard by the shriek, hesitated momentarily, allowing the fierce winds to cast him far away. Could this monkey not exercise a modicum of wisdom? Jumping into the air against an opponent skilled in wind manipulation is akin to becoming a living target, Jinzha lamented, clutching Zhu Zhen's collar. While formidable beings capable of overpowering myriad techniques did exist in the primordial realm, the last to do so was Pangu himself. Was not the teaching of Taoist patriarch Hong Jun, who imparted the method of severing the 3 corpses in the Zixiao Palace, a testament to the futility of following Pangu's path in this world? The chaos demon ape indeed possessed the might to challenge heaven and earth, but it had met its demise. Even the stone monkey, who stirred chaos in the heavenly realm, could not evade the grasp of the Buddha. Only magic can vanquish magic. Before Zhu Zhen could elucidate matters concerning his elder brother, several more arrows emerged from the sands, striking him squarely as he formed a shield wall. Enraged, Zhu Zhen entirely forgot that Jinzha was behind him, brandishing a sword akin to a door panel, ready to confront the unseen foes hidden within the tempest. Yet, before he could advance, a colossal shadow materialized from the sands, towering over Tu Zhang. Jinzha, unable to discern the true nature of the creature, witnessed a burst of sparks erupting from the sands, and suddenly, Zhu Zhen was propelled into the air uncontrollably. Am I being dragged down by the monkey and old Zhu's misfortune? Jinzha mused inwardly, as he contemplated replicating the successful defeat of the serpent demon from Shudi. However, obscured by the sands, he found himself bereft of suitable allies. Undoubtedly, this adversary was also a powerful demon, and indeed, since departing from the Central Plains, the pilgrimage team had encountered numerous demons along the way, each more formidable than the last as they ventured westward. While this western region was the birthplace of Buddhism, the coexistence of demons and Buddhas shaped the surrounding environment. Without further hesitation, faced with peril, Jinzha recognized that his primary task as the master was to ensure their survival. Although he carried a mission, the favor of the 3 sovereigns was a rare blessing in the primordial realm. Yet, Jinzha ventured forth without the covert guidance of celestial deities. If he were to encounter a fool and perish in the west, would he still have any hope of ascending the ranks of the deities? With urgency in his thoughts, Jinzha began to weave the earth escape technique. The swirling sands provided an excellent medium for his stealthy maneuvering. Though it is said that Jinzha's fire escape technique is the swiftest, the enhancement provided by the Jinwu bloodline extends beyond mere fire evasion. Adapting to the circumstances is indeed a wise choice. Employing the ancestral 5 elements great escape, Jinzha transformed into a stream of earthy yellow light, concealing himself amidst the swirling sands of the tempest. However, Jinzha could not entirely evade the impact of the sandstorm. Amidst the howls of battle carried by the winds, he felt a menacing force brush against him. Before he could redirect his escape light, the sinister winds intensified, grazing him and allowing a wave of malevolence to infiltrate his being. Almost immediately, a piercing pain radiated throughout his body, triggering an emergency protective mechanism. And Jinzha lost consciousness. Meanwhile, disregarding Jinzha's plight, Yuan Hong of Meishan, who had been humiliated by the encroaching yellow sands, wielded the profound 8-9 mysteries taught by the immortal Dui. Naturally, the common sandstorm posed no threat to him. After being swept 2 miles away by the winds, he regained his footing and, with a swift motion, pulled himself back into the fray. Just in time, he observed a shadow pursuing Zhu Zhan amidst the yellow winds. Seizing his staff, Yuan Hong leapt forth, aiming a strike at the back of the yellow wind creature. Yet, this creature exhibited remarkable agility. Sensing the impending danger, it delivered a powerful kick, sending the blindfolded Zhu Zhan flying. With a twist of its towering form, it confronted Yuan Hong's iron staff. The clash of metal resonated, momentarily halting the surrounding tempest. What a formidable monkey-headed creature, Yuan Hong mused, finally discerning the true nature of his opponent. Not merely a beast, but a yellow-furred rat spirit endowed with mystical powers. You vile creature, how dare you disturb my brothers and manipulate the winds to assault us? Surrender at once. Despite not revealing his full form, Yuan Hong's imposing stature commanded respect. Even as his hands grew numb from the impact, the yellow-furred rat spirit, having dominated this hilly terrain for quite some time, would not be easily intimidated by Yuan Hong. Bah, merely a monkey demon. Dare to wreak havoc on my territory? Surrender your head, for I have longed to taste the delicacy of monkey brains. With that, the rat spirit brandished a 2-meter-long steel fork, wielding it with fierce intent. You filthy creature that burrows in the earth, dare to speak such insolence before me? Watch as I twist your rat head off, Yuan Hong countered. Despite the significant difference in their sizes, though Yuan Hong's martial prowess was not exceptional, he was nonetheless formidable with his weapon. The rat demon relied on its weapon's advantage, swinging the fork to pierce Yuan Hong's body, but Yuan Hong, undaunted, met the challenge head-on. With a swift downward strike, he aimed to crush the fork. Yet the rat demon countered by thrusting the fork back, attempting to evade the iron staff. Unfazed, Yuan Hong pressed on, determined to subdue the rat demon. After several exchanges, the rat demon resorted to underhanded tactics, employing sand as a weapon. Caught off guard, Yuan Hong momentarily faltered, allowing the rat spirit to regain its position and launch an attack. However, Yuan Hong's agility allowed him to evade the demon's trap. As the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the rat demon, while lacking Yuan Hong's raw strength, exploited its home ground advantage, leaving Yuan Hong feeling increasingly frustrated. Such underhanded tactics were beneath him, yet he found himself facing an opponent devoid of honor. After enduring a series of bouts, Yuan Hong was soon joined by Zhu Zhan, who emerged from the sands wielding a bloodied sword, aiming for the rat spirit's feet. You dared to kick me. I'll ensure your entire family pays for this. The rat spirit, in a desperate bid to avoid Zhu Zhan's strike, leapt into the air, but Yuan Hong was not inclined to let it escape. With a mighty leap, he descended upon the rat spirit, his iron staff crashing down with a deafening roar, burying the creature deep into the earth. Your life is forfeit. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhu Zhan followed suit, swinging his broadsword toward the rat spirit's head. The demon, attempting to roll away, was hindered by its previous injuries, resulting in a delayed reaction. The massive sword sliced through the air, severing one of the rat spirit's ears amidst a spray of blood. Oh, the pain! The agony awakened the rat spirit's latent potential, causing its towering form to burrow into the sands. Yuan Hong pursued. But all that remained was a deep pit in the ground, devoid of the rat spirit's presence. Truly, a creature adept at evading capture in its native element. Yuan Hong was poised to delve into the depths to track his quarry, yet Zhu Zhan was no fool to act recklessly. With one being a monkey and the other a pig, the thought of them burrowing underground to confront the yellow-haired rodent was ludicrous. The two brothers remained vigilant, attuned to their surroundings, attempting to discern the movements of the yellow-haired mouse spirit. However, this creature was not to be underestimated. So you wish to kill my kin, do you? Even if the king of heaven himself were to intervene, you too would find no salvation today. The yellow-haired rodent emerged amidst the swirling sands, its chest heaving with a sinister energy, as a malevolent wind swept forth, carrying with it a torrent of golden sand towards the duo. It is often said that magical arts pale in comparison to divine powers, and Yuan Hong's formidable abilities were primarily vested in his hands. The yellow-haired mouse spirit, too, wielded a mastery over the winds, placing it among the ranks of divine techniques. In the realm of cultivation, the three mysteries true fire is renowned as one of the most widely recognized divine arts. The heart fire reigns supreme, belonging to the divine. The kidney fire serves as the minister, belonging to the essence, and the fire of the lower dantian represents the populace. Only through the union of these three can one attain the three mysteries, true fire. This yellow-haired mouse spirit, endowed with peculiar abilities, channeled the spleen for the upper mystery, the liver for the middle mystery, and the energy sea for the lower mystery, transforming fire into wind, thus mastering the path of the fierce wind. When the evil wind erupted, it was as if a portal to the underworld had opened, merging the techniques of the three mysteries, shrouded in golden sand. With the energies of metal and wind in tumultuous interplay. Despite Yuan Hong's profound skills, he found himself at a disadvantage before this divine wind. At this juncture, Zhu Zhan was consumed by regret, angered by his earlier blunder, and acutely aware of the monkey's temperament. Had Yuan Hong not been so obstinate, the yellow-haired mouse spirit would likely have already met its demise under the might of the celestial arrows. Alas, in the primordial realm, there exists no remedy for regret. Although the path of time still lingers, it was severed by the heavenly Tao following the merging of the Tao ancestor. The once immortal beings, impervious to destruction, were unique in their ability to anchor their existence within the river of time. However, for the stability of the primordial cosmos, those who seek the Tao must cultivate a heart free of desires. Should one abandon all sense of self, the concept of individuality ceases to exist. Countless powerful beings have perished in the cataclysms of the primordial era, were the heavenly Tao to allow cultivators to retain their insights into the path of time. The emergence of a great Luo golden immortal from the river of time could lead to chaos. As the three mysteries' divine wind assailed him, Yuan Hong, the primary target, let out a cry of despair as he was hurled into the unknown. Zhu Zhan fared no better. The divine wind struck him, reverting him to his original form. Though the true form of the demon race possessed formidable defenses, Zhu Zhan was outmatched in realm by the yellow-haired mouse spirit, and with the malevolent wind invading his body, he too succumbed to the fate that awaited him alongside his elder brother. This, perhaps, was the trial that the two brothers were destined to endure. With the two now lost to the sands, the yellow-haired spirit contemplated Yuan Hong's strength. Despite its boasts of vanquishing a monkey and a pig, the yellow wind demon refrained from pursuing them further. It was likely that the brothers, having tasted the ferocity of the three mysteries' divine wind, would be deterred from further provocation. Yet, its offspring had suffered, as the creature had originally intended to capture some living beings for amusement, only to have its kin fall victim to calamity. With the tempest subsiding, the wounded yellow wind demon resolved to return to its lair to recuperate. It recalled that the party from the east consisted of 4 living beings. However, having unleashed its three mysteries' divine wind, it surmised that apart from the monkey and pig, the other 2 must surely be dead. With a flick of its body, the yellow wind demon swept away a vast cloud of sand and retreated. Not long after its departure, beneath the sprawling sands, a head began to emerge with great difficulty. Could one ever embark on a journey to acquire the scriptures without facing tribulations? In a state of hazy consciousness, Jinzha dreamed. In his slumber, he felt as though he had transformed into the reincarnation of the golden cicada. Confronted by the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jinzha adamantly declared his disinterest in seeking the true scriptures from the Thunder Sound Temple in the west. To emphasize his point, he even attempted to present half a farming treatise, trying to convince the Bodhisattva that he was not the one they sought. Yet, Guanyin remained unfazed, asserting that he was merely confused and currently experiencing a fit. Jinzha flipped open the farming treatise for the Bodhisattva to see, but upon inspection, he discovered that his name was not inscribed within its pages. Undeterred, he produced another volume of engineering texts. Although the cover boldly proclaimed the title The Exploitation of the Works of Nature, the author's name revealed a certain Xiongyu. Under the relentless prodding of the willow branches, Jinzha reluctantly accepted the task of acquiring the scriptures, donning a resplendent robe, wielding a 9-ringed staff, and shouldering a purple-gold alms bowl. He stumbled upon the path to the west. With the heart of a monkey tamed and the 6 bandits vanquished, he had hoped that a new guardian would ensure his safety. Yet, barely 100 miles beyond the pass, a tempest of yellow sand descended once more. Before Jinzha could react, the monkey charged forth, brandishing its staff in a manner reminiscent of Yuan Hong's foolishness. Jinzha contemplated striking the monkey on the head to discern what lay within, but before the staff could reach its target, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a bitter, acrid substance forced into his mouth. Awakening from this nightmarish vision, Jinzha rolled over and expelled a mass of dark, purplish sludge from his mouth. Though his stomach churned in discomfort, the coolness that followed brought clarity to his mind. He has awakened. A peculiar, archaic dialect reached Jinzha's ears. He opened his eyes to see a thin, elderly man watching him with delight. Thank you. After expelling a few more mouthfuls, Jinzha suppressed the nausea in his throat and sat cross-legged. Though he had been struck by the three mysteries' divine wind, it had only grazed him, not completely depleting his powers. With a flick of his wrist, the Shinong whip fell onto his lap, its medicinal properties coursing through him. Before long, the nausea in his throat subsided. Thank you, venerable sir, for saving my life. After a moment of recuperation, Jinzha opened his eyes and expressed his gratitude to the elder. If you have any wishes, please do not hesitate to express them. I, Li Jinzha, the son of the general of Chintang Pass, shall do my utmost to fulfill them, provided they do not contravene the laws of heaven and righteousness. What is this Chintang Pass? The elder inquired, stroking Jinzha's forehead. Strange, your head feels quite warm. There is no need for concern, venerable sir. I possess mystical arts to safeguard myself, Jinzha replied, shaking off the elder's probing hand. He even demonstrated his ability to manipulate objects as proof of his magical prowess, though he recognized the potential recklessness of revealing such abilities in this unfamiliar setting. However, the fact that he was able to save himself implies that this old man is indeed a kind-hearted individual. After a lengthy persuasion, during which he expressed that he was not a celestial being, Jinzha finally managed to converse normally with the old man. Upon inquiry, Jinzha learned that he had been directly swept to the foot of the Green Mountain by the malevolent winds of the Yellow Wind monster. The old man, while gathering firewood, discovered Jinzha hanging from a tree. Initially, he intended to bury him on the spot. However, upon realizing that Jinzha still had a breath of life, the old man was moved by compassion and carried him back. This illustrates Jinzha's deep fortune. Had it been someone burdened by karmic retribution, being blown to such a height by the divine winds would likely have resulted in death. And even if they survived the fall, they would certainly have found themselves reporting to the king of hell. Jinzha could only accept his predicament with resignation. As for the fate of the Yellow Wind monster, Jinzha found himself indifferent at that moment. Due to the nuances of etiquette, Jinzha referred to the old man, who saved his life, as Black Uncle. During their conversation, Jinzha discovered that this place was called Qiu, a settlement of the human race at the foot of the Green Mountain. Many years ago, the ancestors of Black Uncle had followed the grass and settled here, establishing a realm named Qiu. However, this was merely a history passed down through oral tradition. The true origins of Qiu could only be glimpsed by Jinzha if he could traverse the river of time. Absent any written records, and given the harsh surrounding environment, mere survival was a challenge, let alone the preservation of history. Jinzha inquired why the people of Qiu did not seek a new place to reside. Black Uncle replied that the original Qiu was not the desolate landscape of endless yellow sands it had become. The ancestors had chosen this location to settle, and at the inception of the Qiu realm, it must have been a land rich in water and grass. Yet, over 40 years ago, during Black Uncle's grandfather's generation, the winds and sands began to sweep through the Green Mountain. Initially, the inhabitants of Qiu regarded this as a mere celestial occurrence, but as the winds intensified, the lakes within Qiu gradually filled with sand. Day after day, the winds blew from the Green Mountain. At first, the land was still arable. However, as time progressed, the soil became arid and barren, and apart from the lands surrounding the Green Mountain, the outskirts had turned into a wasteland. Jinzha felt a pang of frustration. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the Yellow Wind monster. While he could overlook the passage of time, it was infuriating that, while he merely sought to gather herbs, the monster had wreaked this havoc. He expressed his willingness to help Black Uncle rid them of this persistent menace. However, before he could finish, Black Uncle hastily covered Jinzha's mouth. Little one, such words should not be spoken lightly. Should you provoke the wind deity, calamity may befall the town, leading to countless deaths. Under Black Uncle's anxious gaze, Jinzha nodded in resignation. This was merely a typical operation of a mountain-dwelling demon, asserting dominion over a territory and occasionally seizing offerings for sustenance. Jinzha glanced at the object resembling an altar placed in the center of the room. Although the divine path remained hidden, the tradition of worship had existed since ancient times. It was likely that the Yellow Wind monster's powers were not unconnected to the reverence of the people in Qiu. Understanding Black Uncle's fear, Jinzha assured him that he would refrain from speaking recklessly, allowing Black Uncle to release him. Observing Jinzha's condition, Black Uncle remarked that he appeared to have been afflicted by the winds. Fortunately, the wind deity had shown mercy, allowing them to procure a restorative herb from the mountain. You have only just awakened. Rest a little longer, and I shall call you when the food is ready. With that, Black Uncle left Jinzha alone in the room. Jinzha, not wishing to cause trouble, waited for Black Uncle to depart before getting up to examine the item he had previously consumed. The herb meant to dispel the wind's malady appeared to be a type of leaf, sharp and bitter upon entry, reminiscent of the ice flakes from his memory. After documenting its properties with a divine whip, he spent some time waiting for Black Uncle's return, eventually settling into a meditative posture. When Jinzha opened his eyes again, the sky had darkened. He felt a flicker of annoyance that Yuan Hong had yet to find him. However, feeling famished, Jinzha resolved to prepare a meal for Black Uncle. Without hesitation, he jumped out of bed and headed to the courtyard to start a fire. As he stepped outside, he noticed Black Uncle busily attending to a makeshift stove. Upon seeing Jinzha, Black Uncle smiled and said, "Little one, are you hungry? Return inside. The food will be ready shortly." Unable to refuse Black Uncle's kindness, Jinzha obediently returned indoors to wait. As twilight descended, the temperature dropped significantly, and with only one window in Black Uncle's home, the room became quite dim. Before long, Black Uncle entered with 2 bowls of food. Yet Jinzha did not catch any enticing aromas. The contents of the bowls were dark and unidentifiable, leaving Jinzha momentarily perplexed. "You must be hungry, eat up." Black Uncle placed 1 bowl of the murky substance in front of Jinzha and promptly stuffed a handful into his own mouth. Jinzha, mimicking him, found the concoction exceedingly bitter. Despite his mental preparation for an unpleasant meal, he struggled to swallow the dark mixture. "Black Uncle, what is this?" he asked, forcing the contents down as he looked at Black Uncle, who had already consumed a significant portion. "This is a gift from the wind deity. A delicacy from the Green Mountain. It seems this is your first time tasting it. You shouldn't chew it too much. Swallow it whole to quell your hunger." Jinzha glanced at the bowl of dark food, hesitating for a moment before retrieving some ingredients from his magical pouch. "Wait here, Black Uncle. I have some ingredients that will surely allow you to feast today." With that, he set down his bowl and dashed to the stove. The aroma of roasted venison wafted through the air, enhanced by the various condiments Jinzha had conjured. To avoid disturbing the townsfolk, he even employed his wind technique to carry the enticing scent high into the sky. Black Uncle had never witnessed such a spectacle. He looked at the meat in Jinzha's hands, then at the food in his bowl. "You claim you're not a celestial being? To hasten dinner." Jinzha even amplified the flames with his powers. Before long, a fragrant roasted deer was presented before them. Upon tasting it, Black Uncle was brought to tears. The last time he had eaten meat was a distant memory, when the realm of Chio was not yet so desolate, and meat could be savored a few times a year. Initially reluctant to indulge, Black Uncle soon succumbed to the temptation after Jinzha revealed more animal carcasses. He began to devour the food voraciously. After consuming a substantial portion of the venison, overwhelmed by the delightful flavors, Black Uncle collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Jinzha did not cease his efforts. While absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth could restore his magical powers. The principles of the Gu-E-Heart method emphasized refining essence into qi. Now that he was recovering from his ailments, utilizing this method to assimilate more essence would expedite his recovery. He retrieved a special clay pot and began his culinary endeavors, generously adding 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs into the pot, along with the tendons and shanks of the bull demon he had subdued by the Ganges. Jinzha spent over an hour preparing his feast before finally finishing. Black Uncle was utterly astonished. In his heart, he had come to believe that Jinzha was a celestial being descended to earth. However, encountering such a gluttonous celestial being is indeed a first. What is wrong with being able to eat? The education from the true spirit over 5 millennia teaches that to be able to consume is a blessing, which resonates with the prevailing societal context as a profound adage. With a brand new version of the Gu-E-Heart method as a foundation, how much one can eat becomes a trivial matter. If we were to delve into history, one of the catalysts for the ancient conflict between the witches and the liches was precisely the insatiable appetites of the witch clan. A beast of considerable size could easily be devoured in a single meal. Why did so many beings flock to the heavenly court at its inception? If one did not join the demon clan, they would surely become fodder for the great witches. Disregarding Heibua's astonished gaze, Jinzha continued his daily practice with nonchalance. Logically, if Yuan Hong had triumphed, he should have sought him out by now. However, given the current circumstances, it was not a significant issue. Although Jinzha had always regarded Yuan Hong as unfortunate, along with Zhu Jun and Erbai, who likely were not formidable enough to contend with the yellow wind monster, he had never considered the possibility of their demise at its hands. They were all part of a team. Even if Yuan Hong and the others were somewhat unlucky, their fates were nevertheless intertwined until the squad disbanded. If a random highwayman could annihilate the scripture-seeking team, then Jinzha would deem the journey to the west unnecessary. Once Yuan Hong and the others arrived with the Qiankuan Bao and the Zhuntian arrow, Jinzha would take the yellow wind monster's life. As for when Yuan Hong would arrive, that was uncertain. Having regained some magical power, Jinzha succumbed to fatigue in the latter part of the night and fell into a deep slumber. Without the torment of nightmares, he immersed his consciousness entirely in the solar essence wheel, feeling a warm and pleasant sensation enveloping him. The solar essence wheel is not merely an instrument of slaughter. Although the blazing sun can incinerate all, within that destruction lies the essence of sunlight, illuminating all. The duality of existence encompasses both yin and yang. Should he inscribe the Tao Te Ching, it would reflect this. Startled, Jinzha awakened from his reverie. Though unclear about what transpired before, he was resolute that reckless actions were inadvisable. With the solar essence wheel in hand, he would diligently cultivate the profound principles contained within this innate spiritual artifact. Concepts such as Taiji should not be trivialized as if the primordial world lacked innate treasures. While drawing inspiration is permissible, clearly, the solar essence wheel is unfit to nurture the path of yin and yang. Having recovered from the wind's malevolence, Jinzha not only healed from his injuries, but also experienced a significant increase in his magical prowess. Thanks to the enhancement from the Golden Crow bloodline and various medicinal herbs, Jinzha estimated that he had reached the level of refining spirit and counteracting the void. Though within the realm of immortals, there are not so many divisions of levels. After all, the smallest level observed by saints is the profound immortal. Currently, Jinzha had yet to achieve even the status of a personal immortal, and there was nothing to boast about regarding his breakthrough. Noticing that Heibua was absent, Jinzha changed into local attire and decided to explore this land of hills. After traversing Mount Wanshou, he had intended to experience the local customs of the West. However, having lingered in Shu for an extended period, with only a year and a half remaining until his self-imposed deadline, he felt pressed for time and chose not to indulge in leisurely activities by the Ganges. Of course, not visiting Shindu was also influenced by certain biases. Though this Shindu is not the same as the one of the terms Shindu, Tianju, and Asan cannot be generalized. Unfortunately, the pervasive influence of cleanliness and hygiene is deeply ingrained in people's minds. Even before the great voice in the void arrived to establish Asan's faith here, Jinzha had no desire to personally experience these so-called clean and hygienic customs. Thus, he refrained from even touching the waters of the Ganges, opting instead to traverse the region using fire escape techniques. Heibwa's residence is situated at the foot of the Green Mountains. According to the distribution of buildings, Heibwa would be considered among the lower echelons of this land. Jinzha found this unsurprising, given Heibwa's advanced age and the fact that his only daughter had already married. It was quite normal for a frail old man to venture into the mountains to forage for sustenance while residing on the city's outskirts. Sauntering towards the city, Jinzha observed that while the land in this region is not particularly fertile, there are some cultivated fields at the mountain's base. Logically, the inhabitants should be laboring in the fields at this hour. However, shortly after stepping outside, he noticed numerous locals empty-handed, making their way towards the city center. Jinzha's immediate assumption was that someone was distributing eggs. Yet, these locals, comprising men, women, and children, wore calm expressions, leading him to quickly dismiss the notion of a welfare distribution for families. Regardless, with their unified objective, Jinzha felt inclined to follow them and uncover the truth. As he moved with the crowd towards the city center, Jinzha encountered a significant dilemma. Although these locals appeared gaunt and malnourished, Jinzha, being under 8 years old, stood at just over 1.40 meters, allowing him to blend into the throng. Yet, the sheer mass of people obscured his view of the events unfolding ahead. Reluctantly, Jinzha took advantage of a momentary distraction to ascend the mud houses lining the street, peering into the innermost circle of the crowd. In the center, a man clad in a gray Taoist robe, bearing a pained expression, was speaking fervently. Surrounding him, countless locals listened with rapt attention. Initially, the man's voice was soft, but as Jinzha focused, his words gradually became clearer. There are beings burdened by various afflictions, suffering from long-term illness and emaciation, unable to eat or drink. Their lips parched, facing the specter of death, surrounded by parents, relatives, friends, and acquaintances, weeping. Yet, they themselves lie in place, encountering the emissary of the Yen demon, who draws their consciousness before the Yen demon king. Thus, all sentient beings, endowed with innate divinity, are recorded according to their deeds, whether good or ill, and presented to the Yen demon king. Upon hearing the man's words, Jinzha felt a wave of regret. Although this was merely an ordinary exploratory mission, encountering disciples of the Western faith sharing parables in this land was rather unpleasant. Jinzha wished to depart, but as the man's gaze shifted, he found himself compelled to crouch low and feign a smile. I haven't finished my little story, and you wish to leave? Do you hold my Western teachings in contempt? With no other choice, Jinzha crossed his legs and silently recited the heart-purifying incantation. Pure heart like water. Clear water is the heart. The gentle breeze stirs not, waves remain undisturbed. As he chanted the incantation, the agitation in Jinzha's heart gradually subsided. Initially, the Western practitioner paid little mind, but as the tale of the Western teachings spread, Jinzha, crouched on the rooftop, became as conspicuous as a husky amidst a pack of wolves. Young friend, our meeting here must be fate. In your humble opinion, what is amiss with my teachings? The act of overturning the table when one cannot play is, after all, a traditional craft of the primordial world. In ancient times, there were no manners or morals to speak of. Encountering me is a matter of destiny. If one lacks the strength, it signifies a mismatch of virtue and position, resonating with the celestial order. In eras before the emergence of the heavenly Tao, mighty beings in the primordial realm navigated their existence in this manner. Even with the Tao ancestor embodying the heavenly Tao and 6 sages emerging, fundamentally, strength dictated reason. Should he be asked to descend and appreciate the Western teachings? Jinzha did not overestimate himself. He questioned within, was he truly worthy to critique the doctrines of the esteemed saints? However, at present, it is the disciples of the Western teachings who hold the greater influence. If Jinzha were to now join the Chan sect and become a direct disciple of a sage, he could simply descend upon a cloud and engage in discourse with that Taoist, thereby being counted among those who expound upon the Tao. Yet, Jinzha cannot even perceive the Taoist's magical prowess. Confronting him with notions of truth and justice would undoubtedly be futile. Instead, he must simply harness his ability to escape. Just as Jinzha hesitated, a moment of bewilderment struck him, and he found himself prostrated before the gray-robed Taoist. From a distance, the gray-robed Taoist indeed bore an expression of suffering, yet upon closer inspection, he possessed an ethereal beauty, untouched by worldly sweat. as if the mundane could not taint his robes. In stark contrast to Jinzha's rustic attire, it became clear that this was a person beyond the scope of RPG solutions. My young friend, there is no need for formality. Please take a seat. The gray-robed Taoist said with a gentle smile, waving his sleeve, transforming Jinzha's common garb into a pristine robe. Jinzha grinned, performed a respectful bow, and seated himself beside the Taoist. I apologize for interrupting your discourse, revered elder. I am grateful for your magnanimity. If I have committed any faux pas, I beg your pardon, for I am but a dullard, unable to comprehend the mysteries of heaven, and thus may have disturbed your noble intent. Not at all. Our meeting in this city must signify a certain karmic connection. The world is rife with ignorance, and if someone as gifted as you exists, how then can the multitude of beings find their place? The Taoist continued, do not be modest. Cultivation lies in refining the heart, and listening to the voices of all beings is also a part of that practice. Speak freely. Jinzha felt a surge of frustration. He longed to leap up and deliver a sharp retort to the Taoist, reminding him of the laws protecting minors. After all, he was merely 7.5 years old, still a child, yet here he was, summoned to correct the elder's errors. Was this truly the language of reason? Reflecting on this, Jinzha hesitated, considering the standards for disciples of the sages. While the Western teachings may be somewhat indiscriminate, those who achieve ascension likely do not have much in common with humanity. Revered elder, you put me in a difficult position. Your words resonate as if they were divine sounds in my ears, yet I feel too inexperienced to speak of insights. Oh, I perceive that you possess a keen intellect. Your aura harmonious and complete. If I were to discuss cultivation, what could I possibly teach you? The Taoist smiled at Jinzha, and although his expression revealed no other emotions, Jinzha felt the weight of his gaze. You won't let me leave unless I speak, will you? Jinzha thought, cursing his past self for daring to approach the domain of the Western teachings. Why not venture into the mountains to seek herbs instead? Time, however, cannot be reversed, and even the mightiest of beings cannot alter the past. What wisdom do you wish to impart, esteemed elder? It is you who asked. But since you have raised the question, I would like to inquire of you. I say that all beings suffer. What do you think? All beings suffer? Jinzha recalled the Taoist stories from the Western teachings. While Buddhism is still in a phase of exploration, its fundamental tenets have long been established. Take for instance the Western teachings guiding sage. As a figurehead, he embodies the concept of arduous cultivation. Indeed, the Buddha has many facets. And while there are elements that do not align with contemporary values, many of the principles of Buddhist practice exhibit wisdom and foresight. Is there suffering among beings? Life is fraught with difficulty, and if one were to savor it closely, it would indeed taste bitter. Yet to respond solely with negativity is not the answer. Human emotions are a blend of joy and sorrow. If life were merely bitter, would that not negate the very meaning of existence? That said, discussing modern philosophy with this Taoist would certainly be futile. Fortunately, Jinzha's new body possessed a commendable intellect, capable of overcoming magic with magic. All beings suffer. All forms are inherently empty. Only through self-liberation can one transcend. Jinzha bowed to the Taoist, and upon hearing his words, the Taoist's smile broadened, even the furrow of worry between his brows diminishing significantly. Excellent. My young friend, you indeed possess innate wisdom. In that case, do you know the source of this suffering? Birth, aging, sickness, death, the unfulfilled desires, the meeting of those we resent, the parting from those we love, and the overwhelming clinging to the 5 aggregates. These constitute the 8 sufferings of life. Jinzha spoke respectfully, though he wished to add that financial and political struggles also contribute to suffering. Yet in the primordial cosmos, a celestial being's greatest anguish might be the absence of suitable spiritual treasures for their cultivation. Upon hearing this, the Taoist's eyes sparkled with brilliance, repeatedly praising Jinzha's insight, as if he had grasped the essence of the young boy's words. Jinzha felt a prickling unease. While securing a stake in the Western teachings was indeed advantageous, the Taoist's reaction was overwhelming. My young friend's talents reach far and wide, yet I wonder, what caused you to ponder so deeply? If I have erred in my teachings, please enlighten me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Jinzha felt somewhat at a loss, akin to a student caught unprepared in class. From the perspective of quantum entanglement, being called upon could be seen as a synchronicity. Yet he had nearly completed his recitation of the scripture. Did the Taoist not understand the principle of those who do not walk the same path, do not conspire together? Your words carry immense wisdom and freedom. I naturally do not. My young friend, do not decline. Very well, Jinzha relented, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Regarding the suffering of life that you mentioned, your compassionate intent in imparting wisdom is indeed a meritorious act. However, seeking divine intervention is not the essence of humanity. The character for person embodies the meaning of standing tall in the world. While myriad sufferings may befall us, only through self-liberation can one transcend. Your recitation of scriptures, while appearing as a means for those drowning in suffering to find solace, must not overshadow the path of reality. Revered elder, How then should one navigate life to attain true liberation? As a great tradition with teachings unbroken for millennia, its doctrines certainly possess merit. Yet, given Jinzha's current standing, he was hardly in a position to comment recklessly. After all, the Buddha embodies both compassion and the wrath of a diamond, according to common teachings. The Buddha's compassion is not merely passive tolerance. The Buddha's anger encompasses both indignation and a sense of justice. Yet, the primordial Buddha is distinct from the Tao of a bygone era. With the advancement of time and the involvement of humanity, the narratives surrounding the Buddha have taken on a more humanistic aspect. However, the original essence of the Buddha, as Jinzha perceived it, bore no convoluted interpretations. The wrath of the diamond is simply that rumors abound that the so-called demonic thoughts of the Buddha often hide a darker intent beneath a facade of compassion. Jinzha was reluctant to wager his life on the Taoists' so-called benevolence. Yet, seeking clarity in life is the pursuit of enlightenment. Disliking something is simply that, disliking it. If he were to rationalize his feelings, it could very well be that he simply did not wish to shave his head. In response to Jinzha's inquiries, the Taoist displayed no signs of displeasure. Indeed, to the Taoist, Jinzha's ability to articulate such thoughts indicated that he was a person of wisdom, deeply aligned with the teachings of the West. Any confusion, he felt, was merely a matter of exposure. After all, even the mighty beings of the primordial cosmos cannot claim to have been born with all knowledge. How old could Jinzha possibly be? At such a tender age, possessing such profound insights, were it not for the undeniable foreignness of the individual, one might assume this child to be a manifestation of the earthly fortune of the Western realms. However, having arrived in this Western land, it is evident that there exists a connection to my West. Such a remarkable talent deserves to be guided toward enlightenment, thus fostering a meaningful karmic bond. Are you familiar with the teachings of my Western doctrine? Please, do share, the young friend replied. In the words of the youth, all beings endure suffering, birth, aging, illness, and death, unfulfilled desires, the convergence of animosity, the separation from love, the overwhelming grasp of the five aggregates, and the incessant cycles of the three realms and six paths. All phenomena are thus. Yet, the sage, moved by compassion for all beings, could not bear to witness their immersion in the sea of suffering, and thus established a realm known as the Pure Land. In the Pure Land, there are 7 tiers of protective barriers, 7 layers of nets, and 7 trees of merit, all adorned with the 4 treasures encircling the space. If there are virtuous men and women who hear the teachings of my Western doctrine and uphold my Western precepts, be it for 1 day, 2 days, or even a week, maintaining a singular focus, such individuals, at the time of their passing, shall find their hearts unwavering and shall attain rebirth in the Pure Land. The Taoist spoke slowly, as all eyes were fixated on him, and he elaborated on the splendor of this Pure Land. Descriptions of the 7 treasure pools and the 8 kinds of merit water adorned with gold, silver, and agate decorations stirred a frown upon Jinzha's brow. While he had indeed heard of these Buddhist treasures before, he could not help but ponder whether they were not the very epitome of excessive opulence. The spirit of the ascetic's pursuit was admirable, for Jinzha knew he could not emulate it. Yet, he had always believed that the notion of the Buddha not rescuing the impoverished stemmed from misinterpretations of scripture. Little did he realize that even before the Buddha's advent, the principle of saving those with affinity had already been established. Suppressing his urge to voice his skepticism, Jinzha feared that a careless word might escape his lips. After all, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. The emergence of the Buddha signifies the flourishing of the Western teachings. If he were to inadvertently reveal something, would he not face the wrath of the sage? Yes, he certainly would. Having shared the beauty of the Western Pure Land, the Taoist did not forget his primary objective. While expanding his congregation was part of his daily duties, guiding Jinzha to the West held greater value than enlightening the inhabitants of this city. The Taoist gazed expectantly at Jinzha, who initially contemplated flattering the elder to send him on his way. However, once the karmic bond was formed, it was evident that Jinzha could not control the outcome. Faced with this realization, Jinzha could only bow once more. What you say is indeed enchanting, yet, despite the allure of the Pure Land, it does not resolve the plight of all beings trapped in suffering. The development of all things in this world follows its own causal laws. If the beings of this world forsake their present existence in pursuit of the next, one must consider that all things are subject to the cycle of rebirth. If all beings could ascend to the Pure Land, would the primal wilderness not lose its vitality? Jinzha spoke earnestly, voicing his disdain for the notion of the Buddha's teachings. While the idea of cultivating good deeds to reap good results is commendable, the pursuit of the next life at the expense of the present seems but a jest. This discussion touched upon the principles of the heavenly cycle, and even the Western disciple refrained from speaking further, for Jinzha's words were perilously profound. If all beings transcended to the Pure Land, what would be the purpose of that realm? It would merely be the desolation of the primordial expanse. You must understand, all things have their destined causal relationships. The propagation of my Western teachings serves merely to guide beings toward transcendence. Then, does this not imply that the greatest purpose of the Pure Land is to entice human desire? Jinzha retorted, casting the Taoist's words back at him. The incomplete nature of the Western teachings, given that the Buddha had yet to appear, rendered the Taoist momentarily speechless at Jinzha's inquiry. As thoughts raced, the Taoist sought to use his wisdom to steer Jinzha, whom he perceived as a lost lamb. However, Jinzha anticipated the elder's moves, recognizing that leading others astray would only lead to futility. I understand, esteemed elder, that your intention is to provide hope and guide beings back to the right path. Yet, one must remember that all beings suffer, and only through self-liberation can they transcend, just as the inhabitants of this city do. If, according to your words, the beings of this city cease their labor to pursue the path of cultivation, how will they sustain even their basic existence? What then of their karmic burdens? Jinzha gazed seriously at the Taoist, observing that the elder fell silent, his previously warm demeanor now composed. Jinzha began to reflect on whether his outspokenness had gone too far. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to continue. He cautiously stepped back, noticing the Taoist's silence, and swiftly retreated toward the crowd. My goodness, that was terrifying. As the crowd instinctively parted, Jinzha bolted away, soon escaping their midst. Seeing that the Taoist did not pursue him, he conjured a golden flame and transformed it into a streak of light, speeding back the way he came. However, just as Jinzha had distanced himself from the realm of this hill country, he heard a sigh near his ear. Young friend, you possess great wisdom. This encounter must surely be a sign of affinity with my Western teachings. Why not accompany me to Mount Sumeru to listen to the sacred sound and cultivate great wisdom and freedom? Upon hearing these words, a desire to pilgrimage to Mount Sumeru ignited within Jinzha. Yet who was he? As a seasoned polymath, he had endured various trials, and merely leading others astray did not entice him. What he sought was a share in the spiritual mountains, not discussions of Sumeru. Esteemed elder, know that forced matters bear no sweetness. All causal relationships begin within oneself. If there are no demonic thoughts, why not let go? Let go? Young friend, it appears you are indeed fated to encounter my Western teachings, though you may have fallen to a lower path. Should I be able to guide someone as wise as you out of the sea of suffering, it would be a commendable deed. How dare you underestimate me? Jinzha seethed, realizing the elder's unjust assumptions. With ambition stirring within him, he understood the necessity of facing the consequences of his desires. He could accept his demise, or even serve as a guardian deity of the spiritual mountains. However, having come so far, it seemed unreasonable for the elder to deny him a chance to test his own path. Esteemed elder, we may not share the same principles. Do not let a moment of obsession lead you astray. Obsession? What does destiny have to do with obsession? Young friend, return with me to Mount Sumeru. Once you have heard the essence of my Western teachings, should you remain unchanged, I shall not detain you. Is this not the disciple of the revered teacher? Jinzha thought, bemused. The behavior of disciples often mirrored that of their mentors. Yet, he lacked any offerings, so why engage in this contest? Esteemed elder, I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. Summoning all his magical energy, Jinzha desperately activated his fire escape technique. Under the influence of his power, the red light he emitted seemed poised to break free from this realm. Yet, before he could venture far, a colossal golden hand enveloped the sky above him. Young friend, the bond between us is profound. Why not pause and share your thoughts with me? Gilded Nectar could not help but vociferously protest, yet faced with the colossal golden hand, even Yuan Hong at his side would likely succumb. Behold, as the golden hand descended, poised to seize the crimson radiance embodying Gilded Nectar, a cyan hexagram materialized in the firmament, obstructing the as yet unnamed Buddha's palm. Simultaneously, the cosmos bow and quake arrows manifested their true forms, suffused with a resplendent aura. A powerful entity, from afar, channeled immense arcane force, causing these formidable weapons, renowned for cleaving through the flesh of demons, to radiate their baleful light once more. Withdraw. A disembodied voice echoed from within the cyan hexagram. Gilded Nectar, descending to the ground, clutched the cosmos bow and quake arrows, uncertain of his next course of action. The golden Buddha hand and the hexagram remained locked in a momentary stalemate. Presently, the Taoist, intent on ushering Gilded Nectar into the Western paradise, materialized before the hexagram. Greetings, your celestial majesty, your august majesty. I am Baisajayaguru of the Western paradise, come to pay respects to the two holy sovereigns of the human race. Well met, Baisajayaguru of the West. Disregarding the will of humankind, you brazenly assault our juniors. Do you perceive the human race as feeble and easily exploited? A voice distinct from that within the hexagram reverberated from the void. Unsurprisingly, it was the voice of Xin Yuan, the Yellow Emperor, who had remained silent thus far. Your august majesties, I implore you not to misconstrue my intentions. Know that all sentient beings are mired in suffering. I merely seek to alleviate this young friend's immersion in this sea of anguish, lest his innate gifts be squandered. Should he return with me to Sumeru, To partake of the Holy One's teachings and be enlightened by his wisdom, would it not be a boon? Your august majesties, you have misconstrued my benevolent intent. Benevolent intent? Does this imply you have no intention of retreating? Baisajaguru remained silent, his hands clasped in reverence towards the void. The way of heaven is cyclical, governed by cause and effect. Your celestial majesty's innate hexagrams are paragons of divination. I, in my humble capacity, possess a karmic connection to this young friend. Should your celestial majesty permit, I shall escort this young friend to Mount Sumeru to pay homage to our venerable teacher. Karmic connection? What karmic connection do I have with you? Gilded Nectar, perplexed, scratched his head. Yet, upon considering Baisajaguru's epithet, the supreme physician, king of azure radiance, he realized that, were he to enter the western paradise, he might indeed. Phi. Gilded Nectar knocked the quake arrow onto the cosmos bow. Though he lacked the strength to draw it himself, with the bow and arrow's true master now present, he must at least demonstrate his resolve. Gilded Nectar's gaze was unwavering, akin to one seeking admission into the party. Had the circumstances been more amenable, Gilded Nectar's patrons would have undoubtedly erupted in laughter. Karmic connections are not to be invoked thus. Withdraw. This matter shall be addressed in due time. The two sages of the West possess boundless merit. They would undoubtedly disapprove of your actions. Amen. Your august majesties, I implore you not to take offense. The nature of karmic connections shall be determined by our venerable teachers. This journey is but an opportunity for this young friend. In my humble opinion, your august majesties would be well advised to accompany us to Sumeru and partake of the Holy One's teachings. How would that be? Insolence, accompanied by the twang of the bowstring. A quake arrow hurtled towards Baisajaguru's brow. Baisajaguru opened his eyes, his Taoist robes billowing as he attempted to deflect the arrow's force. Yet, Baisajaguru had evidently misjudged his own capabilities. He had assumed that the human race's holy sovereigns, confined to Huayun Cave, could not exert their full power from afar. However, a quasi-sage is still a sage. The human race, as the protagonists of heaven and earth, hold a position in the heavenly Tao's hierarchy commensurate with that of the heavenly emperor, who governs the three realms. Facing the six sages, the three holy sovereigns are addressed as Taoist friends. Subduing a disciple of a sage was of little consequence. Even on the Western Paradise's own turf, what could they do? Sages are inviolable, and the same holds true for holy sovereigns. The quake arrow effortlessly pierced Baisajaguru's form. Alas, at the last moment, the arrow deviated slightly. A torrent of blood erupted from Baisajaguru's mouth. A gaping hole rent his Taoist form, and Gilded Nectar even witnessed the golden hue of Baisajaguru's body slowly fading. Is this the sovereign of the human race, who presides over slaughter? Faced with this outcome, Gilded Nectar could only express a hint of regret. As for Xinyuan, the Yellow Emperor's miscalculation, Gilded Nectar dared not inquire further. After all, this was the Western Paradise's territory. Capable of obstructing the human race's holy sovereigns, Gilded Nectar feared that, through some misstep, he might find himself tolling bells at Mount Sumeru. This disciple of mine has acted discourteously. Now that his golden body has been sundered, has your majesty's anger abated? Within Huayun Cave, Amitba's voice resonated. Faced with the sage's majesty, Xinyuan, the Yellow Emperor, finally suppressed the fury on his countenance. Beside Xinyuan, Fushi, the Celestial Emperor, offered a respectful bow towards the void. Unaware of the sage's arrival, we have failed to extend a proper welcome. We implore the sage's forgiveness. Your Celestial Majesty need not stand on ceremony. My disciple, immersed in arduous cultivation, is oblivious to the passage of time. He has been discourteous to the two holy sovereigns. I beseech you not to hold it against this junior. It is only fitting that the elder arrives after the younger has been dealt with. However, sages are the most revered beings in all of creation. For a mere Tai golden immortal to warrant their intervention was beyond Xinyuan, the Yellow Emperor's comprehension. In his view, such an impudent individual deserved to be slain without further ado. Yet, the sage's transmission had established a karmic connection. No, are the sage's faces merely for such purposes? Somewhat aggrieved. Yet with no recourse, Gilded Nectar was a streamer under the three sovereigns' patronage, while Baisajaguru was Amitba's personal disciple. Now that Baisajaguru's golden body had been pierced by an arrow, its restoration would require countless eons. What more could be said? Sage, please proceed at your leisure. Fushi, the Celestial Emperor's utterance, marked the conclusion of this exchange. The events within Huayun Cave would naturally not reach the ears of a third party. The anomalies above the state of Chio subsided, and the cosmos bow and quake arrows once more rested in Gilded Nectar's grasp. Gilded Nectar and Baisajaguru exchanged glances. A mundane conversion had culminated in an intervention between titans, far exceeding Gilded Nectar's expectations. At its core lay the issue of karmic connection with the West. What does karmic connection even entail? If I see you and deem you suitable, must you return with me to embrace vegetarianism and chant sutras? Fortunately, he had encountered Baisajaguru and not the embodiment of the end of karmic connections. Had a sage been present, the three sovereigns' intervention would have been inconsequential. A single utterance of disrespect towards the sage would have condemned gilded nectar to millennia of bell-ringing beneath Mount Sumeru. The western lands are truly terrifying. Gilded nectar now sought only to resolve this karmic entanglement and return home. Though the investiture of the god's calamity was fraught with peril, a life of asceticism and ancient Buddhas was hardly a life at all. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Baisajaguru offered a respectful bow towards the void before vanishing from the skies above the state of Chio. Young friend, should you be inclined, you are welcome to visit Mount Sumeru and partake of the Tao. These words echoed in his ears, causing gilded nectar to tense, uttering not a single syllable in response. To agree or disagree would both lead to complications. Yet, to utter such words after departing was utterly perplexing. Remaining frozen for approximately a quarter of an hour, gilded nectar cautiously wiped away a bead of cold sweat, ensuring that no further incidents would transpire. Perhaps I should bring Blackie to Chintang Pass? The way of the mournful wind is all-pervasive. Though Yuan Hong had attained immortality, fortified by the 8-9 arcane art, his flesh was as impenetrable as metal and stone. Yet, Yuan Hong was not the monkey capable of consuming molten copper and iron pills. Even the great sage with an adamantine body had nearly been blinded by the yellow wind demon. Yuan Hong's fate would naturally be no better. Swept away by the gale, traversing mountains and traveling 10,000 miles, Yuan Hong returned to the foot of Kunlun Mountain only when the wind's force dissipated. He remained unconscious for 4 or 5 days before Yuan Hong was roused by Zhu Zizhen's calls. Fortunately, Zhu Zizhen had revealed his true form at the critical moment, relying on his fur to withstand the harm of the Samadhi divine wind. Although the fur may no longer exist, at least a life has been salvaged. Upon awakening, Lao Zhu disregarded his injuries and scoured the mountains in search of his dear brother. Fortunately, fate favored the determined, and the two were not far apart in their battle. Though slightly off course, Zhu Zhen successfully located his brother Yuan Hong, who was soaking in the stream. The process of awakening Yuan Hong unfolded without any mishaps. Perhaps the formidable Sanmei divine wind wielded by that yellow-haired fiend played a role. Yet, the troublemaking monkey had yet to be born. Having suffered a few setbacks, Yuan Hong was not the kind of fool who would remain oblivious. He channeled some of his magical energy to awaken Yuan Hong's consciousness, resulting in the scene of the monkey stirring in Lao Zhu's embrace. As soon as he awoke, Yuan Hong displayed a fierce demeanor, as if the emotions of the recent battle still lingered within him. However, upon hearing Lao Zhu's voice, he paused, then struck his chest in anguish, crying out 3 times. In his eyes, Jinzha had undoubtedly fallen into the clutches of that yellow wind monster. Although the Western demon clan lacked decorum and shame, the Sanmei divine wind was indeed incredibly potent. The malevolent wind infiltrating the body could overwhelm even his immortal demonic form. Jinzha, being merely a mortal, was bound to suffer. In the face of absolute power, even extraordinary abilities would prove futile. Had he not underestimated that yellow wind monster back then, he could have surely dispatched it with 3 arrows. Now, however, everything lay in ruins. He was severely injured, and recovery seemed a distant prospect. All while his master had entrusted him with a mission. Undoubtedly, he had failed in his duty as the primary protector of this Western expedition. His esteemed mentor had tasked him with safeguarding Jinzha on this journey, yet he had not been able to stay ahead of him. Setting aside other matters, he had received Jinzha's benevolence and shared a karmic bond, only to ruin everything due to a moment of arrogance. Though he was still alive, facing such an outcome made him feel as if he would have been better off drowning in the water. Yuan Hong frantically struck his own head, seemingly attempting to bash his skull open to see what lay inside. Initially, Zhu Zhen allowed him to vent his frustrations, but upon witnessing Yuan Hong draw forth his iron staff without regard for his injuries, Zhu Zhen swiftly grasped one end of the weapon. "Brother, what are you doing?" Jinzha's fate remains uncertain. He may very well be waiting for your rescue in some corner. Rescue? You and I cannot withstand that rat demon's Sanmei divine wind. He is but a mortal. How could he survive beneath such a tempest? Did you not say, brother, that Jinzha carries great fortune and blessings on this journey, backed by the protection of human sages? Perhaps he can turn misfortune into fortune and avert calamity? Is that truly the case? Yuan Hong's eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze on Lao Zhu. Zhu Zhen did not respond immediately, but instead pressed down on the weapon in Yuan Hong's hand. Brother, I understand your feelings, but consider the futility of your current stance. Having been wounded by that Western rat demon, do you not desire revenge? Of course I desire revenge, Yuan Hong replied fiercely. However, upon examining their current state, even with his urgency, both were severely weakened by the rat demon's supernatural powers. Forget about vengeance. The prospect of recovery remained uncertain. Furthermore, throughout their journey, Yuan Hong had engaged in discussions with Jinzha regarding the Tao and supernatural powers. Although Yuan Hong's approach remained the same old path of battling heaven and earth, through Jinzha's explanations, he had gained significant insights into the ways of the Tao. How to exact revenge. The Sanmei divine wind was indeed formidable, penetrating and all-encompassing. Having been buffeted by that wind, his organs were all damaged. Seeking revenge was far from easy. Brother, what you say is nonsense. We are united as brothers. How difficult can it be to confront a mere rat demon? The myriad methods of the world hold solutions. Let us do this. You focus on cultivating your spirit and healing your wounds. Once you have recovered, we can return to Mount Mei and rally our brothers. That western rat demon is nothing more than a barbarian. When we gather together, taking its head will be as easy as pie. Enlisting help is nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, Jinzha admires your perspective. For a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. The purpose of forging friendships and connections during travels is to summon aid in times of crisis. The path of cultivation is not merely about fighting and killing. Although the primal chaos may have been shaped by fierce beings, the evidence is clear before us. While the Panga deity may have entered a realm beyond comprehension, what remains incomprehensible should be set aside for the time being. The approach of battling heaven and earth evidently does not work in the primal chaos. Despite Jinzha's appreciation for Lao Zhu's dealings with demons, he preferred friends like Yuan Hong. No, Jinzha's fate remains uncertain. I promise to protect him throughout this journey. Now, due to my negligence, he has fallen into such peril. How can I return to Mount Mei with my head held high? Yuan Hong flatly rejected Zhu Zhan's suggestion. His urgency to uncover Jinzha's fate was one aspect. Moreover, even though Yuan Hong regarded the brothers of Mount Mei as his own kin, if he could not deal with an enemy, what use would it be to summon his brothers, who were merely at the celestial level? That yellow-haired rat demon's supernatural powers unleashed an area of effect attack. Initially, Yuan Hong had not understood what Jinzha meant by area of effect. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he realized that unless he could strike down the rat demon before it unleashed its powers, no number of allies would suffice. Well, it seems even those stronger than me would struggle. Though Yuan Hong had not yet reached the golden immortal level, he had encountered demons above that rank. He was unsure what other abilities the snake god possessed beyond spatial manipulation, but he would be mortified to think he could shoot it down with 3 arrows. I truly deserve this. Yuan Hong lamented deeply, sighing in frustration. Now, with his body damaged and his magical energy nearly depleted, even if he recovered, the rat demon's close combat skills were formidable, and it showed no restraint or demonic virtue. Without a means to counter the Sanmei divine wind, exacting revenge would be exceedingly difficult. Perhaps I could use transformation techniques for a surprise attack? Yuan Hong's first thought was of the supernatural ability he excelled at beyond his staff techniques. Yet reality was harsh. Simply transforming would not exempt him from the Sanmei divine wind's assault. The rat demon was adept at stealth, and its lair was likely buried deep underground, making surprise attacks an option that could only wait for the right moment. However, with Jinzha's fate hanging in the balance, spending time infiltrating the rat demon's lair was not Yuan Hong's style. What other means did he have besides transformation? Yuan Hong quickly reviewed his repertoire of spells. He could indeed summon winds and rain, but the Sanmei divine wind was a grand supernatural ability, on par with the Sanmei true fire. Ordinary wind manipulation would be of little use. Scanning through his other spells, he found none that would prove effective. Regretfully, I realize I possess too few supernatural abilities. I once thought that with my staff in hand, I could calm the winds and waves, but reality tells me that even if I swing my staff quickly, the resulting tempest is hardly impressive. As these thoughts consumed him, Yuan Hong's agitation grew. Had he possessed the innate spiritual treasures of which Jinzha spoke, perhaps he could have shattered the fierce winds and vanquished the rat demon. Yet, given Yuan Hong's current resources, let alone innate spiritual treasures, his brothers at Mount Mei were in such dire straits that even a gathering of demon kings could scarcely produce a few magical artifacts, vividly illustrating the plight of lower-tier cultivators. With a resounding crash, Yuan Hong's staff shattered the nearby rocks in frustration. However, this outburst did little to alleviate his emotional turmoil. However, it was Yuan Hong's injuries that, due to his reckless exertion, had reopened the wounds inflicted by the golden sand. Brother, what are you doing? This is Kunlun Mountain, a place where we, as mere brothers, cannot act with impunity. Kunlun Mountain is the ancestral vein of all mountains, further amplified by the renowned reputation of the Chan sect. Although it is widely acknowledged that Kunlun is the foremost blessed land in the world, even the most formidable of demon gods, at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, would avoid this place if they had no pressing matters to attend to, even if it meant traversing the clouds. The sacred ground of saints is not a place for frivolity. Do you comprehend where we are? My dear brother, the wind of that rat demon is exceedingly fierce, capable of sweeping us 1,000 miles away, and here we find ourselves stranded in Kunlun. Yuan Hong's mind momentarily faltered, faced with the current predicament. His first reaction was one of shame. After all, his esteemed mentor was a wandering immortal residing within Kunlun, and he had taken on his mentor's task but failed to accomplish it, instead placing Jinzha in peril by being swept into Kunlun by a gust of demonic wind. This left Yuan Hong feeling utterly embarrassed. However, now that he was already within Kunlun, despite his reluctance to face his mentor, he felt that if he could seek his mentor's assistance, surely with his capabilities, he would have a way to dispel the demon wind of that rat. Caught between the shame of facing his mentor and the uncertainty surrounding Jinzha's fate, Yuan Hong's heart was torn. Ultimately, he recalled his mentor's teachings, and Jinzha's life was undoubtedly more significant than his own pride. I have a plan, dear brother. You should rest here to recuperate while I venture into the mountain to pay my respects to my mentor. I believe he will be able to easily dispel that rat demon's magical powers. Your mentor? Zhu Zhen opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. By his estimation, Jinzha was undoubtedly doomed. Should he perish, their expedition would dissolve instantly. Given this, seeking vengeance against the rat demon could be postponed. They could first return to Mei Mountain to recuperate, then take a month to calm their spirits, and when the time was ripe, gather the brothers from Mei Mountain to reclaim their honor in the west. Yet, you speak of seeking your mentor, but this is Kunlun Mountain. If you, Yuan Hong, manage to take a celestial being from Kunlun as your mentor, then why would you want to mix with us on Mei Mountain? Wouldn't being a Taoist be far more promising than being a demon king? Lost in thought, the impetuous Yuan Hong reached out and vanished before Zhu Zhen's eyes. The two had landed on the western border, and by the regional division, they were indeed on the territory of western Kunlun, ascending into the clouds. Although Yuan Hong was unaware of where his mentor resided, he donned a new Taoist robe and began searching each mountain. It was unclear how many caves he had visited, but eventually, Yuan Hong arrived before a celestial mountain. The mountain boasted 9 peaks, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. Atop the summit, ethereal music floated through the air, enchanting and inviting. Yuan Hong's heart stirred as he thought, could my mentor be cultivating within this mountain? He descended from the clouds, cautious not to disturb this sacred place. As he walked through the mountain, he beheld towering ancient trees and an array of peculiar flowers and herbs, a refreshing and transcendent aroma enveloping him. Following the winding mountain path, he soon arrived at the entrance of a cave, adorned with a plaque inscribed, 8 Treasures Cloudlight Cave. As a well-known idol immortal of the primordial era, the Taoist known as Du Yi had never played a significant role. After all, he was a wandering immortal of western Kunlun, and the calamity of the witch and demon war still echoed in the air, intertwining the fates within the primordial realm. Ultimately, Du Yi was not the kind of greedy immortal. He believed in having just enough cultivation to suffice. As a Tai golden immortal, with a complete mastery of the 5 Qi, he theoretically could live as long as the heavens as long as he did not act recklessly. While the allure of attaining the great Luo level appeared enticing, what good would it do? Under the calamity, even the mighty Dong Huang Tai Jin turned to ashes, and the esteemed male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor, who possessed pure yang energy, ultimately could not escape the cycle of karma. The fall of Dong Wang Gong taught Du Yi the lesson of what it meant to be unworthy of one's position. The karmic consequences in the primordial realm were not easily borne. Frankly speaking, for the immortals of the primordial era, the path of cultivation had long been sealed at the great Luo level. Supported by the teachings of the saints, he enjoyed a wealth of merit, luck, and fortune. If he could sever his 2 corpses, perhaps he could aspire to advance further. However, this notion was only applicable to those great beings capable of severing their 2 corpses. What did Du Yi possess? As a wandering immortal of western Kunlun, he was merely a friend to the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Beyond that, what could Du Yi offer? The Tao of non-action might allow Du Yi to connect with the teachings of humanity, yet when it came to the path of cultivation, he had long since chosen to recline in ease. Taking disciples was merely a response to the saints' call for self-preservation amidst calamity. Beyond that, he rejected all external karmic influences, be it opportunities or tribulations. Of course, outright avoidance of karma was not a solution. After all, during the witch and demon war, numerous wandering immortals had turned to ashes due to the aftermath of battle. Assisting his disciple Li Jing was one of the minor adjustments Du Yi made amidst his non-action philosophy. This assistance brought him significant positive feedback over the past year. Although he had not diligently cultivated, the insights he gained led Du Yi to take a small step forward on his path. Though somewhat vexed, progress was certainly preferable to regression, and thus Du Yi had refrained from the basic task of visiting friends among the wandering immortals of western Kunlun. However, what karmic entanglement could arise from such arduous cultivation in the mountains? Sitting cross-legged within the cave, Du Yi felt a sudden surge of inspiration. This was typically a sign of approaching opportunity. He had experienced this sensation when he journeyed through the primordial realm in search of the Wind Pearl. Yet now, having not even left his cave, while it was true that opportunities might arrive unbidden, could they truly present themselves at his doorstep? What could this mean? On his mat, Du Yi waved his whisk, assuming the classical pose of a primordial immortal calculating fate. However, before he could act, a familiar sensation abruptly interrupted his calculations. He heard the sound of drums echoing from outside the cave. Mentor, this is your disciple Yuan Hong, here to pay my respects. Du Yi was momentarily stunned. Despite repeated warnings and directives to conclude all karmic matters outside, the emergence of Li Jing had already been enough of a disturbance. Now, this impudent monkey had arrived. Did these youngsters truly believe they could engage in idle chatter with an elder in this manner? Monkey, what are you clamoring about? Have you forgotten what the elder has instructed? Avoiding the situation was certainly not a solution, and considering that the monkey had employed magical power while speaking, they were indeed in western Kunlun, a gathering place for countless celestial beings. If he allowed the monkey to run amok, it could very well lead to unforeseen chaos. In a flash, Dewey appeared beside Yuan Hong. Originally, he had intended to give Yuan Hong a stern reprimand, but upon seeing his disheveled state and grievous injuries, indeed, one could describe him as being on the brink of collapse, Dewey was momentarily taken aback. The wind evil has entered your body. Are you succumbing to the calamities of heaven and man? With a gentle hand placed upon Yuan Hong's shoulder, a serene and balanced essence of Tai Ching magic flowed from the venerable Li Jinzha into Yuan Hong's being. Overcome with shame at the sight of his esteemed master, Yuan Hong instinctively covered his face with his hands, unsure of how to express his feelings. Master, he stammered, have you forgotten the words I once spoke? The ties between us have been severed, and your injuries, ordinary spells cannot harm your flesh. Did you not protect that Li Jinzha on his journey west? How could you allow such wind evils to invade your body? The magical energy swirled within Yuan Hong, as Li Jinzha effortlessly extracted a wisp of the wind's malignance. The malevolent air dispersed into the heavens, revealing layers of clouds. Li Jinzha, mindful of the situation, summoned a verdant gem that shimmered in his palm. Impervious to the furious winds stirred by the malignancy, Yuan Hong, burdened by guilt towards his master, sighed deeply and knelt before Li Jinzha, his eyes glistening with emotion. Master, I, your disciple Yuan Hong, was tasked with escorting the Jinzha brothers westward as per your instruction. However, after traversing the land of the Indus, my party fell prey to the treachery of local demon clans. Ignoring Li Jinzha's pronouncement of severed ties, Yuan Hong recounted his harrowing experiences in detail. Initially, Li Jinzha considered correcting Yuan Hong's misuse of the term master, but upon hearing that Jinzha's life hung in the balance, he was taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Jinzha possesses an extraordinary fortune. How could he perish? Li Jinzha immediately dismissed Yuan Hong's speculation of Jinzha's demise, reflecting on the merits of the good fortune he had cultivated. Although the child's strength was a significant flaw, it was absurd to think that a mere bandit could extinguish someone favored by the three sovereigns. It was likely that the yellow-haired rat demon was the adversary obstructing Li Jinzha's path. However, such foes typically appeared at the thresholds of transcendence, while Jinzha, being an ordinary mortal, had attracted an enemy that even Yuan Hong struggled to confront. Li Jinzha instinctively sought to evade this entangling fate. Yet he understood the principle that neglecting a bestowed opportunity could lead to dire consequences. Yuan Hong's misfortune had a cause, and while Li Jinzha had summoned him, he had hoped to resolve this matter without further complications. How could he possibly remain unentangled with Jinzha's adversary? With the urge to calculate the intricacies of fate rising within him, Li Jinzha recalled the earlier misfortunes caused by his own disciple. Even if the celestial mechanisms were clear, it was no simple task for someone favored by the heavens to be accurately read. Thus, was this a tangled fate or an opportunity presented? If he chose an action reflecting on the positive outcomes he had recently experienced, Li Jinzha found himself gaining clarity. Although he harbored little desire for personal advancement and cultivation, the potential to enhance the standing of a Tai Golden Immortal was an opportunity too rare to ignore. Yuan Hong had been summoned to serve as a protector for Jinzha, yet he was still his own person, and the nature of fate was beyond mere words. If he did not resolve this entanglement promptly, the yellow-haired rat demon, a creature he was all too familiar with, could become a formidable obstacle. Rise, Li Jinzha commanded, retracting his hand, signaling Yuan Hong to cease kneeling. Yet, Yuan Hong, caught up in the moment, felt no shame in kneeling before his master. Master, I implore you to come forth and rescue Jinzha. You have stated he yet lives, have you not? What nonsense is this you speak? I never declared I would not assist the one traveling westward. Besides, how many times must I remind you that our connections have ended? Do not utter the word master again. Li Jinzha scolded the forgetful Yuan Hong, his brows furrowed in annoyance. How many times must I declare this? Do not call me master. Jinzha is favored by the three sovereigns. Even if you were to perish, he would remain unharmed. Furthermore, I am unaware of the rat demon's whereabouts. Do you expect me to ride the clouds and guide you? As he spoke, Li Jinzha placed the calming wind pearl upon Yuan Hong's head. Calm yourself. I shall eradicate this wind evil. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Hong felt something being placed in his mouth, a fragrant yet slightly bitter substance that transformed into pure medicinal essence coursing through his limbs. Indeed, his master still cared deeply for him. Yuan Hong, blissfully unaware of Li Jinzha's frustration, thought to himself how fortunate he was. After a few hours, his injuries healed and he leaped around, practicing his staff techniques before remembering his duty to guide his master. With a shy smile, he grasped the still healing Zhu Zhun to bring him closer. Li Jinzha marveled at Yuan Hong's improvement. Although his cultivation had not risen, his skills in manipulating the sun and moon had significantly advanced. Esteemed Taoist, my brother is also tasked with escorting Jinzha westward. Healing one is as good as healing two. Would you be so gracious as to restore his strength as well? Humph. Dui Zhenren merely huffed in response, nodding in acknowledgement. He placed the calming wind pearl atop Zhu Zhen's head, and within moments, all traces of wind evil were purified. As for replenishing Zhu Zhen's magical energy, he thought it unworthy to waste his elixirs. Lead the way. Yuan Hong summoned his esteemed mentor to vanquish the demons, while on the other hand, after experiencing a fierce contest of powers, Jinzha dared not wander aimlessly. He lingered at He Bo's residence for several days without any sign of Yuan Hong's arrival. Although the treasures he possessed provided ample sustenance, Jinzha found himself increasingly restless in this land of Qiu. As the days he had set for himself dwindled, not only had he failed to find what he sought, but he also refrained from roaming the western lands, fearful of causing trouble for the three sovereigns. Moreover, unable to repay the life-saving grace he had received, he was naturally reluctant to leave behind such a debt of gratitude. However, repaying a life debt was evidently not a simple task. Inviting He Bo into the path of immortality was certainly out of the question, as Jinzha himself had yet to embark on such a journey. He Bo was already half buried in the earth, and to suggest that he pursue cultivation now was unrealistic. Even if he were to cultivate, it would be an arduous endeavor. Since he could not pursue the path of immortality, Jinzha sought alternative means to offer compensation. He inquired several times about He Bo's desires, but the man who toiled in the soil sought little. Merely a home and sustenance sufficed for him, which constituted the greatest happiness. Left with no other choice, Jinzha had to compensate in other ways. Bringing He Bo to Chuntang Pass was not feasible. After all, parting from one's homeland was difficult. It was clearly not a good solution to take someone to an entirely unfamiliar place out of gratitude. Furthermore, the three sovereigns were monitoring his actions. If they had been unaware before, it would be different, but Jinzha was engaged in a mission to benefit humanity. And the people of Zhongzhou were indeed part of humanity. Were those who had migrated from Zhongzhou and gradually assimilated into this land not human? To resolve this entanglement, one must address the root cause. Improving the environment of Qiu and providing its inhabitants with a harmonious and stable living space was the best form of gratitude. In fact, the solution to Qiu's predicament was rather simple. Once Yuan Hong arrived, the first step would be to eliminate the yellow wind demon. As soon as the wind ceased, without further effort from Jinzha, the land would rejuvenate over the course of a century. The primordial world possessed self-restorative capabilities. Once the yellow wind demon departed, even the desert would flourish anew within 100 years. However, the issue lay in Yuan Hong's continued absence, and given He Bo's condition, even a decade might prove challenging. Thus, Jinzha needed to expedite the restoration of this land, and eliminating the yellow wind demon was essential, alongside addressing the issue of land degradation. Jinzha had utilized some simple techniques of Taoism to assess the situation. The sand was abundant, primarily drifting from the mountains. But the critical challenge lay in the desiccation of the great marsh that had once sustained life in Qiu. If Jinzha had connections in the Dragon Palace, summoning the Dragon King for a few rains would suffice. Yet, with the imminent calamity of the Fengshan tribulation, the annual distribution of rain was predetermined, and Jinzha's family was destined to ascend the heavens. Although there existed an unspoken understanding regarding certain actions outside of heavenly regulations, the Li family of today was not the same as the future Li family that commanded the Western Dragon Kings. To resolve Qiu's drought, it seemed that reliance on his own treasures was unavoidable. As Jinzha's first magical artifact, the river bowl, while not particularly powerful, was a manifestation of a water vein. If he were to employ this artifact in Qiu, it would essentially embed a water source into the western lands. Jinzha had no qualms about this. After all, innate treasures embodying the Tao create their own realms. The river bowl was not ideally suited to him, and returning the water vein to the primordial world could be seen as a contribution to the cosmos. For the river bowl itself, rather than remaining a storage vessel in his possession, bestowing its benefits upon the land was a commendable path forward. Having resolved the water vein issue, the next step would be to address sustenance. The West was not as prosperous as the Central Plains. In the fertile lands of Zhongzhou, the inhabitants, even lacking agricultural skills, could sustain themselves due to the rich soil. Jinzha could instruct the residents of Qiu in farming techniques, sharing knowledge of essential agricultural tools such as water wheels and plows without any hesitation. However, ordinary staples like rice and millet would evidently not suffice for the daily needs of Qiu's people. Jinzha was uncertain about the quality of the water vein from which the river bowl was derived, but it was certainly not akin to the Yangtze or Yellow rivers that nourished the Central Plains. Thus, to truly resolve the issues facing Qiu, Jinzha needed to identify a high-yield crop to serve as the staple food for its inhabitants. After much contemplation, he concluded that potatoes and sweet potatoes would be the most suitable options. In his previous life, both crops originated from the Americas, and even in modern times, the indigenous tribes in America retained the practice of foraging for wild potatoes. Jinzha's journey westward was indeed to discover these two crops. After all, The primordial world was unlikely to witness any event akin to Columbus's arrival by harnessing the potential of these two plants early on. The primordial realm could accommodate a greater number of human beings. When faced with uncertainty, Jinzha would first consult the I Ching. As the author of Li Yi and the inheritor of the innate 8 trigrams, his divination skills were formidable under normal circumstances. Devoid of the overarching quest for human prosperity and without the interference of calamities, he could easily discern the whereabouts of these mundane items without assistance or even embarking on the journey himself. After all, these two items were not innate spiritual roots. Despite their life-giving properties, they remained mere earthly goods. However, given the current period of upheaval, coupled with his report to the 3 sovereigns and the heavens, linking these two items to fortune and blessings, Jinzha's divination yielded no definitive results during his journey westward. As he traveled, the hexagrams he received largely conformed to the patterns of benefit within the West. Yet this time was different. As the hexagrams shifted, the divination provided Jinzha with a clear answer. The divination revealed only a direction, but combined with Jinzha's interpretations of the I Ching, it indicated that the items he sought resided within the lair of the yellow wind demon. Mice typically search for food underground, and Jinzha's desired items were root vegetables, making it entirely reasonable for them to be utilized by the rat demon first. Nonetheless, why did it keep returning to the yellow wind demon? Jinzha felt a twinge of irritation. Without his mentor's guidance, he remained unaware that the yellow wind demon was his adversary on the path. Yet, Jinzha understood the principle that every gift of fate bore a hidden price. If there were no karmic ties between him and the yellow wind demon, how could their paths intersect in the land of Chio? Resolute in his decision, Jinzha, despite lacking the means to confront the yellow wind demon due to Yuan Hong's absence, possessed the ability to use evasion techniques. Furthermore, with the likelihood that the 3 sovereigns were observing his every move, it was essential for him to devise a plan in the presence of esteemed elders of humanity and the singular figure he had currently deemed his most vital support. It was crucial to avoid displaying the darker tendencies of human nature. Having come to this realization, Jinzha prepared to exhaust all efforts to create a compelling spectacle. Early the next morning, under He Bo's guidance, Jinzha commenced his exploration of the Great Green Mountain, dedicating himself with unwavering focus. Even a patch of withered grass warrants a thorough investigation, lest negligence leads to unforeseen mistakes. However, before Jinzha could retrieve his cherished dream bean, he was unexpectedly knocked over by Erbai, who had been wandering the mountains for several days. Although taken aback by Erbai's sudden appearance, it was hardly surprising, given that he belonged to the Li family, renowned for their luck and longevity. Erbai's return only validated Jinzha's somewhat immature notion that, despite the arduous journey to the west, it aligned perfectly with Yuan Hong's expertise. Dying under the steel fork of the Yellow Phoenix monster was simply out of the question. As for the delay in Yuan Hong's appearance, one could only speculate that he was devising a way to counter the opponent's supernatural abilities, particularly considering the monkey that had nearly lost its sight to the Samadhi divine wind. Jinzha often remarked that Yuan Hong was indeed unfortunate. After all, could anyone withstand the Yellow Phoenix monster's might, even if they were a formidable figure? While Qiyu ultimately fell beneath the Xianyuan sword, the Qian Kuan Bao and the Thunderous Arrow were also capable of piercing through the flesh of great sorcerers. On this journey to the west, there was no demon that could withstand 3 thunderous arrows. How impressive the medicine master was, and what did it matter that he was a disciple of a sage? One arrow could shatter his golden body, and the second could claim his life. Reflecting on this, Jinzha couldn't help but sigh. Although the expedition to acquire scriptures was indeed his initiative, the monkey's rebellious nature was deeply ingrained. While playful banter was acceptable, a serious confrontation was a different matter altogether. Thus, it is often said that one can only transcend through self-reliance. Relying on the strength of others can only quench one's thirst temporarily. True freedom in this world can only be attained through formidable personal strength. Regrettably, only those with profound fortune and blessings could enter the Jade Void sect as disciples. While being a third-generation disciple was feasible, Jinzha pondered why he should seek a father of lesser stature. As he absently stroked Erbai's fur, Jinzha felt a surge of emotion. At times, he envied the dog, for in this primordial land, there were no dog traders. A simple trip home, a bit of affection towards the owner, and the day would pass comfortably. Despite Erbai's current laborious tasks, it was said that when one attains enlightenment, even their dogs ascend to the heavens. Should Erbai's strength keep pace, he might one day earn a title akin to that of the sun-eating deity. And compared to other canines in the primordial realm, Erbai could become the ancestral figure of all canids. Why did it feel as though he was toiling for Erbai without reward? Rubbing the dog's head, Jinzha observed how this wolf demon had learned to wag its tail, prompting him to suppress his myriad thoughts. Sensing that his master had no intention of continuing to pet him, Erbai, well aware of the journey's modus operandi, turned and extracted several stalks of grass from a pouch at his side. Jinzha nodded in satisfaction, examining the grass and discovering that the stalks Erbai had brought were of an unfamiliar type. The The stalks were robust, likely capable of growing to a height of 2 to 3 meters, with broad, drooping leaves. At the top of the stalks, Jinzha also noticed a cluster of somewhat shriveled rice ears. Could this be great pasture grass? Momentarily lost in thought, Jinzha recalled the name of this plant. After all, his quest was to discover new crops, and although the name great pasture grass might seem somewhat unfamiliar, the keywords Mexican teosinte, the legendary wild ancestor of corn, painted a remarkable picture. Where did you find this? He inquired, crushing a fruit in his hand. He noted that the seeds of the great pasture grass, still encased in their hard husks, had not undergone genetic selection or domestication. Yet this posed no problem for Jinzha. After savoring the seeds of the great pasture grass, he confirmed their true identity through their subtly sweet flavor. Mounting his wolf, the duo set off towards the location of the great pasture grass. Behind the towering green mountains, Jinzha beheld a hillside carpeted with the grass. Unable to contain his excitement, he dismounted and plunged into the thicket. Untamed and wild, the great pasture grass appeared somewhat disorganized. But Jinzha observed that the specimens thriving on the mountainside had clearly undergone countless cycles of evolution. Apart from the single row of seeds brought by air by, many of the great pasture grass plants on this slope had produced 2 or even 4 rows of seeds, with their husks no longer as rigid. According to agricultural standards, the great pasture grass had now earned its place in the fields of Chintang Pass. Ah, this is quite the accomplishment, he exclaimed, tossing a piece of meat to air by. Enthusiastically, Jinzha commenced his collection, plucking the fruits from the plants with 4 rows of seeds. Once he returned to Chintang Pass and employed his methods to accelerate cultivation over several generations, it would not be long before these great pasture grass plants resembled those from his memories. The harvest brought Jinzha closer to achieving his agricultural goals, but due to the looming threat of the yellow wind monster, he dared not linger in the mountains for too long. Accompanied by Airbai, he returned to the home of Heibua. Just as Jinzha intended to share his joyous discovery with Heibua, he noticed that Heibua, who should have been preparing the evening meal, was nowhere to be found. Concerned that Airbai might frighten the townsfolk, Jinzha ventured out alone to search for Heibua. Upon returning home for dinner, he found that a significant number of the Hill Country's residents had once again gathered at the location where the medicine master had previously delivered his teachings. Reminiscent of the scene when the medicine master had drawn a crowd of thousands, Jinzha felt a twinge of apprehension regarding that place. After all, his curiosity had once summoned a formidable being. What if he were to approach again? Did you not leave? Why are you so silent? Put on this cloak first, Heibua said, draping his coat over Jinzha's shoulders. Concealed beneath the ragged attire, Jinzha assumed the guise of a local citizen once more. Heibua, why have you come here? He asked. Today is the day of worship for the wind god, and the entire city of Hill Country has gathered to pay their respects. As Heibua spoke, he grasped Jinzha and prepared to kneel on the ground. Jinzha did not resist and simply squatted down. Before them, a vast crowd of people fell to their knees. Soon, a figure resembling a priest ascended the altar, wielding a staff made from an unknown beast's bone, chanting incomprehensible words. Due to Jinzha's position at the edge of the group, he could not discern the priest's utterances. Once the incantation concluded, the sky darkened entirely. The sun sank in the west while the moon rose in the east. The braziers surrounding the altar ignited, casting the only light in the city. Jinzha initially expected a blood sacrifice akin to self-immolation. However, he soon heard a muffled wailing from the crowd. As pairs of soldiers carried several wooden cages to the altar, a sense of unease welled up within Jinzha. Yet with Yuan Hong absent, he dared not act impulsively. The priest, accustomed to the ritual, cut open his palm and smeared his blood on the beast-bone staff. He then planted the staff at the altar's center, raising his arms in worship of the moon, alongside the people of Chio. There were no sacrifices of slaves, no incense burnt in prayer. The ritual to honor the wind god had reached its conclusion. At the priest's command, the gathered crowd silently dispersed, their footsteps mingling with suppressed sobs. Jinzha could not help but ponder what the offerings to the wind god truly entailed. After distancing himself from the throng, Jinzha looked towards Heibei, who had saved him. How did the people here honor the wind god? The offerings in the cages, were they to ensure the protection of the citizens of Chio? To live here, the people had to present tributes to the wind god each year. Earlier this year, a sacrifice had already been made, but yesterday the priest received a divine oracle stating that this year's offerings must be doubled. Sighing, Heibei elaborated, to seek the wind god's protection, the people must annually present 12 pairs of young boys and girls. When the moon is at its zenith, the wind god descends upon the winds to take these pairs to the mountains for training. With the wind god's blessing, their future lives should be secure. Yet, the notion of being taken by monsters to train in the mountains, who could deem that a blessing? For Jinzha, the most intolerable aspect of the Yinshang dynasty was their sacrificial system. Spring required offerings for farming, military campaigns necessitated sacrifices, the emperor's travels demanded tributes. Even every decision made by the Yinshang required extensive offerings to determine its execution. However, bound by his status as a ruler, Jinzha could not oppose the sacrificial practices of the Yinshang while their reign endured. The idea of sacrifices was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. As subjects of the Yinshang, being chosen as offerings in state matters was often regarded as an honor. The Yinshang had its own circumstances, and transformation could only come with the dynasty's downfall. But in the case of Qiu, resorting to offerings to malevolent beings was a desperate measure. Just days prior, the healer from the West had visited. The people of Qiu seemed familiar with the Western doctrines. If the Buddha manifested, why did he only preach and not vanquish the demons? With this thought, Jinzha felt an overwhelming agitation. As a traveler, he could easily stand by and watch as these children were taken by the Huangfeng monster to the mountains, much like the disciples of the Western faith, who believed that life was merely a suffering journey, seeking salvation in the next life. But to sit idly by as children perished in the bellies of monsters, such passivity was unacceptable. Jinzha again lamented the unreliable monkey. Despite belonging to the same rank of mischievous beings, the great sage of heaven had allies across the realms. In contrast, this monkey had been vanquished by the Huangfeng monster and had been unable to recover for days. No wonder he had only earned the title of the Four-Way Star Lord during the investiture of the gods. Jinzha was aware that his frustrations lacked justification, but risking his life for a group of unrelated savages was not a disgrace. To cling to life was only natural. To knowingly act where action was futile, only a fool would do such a thing. As the moon reached its zenith, the night breeze swept through the city of Qiu, and the temperature plummeted. Although the braziers on the altar had not extinguished, they offered little warmth. With the chilling air, many infants within the cages woke, their cries ringing out. Yet, amidst this scene, the city, standing amidst the sand dunes, appeared lifeless. No one emerged to assist the crying infants in the dark streets. Suddenly, the wind rose, and a mass of dark clouds approached, obscuring the moonlight. The fierce wind whipped up sand, creating a cacophony of howls in the night, and the flames on the altar flickered low. In a daze, a shadow 2 zhang tall descended upon the altar. It was the Huangfeng monster, who had recently lost an ear to Zhuzi. As a local demon of the West, the Huangfeng monster displayed a certain foresight compared to other demons who devoured entire cities. While it was undoubtedly satisfying to consume a city as populace, for a demon who had achieved enlightenment, the typical human sacrifices were of little use beyond satisfying base cravings. Thus, after the Huangfeng monster attained its power in Qiu, it chose not to indulge in mass slaughter or seize territory, instead surrounding itself with the local populace. After all, typical blood sacrifices were ineffective. Only the pure essence of innocent young boys and girls could yield tangible benefits for cultivation. Therefore, the Huangfeng monster assumed the role of the wind god, protecting the inhabitants of Qiu from other malevolent demons. In exchange, aside from the daily worship from the people, Qiu was obligated to annually present 12 pairs of young boys and girls for the wind god's cultivation. This year, a sacrifice had already been made. But considering the dwindling population of Qiu, the Huangfeng monster had initially hoped to avoid using its reserves. Yet, the monkey and pig demons proved somewhat capable, exhausting the Huangfeng monster's mana, and in driving them away, it lost an arm and several ribs. To heal its injuries, nothing worked better than the essence of its own blood. Having driven off the two troublemakers, it felt justified in claiming some interest as compensation. As the demon wind settled, the Huangfeng monster revealed its true form atop the altar. Its towering figure was beyond human strength to confront. The wooden cages, which would require the combined effort of 2 adults to lift, were mere toys in its grasp. However, something seemed amiss. Pinching the cage between its fingers, the Huangfeng monster shook it gently, hearing the sound of something breaking within. Had the cries of the 2-legged sheep frightened them to death? Just as the Huangfeng monster focused intently, a thunderous roar erupted nearby. A dark cannonball suddenly collided with the cage from a distance. In an instant, smoke enveloped the altar, the explosion engulfing the Huangfeng monster's head, sending countless shards flying, piercing everything in the vicinity. The Huangfeng monster howled in agony, but before it could cast a protective spell, half of its face was shredded by the sharp debris. Who dares to ambush this king? The Huangfeng monster's bellow echoed, and Jinzha felt a deep sense of helplessness within. He had initially believed that the colossal explosive device he meticulously prepared would eradicate the Western vermin in one fell swoop. However, regrettably, the absence of magical enhancement rendered this cultivated creature of the dark arts endowed with an unexpectedly formidable defense. Yet, Jinzha was well prepared for this eventuality. He swiftly loaded a specially crafted thunder arrow into the cannon's chamber and, lurking in the shadows, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger once more. With the ignition of the primer producing a tremendous thrust, the arrow, tightly encased in robust cast iron, shot straight toward the wounded cheek of the yellow wind demon. Simultaneously, Jinzha wielded another thunder arrow, commanding the escape light to close in with astonishing speed. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the demon was vulnerable, he had not intended to confront the rodent demon directly, but the 3 sovereigns observing him left him no choice. Should he allow this demon to ensnare humans in this place, the carefully constructed persona he had cultivated would be utterly destroyed. Thus, the two thunder arrows flew forth, one after the other, like the dual sides of death, mercilessly targeting the demon's vital spots. Ultimately, it was the kinetic energy bestowed by the gunpowder that prevailed. The first thunder arrow pierced the yellow wind demon's rodent visage, inflicting excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, eliciting a more anguished wail from the demon. The sheer force of the blow also forced him several steps back, nearly destabilizing him. Jinzha followed closely, with the thunder arrow as the vanguard, his golden escape light surging forward with indomitable momentum, crashing violently into the demon's chest. As a divine weapon capable of piercing the flesh of the great witch, this thunder arrow, even without the support of the Qinquan Bao, was not something this rodent demon's body could endure. Holding onto the tail end of the thunder arrow, Jinzha hung suspended in midair. However, beneath this scene, Jinzha's assault was not yet fully concluded. As the magical energy surged around him, a fist-sized orb of golden flame flowed into the yellow wind demon's body through the tail end of the thunder arrow. Explode. Jinzha planted a foot on the demon's chest and flipped, descending toward the ground. With Jinzha's low cry, the blazing sun's golden flame erupted violently within the yellow wind demon. In an instant, the altar was engulfed in blinding flames, tearing the night apart. As the demon's massive form writhed in agony amidst the inferno, emitting haunting cries. This flame was the golden sun flame, derived from the essence of the sun, the most radiant and fierce, capable of incinerating all evil in the world. Under Jinzha's command, the golden sun flame ravenously consumed every inch of the yellow wind demon's flesh and every trace of demonic power. Nevertheless, Jinzha underestimated the vitality of a demon king at the Xinxian level. Accompanied by the demon's roar, the power cultivated over millennia erupted in full force. A furious wind rose, and yellow sand filled the air as the yellow wind demon displayed the entirety of its strength in the face of desperation. Amidst the explosive surge of demonic energy, the roaring flames transformed into fiery rings, expelled forcefully from the demon's body. In the wake of such a shockwave, Jinzha was uncontrollably flung backward. However, as soon as he landed, choking back the bile rising in his throat, Jinzha swiftly drew a third thunder arrow, charging once more at the yellow wind demon. Having been pierced twice already, the demon was hardly oblivious to the prowess of the thunder arrow. In a swift motion, the yellow wind demon grasped a steel fork, equal in height to its own, within its hand. Jinzha inwardly cursed, initially believing that the demon, now severely wounded, would be incapacitated by his calculations. Yet, it appeared that Yuan Hong was not to be underestimated. The demon's weaponry could not even be broken by a mere swing. Had the abilities of the monkey truly been devoured by a dog? As the steel fork lunged toward him, Jinzha swiftly attempted to evade this lethal strike using his escape technique. Yet, the demon's steel fork followed him relentlessly, accompanied by a shrieking wind. As though the very air was being torn apart. Jinzha, I come to assist you. A thunderous voice rang out, as a mixed iron rod descended from the heavens, striking down at the steel fork aimed at Jinzha. It was none other than Yuan Hong, who had vanished for many days. Seeing this, Jinzha's expression brightened. Initially contemplating whether he could seize the demon's life with the sun essence wheel, he now realized that with Yuan Hong's arrival, capturing the yellow wind demon would be far less troublesome. With a flick of his wrist, Jinzha tossed the Qinquan Bao and thunder arrow toward Yuan Hong. However, having suffered from the thunder arrow previously, the yellow wind demon would not allow such divine weaponry to fall into Yuan Hong's hands. With a swift flick, utilizing the momentum of its turn, the demon's tail, akin to a steel whip, lashed toward the two. Jinzha instinctively dropped to the ground, while Yuan Hong, turning to retrieve the Qinquan Bao and thunder arrow, was unexpectedly struck and flung away by the sudden attack. Jinzha seethed with frustration, adamantly refusing to admit that Yuan Hong's misfortune was in any way his fault. However, just as he intended to reclaim the fallen Qinquan Bao and thunder arrow, he saw the demon's tail coil and snatched the thunder arrow away. It would have been better had he used the sun essence wheel earlier. Jinzha's expression darkened as he prepared to snatch the Qinquan Bao from the ground, when he suddenly felt a tight grip at the back of his neck. Space shifted, and he found himself next to Yuan Hong. What are you doing? At that moment, Jinzha wished he could pry open Yuan Hong's head to see what was inside. Yet, Yuan Hong merely smiled lightly. Wait here, I shall take the head of the yellow wind demon first. With that, Yuan Hong raised the mixed iron rod and charged at the yellow wind demon. Seeing Yuan Hong approach, the yellow wind demon remained unperturbed, for the thunder arrow capable of wounding him had already fallen into its grasp. Although its severely injured body hindered close combat, the change in the rhythm of its attacks allowed the yellow wind demon to utilize its own divine abilities. Defeated by crickets, sneaking up on me, behold my triumphant wind. An endless torrent of fierce wind and golden sand erupted from the yellow wind demon's mouth. At that moment, Jinzha wished he could bury his head in the ground. Seeing Yuan Hong standing firm, ready to take the brunt of the demon's divine ability, Jinzha was left bewildered, pondering whether the monkey's head was filled with goldfish. Having already suffered once from the triumphant wind, how could he be so reckless again? Just as Jinzha braced himself for an encounter with the underworld, a jade-green pearl suddenly fell before him, causing the howling winds to soften under its glow, transforming into a gentle spring breeze, dissipating the golden sand. While Yuan Hong continued his assault, with a resounding thud, the mixed iron rod swept through the air, sending the 2-meter-tall yellow wind demon flying. Triumphant wind? It's nothing more than this. Yuan Hong mocked, raising his mixed iron rod to claim the demon's life. However, before the rod could descend, dark clouds parted, and a beam of jade light shot forth from the stabilizing wind pearl, enveloping the yellow wind demon entirely. You, monkey head, retreat at once. Though this demon has committed numerous sins, its fate is not yet sealed. Since we have captured it, why not allow me, an old Taoist, to take it back to the mountain for careful supervision, to atone for its transgressions? No sooner had the words left his mouth than an elder in Taoist robes, holding a whisk, descended upon the clouds, exuding an aura of celestial grace and authority. It was none other than the revered Taoist Du Yi. Jinzha was momentarily taken aback. Although he understood that his journey westward could not proceed without the assistance of Du Yi, he now wondered about Yuan Hong. Could it be that this monkey was not affiliated with the Heavenly Emperor? Observing Yuan Hong's respectful demeanor toward Du Yi, Jinzha began to suspect that the monkey's prowess might indeed have been taught by the venerable Taoist himself. Indeed, as soon as the Deva of Calamity spoke, Yuan Hong chuckled and withdrew the iron rod he held. Since Master Endao found this demon to be of some use, let him take it for himself. Very well. Upon finishing his words, the Deva of Calamity lightly gestured, and the originally formidable yellow wind demon, which measured 2 zhang in length, instantly shrank to the size of an ordinary house mouse, subsequently being deftly tucked into the Deva's sleeve. Witnessing this spectacle, Jinzha, despite being filled with a multitude of thoughts, wisely chose to remain silent. After all, the other party had already shown him kindness, and he would naturally keep this in mind for future recompense. As for the yellow wind demon, as long as it could remain far from the kingdom of Qiu, its life or death was of little concern to Jinzha. However, a trace of worry lingered in Jinzha's heart. Should this yellow wind demon be fortunate enough to escape in the future and wreak havoc once more, how would the ensuing karma be resolved? The world of martial arts is not solely about battles, but rather about the intricacies of human relationships. This notion, which had evoked strong aversion in his youth, still stirred some resistance within him now. Yet, life on this earth is such that a singular individual evidently lacks the power to alter the overarching environment of existence. This holds true for both mortals and those who cultivate the Tao. Even the 6 saints are not exempt. They are bound by mutual constraints and balances. Unless one reaches the level of the grand ancestor of the Tao, even with the ability to reshape the elemental forces of the earth, one cannot act recklessly upon this vast land of primordial chaos. Jinzha easily convinced himself that, in any case, his connection with the yellow wind demon had been severed, and its future was a matter for the Deva of Calamity to ponder. However, the Deva's decision to spare the yellow wind demoness life, coupled with the script from the journey to the west, led Jinzha to ponder whether this Deva might one day become the Bodhisattva Lingji of the western spiritual mountain. Arriving at this conclusion did not overly surprise Jinzha, as the journey to the west was fraught with 81 tribulations. With the great sage, equal to heaven, causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace, it was no easy task to assemble the required challenges for the pilgrimage. After the Fengshan incident, the multitude of deities could not intervene directly, and given that it takes nearly 2,000 years for wild demons to cultivate, what significant achievements could they possibly attain? To fulfill the 81 tribulations, the script must be orchestrated for the monkey. The transmission of Buddhist teachings from the East constitutes a great merit in terms of the heavenly Tao. Who comes and who does not? How much one can share in this final revelry depends on individual preparedness. Nevertheless, the Deva of Calamity should be a scattered immortal from the western Kunlun. With the impending calamity of the Fengshan, when the heavenly secrets are obscured by calamity's influence, could this Deva truly foresee such distant consequences? Jinzha found it unwise to speculate on the methods of immortals. As the destined master of the yellow wind demon, the Deva of Calamity himself was also quite perplexed. He had initially thought his journey here was merely to subdue demons and forge a benevolent bond with Jinzha, but upon seeing the true form of the yellow wind demon, he realized that much of his impulsive decision was to be reflected upon this creature. Had it not been so, the demon would have faced eradication, but now that it had fallen into his hands, it seemed unlikely that it would stir up much trouble in the future. Well, it was simply too ugly, having committed numerous evil doings without understanding the teachings. Let it be confined beneath the mountain for 500 years. With the yellow wind demon subdued by the Deva of Calamity, the root cause of the troubles in the kingdom of Qiu was effectively eradicated. After expressing his gratitude once more for the Deva's assistance and watching him depart, Jinzha sighed in relief. Although the pilgrimage team still lacked one member, Jinzha did not truly intend to venture to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west to beseech the Buddha for scriptures. One less member was inconsequential. After all, the divination indicated that what he sought lay within the mountains. Heading further west was unnecessary. The yellow wind demon was a minor issue, but angering the disciple of the Western saint, the medicine master, could lead to greater complications. Though the favor of the three sovereigns had prevented any immediate consequences, lingering in the Western lands posed risks. Who knew if he might encounter a wild avatar of a saint along the way? The pilgrimage had reached its conclusion. Hence, Jinzha resolved to return to Chintang Pass. Living in a situation where he could not fight was exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon returning, he planned to publish the agricultural treatises of Li Yi and the portions of engineering knowledge contained in the Tiangong Kaiwu, and then set off to Kunlun Mountain to seek a master. At that time, he intended to practice for a decade or so in the Yushu Palace, preparing for when his invincible third brother decided to stir trouble. Regardless of any miraculous pearls or other artifacts, Jinzha would ensure that his formidable younger brother understood the meaning of the elder brother's authority. Upon Yuan Hong's return, Jinzha was finally able to enjoy a peaceful slumber in the kingdom of Qiu. He directly entered the royal palace, and under Jinzha's benevolent influence, the ruler of Qiu deeply recognized the errors of his previous sacrifices to malevolent spirits. The following morning, Jinzha, speaking in the name of the king of Qiu, summoned the populace. He boldly declared that he was a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, and that the wind deity they had defeated was merely an evil spirit from the mountains. The heavenly Tao had taken notice and commanded him to descend and exorcise demons, aiding the people of the kingdom of Qiu in rebuilding their homeland. No one opposed Jinzha's words. After all, the events of the previous night had left a strong impression. Additionally, the offerings previously made to the wind deity were now standing before them, leaving no doubt that the mouse demon that had plagued the kingdom of Qiu for decades was now a thing of the past. The people of the kingdom of Qiu immediately knelt and offered their gratitude, especially those families that had sacrificed young boys and girls. Despite the high mortality rates among children in this era, and the uncertainty of their survival even if born, the loss of a child being the essence of one's own flesh and blood, to offer them to a demon was utterly heart-wrenching. The sounds of worship and weeping intertwined, and Jinzha accepted the people's gratitude with great composure. The inhabitants of the kingdom of Qiu were unaccustomed to enlightenment, in contrast to the ideals of equality and freedom. Providing them with a spiritual anchor was the best choice at present. To this end, Jinzha replicated the miraculous event he had orchestrated in Jinsha City, utilizing the characteristics of the divine farmer's whip to bless the people of Qiu. Having gained absolute authority in the city, Jinzha began leading the residents of Qiu in the reconstruction of their homeland, primarily to showcase his capabilities. Thus, Jinzha led the people of Qiu towards the former location of the Great Zhe River. After decades of erosion by wind and sand, the riverbed upon which the kingdom of Qiu depended had dried up, losing its former glory. Standing beside the parched riverbed, Jinzha's gaze was profound and resolute. He understood that to revive this land, the lost water source must be reclaimed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jinzha was enveloped in a radiant golden light, enhancing the divine aura in the hearts of the people. Simultaneously, he tossed the prepared river bowl into the sky. Then, Jinzha knelt down with a resounding thud. Heavenly Tao above, disciple Jinzha passes through this place, witnessing the suffering of the people, deeply burdened by demons. Aware of the heavenly Tao's benevolence towards life, I, with my mortal flesh, stand to defend the Tao. However, the accumulation of demonic afflictions has caused great harm to this land. Though unworthy, I wish to offer this treasure to quench the thirst of the masses, to restore the water veins, and revive the former prosperity. May the heavenly Tao show mercy and grant me divine power, allowing this parched land to once again flow with clear springs, flourishing with greenery, and enabling the people to live in peace and share tranquility. Jinzha's voice echoed across the desolate riverbed. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed as though boundless divine light converged in his eyes, as if the forces of heaven and earth were responding to his plea. The surrounding populace of Qiu was moved by this sincerity, kneeling and murmuring prayers and blessings. Go. As his words fell, Jinzha pointed into the distance, and a beam of golden light descended upon the river bowl, causing it to slowly rotate in the sky. Simultaneously, a tempest arose, darkening the once clear skies with heavy clouds, and the surrounding air grew damp and oppressive. The river bowl began to lose its original shape, its phantom expanding and distorting as if a celestial dragon had descended, radiating a watery essence that resonated with the ominous clouds above. Jinzha's expression brightened. He had merely approached this endeavor with a spirit of experimentation. After all, contributing to the reconstruction of water veins for the Western lands was a merit worthy of the heavens. Although this achievement was confined to a small area, even the tiniest of gains held value. In contrast to those who sought loans or made grand promises, Jinzha's actions stood out. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap shattered the silence. In an instant, torrential rain poured down as if the heavens themselves had opened. The water veins formed from the river bowl danced within the curtain of rain, and amidst the storm, a dragon's roar echoed. With a wave of Jinzha's hand, the sinuous dragon-shaped water vein surged into the earth. The ground cracked open, and with the emergence of the water veins, numerous springs burst forth, swiftly filling the parched riverbeds. As the rain continued to fall, the initially murky waters gradually transformed into crystalline clarity, and the long-forgotten sound of flowing water resonated across the land, akin to a heavenly melody. The people of the kingdom of Qiu were rendered speechless by this sudden miracle, tears glistening in their eyes, a mixture of joy and gratitude. They gazed skyward, as if they could perceive the celestial order responding to Jinzha's supplications, bestowing new life upon the land. Witnessing this scene, Jinzha could not suppress a smile. Yet he knew the conclusion of this task required diligence. Straightening his back and disregarding the pouring rain, he reverently bowed toward the heavens. Great heavenly path above, your disciple Jinzha expresses gratitude for your blessings. In the days to come, I shall diligently cultivate my practice to repay this grace. I pledge to safeguard this land with these water veins, protecting it from calamities, allowing the people of the kingdom of Qiu to live in peace and prosperity. I shall also uphold the will of the heavenly path, guiding all beings toward goodness, together maintaining harmony and balance in this world. Let the heavenly path bear witness to my vow, that I, Jinzha, shall never betray it. As Jinzha closed his eyes and bowed again, the storm above seemed to soften, as if affirming his words. Time passed, and as the rain began to ease, the gathering storm clouds slowly dissipated. Suddenly, a beam of golden light pierced through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating Jinzha's kneeling figure. Under the sunlight, Jinzha felt a surge of clarity. Whether this golden light was indeed the legendary blessing of the heavenly path, he did not know, but in that moment, a profound sense of fortune enveloped him. Thank you, heavenly path. Yuan Hong, Old Zhu, and Airbai, let us depart. With that, Jinzha rose abruptly, riding the crimson light toward the verdant mountains. Yuan Hong and the others, not daring to lag behind, seized Airbai by the scruff of the neck, the two demons and their companion leaping into the air, following Jinzha's golden radiance. Moments later, the expedition team descended into a desolate area on the northern side of the verdant mountains, an area Jinzha had visited not long ago. Back then, it had been a barren wasteland, devoid of any value. However, upon returning, he found a stark contrast. The rain continued to fall, and under its nourishing embrace, the once barren land had burst forth with vitality. Countless tender green shoots broke free from the earth, striving to absorb the blessings of heaven and earth. Had a scholar been present to witness this scene, they might have composed a poem in awe of life's grandeur. Yet, Jinzha had no time for such musings. He thrust his shovel into the ground, revealing a fist-sized tuber. His face broke into a radiant smile. It worked. Monkey, my crops have succeeded. Ignoring the mud clinging to the tuber, Jinzha took a hearty bite, revealing the white, succulent flesh within, though it was slightly astringent and contained a hint of toxicity. Was this not the elusive potato he had sought for so long? Quickly, let's encircle this area as the center and extend 10 miles around it. If any wild beasts appear, drive them away. With this, our journey to the west will be complete. As the rain subsided, sunlight filtered through the clouds, bathing the watered land. Yuan Hong, Zhu Zizhen, and the others followed his instructions, and Jinzha was filled with uncontainable joy. After approximately 3 days of effort, Jinzha managed to transplant all the seedlings from the mountains to the most fertile lands of the kingdom of Qiu. These seedlings were not limited to potatoes. During his extensive search, he also discovered sweet potatoes, a vital crop sustaining countless lives. Jinzha marveled at the wonders of the primordial world, realizing that the heavenly path recognized not only South America and North America, but embraced them all, rendering Columbus irrelevant. The subsequent tasks became significantly easier. With the experience of rebuilding Golden Sand City, Jinzha quickly adapted to his role. Rebuilding the kingdom of Qiu was much simpler than reconstructing Golden Sand City, involving merely the clearing of riverways and repairing the land and homes damaged during the conflict. The remaining challenges pertained to cultural dissemination, abolishing bloody sacrifices, and teaching the locals the improved byzantine language. After establishing basic etiquette for the kingdom of Qiu, Jinzha personally instructed the locals in farming techniques, guiding them through each step from land selection, fertilization, irrigation, to weeding, ensuring they mastered the skill. As time passed, potatoes gradually took root and flourished in the kingdom of Qiu. Jinzha gazed upon the verdant potato fields, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He understood that these potatoes and sweet potatoes would not only bring joy to the people of Qiu through bountiful harvests, but also serve as powerful weapons against famine, significantly improving their lives. Most importantly, he could bring these two crops back with him, though he had not collected all the ingredients from his past life. His historical standing in agriculture remained unshaken. Henceforth, all agricultural studies would supplement his own, and as the first author of agricultural texts, as long as humanity continued, fortunes and blessings would continuously converge upon him, paving a path toward the ultimate Tao. From the height of summer to the depths of winter, due to the cultivation cycle, Jinzha held a large sacrificial ceremony for the three sovereigns in the kingdom of Qiu to expedite his return to Chintang Pass. In essence, this meant that the destined hero had discovered the crucial items for his task and urgently needed spells to catalyze plant growth through magical means, hoping that the ancestors would generously share their knowledge. Although Jinzha would certainly embellish his words, the essence remained unchanged. He regarded the three sovereigns as kin, and in turn, he hoped they would not treat him as an outsider. This time, Jinzha gained the attention of the agricultural sovereign, Li Jing, from whom he learned techniques for catalyzing crops. In addition, due to the three sovereigns manifesting in the kingdom of Qiu, Jinzha's endeavors were further augmented. Regardless of who rules the Hill Kingdom, from the moment of its divine revelation, it has effectively returned beneath the aegis of the human emperor. To be precise, it stands as a realm venerating the celestial deity. Both the incense offerings and the merits of the people converge upon the figure of Jinzha, while the Li family of Chintang Pass acknowledges the dominion of the Yin and Shang. Following the affirmation of the Hill Kingdom's legitimacy by the three sovereigns, the divine mandate of the Yin and Shang visibly strengthens. For mortals, the concept of fortune may seem ethereal, yet, in this age of sage governance, such a shift in the dynasty's fortunes cannot escape the notice of the great powers of the world. Naturally, the six sages hold differing perspectives regarding the enhancement of the human emperor's fortune. Currently, Dixian has not yet committed the blundering act of composing verses in the palace of Enhua. To the mother Enhua, the human emperor's fortune holds little significance. Similarly indifferent are the celestial master of Bo Palace and the touching sage from the Eight Scene Palace. As one of the three pure ones, while the rise of the human emperor's fortune might introduce some perturbations to the investiture of the gods, the sages perceive it as an inevitable process aimed at filling the celestial positions. Having instructed their disciples to return to the mountains in quietude, any failure to seize this fleeting opportunity would merely reflect their own karmic limitations. For Tongtian, the investiture of the gods is merely a trivial contest among brothers. The fluctuations in the fortunes of earthly dynasties, whether they rise or fall, seem less compelling than a disciple capable of responding to the calamities. As for the touching sage, his stance is even more forthright. The sole disciple of the human teaching is now Xuandu, while the likes of Dui, though they have received teachings, are at best nominal disciples, belonging to the outer sect. Presently, the touching sage, embodying the Supreme Lord, resides in the Doshui Palace in a state of effortless tranquility. Thus, the fluctuations in the human emperor's fortunes are not matters for his concern. The two Western saints, distanced from the others, concurred within the assembly of the Zixiao Palace that the investiture is an Eastern affair, with the Western saints being of the outer sect, having no bearing on the current investiture. Only the Yuan Shi Tianzun of Yushu Palace furrows his brow. For the Tao ancestor once proclaimed that the investiture would coincide with the transitions of earthly dynasties. Yuan Shi had established the crucial theoretical foundation for the rise of the Zhou and the fall of the Shang, even calculating the lifespan of the Shang dynasty. Now, with the shifting fortunes of the human emperor, although the divine mandate may appear somewhat tenuous, the totality of fortune has indeed increased. This raises the question of whether the decreed lifespan aligns with these changes. Despite his inner turmoil, the Yuan Shi Tianzun deduces that, according to the sage's authority, these fluctuations seem to bear little consequence. This realization leaves the Ta Ching sage in a state of discomfort. Although the sages possess the ability to penetrate the great calamities and discern heavenly secrets, doing so would be akin to intruding uninvited during a time of seclusion. Contemplating this, the Yuan Shi Tianzun resolves to temporarily set aside the pursuit of the root causes. Recognizing that the initial remarks made in Zixiao Palace regarding the rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang were mere casual utterances. As long as the investiture concludes successfully, the particulars become less significant. As for the primary candidates of the investiture calamity, one is the human Jiang Shang, whose cultivation aptitude is so poor that even a dog would shake its head in disbelief, while the other, being a creature of scales and horns, clearly does not fit the esteemed image of the high-honored golden immortals of Yushu Palace. The Yuan Shi Tianzun feels helpless in this regard, recalling that past calamity candidates were among the most formidable beings, such as the Emperor Tai, Dijuan, and the Ancestor Dragon. One would have expected the candidates for the investiture calamity to be of a similar caliber. Yet now, even the sages cannot help but marvel at the capriciousness of the Tao. Thus, the fluctuations of the divine mandate fell silent after being scrutinized by the sages. Unbeknownst to Jinzha, he has once again drawn the gaze of the primordial powers of the wilderness. With the spells bestowed by the divine Emperor Shenong, complemented by the assistance of the sun's essence, it is only until the depths of winter that Jinzha finally ceases to wield his divine abilities. After more than half a year of effort, Jinzha celebrates his 8th birthday in the Hill Kingdom, marking 2 years since he left home. Although accompanied by a monkey and blessed with abundant treasures along the way, as the eldest son of the Li family, Jinzha feels it is time to return to Chintang Pass and conclude his endeavors. Having ensured the Hill Kingdom is well stocked with food and seeds, Jinzha transforms into a golden streak of light, heading eastward. Upon passing through the land of Shindu, Jinzha feels compelled to fulfill his mission. Thus, he leads his expedition team to conduct a thorough search in the Shindu region. Guided by the divination, Jinzha acquires the final piece of the puzzle to complete the sustenance of humankind, cotton. For this, he can only express gratitude for the bounty bestowed by the Tao. After all, he has already paid the price. Would a mere cricket, a common creature, truly summon insurmountable adversaries? It is worth mentioning that Shudi is not far from Shindu. As a territory that professes its own values, should Shudi or the Hill Kingdom find themselves in need of development, the people from Shudi and the Hill Kingdom may well venture to Shindu. After all, the region promotes the idea that life is meant for suffering. If suffering in Shindu is inevitable, why not channel the lives of its inhabitants into a grander cause? To clarify, Jinzha harbors no discriminatory intentions. Yet, freedom is still bound by rules, hence the principles of humanity. Upon crossing the Ganges River basin, and out of respect for the great immortal Jin Yuan, Jinzha opts to traverse Wanshou Mountain on foot. However, the expedition team, clearly outmatched before the great immortal, is unable to gain entry to the Wuzhuang Temple, leading Jinzha to lament that the great immortal Jin Yuan is indeed unfortunate. His potential disciple has lingered before him multiple times, yet he has missed such a celestial opportunity. Had he been in the past, surely the great immortal would have thrived in the stock market. After departing Wanshou Mountain and entering the Kunlun territory, the expedition team resumes the speed they had during their travels across the western lands. When passing the 8 precious cloud-like cave, Jinzha considers paying a visit. However, Yuan Hong, well aware of his master's temperament, deems such a visit unnecessary. If true respect were to be shown, the best approach would be to never meet again in this lifetime. Jinzha finds this notion somewhat contradictory, but as the ancient sage Dui, even with the future rise of Buddhism, he could still acquire a title of Bodhisattva in Ling Mountain. Thus, the reasons behind Dui's actions must be sound. After all, being a golden immortal, having an eccentric temperament is not uncommon. Upon exiting Kunlun Mountain, Jinzha knows that in the near future, he shall undoubtedly return to this promised land of his, the land of Li Jinzha. Though Jinzha's heart raced with urgency, he paused for a moment as he passed through Jinsha City. On one hand, he sought to bestow the harvests of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cotton from the west upon his devoted followers. On the other hand, the reverence the people of Shu held for celestial beings, coupled with their formidable bronze smelting skills, compelled him to linger. In the brief span of just over 6 months since his departure, the people of Shu, under the leadership of a chieftain named Li Yu, had erected a magnificent bronze statue of Jinzha, towering over 16 zhang in height, in Jinsha City. Atop the statue, Jinzha beheld a golden disc, symbolizing to the inhabitants of Jinsha City that he was an irreplaceable son in their lives. Initially, Jinzha felt a twinge of embarrassment, but as his powers grew, so too did his ability to sense the spiritual energies around him. Though this statue was merely a nascent representation, he could clearly perceive that it had garnered a substantial amount of faith energy. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly absorb this energy, transforming it into magical power. Although Jinzha did not intend to manipulate this faith, often referred to as incense merit by the celestial court, he acknowledged the sincerity of Jinsha City's inhabitants. In light of this, Jinzha graciously spent 3 days in Jinsha City, personally guiding the locals in the cultivation of new crops. Having fulfilled his concerns, he harnessed his escape light and returned home. Upon exiting the territory of Jizhou, nearly 2.5 years had elapsed since Jinzha had embarked westward from Chintang Pass to seek scriptures. While he harbored a lingering regret at not finding a porter along his journey, the majority of aquatic delicacies he encountered were exquisite. Compared to seeking a water spirit to carry his burdens, Jinzha, who had the ability to store all items within his magical artifacts, clearly required no such resource allocation. He had departed in early spring, and now his return to Chintang coincided with the tail end of the spring plowing season. Before even alighting, Jinzha was greeted by the sight of the hard-working people of Chintang Pass. The spring breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a wave of warmth. As he descended slowly from the sky, his feet touching the familiar soil, an indescribable sense of heroism surged within him. The fields stretched before him, vibrant and teeming with life, the emerald rice seedlings swaying gently in the wind like waves of the sea, layered and extending into the distance. Strolling along the ridges of the fields, Jinzha felt the earth beneath him, solid and warm, while the cheerful laughter and melodic hums of the villagers intertwined into a captivating symphony. They either bent low to transplant seedlings or toiled vigorously in the fields, each droplet of sweat seemingly a testament to their love and reverence for the land. Approaching a group of diligent villagers, he observed their skilled hands working in perfect harmony, neatly planting rows of seedlings into the soil with remarkable speed. Jinzha greeted them with a smile, and the villagers paused their labors, warmly responding to his return. Were Muzha present, Jinzha could have grandly proclaimed, "This is the realm I have built for you, dear brother." However, the Li family ultimately aspired to transcend mortality. While the earthly realm holds its charms, to depend on the whims of others for one's very life would render Jinzha's efforts futile. Just as Jinzha engaged in discussions about agricultural insights with the people of Chintang Pass, a troop of soldiers rushed towards him, with the elderly dismounting at the forefront. Although agitated, upon witnessing Jinzha guiding the work in the fields, the elder managed to uphold the dignity of the highest ruler of Chintang Pass. "My son, you have returned." The elder's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Jinzha felt a warm surge in his heart. Turning to face him, he smiled and bowed deeply. "Father, I have returned." Good. My son, I hear that thanks to the favor of the three sovereigns, your journey westward has been well guarded by your two brothers. Your endeavors have borne fruit, and henceforth, the people of Chintang Pass shall no longer suffer from hunger. Yes, indeed. My son, your mission is a resounding success. Come, let me see." As he spoke, the elderly stepped forward, grasping Jinzha's shoulder. "Ah, you have grown taller and sturdier, truly the son of Li Jing. A resounding success indeed." "Ha!" The elder's laughter echoed, dispelling all prior worries the moment he beheld Jinzha's return, filling Li Jing's heart with joy. Witnessing this scene, the gathered townsfolk erupted in praise and blessings for Jinzha, despite having assumed the guise of a celestial being on 2 occasions. In the presence of the elders and fellow villagers of Chintang Pass, Jinzha felt an emotional turbulence that he struggled to quell. The elderly patted Jinzha's shoulder, and in his elation, he declared a complete exemption from taxes for the year. Since the agricultural reforms in Chintang Pass, bountiful harvests had filled the granaries to the brim. Were it not for the tribute owed to the court in Chang'an, even a 3-year tax exemption would pose no issue. Upon hearing this, the father and son Li were enveloped by even greater enthusiasm, with the crowd expressing their gratitude for the Li family's benevolence. Surrounded by the throng, it took the father and son half an hour to extricate themselves. Emerging from the crowd, Li Jing's face radiated joy, as though rejuvenated by spring itself. Though he had received numerous praises over the years, with Jinzha's return, he found more joy in boasting about his son than in his own accolades. As they departed the fields, Jinzha finally had the opportunity to introduce Yuan Hong to Li Jing, who did not dare to underestimate the escort of his son. Even if Yuan Hong hailed from a lineage of spirits, what of it? Under the protection of soldiers, they proceeded leisurely towards Chintang Pass. As news of Jinzha's return spread, crowds gathered along the roadside to offer their heartfelt welcome. Jinzha reciprocated their warmth with smiles, initially exhilarated. But as they approached the Li residence, he felt a slight tingling in his cheeks. This was what Jinzha cherished most about the people of the Shang dynasty. Though they may be ignorant and uncultured, as long as one was willing to perform tangible deeds to fill their bellies and ensure they knew your name, these simple folk would truly revere you as a deity. Had it been the historical Shang dynasty, with his current accomplishments, receiving a heavenly mandate and eternal prosperity would have been Jinzha's sole destiny. However, with the impending divine calamity, the allure of roaming among the celestial beings far surpassed that of earthly emperors. Such notions of envy for the lovebirds rather than the immortals stemmed from one's insufficient status and inadequate power. In response to the enthusiasm of the people of Chintang Pass, Jinzha could only repay them by ensuring their bellies were full. The celebrations at the Li residence continued for 3 consecutive days, and after the farewell feast, the scripture-seeking team was officially disbanded. While Jinzha entrusted the new commander Yuan Hong to remain in Chintang Pass, he did not wish for Yuan Hong to tread the same path as before, especially with the imminent divine ascension. Yet, Yuan Hong was not his subordinate. And under the premise that the secrets of heaven must not be divulged, despite his amicable relations with Jinzha, he was still a monkey with his own opinions. Having completed the task assigned by his master, Yuan Hong was now ready to return to the mountains for cultivation. The journey had been fruitful. Regardless of whether the theories posited by Jinzha had been validated, the subtle shifts in his realm were undeniably genuine. This Chintang Pass was hardly a place for secluded practice, and by the next encounter, Yuan Hong might very well have ascended to the realm of a great demon at the golden immortal level. Naturally, Jinzha would extend his blessings. And as for the impending catastrophe of the investiture of the gods, the bonds of benevolence had already been woven. With someone like Yuan Hong in his circle, should he be drawn into the fray, surely this monkey would not be foolish enough to fight for the Shang dynasty. Yet one could not help but wonder how Yuan Hong and his companions would descend the mountain to assist the Shang. Unwilling to dwell on events yet to unfold, he contemplated the foremost artifact that would emerge during the calamity, the demons, and their tenuous connection to the Yin Shang. It seemed that only that brother of the leopard, known as the embodiment of calamity, possessed the requisite strength. Could it be that this brother Shun was unable to take form as the embodiment of calamity? With no time to ponder such matters, after seeing Yuan Hong off, Jinzha intended to devote himself entirely to the subsequent agricultural endeavors. However, Jinzha had evidently overlooked certain aspects. With guests in the house, his mother was keen to maintain the dignity of the Yinshang princess. Now that the outsider had departed, his mother's affection overwhelmed Jinzha, proving somewhat difficult to bear. It was not a grave matter, after all. Had he not merely conducted a simple operation in Jizhou upon leaving Chintang Pass? The Marquis of Jizhou was a shrewd individual. Observing the growing fame of Jinzha, who was hailed as a great sage and saint, the Marquis had also been inclined to foster a friendship with the old Li family. During Jinzha's 2 years away from home, the two families had maintained constant correspondence. At any time, the most typical way to establish a relatively stable alliance was through a marital bond. Of course, old Li knew that Jinzha had no aspirations for the political realm. In just 2.5 years of idle practice, his own magical prowess was nearing that of his father. Since he was capable of cultivation, worldly affairs were certainly not worth coveting. Yet, Lady Yin clearly thought otherwise. Cultivation aside, there were indeed many exceptional figures within the Deshang dynasty. Achieving immortality and dwelling in the mountains was undoubtedly a joyous endeavor, but the conflicts arising from worldly matters were not insurmountable. The most typical example at Chintang Pass was none other than old Li himself. Although his talent for cultivation was mediocre, given the age at which Jiangshang descended, old Li could certainly have attained immortality before the age of 72. Now, old Li was the chief commander of the Yinshang territory, capable of enjoying both worldly wealth and the carefree path of immortality. Furthermore, had old Li not ventured into the mortal realm to marry and have children, where would Li Jing have found such an outstanding son as Jinzha? The logic was sound and well-founded. Faced with his wife's bold assertions, Li Jing found himself at a loss. Initially, with guests present, Lady Yin had refrained from pressing the matter of familial bonds. However, now that Yuan Hong, the target of attention, had departed, the surge of maternal affection from Lady Yin was only to be expected. My son, how have you considered this? You are no longer a child. According to the customs of Chintang Pass, in 6 or 7 years, you will be of the age to marry and bear children. Last year, your mother met the daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, and to be frank, she was quite fond of her. I wonder what you think. According to your mother, since you have been a guest at the Marquis's residence, you two are hardly strangers. Surely there is some fate at play. You even cast an oracle for that girl, though her path has been fraught with difficulties. But once you enter our Li family, such matters will be trivial, and you will certainly find a way to resolve them, right? On the first day after Yuan Hong's departure, while enjoying a breakfast that Jinzha had playfully concocted, Lady Yin began to express her maternal affection. Hearing her words left Jinzha momentarily bewildered. Was he not merely 8 years old? He had never experienced the pressure of marriage in his previous life. Why was he being arranged for it so soon? In light of this, Jinzha glanced at old Li, who appeared oblivious to his son's confused gaze. Grabbing a plump meat bun, he took a hearty bite. Savoring its rich juices and flavors, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, meals were far more enjoyable when his son was home. After sipping some congee and feeling its medicinal properties, old Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If the Li household's meals maintained this standard, he believed he would soon break through to the next realm. While the golden elixir path was commendable, his son's gu-e-heart method was evidently more suited to his current state. Old Li continued to eat heartily, and with no assistance from him, Jinzha turned his gaze to the other side of the table. At that moment, his mother's personal maid, Xiaoyu, was leisurely chewing her food on a stool. In her embrace, Mu Jia, swathed in green silk, raised his small hands, eagerly awaiting his sister's feeding. Perhaps the enticing aroma of the food on the table was too overwhelming. He let out a few cries, and upon noticing that Xiaoyu had seemingly forgotten him, Mu Jia, having grown a little, stretched out his small hands to grab a meat bun from the plate. With a hearty bite, his sharp baby teeth left 2 imprints on the bun. Though Jinzha entertained the thought of using his younger brother as a bargaining chip, the current situation made it clear that it would be at least another decade before his capable brother could be of any use. Mu Jia had been born in June of the year Jinzha left. Doing the math, he was now barely 2 years old. While it was feasible to arrange a betrothal, Ji was already of a considerable age, and this era of the Yinshang was not like his previous life. To engage in a practice of marrying an older woman to a younger man amidst the mortal realm would surely place Mu Jia in a precarious position in the future. After a brief internal struggle, gazing at his innocent younger brother, Jinzha's benevolent instincts ultimately prevailed. Xiaoyu, if you don't tend to him, Mu Jia will start gnawing on the table. Jinzha attempted to redirect the conversation, hoping to present his sister as a bargaining chip. However, Xiaoyu could hardly be treated as a mere maid, sitting at the same table with the master. She blushed at Jinzha's teasing words and picked up Mu Jia. Don't mind him, Mu Jia is just being a child. Unlike how well-behaved you were when you were young. Lady Yin waved her hand dismissively, urging Xiaoyu to feed Mu Jia properly. Seeing this, Mu Jia opened his mouth like a hungry chick, leaning towards Xiaoyu's mouth, while Jinzha lamented his own inadequacies. Regretting the 2.5 years he had spent wandering, had he devoted that time to focused practice at home, the Li household would surely have entered an electrified age by now. Why hadn't he brought a mobile phone with him when he came? Shaking his head, Jinzha resolved to rein in the overwhelming maternal affection back to his own rhythm. Yet, Lady Yin, a noblewoman of royal descent, was well versed in literature and martial arts, possessing a spirited and generous demeanor. What say you, Jar? Your mother thinks the daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou is quite a catch, and your father is not opposed, but I still wish to consult you first. Jinzha felt somewhat overwhelmed, though his mother's love appeared to offer him a choice. She had begun by expressing her fondness for that girl. If you haven't made up your mind, that's fine. I have many other options in mind, such as the daughter of the Southern Marquis, the daughter of the Western Marquis, or even the granddaughter of Prime Minister Shangrong. Or perhaps the younger sister of the Huang family would also do, though this age is 3 years my senior. I have heard from the sisters in Chaoga that the younger daughter of the Huang family possesses both talent and beauty that are truly remarkable. Should my son take an interest, a visit to Chaoga to meet the king would certainly allow him to make her acquaintance. Lady Yin chattered incessantly, her words brimming with maternal affection that seemed on the verge of overflowing. If this were in a past life, having a mother of such status and capability, Jinzha would likely wake up smiling from dreams of grandeur. Yet in this life, circumstances are different. I am but a newcomer. Although Jinzha has no intention of severing emotional ties, he is destined for immortality, with longevity being merely the foundation of his aspirations. To what a mortal woman is an inconceivable notion. Mother, I am merely 8 years old. Is it not a tad premature to speak of such matters? Jinzha expressed his helplessness with a shrug. However, Lady Yin appeared unfazed by these nuances. Though it may be early, securing a match will assure me, will it not? Sooner or later, such a day must come. I understand you aspire to pursue the path of immortality. But look at your father. After a decade of training on Kunlun Mountain, he has returned to Qintang Pass. Upon hearing this, Li Jing became somewhat restless. No, my dear. My mentor has indicated that my ties in the mortal realm have yet to be fulfilled. Descending the mountain. Before he could finish, the piercing gaze of his wife compelled Li Jing to awkwardly lift his bowl of porridge. This, perhaps, is the price of marrying a princess. Though he is the general of Qintang Pass, it is clear who holds sway within the Li household. This is different. Jinzha struggled to articulate his thoughts. He could hardly assert that his talents surpassed those of his father. Although such was the truth, it would be unkind to provoke Li Jing's pride. What difference does it make? I understand that you both have other aspirations. However, should you both leave, who will remain at home with me? My dear Jinzha, think not only of yourself, but also of your mother. Mother, we shall certainly be together as a family in the future. For now, let us leave it at that. I have eaten my fill, and there are farming matters still to address. Our people in Qintang Pass have yet to familiarize themselves with these crops, so I must attend to it. Speaking thus, Jinzha grabbed 2 buns and dashed out the door. Mother, I shall not return for lunch. I will handle dinner. The household staff can prepare something for themselves this evening. Jinzha, do consider this. The daughter of the Jizhou Marquis truly seems to fancy you. Lady Yin sighed as she watched her son sprint through the door. Seeing this, Li Jing wished to console his beloved wife. But upon witnessing Lady Yin slam her chopsticks onto the table, even Mu Jia, who was waiting to be fed, involuntarily shivered. My dear, if Jinzha has no interest in this, why pursue it? What do you know? Since he has not outright refused, there lies potential. Mark my words. Our Jinzha has provided a divination for Su Hu free of charge. In any case, he is inclined toward a union with our Jinzha. We can send someone to further discuss it later. As she spoke, Lady Yin glanced at her second son, who was eating with no distinction from any ordinary child. Though aware that her expectations for her son had been heightened due to Jinzha, she could not suppress a sigh. Dear husband, do you think Mu Jia will also clamor to pursue the path of immortality in the future? Ah, my dear. Attaining immortality will allow one to roam freely through the heavens and earth. Moreover, the central plains are plagued by numerous demons and monsters. Such is the life of a mortal. Very well, we shall speak of the future in due time, but do keep a keen eye on Jinzha's affairs. Rest assured, my dear, I shall remember. The meal is prepared. Why not eat some to honor our child's intentions? Whatever you say, my lord. Lady Yi nodded and resumed the warm daily life of the Li family. Meanwhile, outside the door, Jinzha wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although his mother's authority was not to be trifled with, he was not one to renounce all emotions. Yet, given the current situation, regardless of his cultivation level, the matter at hand was beyond his grasp. Indeed, his mother's thoughts were somewhat ahead of their time. As for the fervent love of his mother, Jinzha found himself at a loss. If she truly favored Deji, no matter the circumstances, he would ensure her safety. It would be a tragedy to cast such a beautiful flower into the flames of DXIN's court. Yet the younger daughter of the Huang family in Chaoga came to mind. Perched atop Airby, Jinzha suddenly realized whom his mother was referring to. As a princess of the Shang dynasty, it was evident from his mother's previous remarks that no ordinary girl would catch her eye. The Huang family, being the only clan without a marquis or duke title, was undoubtedly connected to the future martial king, Huang Feihu, as his sister. As a token of allegiance, Huang Feihu wed his sister into the royal palace. After all, the title of martial king is not easily attained. even if the Huang family had protected Chaoga for decades. Huang Feihu's rise to power and the title of the nation's pillar relied equally on personal merit and the connections forged with DXine. Oh, mother is indeed mother. Look at her choice. It's as if she is usurping DXine's favor. What nonsense about the human king cousin. I have never heard of such a thing in my son's presence. Even in the face of the human king, one must yield before my cousin. Is this the demeanor of a woman of royal descent? It is worth noting that in the tales of the Fengshen, no woman of renown has ever met a favorable fate. De Ji was possessed by a fox spirit, and Deng Chanyu was forcibly taken by Tu Xing Sunday. Even the daughter of the heavenly emperor, Long Ji, was married off to a fish demon by that Xianyuan immortal. As for the many saintly figures within the Jia sect, the name of the mother killer of the Guangchengzi is not to be taken lightly. With a single flick of the Fantian seal, countless female immortals of the Jia sect have met their demise beneath it. Jinzha is by no means a feminist. After all, there is no one who emerges unscathed from the martial arts world. Yet, as a rational individual, he mused, it is best to tend to his own affairs first. The grand design of the heavenly path is immutable. This is the least respect owed to the Tao ancestor. Since the Tao ancestor has decreed a new round of trials for the primordial world through great calamities, the elimination of those lacking in merit is inevitable. Though he, Li Jinzha, has achieved a modicum of success, in the eyes of the Tao ancestor, mortal affairs, no matter how smooth, pale in significance compared to the cleansing of an ignorant Deluo golden immortal. Moreover, how could mortal matters be devoid of turbulence? The teachings of Confucius and Mencius are indeed classics, yet Xuanzi spent millennia proving that his understanding of human nature surpasses that of those ancient sages. There is no time for lamentation. While Confucian thought is commendable, since these corrupt scholars have mingled with emperors, it is hardly suitable for Jinzha to regard it as a timeless doctrine. Agricultural principles as outlined by Li Yi and the heavenly craftsman are the bedrock of Jinzha's existence. 2 years after Jinzha's departure, with the demise of King Di of the Shang dynasty, the once cunning young man, Dxian, ascended the throne. Jinzha often found himself in admiration of the criteria ancient emperors employed in selecting their successors. In terms of personal valor, Dxian certainly ranked among the esteemed in the Shang. However, personal prowess does not equate to effective governance. Although Di recognized the turbulent times surrounding the Shang and deemed it necessary for a decisive ruler to stabilize the realm, one need only observe Dxian's actions to question his wisdom. His decisiveness veered into autocracy. While the abolition of human sacrifice and slavery may be commendable, such reforms require a stable and peaceful environment. To openly declare war against all who wield power, without the means to enforce such a stance, reveals a recklessness that casts Dxian in a foolish light. Regardless of his motivations for vengeance, whether he appeared sagacious or foolish, Jinzha perceived no value in this king. His interest in Dxian was merely to ascertain the trajectory of the impending calamity of the gods. In the spring of Dxian's 7th year, he led his officials to the Nuwa Palace to pay homage, showcasing a grandeur that suggested he was not only victorious militarily, but also surpassed his predecessors in cultural refinement. Dxian's ascension served as a timely reminder for Jinzha. With the arrival of early summer in Dxian's 2nd year, there remained but 3 years before Jinzha's valiant younger brother would join the cycle of reincarnation. Though there was ample time before Jiangshang attained divinity, procrastination would lead to dire consequences when the moment arrived. Reflecting upon this, Jinzha dismissed the thought of amusing his mother. Once their family settled in the celestial realm, she would no longer be burdened by the trials of mortality. Should she desire to witness his marriage, he would bring home a beautiful celestial maiden of her choosing. If she wished for him to father children, he could certainly fulfill that desire, with the elements of wood, fire, and earth at his disposal. As for earth, it was not out of disdain for the earthy beings, but rather that the other elements sufficed. The cosmic principles dictated that the path of existence was inherently incomplete. Thus, it seemed the Li family might not possess the fortune to encompass all 5 elements. Exiting the eastern city gate, Jinzha rode his steed toward the fields. If all went as anticipated, this might be his final opportunity to toil in the soil. Nevertheless, should he later establish a sanctuary upon renowned mountains or celestial islands, he might yet find joy in the earth's labor, for the innate spirit of nature was never excessive. The question remained, how could he cultivate these annual crops into postnatal spiritual flora? His thoughts turned to the 9 heavens soil and the 3 luminaries divine water. With these 2 elements, even a common weed might transform into a celestial herb. Once he joined the Chan school, he intended to foster a strong rapport with his brother, Hang. For the primordial beings transcended gender and form. It would be prudent to maintain their relationship, regardless of future circumstances. As for the divine water, it was far better utilized in nurturing crops than merely serving as a beverage. Transforming mundane flora into celestial herbs for the heavenly court would undoubtedly benefit the divine realm and its denizens. As a being with aspirations and ambitions, despite the taint of the Jinwu bloodline, Jinzha remained resolute in his quest to fulfill the will of the Tao ancestor and strive for the KPI of primordial immortality. His inclination toward the culinary arts of the heavenly food deity was but a personal passion. While he remained uncertain of who the future culinary deity would be, he vowed never to associate himself with titles such as the god of stoves. Upon returning to Chintang Pass, Jinzha entered his personal domain. Although a statue in his honor had yet to be erected, the reverence surrounding him as the little saint of Chintang Pass was not self-proclaimed. Wherever he stood within Chintang Pass, he could feel the palpable force of belief. Perhaps this was akin to the Western Pure Land of Bliss. Yet the tenets of the Western teachings pursued a void in the afterlife, while Jinzha was decidedly not of the transcendent ilk. Even as a deity, he aspired to embody the essence of humanity. In truth, Chintang Pass faced numerous agricultural challenges, such as a shortage of laborers. Although Jinzha had previously tamed the cattle of the Western mountains, the long maturation period of these creatures meant that only a handful were ready for farming after 3 years. This meager workforce could hardly meet the ambitious agricultural aspirations of the people of Chintang Pass. Jinzha found no easy remedy, despite concocting herbal mixtures to enhance livestock reproduction. The risks of breeding remained significant. The loss of a breeding bull would result in a greater detriment than benefit. After much contemplation, Jinzha resolved to extend his reach northward. While the south held potential, its miasma posed significant challenges. Although the southern marquis held nominal control over that region, the land he could truly command was far less than imagined. Presently, when Taisher was engaged in conflict with Yuan Fudong in the Northern Sea, and warfare inevitably produced captives, Jinzha saw no harm in acquiring a few bull-headed warriors through this means. With ample grain in Chintang Pass, bartering food for these enchanted beings seemed a reasonable proposition, and he suspected Wen Taisher would not refuse. In this manner, Jinzha would indirectly support Wen Taisher's northern campaign. To facilitate this, he crafted a batch of bull rings from the radiant gold of the sun. Although rudimentary, these rings possessed the sole function of restraining demonic power. With the local militia overseeing matters, it was unlikely these bull demons would pose any significant threat. Having led the people of Chintang Pass in the cultivation of transformative crops such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cotton, Jinzha turned his attention to finalizing his compendium. The agricultural treatise had reached a satisfactory completion. However, he felt compelled to include the steam engine, a revolutionary artifact marking the dawn of industry. The evolution of human science was but an extension of boiling water. While the advent of the steam engine might hasten the introduction of advanced weaponry to the battlefield, this was the primordial continent, teeming with deities. Surely, even rapid advancements in human technology would face no insurmountable obstacles. In the realm of industrial cultivation and cybernetic celestial domains, one might argue that it breathes new vitality into the primordial universe. Before the autumn harvest, Jinzha completed the writing of 3 tomes. Observing the granaries of the people in Chintang Pass overflowing with grain during the harvest, he dispatched servants with a substantial quantity of printed books to distribute across the cities of the Yin and Shang dynasties. To fulfill the epic task of enhancing the prosperity of humanity, Jinzha naturally needed to present his accomplishments to the 3 sovereigns to complete the cycle. Consequently, after the harvest, Chintang Pass held a grand sacrificial ceremony once more. Jinzha, being favored by the 3 sovereigns, assumed the role of the chief priest. Simplifying the intricate rituals, he performed the welcoming of deities, the offering of sacrifices, and the sending off of spirits, utilizing prepared foods along with the newly harvested grains and his 3 books. With the lighting of 3 tall incense sticks, Jinzha completed all preparations for the sacrificial rites dedicated to the 3 sovereigns. Kneeling on a mat, he recited the sacrificial text, essentially conveying, "You 3 venerable ones, heed my words. I have fulfilled the promise I made to you. If you find yourselves unoccupied in the fire cloud cave, do come and acknowledge receipt of your reward, and perhaps have a word with my great ancestor, to see if he is busy. If he is not, then do bestow the rewards upon me now." As the sacrificial text burned in the bronze cauldron, the fragrant smoke ascended towards the heavens, reaching the fire cloud cave. Moreover, due to the extensive implications of Jinzha's endeavors, although not directly related to celestial matters, his sacrificial text also resonated within the 33 heavens as an extension of the will of the heavenly path. This took Hao Yan by surprise. However, observing that it pertained to humanity, he merely glanced and chose not to intervene further. Based on Jinzha's merits, the heavenly court would undoubtedly bestow him with a title. Yet, the decree of canonization lay in the hands of the primordial heavenly venerable, leaving the elevation of officials contingent upon the response of the heavenly path. "This lad has truly accomplished something remarkable," the emperor remarked. "Brother, as the calamities engulfed the central plains, this young one has certainly earned the right to reside in the fire cloud cave. Are you suggesting that your statue be replaced by this child?" "Huh," the yellow emperor responded, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. Ignoring the yellow emperor's desire for leisure, the heavenly emperor Fushi nodded towards Chintang Pass. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated from the void, and a brilliant golden light enveloped the skies above Chintang Pass, its grandeur causing even the golden turtle island in the eastern sea to tremble. Is divine merit descending? The Tontian patriarch, idly fishing by the sea, glanced towards the eastern sea, realizing that the essence of this merit stemmed from the human realm. With a wave of his hand, he obscured the manifestation of merit rich with human energy above the eastern sea. As a sage, he typically would not concern himself with such trivialities. However, the proximity of the merit phenomenon to the eastern sea was too close for comfort. He understood his disciples well. The teachings of the emphasized seizing a thread of opportunity. And given their nature, his disciples would not care whether it was a blessing from the heavenly path or the emergence of a rare treasure. If it caught their attention, they would consider it fate. Thus, he ordered his disciples to retreat to their caves to evade the impending calamity. If he did not intervene, upon witnessing such a phenomenon, his Navi disciples would undoubtedly rush forth to claim their share of fortune. While the pursuit of the Tao is undoubtedly correct, extracting blessings from the heavenly path is a precarious endeavor indeed. The doctrine of is to seize a thread of opportunity for all living beings. According to the principles of the Tao, Tontian Patriarch intended to become one with the formless. However, therein lies the contradiction. As a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor and one of the 6 saints of the heavenly path, Tontian Patriarch's very foundation rests upon maintaining harmony and stability within the Tao. To attempt to manipulate fate within the system itself raises profound questions. In this world, there exists neither inexplicable love nor inexplicable hatred. Ultimately, they once graced by the assembly of myriad immortals faced dissolution, a fate that even the Saint Tontian Patriarch could not avert. As he was confined within the Zixiao Palace, a calamity rooted since the inception of the sect. Sages are not omniscient nor omnipotent. Every great doctrine in existence requires a dialectical perspective. However, the external disciples have clearly held a different view. Without achieving the status of Daoyuo, one cannot be deemed a formidable force in the primordial realm. The presence of the saint draws the attention of those at or above the Daoyuo golden immortal level, while those below remain oblivious. Among the external disciples of Zhu Tianlin, who trained under Lu on Julong Island, was evidently one such individual oblivious to his master's intentions. In Zhu Tianlin's eyes, his master was an omnipotent sage, and his teacher, Lu, was a prominent figure within the external sect. The opportunity to monopolize a singular Tao was not something everyone could attain. In Zhu Tianlin's view, the 4 of them, along with their 2 uncles, were favored by the Tao, endowed with rich fortunes. Thus, when he observed the brilliant light above the eastern sea, albeit fleeting, he perceived it as a sign of his connection to the opportunities present there. As he traversed the islands of the eastern sea, spreading plague while gathering souls with the plague banner, Zhu Tianlin felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain this opportunity and present it to his teacher, would that not allow the supreme mystical methods of his master to be fully imparted to him? Without hesitation, he retracted the plague banner and, with his fainting sword slung upon his back, hastened towards the shores of the eastern sea. He gave no thought to whether he was qualified to seize this opportunity or what troubles it might bring. Should he encounter fellow disciples, his fainting sword and plague banner had always been formidable. If confronted by other powerful beings, he scoffed at the idea. His master Lu and the ancestral Tontian Patriarch would ensure that no one in the eastern sea would dare to disrespect them. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Tianlin vanished from the islands where he had been unleashing the plague. With his departure, some water creatures, visibly distressed, emerged from the sea, as the disciples had gone too far in their actions. Unaware of the watchful eyes of disciples, Jinzha gazed at the towering golden clouds above, acknowledging that he had indeed never encountered such grandeur. What stature did he possess to attract such celestial phenomena? The effects of the ancient sage's departure from the Han Valley were merely the arrival of purple chi for 3,000 miles. Yet, for him, it transformed into golden clouds spanning the heavens. Oh, ancestor of the Tao, he thought, though aware of your affection for your descendants. Such an overwhelming display is truly beyond what a mere disciple can bear. Jinzha anxiously observed the sky, where, amidst the resplendent golden clouds, a scene reminiscent of when water veins were established upon the western lands unfolded. Dense, tangible golden light cascaded from the heavens and directly enveloped his crown. It felt as though his primordial spirit was embraced by a sacred spring. With the aid of the descending merit, Jinzha's primordial spirit, which had scarcely undergone cultivation, became substantial in that very moment. In other words, as long as Jinzha accumulated sufficient magical power, the path to immortality presented no barriers for him. Moreover, with the infusion of merit, he could distinctly sense a golden wheel forming behind his head, neither too large nor too small. From this golden wheel, Jinzha faintly heard the voices of mortals, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the citizens of Jinsha City and the kingdom of Qiu paying homage to his statue. So, I am now one who possesses the golden wheel of merit? Jinzha, somewhat bewildered, gently touched the golden wheel of merit on the back of his head. Logically, the essence of this merit should be formless and intangible, Yet Jinzha felt an inexplicable conviction that he could remove this object from his head at will. Could he wield the golden wheel of merit as a flying disc? Surely, if it struck someone steeped in sin, it would inflict considerable pain. As he rubbed the wheel, amidst his reflections, a sense of confusion arose within him. Ever since the transformation of his primordial spirit, Jinzha had been able to intuitively observe the flow of merit and fortune surrounding him. Although a portion of this merit contributed to the growth of his primordial spirit, the weight of the golden wheel suggested an expanse of golden clouds stretching for miles above. In reality, the merit he had received was only about 4,000 miles. While such merit is indeed a rare treasure among the powerful in the current primordial chaos, the disparity between appearance and reality troubled him. Had he chosen the wrong time to undertake his tasks? Was it possible that the heavenly Tao system had made an error due to his ancestor, the Tao patriarch, still being in slumber? Jinzha dared not dwell on these thoughts, instead gazing skyward. At that moment, the most concentrated part of the merit surrounding him dissipated, confirming that the calculations of the heavenly Tao system were not erroneous. Though the golden clouds had faded, their wondrous spectacle had yet to vanish entirely, leaving Jinzha with a glimmer of hope. As if in response to his thoughts, the golden clouds in the sky began to swirl and part, revealing the sun obscured by the clouds. Just as Jinzha pondered the significance of this, a golden beam shot forth from the sun, piercing straight into his third eye, causing a sharp pain. Amidst an unimaginable warmth, Jinzha sensed an extraordinary connection forming between his consciousness and an entity within the sun. It felt as though his awareness was being fragmented. Meanwhile, in the distant Huiyun cave, the three sovereigns, engrossed in watching their favorite stream, noticed the golden flame-like pattern on Jinzha's forehead and furrowed their brows. The most pronounced emotional disturbance emanated from the Emperor Xianyuan, the sovereign of humanity and the one responsible for martial decisions among the three sovereigns. His actions had been evident in the later emergence of texts such as the Huangdi Neijing and Huangdi Yinfujing, showcasing his proactive nature. Particularly during the conflict between humanity and the demon court, Emperor Zhuangxiu, being a grandson of the Yellow Emperor, had engaged in numerous battles alongside the Yellow Emperor, who, despite being unable to fight himself, had sent many of his old subordinates into battle. Brother, could that be the mark of the star god? What does that mean? That Jinzha has contributed merit to humanity? Even if he does not reside in Huiyun Cave, the Heavenly Emperor should have consulted our cave before bestowing such a mark upon him. How can he be marked for the Heavenly Court without having accomplished anything yet? Accompanied by a cold huff, Emperor Xianyuan rose from his seat, his celestial robes of authority manifesting dramatically, with a golden sword at his side, none other than the Xianyuan sword. Brother, have you forgotten your mission? As the Holy Emperor of humanity, your duty is to reside in Huiyun Cave and stabilize our fortune. You must not venture out unless there is a calamity of immeasurable magnitude. That is the Heavenly Emperor's doing, replied Xianyuan. Be cautious with your words. The Heavenly Emperor, as designated by the Tao Patriarch, is the sovereign of the Heavenly Court. In name, he governs the three realms, and thus humanity must fall under his jurisdiction. Since the Heavenly Emperor ascended, the Heavenly Court has become the voice of the Heavenly Tao. I observe that this bestowal lacks the Heavenly Emperor's signature. After all, the list of deified beings remains in the hands of the primordial saint. All of this is merely the Heavenly Tao's autonomous response. Come, brother, look here. As he spoke, the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi pulled Xianyuan to the Bagua platform, pointing at the divine pattern on Jinzha's forehead. This pattern represents the authority of the Sun Star. In the past, only the Demon Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai bore such a mark on their foreheads. Jinzha, this young one, possesses remarkable fortune. Originally, he had less than 70% of the essence of the Golden Crow, yet his actions resonate harmoniously with the Sun Star's authority. Would you bestow such power upon a subordinate? That, upon hearing this, Xuanyuan's eyes brightened. The identity of the Sun Star deity is secondary. The Demon Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai, despite the enmity between humanity and demons, are undeniably far stronger than the current Heavenly Emperor. As the reigning Heavenly Emperor, would you grant the authority symbolizing your predecessor to another? Is what you say true? Indeed, it is true. Moreover, brother, you seem to have a misunderstanding regarding the great Heavenly Sovereign. The Heavenly Emperor recognizes the position of the human Heavenly Emperor. It is his obligation. Without such acknowledgement, how could he maintain his position? But the Sun Star deity? Is that not a bit too modest? It is certainly not as simple as merely being the Sun Star deity. After all, this young man possesses numerous treasures. The list of deified beings remains in the hands of the Yuqing saint. Let us observe together. The Heavenly Emperor Fuxi nonchalantly dismissed the dissenting voices in Huiyun Cave. Meanwhile, Shinnong smiled silently nearby, and in the distance, Deyu, who had quelled the floods, was still kneeling at his doorstep, awaiting forgiveness from his wife. The atmosphere in Huiyun Cave was particularly harmonious that day. Simultaneously, on the western continent, at the edge of Mount Shumi, the medicine master was utilizing the waters of the merit pool to heal his injuries. Previously, in the kingdom of Qiu, the medicine master had underestimated the saints. leading to his golden body being broken, a mere surface injury. The true punishment came from the golden chi attached to the earth-shattering arrow, which had destabilized the 5 energies within him. Following the saint's instructions, the medicine master returned to Mount Shumi to recuperate. With the aid of the Merit Pool's waters, the injuries from the earth-shattering arrow were no longer a concern. Just as he was on the verge of recovery, however, a profound shift in fate suddenly unsettled the majority of his spirit. Instinctively, the medicine master began tracing the roots of this change in fate. Yet, as calamity approached, even the saints could not easily discern the heavenly mysteries, let alone the medicine master, who was merely a Tai golden immortal. With a mouthful of essence, blood spewed forth. All his previous efforts dissipated in an instant, leaving him in a state of utter depletion, as if even the 5 energies within him had become exceedingly tenuous. Why? A vague voice echoed in the medicine master's ear. It was the Western great teacher, the Taoist of guidance. Reporting to my master, I sense a disturbance in the heavenly mechanism, a significant upheaval in fate that disturbs my spirit. Please, teach me. The medicine master prostrated himself, employing the fundamental techniques of a saint's direct disciple. The Taoist of guidance remained silent, as a golden lotus emerged from the void, tracing the lines of fate back to their origins. However, unexpectedly, as he intended to unveil the mysteries, a flag imbued with potent merit and a fierce aura obstructed the golden lotus's path. The Panga flag issued a warning. Observing this situation, the Taoist of guidance paused momentarily before manifesting his true form. Greetings, Brother Yuan Shi. This younger disciple offers his respects. Greetings, brother. I wonder what brings you here. Upon hearing the words of Zhuan Ti, the primordial heavenly sovereign also had no choice but to reveal his true form to meet him. Though uncertain how this predicament has befallen him, the warning from Pangu's banner loomed large, yet the manifestation of the Dharma body remains. The Western 2 saints are indeed remarkable. Forgive me, esteemed brother. I have a disciple whose karmic fluctuations have impacted his path. As a role model, it is improper to remain idle. Yet, I did not anticipate that this karmic shift would directly lead to the Jade Void Palace, thereby disturbing Brother Yuan Shi's tranquil cultivation, which was never my intention. Karmic fluctuations, in the path? Upon a mere shift of his gaze, the primordial lord in the Jade Void Palace discerned the essence of the matter. You must understand, dear brother, that our kind must act in accordance with the will of heaven. Since the karma has already shifted, why insist upon control? All circumstances are dictated by heavenly intent. It would be prudent for you to guide your disciple to focus on his cultivation. Your words resonate, esteemed brother. I shall take my leave. With a graceful turn, Jinzha vanished into the void. Simultaneously, in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial lord grasped the function list, obscured by the veils of destiny. Yet, for a sage, such matters are hardly secrets. The names inscribed were long settled in the celestial halls of the 3 teachings. However, this matter of bestowing divinity pertains to the East. And since the Western teachings do not partake in the great calamity, the entanglement of karma persists. The primordial lord could permit Jane to view the function list. Yet this list belongs to the Jade Void Palace, an affair that unwittingly involves him. Should he allow the Dharma body to enter the Jade Void Palace, what would that entail? Following the thread of karma, the primordial lord pointed towards the eastern sea, nearing the truth when an innate 8 trigrams obstructed his thoughts. Although a sage could easily dismantle such barriers, he, unlike the 2 saints of the West, refrained from disturbing the trigram's master and withdrew his divine awareness. Could it be that the hand of Sister Nhwa is at play here, concealed within the eastern sea? Strangely, the primordial lord recalled the spirit pearl entrusted to the Jade Void Palace. Since it is fated for us to be intertwined with the teaching, I shall await developments. In all honesty, Jinzha perceived his actions as trivial. His desire to join the teaching and become a direct disciple of the saint required immense fortune and blessings. Thus, he undertook this journey to the west as a mere mortal, gathering herbs. Yet, had Jinzha achieved immortality during his travels, the distinction between celestial and mortal beings would still persist, as humans rely on grain for sustenance, while immortals cultivate from the essence of the cosmos. Biologically, immortals and mortals could indeed be viewed as separate species. Certainly, had Jinzha attained immortality first, acquiring these mundane items would have been significantly easier. However, if he were to lose the mortal will and convert merit into mere gifts, the significance would entirely change. Nonetheless, Jinzha was not entirely aware of the complexities involved. As for the karmic shifts triggered by the heavenly reward mechanism, Jinzha's understanding was insufficient to grasp such nuances. As the celestial phenomenon of merit subsided, Jinzha found himself enveloped in the joy of receiving the task's rewards. Though he remained oblivious to the magnitude of this reward within the vast wilderness, he recognized that, while it may not rival the achievements of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, if he willingly shattered the merit wheel to transform it into divine power, his ascension to immortality was assured. Yet, the value of merit was not lost on him, even if he had not yet attained immortality. Although the texts of agricultural engineering, authored by Li Yi and Tian Gong, would promise a steady influx of merit. The path to immortality still eluded him, resisting the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind. Jinzha expressed his gratitude for the heavenly gifts. Below the altar, the onlookers of Chintang Pass were utterly unaccustomed to such spectacles, while old man Li's expression surged with excitement. Though he understood not the essence of the golden light, he sensed that his son's future would undoubtedly surpass his own. Having concluded the significant ritual for the three sovereigns, Jinzha returned home to announce his intention to enter seclusion for a while. Naturally, the dissemination of the Li family's three texts remained a priority, to which old man Li assured, "Fear not, my son. With me here, within a month, the contents of these three texts will surely spread across the world." In pursuit of this, old man Li set aside the military affairs of Chintang Pass. Truth be told, there was little to manage. The northern general Wen Taisher was engaged in a standoff at the North Sea, while Chintang Pass was bordered by the ocean to the east and enveloped by Jizhou to the northwest. The only true military concerns involved the peculiar creatures that roamed the mountains and fields. However, with the autumn harvest concluded and ample surplus grain in hand, who needed to wander the mountains? Aside from the regular patrols, Li Jing organized all the elite soldiers in the camp to assist with the Li Tang Trading Company, which Jinzha had proposed. A total of 36 teams were formed, tasked not only with exchanging grain, paper, and agricultural tools for livestock, hides, and minerals, but also carrying large boxes of books to distribute freely among the various feudal clans encountered along the way. Simultaneously, Li Jing dispatched his deputy to meet with the king at Chaoga, fully aware that the king would not be pleased about the distribution of the three texts. However, the Li family was under the favor of the three sovereigns. His son had traversed the world for 2.5 years for the sake of humanity. He was on the brink of immortality, merely a minor official. Regardless of the king's reluctance, the dissemination of the Li family's three texts would inevitably be acknowledged. Witnessing old man Li's determination, Jinzha felt a wave of relief. Though he recognized the potential for his thoughts to seem somewhat self-serving, he genuinely feared that old man Li's patriotic sentiments might jeopardize his grand plans. Perhaps he had not held the position long enough. After all, emerging from the western Kunlun, he had yet to fully embrace the essence of authority. Seeing old man Li so resolute, Jinzha felt assured in his decision to enter seclusion. The rewards from the heavenly decree were indeed bountiful. Aside from the merit wheel, the heavens evidently had more in store for him. Upon returning home, Jinzha scrutinized the vertical lines on his brow in the bronze mirror, realizing he could not see them clearly and feeling rather foolish. It was expected that this mark was golden. The mirror's clarity was poor, and there was no need to fuss over it. Seated on his bed, an idea struck him, and he summoned his primordial spirit. Perhaps due to his connection with the bloodline of the Golden Crow, a small golden figure with a halo emerged from the crown of his head. Experiencing the perspective of the primordial spirit for the first time, Jinzha was filled with curiosity, exploring and playing for quite a while until a thought struck him. He extracted the sun essence wheel from an unknown angle, allowing his true form to manifest. Jinzha steadily embedded the golden disc into the merit wheel. Both the merit wheel and the sun essence wheel were circular. Henceforth, he would also be a man with a halo. After admiring his corporeal form for a while, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Though some males exhibit a feminine charm, one must concede that I am undeniably handsome. My delicate visage resembles a full moon, and my ruby lips reveal a glimmer of silver teeth. Tracing my lineage back to my formidable younger brother, it is evident that the offspring of the Li family cannot possibly lack in beauty. Although Jinzha possesses a refined appearance, the vertical line adorning his brow, coupled with the golden wheel at the back of his head, suggests that it will not be problematic for him to traverse the clouds in the future, masquerading as a deity. However, it is clear that the time for such celestial endeavors has not yet arrived. As Jinzha directed his primordial spirit towards the vertical line on his brow, a flash of brilliance illuminated it, and enveloped in a sea of golden flames. He felt as though he were crossing countless spaces, arriving in a different realm. Upon entering this domain, the first sensation that struck him was an overwhelming heat. The terrifying temperatures appeared capable of melting all existence in an instant, yet Jinzha, an anomaly among all beings, found himself untouched by the external world. Just as he approached the brink of suffocation, a surge of newfound power erupted within him. Thus, a cycle of death and rebirth ensued. Jinzha was akin to a piece of iron forged through relentless trials, first entirely liquefied by the searing heat, then reconstituted through endless forging until he adapted to the extreme temperatures of this realm, finally opening his eyes. Before him lay an endless sea of flames, roaring with an intensity that seemed poised to consume the entire world. Confusion and bewilderment filled Jinzha's heart as he pondered his whereabouts. Yet, a sudden clarity surged from the depths of his spirit, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Could this be the Sun Star? As the birthplace of the Demon Emperor, legends of the Sun Star have long circulated across the vast land. It is unknown who has truly set foot upon the Sun Star. for it is said to be the manifestation of Pangu's gaze, eternally ablaze with the scorching brilliance of the sun, which simultaneously denies all living beings while bearing the burden of bestowing blessings upon the world. To tread upon the sun star, one must possess the foundation of a Tai golden immortal. Those who cultivate the path of fire may glimpse its surface, but only a Deluo golden immortal may truly penetrate its depths. Throughout history, the sun star has remained a forbidden zone, and according to the tendencies of ancient powers, the Feng clan, who once ruled the skies, may have visited, but in the state of the East Emperor Tai, the sun star has always belonged to the two demon emperors. It remains a mystery whether any of the ancient powers ventured there after their demise. Regardless, the greatest fortunes of the sun star undoubtedly lie in the hands of these two demon emperors. Jinzha was unaware of the brutal conflict between the Wu and the demon clans, but he was keenly aware of the blazing orb suspended in the sky. So, how did he arrive here? What is the nature of this body? Was he not supposed to be in seclusion within his chamber? With 3 questions swirling in his mind, Jinzha returned to reality. Through the connection of his consciousness, he could distinctly feel his true self still seated upon the bed in Chintang Pass, while his awareness now resided on the sun star, having adapted after some time. With further insights emerging, he began to comprehend all that had transpired. As two of the most significant celestial bodies in the primordial realm, the sun and moon have existed since the dawn of creation, nurtured by ancient deities, the original star gods. Following the cataclysmic conflict between the Wu and the demon clans, the Jinwu brothers, who held the title of Sun Star God and concurrently served as the Heavenly Emperor, perished. According to the cycle of reincarnation, the Sun Star began to coalesce a new star god. Although the demon emperor Dijuan left offspring in the world, once the heavenly Tao emerged, all beings within the primordial realm fell under its dominion. With the demon emperor's death, the throne of the heavenly emperor was vacated, while Luya, the demon prince, also bore the blood of the Jinwu. He lacked the qualification to inherit the title of Sun Star God, as the demon clan's heavenly court lost its authority over the primordial realm. Of course, had Luya been willing to submit to the heavenly court's jurisdiction and voluntarily take his place, it is likely that the title of Sun Star God would have rightfully fallen to him. However, Luya clearly would not allow his true spirit to be listed under the current heavenly court's control. Moreover, having cultivated for many years, he was at least a Deluo golden immortal and would never demean himself to become the Sun Star God. At this moment, Jinzha, possessing the bloodline of the Jinwu, appeared. Despite his impure lineage, his status as the protagonist of the heavenly Tao allowed him to inherit such fortune. Most importantly, the Sun Star's self-nurtured treasure, the Sun Essence Wheel, was in Jinzha's possession. Thus, the title of Sun Star God naturally fell upon him. However, the title of Sun Star God was the only one listed on the Fengshen Bang list of deities, and the distinction between a Star Lord and a Star God lies in the authority over celestial bodies. The Star Lord is merely a representative appointed by the heavenly Tao to oversee an unclaimed territory. Yet, due to Jinzha's qualifications aligning perfectly with the Sun Star selection criteria, he cleverly circumvented the Fengshen Bang, acquiring dominion over the Sun Star. Fortune, blessings, bloodline, and spiritual treasures, each element was indispensable. With Jinzha's emergence as the Sun Star's natural offspring, the internal process of self-nurturing a star god ceased. However, given the prolonged vacancy of the Sun Star, the unborn child could not simply be retracted. Thus, from the moment Jinzha assumed authority over the Sun Star, his half-brother was born. To say it is merely a half-brother is perhaps an oversimplification. Before Jinzha received the authority, the Sun Star had already nurtured a life source imbued with vitality. With Jinzha's consciousness infused, this life source became a part of him. The process he underwent was essentially the life source molding itself through Jinzha's awareness, replicating his form in a one-to-one model. Relative to Jinzha's true self, the manifested life source could be perceived as an independent entity in a certain sense. It would be challenging to elucidate this complexity merely through the concept of an external avatar, yet Jinzha could only conceive of it in this manner, considering it a new aspect of his existence residing within the Sun Star. As he moved his limbs and explored with his hands, he discerned slight discrepancies between this body and his true self. With a mere thought, Jinzha transformed into a 3-legged golden crow, soaring through the sea of flames. Indeed, the 3-legged golden crow felt more harmonious with the Sun Star. The sole drawback was that this avatar appeared somewhat malnourished. After all, when the Jinwu brothers first took shape, they were at least Tai-level beings, capable of stepping into the Deluo realm upon grasping their path. In contrast, Jinzha now, despite having gained the ability to transform into a Jinwu, fundamentally remained a human soul at his core. Furthermore, with the dwindling spiritual energy in the primordial realm to ensure that immortals would not wreak havoc, Jinzha, being a preterm manifestation, inevitably felt a sense of shame for the Jinwu lineage. Celestial immortal? Celestial immortal cultivation? When did the Sun Star become a place where celestial immortals could tread? However, for the Golden Crow, the Sun Star is undeniably its paradise. Transforming into the Golden Crow and soaring across the Sun Star, Jinzha, wearied after a long day's flight, clumsily descended and collapsed onto the ground, reluctant to rise again. The initial impulse to explore the Sun Star had long been engulfed in the vast sea of flames. As for the ancient Demon Emperor's legacy, those two predecessors had perished many years ago. In their struggle against the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Li Jing and Tai had clearly aimed to seize all treasures for themselves. Coupled with the fervor for treasure hunting in this primordial realm, along with Li, the true son of the Demon Emperor, what was the point of Jinzha engaging in a futile struggle against this blazing celestial body? He simply found a pit to rest in, allowing his doppelganger to cultivate independently. With a mere thought, Jinzha's consciousness reconnected with his main body. Upon returning to his original form, Jinzha suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Although the celestial doppelganger was somewhat undernourished due to its premature birth, the abundant spiritual energy of the Sun Star was evidently beyond what Jinzha's main body could casually contend with. However, as his consciousness returned, Jinzha also brought back ample positive feedback, not to mention the overall enhancement of his physical constitution and soul. Specifically, regarding the solar essence wheel, even without any action on Jinzha's part, the refining progress of the solar essence wheel surged to over 2/3 the moment he accepted the title of Star God. Thus, how should he address the nutritional deficiency of his Golden Crow doppelganger? Li Jing had long nurtured numerous primordial entities within the Sun Star before his transformation into the Eastern Sovereign. At that time, when the chaos was still nascent and the heavenly Tao had yet to manifest, the birth of celestial beings from the stars was instinctual, naturally bestowing the finest resources upon the original divine entities. Yet, for Jinzha, such considerations were futile. With the emergence of the heavenly Tao, the primordial realm had stabilized, and all beings existed within its framework, which was the fundamental state of life for the denizens of the primordial world. Even the stars born from the eyes of Pangu were no exception, bestowing blessings upon all things as they rose in the east and set in the west. Even celestial beings born from the stars must adhere to the laws of the primordial realm, following established protocols. Even the five-colored divine stone, which had inherited some merits from mending the heavens, could not escape this rule. Although its inherent beings were remarkably gifted, they did not emerge as great celestial beings upon their birth. Jinzha obtaining authority over the Sun Star was indeed akin to exploiting a loophole in the heavenly Tao. Though Jinzha had not anticipated becoming ensnared in such a peculiar predicament, the authority of the Star God now resided firmly in his grasp. Regardless of perspective, there was no rationale for him to relinquish it. Moreover, the benefits bestowed upon him by the Golden Crow doppelganger were undeniably significant. On the surface, Jinzha appeared to be a mortal with exquisite physique, yet lacking in magical prowess. However, if one were to peel back the veneer of his mortal guise, the fervent magical energy within was akin to that of the Sun Star, clearly indicating that he was a celestial being who had embarked upon the path of fire. While it is true that the primordial world does not encourage conflict, with all practitioners of Qi favoring discussions of the profound mysteries of the Tao, there remains a substantial difference between having a meal and wielding a weapon. Why did so many seemingly powerful immortals fall time and again to the hands of mortal generals during the Fengshen calamity? While the suppression of human fortune played a role, it is an undeniable fact that primordial immortals were not skilled in combat. In a battle, the outcome often hinges on magical artifacts. It resembles a turn-based game where one exchange strikes with the other. When one possesses overwhelming means, there is little concern. However, once the forces are evenly matched or one loses their magical artifacts, one need only reference the scene of Master Guangqingzi's disciple pursuing with the Fan Tian Yin to understand the embarrassment faced by this elder immortal, who once aided the human Emperor Xianyuan. It is unwise to speak ill of the elder brother. Returning the drifting thoughts back to the Jade Void Palace, the Golden Crow Star God doppelganger now belonged to Jinzha. Although he could transform into the Golden Crow form, the path of transformation